Chapter 201. December is the most leisurely month for Tangzheng. After the battle at the manor base ended, the situation around him calmed down completely. Only Liu Bang continued the battle to retake Hezhou, and the news would broadcast the situation of the battle to retake Hezhou every day. The 100,000 troops of the Fifth Army, braving the wind and snow, insisted on fighting the zombies in Hezhou, and the number of zombies eliminated every day was about 300,000, and the progress was pretty good. If this continues, it will be possible to retake Hezhou before the Lunar New Year. It seems that Liu Bang has made up his mind to launch a satellite during the New Year to shock the whole country. Tangzheng troops were also fighting in Shuanglin, although there were only more than 10,000 troops. With the help of Chen Failong, they killed more than 200,000 zombies every day, which was not much worse than the large troops of the Fifth Army. The 5 million zombies in Shuanglin started in early December and continued until December 24th. The battle, which lasted for more than 20 days, was finally coming to an end. It was slower than expected, because with the arrival of winter, the wind and snow became stronger and stronger. All mechanized troops had to fight against the severe cold, and the speed of movement began to slow down, and the speed of killing zombies also slowed down. On the evening of the 22nd, Tangzheng arrived at the battlefield on the Shuanglin front. The soldiers now live in abandoned buildings, and Tangzheng did not let them out, but only met with several battalion commanders of the troops. Although they have been out for more than 20 days, everyone looks excited. At present, the zombies in Shuanglin have been almost wiped out, with only the last wave of about 300,000 zombies left, and it is possible to take them down tomorrow. And the funds here have also been collected. After Tangzheng arrived, Luo Fei enthusiastically handed the funds to Tangzheng. Looking at the piles of funds, Tangzheng immediately exchanged them. Congratulations, General. You have obtained 14.05 million funds. This amount of funds is slightly less than Qingchuan, but the largest jewelry store in Shuanglin was once taken over by Tangzheng, so this is all that is left. After Tangzheng built several buildings and increased the number of troops with more than 2 million funds, he only had more than 300,000 left. This 14 million funds can be said to be a timely rain, which made his dry wallet swell up. With the funds in hand, Tangzheng breathed a sigh of relief. With this money, he can have a good year. Now the weather is getting colder, and the temperature in the wild has reached about minus 25 degrees Celsius. The Battle of Shuanglin has ended. Before the weather warms up, he doesn't want the troops to go out again. Tangzheng is a little uncomfortable with the current temperature. His family lives in Qinzhou, which is about 1,500 kilometers away from here. The winter there is not so cold. Moreover, there are many differences in the temperature before and after the end of the world. It has never been so cold before. With the funds, he also had strategic reserves. He would focus on development this winter and make decisions based on the specific situation. After having a meal with the battalion commanders, Tangzheng also slept here. The next morning, Tangzheng got up and personally commanded the troops to fight and eliminate the last zombies in Shuanglin County. The battle lasted from morning to afternoon. Chen Failong summoned a wave of 150,000 zombies, then took a break, while the Zhuguang army continued to fight. In the afternoon, Tangzheng asked Chen Failong to summon another 100,000 zombies. Chen Failong was also very excited. After this battle, he was free. He immediately continued to summon zombies, and the Zhuguang army easily killed them on the spot. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Battle of Shuanglin was completely over. The entire Shuanglin County, except for some scattered zombies in some houses, was completely quiet. The soldiers collected funds and brought Tangzheng tens of thousands of gold in profits. Pour gasoline, ignite the flames, burn the corpses of zombies, and the flames rising into the sky represent the complete end of this battle. After retaking 2 counties in a row, Tangzheng was very excited. What he was doing now could only be done by the large armies of the empire. The rest of the survivors' bases were out of the question. At this time, Chen Failong came to Tangzheng's side. Chief Tang. Seeing Chen Failong coming, Tangzheng sighed slightly. Although this corpse king had caused him a lot of trouble, he also helped him a lot in these incidents. Without him, it would be impossible to take down Qingchuan, let alone Shuanglin. And after the Shuanglin battle, Tangzheng found that some soldiers in the army had been upgraded to 4 stars. 4 stars means that they can be upgraded to 5 stars at any time. Guiyun once compared the combat effectiveness of the soldiers of the Zhuguang army with the mutants. The 4-star soldiers of the Zhuguang army are slightly weaker than the first-level mutants. But this is limited to mobilized soldiers. For scouts, 4 stars are equivalent to first-level mutants. Guiyun also calculated that if the soldiers of the light-chasing army were upgraded to 5 stars, the strength would be between the peak of the first level and the second-level mutant. Although the 5-star soldiers are slightly inferior to the second-level mutant, you have to think about how many people there are in the light-chasing army. Now Tang Zheng saw that the number of soldiers with 4 stars has exceeded 500. And now Tang Zheng has accumulated more than 500 second-level crystals in his hand. The second-level crystals are obtained from the brains of lickers, or gorilla zombies. After such a long time, the number of second-level zombies in the wild has gradually increased. However, it is impossible to collect so many crystals from wild zombies for the time being. The officers of the Zhuguang army all knew that the general wanted to collect level 2 crystals, and they began to control it intentionally. With Chen Failong, they can cultivate some zombies to level 2, kill some wild ones every day, and then cultivate some. Over time, Tang Zheng now has 500 level 2 crystals. Now in the trading hall of Zhuguang City, crystals can also be traded. The price of the first-level crystals on the market is 30,000 light yuan, and the price of the second-level crystals has soared to 1 million light yuan. The difference is so huge, because the second-level crystals are so rare. Most of these crystals were obtained through Chen Failong. To be honest, Tang Zheng didn't want to let Chen Failong go, but he had promised at the beginning that as long as Chen Failong helped him eliminate 10 million zombies, he would give him freedom. If he didn't say that at the time, Chen Failong would not have worked so hard for Tang Zheng. Now Chen Failong came to Tang Zheng's side, with a strong desire in his scarlet eyes. Tang Zheng sighed, and called He Shui over, Xiao Xue. Remove the bomb in Chen Failong's brain. As a bomb expert under Tang Zheng, He Shui installed this bomb. After hearing Tang Zheng's order, she immediately walked over. With some delicate tools, she fiddled with it for a while, and performed a small operation on Chen Failong. The bomb installed in the brain was taken out by He Shui. Tang Zheng called Guiyun over again. Give him the medicine you developed, and let him become a new person. Guiyun took out the medicine, and handed it to Chen Failong. Inject this medicine, and you can completely turn back into a human. But be careful not to be bitten or caught by zombies again. This does not guarantee that you will not be infected again for life. Chen Failong was a little excited, and stretched out one of his hands to take the medicine. He only had one hand, and the other hand was a mechanical arm installed by Guiyun. The mechanical arm held the medicine, and Chen Failong's eyes showed a struggle. Tang Zheng said, I'm going back to Zhuguang City now. Do you want to go back with me? If so, I can take you a ride by helicopter. Unexpectedly, Chen Failong shook his head. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. What are you thinking about? It's freezing here. Are you too excited about the opportunity to start a new life? Unexpectedly, Chen Failong said in a hoarse voice, I don't know if I should become a human again. Ah! Tang Zheng was stunned. He didn't expect Chen Failong to say that. Wasn't it his dream to turn back into a human? Chen Failong raised his hand. I only have one hand. This is a mechanical arm. It can do some simple movements, but it is not as flexible as before. Normally, if I turn back into a human, I will be a disabled person. I know the current situation in Zhuguang City very well. Although life is happy and safe, everyone needs to work. There is no idleness or useless people there. I'm afraid I won't be able to find a suitable job after I go back. And you know my identity, Tang Zheng. Once it's leaked, I might be beaten to death on the street one day. So, I'm not going back. Hearing Chen Failong's story, Tang Zheng's face also took on a solemn look. Then do you still want to continue to be the zombie king? Chen Failong smiled bitterly. Besides this, I can't think of anything else I can do. Although I can't control too many zombies now, it's still no problem to control hundreds of thousands of zombies on a daily basis. Nowadays, there are large areas of uninhabited areas in the wild, and there are still countless zombies. I can live well wherever I go. I have recovered some of my taste, smell and touch, and I can taste the food I eat. So I will continue to be the corpse king. After saying that, he put the bottle of potion in his pocket with great care, and then said goodbye to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will keep this bottle of potion. Maybe one day I will get tired of being a corpse king and choose to become a human again. But don't worry. I have started to eat normal human food now. Those bloody things? I have never touched them since I started to be a corpse king. I will not hurt your people. Nor will I stay in your territory. I will leave here and go to another place. We will meet again in the mountains and rivers. Goodbye. Tang Zheng. After saying that, Chen Faolong adjusted his thick down jacket, walked into the wind and snow, and walked away. Tang Zheng did not say anything, but just watched Chen Faolong's figure disappear silently. He didn't know whether Chen Faolong's choice was right or wrong. But if he was Chen Faolong, he probably would have no other choice. As a former corpse king, it is indeed difficult for him to integrate into human life again. Once his identity is exposed, the consequences will be disastrous. Tang Zheng is not worried that Chen Faolong will still cause trouble. Now he is not capable enough. And after so much experience, his desire for killing has indeed been reduced. And he can hardly see the tyranny of the corpse king, since the other party wants to start a new life. Tang Zheng is also willing to give him a chance. After watching Chen Faolong completely disappear in the wind and snow, Tang Zheng retracted his gaze. Let's go. Let's go back to Zhuguang City. It's almost the new year. Go back to the barracks. Everyone has a good rest and a big meal. Everyone will get a share of the expedition allowance. The Zhuguang army cheered, and the troops began to withdraw. Chapter 202. Jinghe County. Lui Bang sent the person away, and was in a daze. The other party's intention was very clear. That is, he hoped that his second-level mutant, Gun King Moni, would take action to participate in the assassination of Tang Zheng during the January Art Festival. This incident made Lui Bang fall into deep thought, and he didn't know whether he should participate in this matter. Lui Bang admired Tang Zheng a little, but also a little disgusted. After all, as a survival base, it was a miracle to be able to do what Tang Zheng did. However, Tang Zheng's presence has stolen his limelight, which makes Lui Bang, who has always been a favored child, disgusted and jealous. Some time ago, he secretly set arms to Liao Yuqing, and he came forward to suppress Tang Zheng's development. This matter has reached the ears of Her Royal Highness the Princess. If Liao Yuqing is a good person, Her Royal Highness the Princess may not say too much. But as Liao Yuqing's crimes are exposed, things are a little out of control. For the first time, Lui Bang was reprimanded by Li Wuyo, saying that people like Liao Yuqing are not worthy of being a noble and a teacher of the empire, and asked Lui Bang to stop all his support for him. The little girl Li Wuyo even told Lui Bang to be more open-minded. This sentence is very meaningful. Li Wuyo has realized that he is targeting Tang Zheng, but due to many factors, she did not overly reprimand him. But such words are already very serious. This incident made Lui Bang very passive. He felt that he was already in a disadvantageous situation on the road to competing for the position of the son-in-law. Now there is a powerful intelligence organization that has found him through connections and let MONI participate in the assassination of Tang Zheng. Obviously, they also think that they are opposites to Tang Zheng. If this matter is reported to Li Wuyo, the princess will definitely let him inform Tang Zheng of the news so that the other party can take precautions. Lui Bang hesitated for a long time and did not call MONI. But he did not report the matter. Tang Zheng, I will not send someone to assassinate you this time. But if you still die, it can only mean that you are incompetent. And you can't blame me. After the struggle between heaven and man, Lui Bang put the matter aside, pretending that he had never known about it, and watched the development of the situation. However, he knew MONI's ability, and the strength of the second-level mutant shocked him greatly. In his opinion, in the environment of the theater, if 5 second-level mutants attacked at the same time, even if he was heavily protected, he would be easily killed, and Tang Zheng guards could never exceed his strength. Perhaps the king of this northern region would fall. The main force of the Zhuguang army returned to Zhuguang City. It was already December 25th. When Tang Zheng returned to the city, he happened to meet a team entering the city. It was the team of Lan Fair, a top domestic star. This time, Lan Fair came not only by herself, but also with a large performance team. 4 or 5 programs were also reported. Now they came to Zhuguang City for rehearsal. The city was crowded with people. Advertising vehicles had been broadcasting in the streets for several days to promote the arrival of Lan Fair's team. The people in the city came out to watch. The huge crowds looked like a superstar holding a concert before the end of the world. Tang Zheng did not join in the fun, but led his troops directly into the city from the northeast gate and returned to the inner city. In the various military camps in the inner city, the soldiers of the kitchen team began to cook. and put pieces of mutant beast meat into the pot and started stewing. And also put river fish into the pot. The wild chives from the grassland were made into chives sauce, which was a must-try when used to stew meat. The dried vegetables and tofu were put into the pot, and they were served with the river fish, making bowls of delicious fish soup. Bottles of canned fruit were opened, and they also became a dessert on the table to relieve greasiness. There are also many old wines collected, which are also open today. After the hard work of this expedition, Tangjung gave the soldiers 3 days off so that they can drink to their heart's content. The inner and outer cities are as lively as the new year. Volcano City. Tontian River. In the heavy snow, Ferdinand brought Qin Shaolu to the riverside. Looking south across the river, it is the land of Hanyu. Ferdinand looked at the river's surface, which had already formed a thin layer of ice. The ice on the edge is even thicker, and people can already walk on it. In the cold wind, Ferdinand asked Qin Shaolu, "How are things arranged?" "Lord City Lord, there has been great progress. According to the news from White Fox, at least 3 level 2 mutants have accepted White Fox's invitation and deposit, and agreed to participate in the assassination of Tangjung on the first day of the first month." "Oh, not bad. 3 level 2 mutants have been dealt with in just a few days." "Did Louis Bong also agree to take action?" "No. Louis Bong did not agree. These 3 level 2 mutants are all from the people." Ferdinand nodded with satisfaction. "That's even more difficult. Vesta on our side can't do anything. It's very rare to find 3 people. It seems that Baihu has worked hard this time. You did a good job." Qin Shaolu chuckled. "The main thing is that I have a grasp on Baihu's life point. I sent someone to tell him that if this is done, I will give him the final antidote to completely get rid of the control of the hallucination drug. For this, he must work hard." Ferdinand was stunned. "Is there an antidote for the drug of mental hallucination? How come I don't know?" "Lord City Lord, there is no antidote for things you don't know. But if you don't say so, how could Baihu work so hard? That person is not easy to control." Hearing this, Ferdinand laughed. "You are really good. In this case, let Baihu work harder. If he can get 2 level 2 mutants to join, then Tangjung will definitely die. Okay, please rest assured. I believe that the White Fox still has potential to be tapped. Let's just wait for the first day of the first month to see how Tangjung dies." Ferdinand smiled and nodded, his eyes looking south again. Zhuguang City is also far away from Huishan City. It is more than 1,000 kilometers away. The temperature here in Huishan City is nearly 10 degrees colder than that in Zhuguang City. The temperature here is now more than 30 degrees below zero, which is freezing cold. In such a cold day, in about 20 days, Tontian River will be completely frozen. At that time, there was no need for large ships, and his armored troops would be able to cross the river. Tangjung came from the warm Qinzhou, 3,000 kilometers away, and he could not imagine what would happen after the river froze. Dahlia was an industrial power, and the volcano city where he was located was both a port and an industrial base, with multiple production lines operating day and night, and 50,000 laborers from Hanwei. The strength of his troops was now advancing by leaps and bounds, except for the fighter jet problem, which was still a difficult problem. Other aspects were already very strong, let alone Tangjung Zhuguang army. Even if Louis Bong 5th army came, Ferdinand would dare to fight. It would be best if this thing succeeded this time. If not, he could defeat the Zhuguang army head-on with his strength and take over everything Tangjung had. He had longed for the fertile and warm land of Hanwei for a long time. Maybe this time, he would get his wish. December 31st. Today is the day of the Zhuguang City Art Festival. Since early morning, a large number of outsiders have poured into the city. Outside the South Gate and the East Gate, people entering the city have formed a long queue. People from the Ministry of the Interior and the Public Security Bureau are conducting inspections here, mainly to check whether any dangerous goods can be carried. 12 security inspection machines are placed at the 2 gates, and all packages carried by pedestrians must go through security inspections. Because there are too many people entering the city today, vehicles from outside are no longer allowed to enter the city. Everyone must enter the city on foot, which also reduces many safety hazards. Outside the city gate, the open space has been converted into a parking lot, and there are already tens of thousands of vehicles parked here, which shows how big an event today is. The performances are from 8 p.m. to 12:30 p.m., and there is also a New Year's Eve celebration in between. In fact, a large number of outsiders have entered the city since the day before yesterday. And all the hotels and inns in Zhuguang City, whether high-end or low-end, are already full. It's just that more people came today. It's now 9 a.m. and the flow of people in Zhuguang City has exceeded 1 million. People wandered around the streets and alleys in the city, driving all the businesses to be extremely prosperous. All the people from the Public Security Bureau and the Special Service were dispatched to work at various intersections or crowded places to prevent accidents from happening. The square in front of the Zhuguang Grand Theater was already crowded with people, and the roadside stalls in the snow and ice were extremely popular. Around the square, people lined up in a long queue to get tickets. There were a total of 20,000 tickets this time, and Tangjung distributed 15,000 tickets. The rest of the tickets were distributed to various departments in Zhuguang City. However, not everyone in every department would choose to watch. The price of tickets in the market has been hiked up very high, and many people chose to sell their tickets to scalpers. This also led to the unusual activity of the scalpers here. They shuttled among the crowd, buying or selling tickets, earning the price difference and profit. Some so-called gangs in Zhuguang City also had many people active here, and the surrounding stalls were not open to just anyone. Although it was only morning and not the peak period of traffic, it was already very crowded and even a little chaotic. This was the key prevention and control area of the entire city, because before the art performance began, Tangjung would come out of the inner city and go directly to this square. The surrounding roads will be controlled at night, and this square will also be controlled. The director of the Zhuguang City Security Bureau is a survivor named Lu Hua, who came to the square in person at this moment to command the security officers of the Security Bureau to stand guard and patrol here. Lu Hua came here early, sweating profusely in the cold weather. Here, he saw his colleague, Su Lu, the special service captain from the Zhuguang army system. The two often met because of their work relationship. Lu Hua saw Su Lu and took the initiative to greet him. "Brother Su, you came earlier than me." Lu Hua's voice was a little hoarse, and he looked very tired. Su Lu glanced at Lu Hua. "Brother Lu, why did you get hoarse so early in the morning? Today's task is not easy. Can you hold on?" Lu Hua smiled bitterly. "I stayed up late last night to arrange the task, and didn't sleep all night. But it's nothing. Hard work. I'm used to it. I'm used to it." "Then Lu, you have to hold on. I heard that some of the top 10 masters around the Northern Territory have come to Zhuguang City, and those people have never shown up. No one knows what they look like. You don't let them down." Lu Hua laughed, patted his chest, and said hoarsely, "No problem. I leave it to you. What top 10 masters? Can they be more powerful than our guns?" Su Lu nodded slightly and turned away. He was a member of the Zhuguang army system, and he had nothing to say to a bureaucrat like Lu Hua, who was a survivor. And today this guy made himself sound like a duck, and he felt uncomfortable listening to him. So it was better to stay away. Chapter 203. The city of Zhuguang is bustling with activity, and all departments are preparing intensively. Everyone is alert and nervous. They can't help but be nervous, because according to the latest intelligence, at least 3 of the top 10 level 2 mutants in the surrounding areas of the Northern Territory have come to Zhuguang City. These 3 people are Ma Nini, the changeable fox from Fengcheng, Yan Rong, the butcher from Qinzhou, and Yang Feng, the leader of the rattlesnake mercenary group from Mubei. These 3 people are lawless. Ma Nini has never shown her true face to anyone, and no one knows what she looks like. Moreover, this person was the first to agree to the invitation, and he didn't even intend to hide anything from anyone. Qinzhou's butcher Yan Rong also agreed. It is said that he also accepted the invitation of the person behind the scenes. This person is cruel and brutal. No one knows what he looks like because everyone who has seen him is dead. Yang Feng, the leader of the rattlesnake mercenary group, is a venomous snake. Even when the mercenary group goes out, he always wears a metal mask and hides behind the scenes. This time he came to Zhuguang City, and it is said that he got a commission of 1 million light yuan. He also said that the person who invited him gave him 5 million new coins, but he did not agree, requiring that the transaction must be in light yuan, and it must not be less than 1 million light yuan. There must be brave men under a big reward. The arrival of these 3 second-level mutants has put a lot of pressure on the security departments of the Zhuguang army. The news has spread, and they will definitely come today. But they can't find anyone, so they can only passively take precautions. So although Zhuguang City seems to be extremely lively, there are undercurrents inside, and the silent struggle has begun. Two people were having dinner in a small tavern on Dongmen Street. One of the guests was wearing a fox fur coat, which was exquisitely made and well made. It was obvious that he was of some status. Sitting opposite him was a man wearing a sheepskin coat. This man was about 40 years old, with a weathered face, a common look for survivors of the end of the world. However, the host did not dare to show any disrespectful expression, and kept pouring wine and picking up dishes for the man, and carefully complimenting him everywhere. The man gnawed off a leg of lamb by himself, threw the bones aside, and said to the host, "Old Huang, don't be so polite. If you hadn't led me here, I wouldn't even know the directions. I should thank you." The man called Old Huang said politely, "Brotherly, you are too kind to me. I am just a small official in the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Zhuguang City. Compared with a great master like you, I am a million miles away." "Hey, what master? He's not the only one." The man picked his teeth with a toothpick and said to Lao Huang, "Do you know? Ma Nini, the magic fox, Yen Rong, the butcher, and Yang Feng, the viper, have all come. This time, the matter is bound to be a big deal. If nothing unexpected happens, the sky in the northern region will turn upside down tomorrow." Lao Huang on the opposite side stared with his eyes wide open. 3 level 2 mutants have come. Isn't Tangjun dead? The man glanced at him. Before, there were 3. And now there are 4. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Look at my memory. And you? The grassland eagle Li San. With the 4 of you, this matter will be foolproof. Li San snorted. I dare not say it is foolproof. This matter is difficult. I accepted a deposit of 1 million light yuan and came here. Of course not to play soy sauce. Bai Hu said that whoever can kill Tang Zheng and escape will have a 5 million prize afterwards. Otherwise, do you think I would come to this muddy water? Tang Zheng is not so easy to kill. First you have to enter the Grand Theater to have a chance. Old Huang nodded repeatedly. You are right. Tang Zheng will come out of the inner city before the show begins, and go directly to the Grand Theater under the protection of his guards. It is impossible to attack him during this process. His direct battalion will stand guard along the street, so there is only a chance inside the theater. Li San nodded. You are right. I don't know how the other few people enter the Zhuguang Grand Theater, but you must ensure that I can enter smoothly. If there is any problem, you need to prove my identity for me and say that I am your uncle. Old Huang immediately patted his chest and said, Don't worry about this. Although the Zhuguang Theater requires real name purchases, I have already prepared a ticket and an identity for you. As he spoke, Old Huang handed a ticket and a card to Li San. The card was an identity card from a small base nearby, and his name was Huang Daoyuan. As for the tickets, they were VIP tickets. The Grand Theater has 20,000 seats, 15,000 for ordinary tickets, and 5,000 for VIP tickets. Now this kind of ticket has been hyped up to 120 Guan Yuan per ticket in the market, and there is still no demand. Old Huang gave the VIP ticket to Li San, and then whispered, when the theater was under construction, I went in to see it in person. The VIP area is in the middle. Tang Zheng will definitely sit in the VIP area. Your position should not be too far away from him, and it will be convenient if you want to take action. Li San nodded with satisfaction. This is well done. But do you know whether you are allowed to bring weapons into the theater? Old Huang's face turned pale. Brotherly. Mr. Li, please forgive me. I know about this. It is not allowed to bring any hot weapons or dangerous goods into the theater. And even some cold weapons are not allowed, such as swords, daggers, etc., which are more obvious. They are absolutely not allowed to be brought in. The Public Security Bureau has received a death order. If anyone brings these things in, they will all be in trouble. I really can't help you with this matter. Li San was silent for a while. That's really difficult. I don't need hot weapons. But if I can't bring cold weapons, I can't take these treasures in, Li San said, opening his sheepskin coat. Inside the sheepskin coat, there were densely packed darts. Seeing that Lao Huang didn't seem to care, Li San sneered. It seems that you don't know anything about the power of a second-level mutant. This kind of dart, within 300 meters from my attack to your death, it will definitely not exceed 1.5 seconds. You can't resist it even if there is a 5-centimeter wooden board between you. When Lao Huang heard this, he was shocked. He had never dreamed that these toys could have such a great killing power. If they suddenly attacked Tang Zheng, they would probably kill him in one blow. and it would be difficult to find out who did it. But it was obvious that this kind of darts could not be brought in. Lao Huang was a little worried. Li San thought about it, and suddenly smiled. Lao Huang, do you have any gold coins? Yes. I have a few coins here if you need them. Brotherly. Old Huang reached into his pocket, and took out 3 light-chasing gold coins, each worth 100 yuan. Li San shook his head. Not enough. Get me 30 more. Darts can't be brought in. But this kind of gold coin can still have a good killing effect. No one should forbid me to carry this thing. Old Huang's face turned pale. But he didn't dare to disobey. He immediately ran to the nearby savings bank and exchanged 3,000 light yuan for 30 gold coins to bring back to Li San. Okay. With this thing, Tangjung life is half gone. These darts are left with you. You keep them for me. I'm going out now. If everything goes well, when the situation at the light-chasing theater breaks out, you will meet me at the theater gate. When someone interrogates you, do as we agreed before. Hey. Then I wish you success. Li San snorted. I hope so. But I don't think I will succeed. Those people are not easy to deal with. I don't know what means they will use to sneak into the theater. But one thing is certain. That is, they will be able to get in. And no one will know. Who can kill Tang Zheng at that time will depend on luck and means. After saying that, Li San handed the darts to Lao Huang, then drank a glass of white wine in one gulp, wrapped his sheepskin coat tightly, and went out happily. After leaving the house, his cold and unruly appearance disappeared immediately, and he became an ordinary survivor in the apocalypse. And he was obviously an outsider. Seeing Li San almost perfect disguise, Lao Huang was secretly shocked. He didn't want to get involved in these things. But he had no choice. The White Fox had already controlled him. He even vaguely knew that there were still many people controlled in Zhuguang City. And some of them held high positions. He lowered his head and took a sip of beer, which tasted a little bitter. Tang Zheng has been in Zhuguang City for so long. It's time to end it. Without Tang Zheng, will the Zhuguang army have internal strife or disband? If so, it's hard to say whether the future will be good or bad. In the small courtyard where Tang Zheng's father and sister live, Tang and I looked at Tang Zheng with some dissatisfaction. Brother, what happened to you? You lost another scarf. Tang Zheng also spread his hands helplessly. This matter was really a bit coincidental. The first scarf was lost in Manji town, and the second scarf was taken away by the girl named Wan Wan. Tang Zheng explained the first scarf, but he couldn't tell the whereabouts of the second scarf. He could only shamelessly say, my sister is very clever, and it's easy for her to knit another scarf. I promise you that this time, I won't lose the scarf again. Well, okay. Who made me have such a careless brother like you? But today I can't do it. The scarf was made by me and my 3 girlfriends. We have to perform a show today, and we have to rehearse again later. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. What program are you guys going to perform? The first dance after the opening is Swan Lake, and all 4 of us will perform. Tang Zheng thought for a moment. Then you have to remember one thing. After the performance, leave the theater immediately and go home. Okay. Tang and I has always been obedient. And seeing her brother's serious face, she immediately nodded and agreed. At this time, Ning Yue walked in from outside and handed Tang Zheng a piece of paper. General, the program and personnel list of the performance are out. Please take a look. Chapter 204. Tang Zheng took the paper from Ning Yue and looked at it carefully. This time, the program was mainly organized by Zhuguang TV. But many of the candidates were not from the TV station. For the program effect, they selected some professionals. Except for Xiao Dili, who was a news reporter and had been reporting on the front line. The rest of the hosts and all the people involved in the performance were new faces and unfamiliar names. Tang Zheng looked at it for a while and couldn't see anything. So he handed the list to Ning Yue. Since the TV station has already reviewed it, I won't comment on it. Just follow their process. Okay. I let the TV station know. Ning Yue left, and Tang and I went out to rehearse with her girlfriends. Tang Zheng had lunch at his father's place. And in the afternoon, he returned to the inner city. After returning to the inner city, Tang Zheng immediately convened a meeting of the Zhuguang Army's top brass in the official residence conference room. All officers above the company level from the system came to Tang Zheng. There is only one purpose this time. That is to upgrade everyone to enhance 5 stars. Tang Zheng has a total of about 500 level 2 crystals in his hands. He will distribute these crystals to all important people and complete the enhanced 5-star upgrade today. Tang Jung now has more than a dozen battalions under his command, including 5 field battalions, 2 armored battalions, an artillery battalion, an aviation battalion, an engineering battalion, and a city defense battalion. In addition, there are many other departments, such as the Military Intelligence Bureau, the Research Institute, the Special Service Team, the Train Captain, etc. There were more than a dozen battalion commanders alone, and more than 100 company commanders. There were also some other company-level officers, totaling nearly 200 people. When everyone arrived, Tang Jung distributed a level 2 crystal to everyone. Everyone thanked the general together, and then took the crystals separately. There was no risk when the soldiers who came from the system upgraded. There was no failure when upgrading to level 4. And this time was no exception. After a while, all the important figures of the Zhuguang army were upgraded to enhance 5 stars. Strengthened 5 stars. Individual strength is almost second only to the second level mutant. This ensures that they all have strong survivability, and it is difficult for them to be killed by decapitation in the future when they encounter danger. Nearly 200 crystals were given out, and Tang Jung distributed the remaining crystals to the soldiers of the guard company. In this battle of Shuanglin, all the 4-star full soldiers were brought to the guard company by him. A total of 300 people. Among them, each soldier has a crystal, allowing all these soldiers to upgrade to the strengthened 5 stars. After the upgrade was completed, Tang Jung briefly understood the situation of everyone and realized how strong these soldiers were. Take the most basic mobilized soldiers as an example. 5 stars are sharpshooters, and they all have the ability of special forces soldiers. In addition, everyone has 3,000 rounds of training bullets every day, and there is also an additional quota of grenades. Everyone is almost a human-shaped weapon, although they may not be as good as the second-level mutants in hand-to-hand combat. If several people join forces, the second-level mutants may have to be put down. If they were on the battlefield, the level 2 mutants would be even more incomparable to them, because Tang Jung men were soldiers, and battlefield skills were their main skills. For example, 5-star snipers. In the past, each of them could win the Olympic shooting championship, and just shooting alone is nothing. They even mastered the gun skills similar to stringing candied haws, and could kill 5 people with 1 shot at most. Shooting at which part of the first person is easy to penetrate, and then shooting at which part of the second person will not change direction, etc. This kind of calculation has become instinctive, which can be called extremely terrifying. For example, 5-star scouts like Ji Yutian and Ning Yue. Even if they are in close combat with level 2 mutants, they cannot be defeated in a short time. The evolution of scouts is all-round. The 5-star heavy machine gun group and the 5-star Gatling machine gun group can even use machine guns to fire continuous sniping effects, although not as accurate as real snipers. It is already an extremely abnormal skill. On the battlefield, their firing is really a sweep, and scientific research soldiers like Gui Yun can almost be described as scientists, and their own abilities have been greatly improved. After everyone finished upgrading, Tang Jung asked Gui Yun, "Is it possible for our troops to surpass 5 stars? Gui Yun thought for a while. "General, 5 stars is the limit for now. If you want to continue upgrading, you must first reach full 5 stars. If a 5-star soldier wants to upgrade to full 5 stars, he must kill 10,000 zombies. And then, he will need a 3rd-level crystal. After using the 3rd-level crystal, you can upgrade to a hero unit. The hero unit is the limit of our army, but it will probably take a long time before anyone can do it." Tang Jung thought about it. The conditions for the emergence of this hero unit are indeed harsh enough. He currently only has 1 level 3 crystal, which was obtained from the body of a Tyrannosaurus zombie that Shen Feilong forced to emerge when he attacked the city. This condition is harsh enough. Not to mention that a single soldier is required to kill 10,000 zombies. How long will it take to kill them? Tang Jung shook his head slightly. "I won't consider the hero unit for now. Let's do the things in front of us first. Tonight, it is certain that someone will attack me, and I can't retreat yet. Otherwise it will cause a very bad hero. So we must be fully prepared to catch all the enemies who come today." Mutants are indeed a trend in human evolution, but after gaining powerful strength, they are also a threat to local security. I don't care about other places, but within the sphere of influence of our Zhuguang city, we will never allow such people to do evil. So today they seem to be here to kill me. But in fact, I want to teach these people a hard lesson and let them know who has the final say on this land. Next, Everyone will tell us what they know, and we will make a perfect response plan. The officers of the Zhuguang army began to express their opinions on what they knew and study how to deal with those lawless level 2 mutants who dared to assassinate the general. 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang. And the moment when everyone adds fuel to the fire is vividly reflected. The meeting lasted from the afternoon to the evening, and a complete plan was produced. Tang Zheng was also quite satisfied with this plan. It was now 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Tang Zheng told everyone to leave. He will leave for Zhuguang Grand Theater at around 7 o'clock. He, the protagonist, cannot be absent when the performance begins. It is getting dark. Winter nights come especially early. It is just 6 o'clock, and it is pitch dark outside. However, the lights in Zhuguang City are on at this moment, and it is a lively time, especially here in the Grand Theater Square. In order to drive away the cold, many huge torches are set up around the square. The torches are burning, dispelling the winter cold, and at the same time, together with the street lights, they illuminate the square. Originally, Zhuguang City was a small climate zone, and it was surrounded by city walls. Now that there were so many people lighting the torch, they didn't feel cold at all. From Dongmen Street to here, the street was closed today, except for work vehicles. No vehicles were allowed to go on the road. Crowds came to Dongmen Street from all corners of Zhuguang City and headed towards the square. On the tall big screen beside the square, Lan Feier's popular songs Before the End of the World were playing. Lan Feier was the biggest star today. Even in the end of the world, she still had a lot of fans. On the edge of the square, many vendors are shouting hard, taking advantage of this lively time to promote their products. Fragrant skewers, delicious stinky tofu, spicy grilled squid, waves of aroma fill the air. Some people are eating on the roadside, holding small bottles of white wine and drinking sips. Few people drink beer on winter nights. This kind of white wine is warm and strong, and is very popular. Some young girls hold soft marshmallows in their hands, wearing beautiful rabbit ears, shining in the dark night. As time went by, more and more actors entered the theater, causing waves of cheers, especially after Lan Feier's team arrived. The screams of her fans were even more deafening. Lan Feier sat in an RV and came to the door of the theater under the escort of the police department. A red carpet has been laid at the entrance of the theater, and ordinary people are now prohibited from approaching this area. Lan Feier's assistant opened the car door, and Lan Feier, dressed in a gorgeous dress, got out of the car. She was wearing a sea blue long skirt, a small fur coat on her shoulders, and her hair was tied up, revealing a beautiful and delicate face, just like she did on the red carpet before. She kept waving to the people around her, which attracted even louder screams from fans. When she arrived at the theater entrance, she posed, with the lights of mobile phones flashing below her, as if she had returned to the time before the end of the world. Lan Feier was very happy, as she had not enjoyed such treatment for a long time. The hard life in the end of the world made her even forget that she was a star. And in a place like Mobei, staying alive was the most important thing. And there really weren't many people who cared about her. But today when I came to Zhuguang City, everything was different. Everything here was so modern, almost the same as before the end of the world. In some aspects, it was even better than before the end of the world, which made Lan Feier really reluctant to leave. After posing for several times in a row, the constant screams of fans below made her even think about settling here. This feeling made her obsessed. She wanted to pose for a few more times here, and there should be no staff to urge her. After a few days of rehearsal, she also knew that she was the biggest star here, and the status of others was much worse. But before she finished posing, someone urged her to go in quickly. Lan Feier was a little unhappy. Who is behind me? Can't we just let him wait a little longer? Don't you see that so many fans are here to see me? The staff said seriously, Miss Lan Feier, please cooperate with our work. Besides, the person behind you is more popular than you. Lan Feier was stunned for a moment and looked far away from the theater entrance. A large number of troops suddenly appeared on the street, and the crowd separated to the left and right like a tide, making way for a road. The fully armed soldiers could not run forward. Despite their large numbers, they marched in unison, making an extremely impressive noise. As they ran, some soldiers broke away from the main group and stood on the roadside with guns. As the soldiers separated the crowd, a motorcade appeared on East Street. At this time, almost everyone at the scene began to cheer. Tang Zheng! Tang Zheng! Tangzheng. Tangzheng. The huge sound waves rushed straight into the sky. Compared with the momentum when Lan Fei appeared just now, it was simply a world of difference. At this moment, Lan Fei realized that in this land, no one's fame could compare with Tangzheng. Any star here is not a star. The biggest star here is always Tangzheng, the one who brings peace and happiness to people. Chapter 205. At 7 p.m., Tangzheng set out from the inner city to chase the Grand Theater. The general was dispatched, and the soldiers of the direct battalion blocked the streets along the way. A convoy of vehicles followed Dongmen Street and arrived in front of the Grand Theater. In the sky, there were also special service helicopters shouting along the way, asking the onlookers to move aside. The soldiers of the guard company led the way on motorcycles and all-terrain vehicles. And when they arrived at the entrance of the Grand Theater, they lined up on the left and right along the red carpet. Outside the guard company were the special service soldiers. Outside the special forces, there are also people from the Public Security Bureau guarding. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Tangzheng Hummer stopped in front of the red carpet, and the guard company commander Ning Yue opened the door personally, and Tangzheng got out of the car. Beside Tangzheng, De Kongming and Xiao Liang followed him all the time. Military dogs are more vigilant than humans about danger. Wearing a black long windbreaker and a black top hat, Tangzheng did not greet the crowd after getting out of the car, but walked into the Zhuguang Grand Theater surrounded by guards. After Tangzheng entered, the guards followed him in, and the troops of the direct battalion outside dispersed and took up the task of guarding around the theater. Then some performers and staff entered, followed by ordinary audiences. The special agents were responsible for checking at the entrance of the theater, and no dangerous goods or weapons were allowed to be brought into the theater. During this process, occasionally someone was found to be carrying prohibited items, and was immediately taken away for investigation. But overall the order was good, and no major problems occurred. At this moment, more than 100,000 people have gathered near the square. The square can no longer accommodate them, so they all squeezed into the nearby streets. Even the seats in front of the big screen have become popular, and many people crowded here to watch the live broadcast on the big screen. Li San, wearing his sheepskin coat, followed the crowd to the ticket inspection area. The special agent looked at his ticket and ID card, and then checked him. After the instrument scanned, no contraband was found. Only dozens of gold coins. Gold coins are currency, so they are not prohibited. Li San was allowed into the theater. The theater is circular, with a stage in the north and seats on the east, west and south sides. The 5,000 seats facing the stage are the VIP seats. At this moment, Tangzheng is already sitting in the front center of the VIP seats, surrounded by about 50 guards. The rest of the guards are scattered in every corner of the theater. There is a high dome above the theater, with lights falling from it, and behind the lights is darkness, so it is impossible to see what is inside. The seats were divided into blocks, separated by aisles. Li San found his seat and sat down. He found that this place was still a little far from Tangzheng. The distance between the two was about 40 meters. As people continued to sit down, Tangzheng could not be seen at all. However, Li San was not anxious. In this situation, taking action would be courting death. He was like a patient hunter, sitting quietly in his seat, waiting for a suitable opportunity. At the same time, he kept looking around, trying to find where the other second-level mutants were. Level 2 mutants are different from Level 1 mutants. Level 1 mutants have a hard time controlling their aura, and careful observation will reveal that they are mutants. But Level 2 mutants are different. As long as they don't actively expose themselves, they look no different from ordinary people. Li San looked around, but didn't find anything. If he hadn't known in advance that there were other Level 2 mutants coming, he would have suspected that he was the only assassin in the venue. Where did the others go? Did they hide in the ordinary audience seats? That shouldn't be the case. If they go to the ordinary audience seats, they won't have the chance to get close to Tangzheng. Li San's heart was a little nervous. He had quietly made up his mind that if no one else took action, he would never be the first to take action. Jinghe County. Lui Bong once again welcomed Princess Li Wuyo. This time, the princess was not invited by him, but came on her own initiative. The purpose of the princess coming here was very simple. That is, to watch the live broadcast of the Zhuguang City Art Festival. The TV signal from Zhuguang TV can not only cover the northern region, but also the entire Lianghe province in the east. Sichuan province in the south, the westernmost part of Mabe in the west, and a large area of Dali in the north. This event has been publicized for a long time in the early stage, within the millions of square kilometers. Almost everyone who can watch TV knows about this grand event. But despite this, after all, the map of Hanwei is too large, and Yuanjing, far away in the east of Hanwei, still cannot receive the TV signal of Zhuguang City. Princess Li Wuyo wanted to see the situation there in person, so she simply came to Jinghe County. When Li Wuyo arrived, Lui Bong naturally had to receive him carefully. Li Wuyo's arrival did not alarm too many people. He came quietly, and then went to Lui Bong's meeting room, where he watched TV quietly. Lui Bong sat below Li Wuyo, but he was a little worried. He suspected that Li Wuyo knew something, that someone wanted to harm Tang Zheng in this performance. So he wanted to come and see it in person. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the live broadcast began. The person in charge of the live broadcast was Xiao Dili from Zhuguang TV. Today, Xiao Dili took to the streets, and the ratings began to soar. After all, the number of people who could come to the scene was still very small, and the vast majority of people witnessed this grand event through Xiao Dili's perspective. Hello, everyone. I am Xiao Dili, a reporter from Zhuguang TV. In the TV screen, Xiao Dili is wearing a pink down jacket, a white knitted hat, and two cute bear ears on her head. She looks young and beautiful, holding a microphone in her hand. She introduces the situation here to the audience in front of the camera. Now I am in our Dongmen Street. As you can see, Dongmen Street is so crowded that it is extremely difficult to walk. Before Xiao Dili finished speaking, a passerby came to the front of the camera and shouted, "Long live leader Tang Zheng." After that, the passerby left with a laugh. Xiao Dili smiled bitterly. It seems that our leader Tang Zheng is really popular. Even when he is not here, he can steal the show from me. The camera continued to move forward, and Xiao Dili walked on the street, introducing the situation of Zhuguang City. As she walked in front of the TV, Li Wuyo watched with relish. The last time she saw the situation of Zhuguang City, many of them were passed by one generation. This time, watching the introduction, she felt that the construction of this city was better. Little Dili arrived in front of Zhuguang Grand Theater. Boom! The torches around the theater shot up violently, causing a cheer from the crowd. Dear audience, we are now at Zhuguang City Cultural Center, Zhuguang Grand Theater. The theater was officially completed a month ago. It has good internal facilities and can accommodate 20,000 spectators. I will take everyone to the theater to see the situation later. At this time, Lon Fair appeared on the stage, and the camera captured the appearance of the superstar. Li Wuyo looked at these things without showing much interest. Before the end of the world, she was the brightest star in Hanwei. But due to her status, she could not enter the entertainment industry. It was not until the troops of the direct battalion appeared, Tang Zheng arrived, and the audience shouted Tang Zheng's name in unison, that she became interested. During this process, the camera lens also followed Tang Zheng's car all the time, until Tang Zheng got off the car. Li Wuyo back could not help but straighten up. She had always wanted to meet this famous person in the Northern Territory, but she didn't know what kind of person he was. Now under the camera lens, Tang Zheng's face entered Li Wuyo's sight. Li Wuyo's little mouth opened slightly, and was also a little trembling. She knew that Tang Zheng was not very old, but she didn't expect him to look so young and handsome. Under the black windbreaker, Tang Zheng's whole body was like a tall poplar, especially after the evolution. Tang Zheng's figure was close to perfect, exuding a strong masculine charm. Beside her, Lui Bong also saw Tang Zheng appear in the video for the first time, but his face was rather ugly. Tang Zheng was not inferior to him in other aspects, but he was also so outstanding in appearance, which made Lui Bong more and more jealous. Li Wuyo thought that Tang Zheng would stop and greet the audience, but he went straight into the theater, which was somewhat beyond her expectations. Li Wuyo thought for a while, then turned around and looked at Lui Bong and said, "Did you participate in this matter?" "Ah! What happened?" Lui Bong was stunned for a moment, but when he saw Li Wuyo's somewhat indifferent eyes, he immediately understood. He wanted to lie, but looking into Li Wuyo's eyes, the lie could not come out, so he could only say with some depression, "Someone invited me to take action, but I did not agree. However, I did not inform Tang Zheng about this matter. After all, there was the incident with Liao Yuqing. In the eyes of outsiders, we are still in a state of war." Li Wuyo nodded slightly, And then his eyes fell on the TV screen again. Louis Bong breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was right not to participate in this matter. But he was not comfortable in his heart. Li Weio's concern for Tang Zheng seemed a little too much. Louis Bong, who had a sense of crisis, thought for a while and said, "Your Highness, our Fifth Army has wiped out more than 15 million zombies in Hezhou. In about a month, we will definitely be able to recover Hezhou." Li Weio was really interested and immediately asked, "Can we move in before the Spring Festival?" This matter was a little reluctant. But Louis Bong still patted his chest and guaranteed, "Princess, don't worry. During the Spring Festival, I invite your Highness to watch the fireworks show at the Hezhou City Hall." Hearing this, Li Weio's complexion improved and he showed a bright smile. Seeing Li Weio smile, Louis Bong's heart finally settled. As long as he took Hezhou, he would be the first person in the country to take a prefecture-level city. At that time, the princess might consider making Hezhou the capital. At that time, no one else's merits could surpass his own. And he would no longer be a duke at that time. And he would probably be canonized as a prince. A prince would be qualified to marry a princess. Just as Louis Bong was daydreaming, the TV screen changed. Little Dilly had already entered the theater, and the camera began to shoot on the stage. The stage lights came on, and the performance was about to begin. Chapter 206. The time came to 7:40 in the evening. All the people who were watching the performance were already in place. The door of the theater closed, and the stage lights came on. The blue curtain slowly opened and soothing music sounded softly. There was no host on the stage now. Behind the open curtain was a big screen, just like watching a movie. At this moment, the lights in the theater went out and everyone's eyes were focused on the big screen. Prologue. 2 big words appeared on the screen. This made people suddenly realize that this might be a promotional film. The 2 words prologue seemed to be broken by something. Scattered, and the picture appeared. On the big screen, a street scene on a street before the end of the world was played. The gloomy sky. The dark clouds pressed very low, making people feel depressed when they looked at it. The drizzling rain seemed to have been falling for a long time. And water appeared on the street. People were holding umbrellas, wearing raincoats, lowering their heads, and walking numbly on the street. Little Dilly's voice also rang out at this moment. "I never thought that the world would be like this. I still vaguely remember that day. You, me, and thousands of people, living the same life. My mother came back from the market and complained that the price of fish had risen again. Dad went to the park to play chess with someone, and he looked unhappy after losing. My sister-in-law was tutoring her nephew in the kindergarten class to do his homework, and she was almost going crazy because of the multiplication formula. My brother pretended to organize things over there, but he was actually watching the female anchor dancing. And I was listening to my mother's nagging while she was cooking, saying that I didn't have a boyfriend at my age, and I couldn't cook. When I got older and found a husband, I would definitely be angry with my mother-in-law. I put on headphones and relied on music to block out my mother's noise. But I didn't expect that it would be the last time I heard my mother's voice." Click. In the picture, a bolt from the blue. A flash of lightning cut through the sky, piercing through the firmament. With a startling sound, under the lightning, a person suddenly twisted his body, raised his head abruptly, and roared at the sky. Blood-red eyes, pale face, sharp claws and fangs, making people tremble with fear. Everyone has seen this kind of thing. Zombies. The zombie pounced on a woman next to him, knocked her down, and bit her snow-white neck regardless of her miserable screams. Some people rushed over to do what was right, while others watched silently. The brave man punched and kicked the abuser, but the zombie rushed over and bit him again. The woman on the ground had twitching legs and died in just a few seconds. The brave man was obviously stronger, but he was knocked down by the zombie and became the second victim. The tragic and bloody scene made people avoid it involuntarily. Some people called the police. Some took mobile phones to take pictures. And the crowd began to panic. 5 minutes later, the woman came back to life. She twisted her neck and rushed out like a devil, knocking down a photographer and biting him. Just like that, the zombie virus began to spread in the city like a plague. People on the street began to run, and more zombies appeared. Some cars crashed into the roadside protection belt, and the cars behind them even rear-ended each other. Explosions began to appear, and people from the Public Security Bureau could be seen on the street, shooting in panic. But they were overwhelmed by more and more zombies, and finally became one of the zombies. Flames began to burn, and even the rain from the sky could not put them out. The city turned into hell, and fewer people were alive. Finally, there was a distant shot of a city that seemed to have fallen, as if dead under the gloomy sky. The screen suddenly went black, and the picture disappeared. The second subtitle appeared. Alive. At this moment, whether it was the people at the scene or the people in front of the TV, they were all watching in silence. People were extremely depressed, because the scenes on TV were experienced by almost everyone. Little Dilly's voice sounded again. Dad bit mom to death. Sister-in-law killed brother. My cute nephew almost killed me. The white kitten that passed by my window every day has also become a man-eating beast. If there is hell in this world, then I must be in the 18th level of hell. The picture appeared again. What appeared in the picture was a data captured by a surveillance video. The video was a bedroom, and the whole bedroom was decorated in pink. There is a pink bed, a pink table, and a pink gauze curtain. A beautiful little girl, about 5 years old, sits behind her gauze curtain, holding a big stuffed bear. The little girl has 2 ponytails with a blue bow on her head. Her ponytails are a little messy, and her beautiful big eyes are open weakly at this moment, and her long eyelashes are drawn listlessly. The cherry-like little mouth is a little white, and the skin on it is cracked, proving that the owner is in a very bad condition at the moment. In a corner unknown to anyone, the little girl was mumbling to herself. It's been 3 days. Nyonyo hasn't eaten for 3 days. Mom told Nyonyo that one night and one day is one day. Nyonyo remembers that mom went out to buy vegetables and didn't come back for 3 days. Nyonyo is so hungry. So hungry. When will mom come back? Nyonyo promises you that she will never be picky about food again. Okay? Nyonyo doesn't mind that the food in the kindergarten is not delicious. Nyonyo doesn't want the Barbie doll in the red skirt. Nyonyo will be obedient and go to kindergarten. Mom, come back. Nyonyo is so hungry. There are no cakes, no cookies, not even a steamed bun at home. Nyonyo wants to cook, but the place to cook is too high. Nyonyo can't reach it, and she doesn't know how to use those whirring things. There was a noise outside. Nyonyo stood on a stool and saw a scary uncle calling there. Nyonyo was scared and fell down. Her leg was bleeding. It hurt so much. Mom, come back. Now only my chubby is with me. There was thunder last night. Nyonyo was scared and cried, and she wet the bed. But mom was not there. Nyonyo could only sleep with Chubby. Chubby won't laugh at Nyonyo. Nyonyo misses her mother very much, and she also wants to eat very much, but she has no strength left. Mom told Nyonyo not to open the door for others when she is alone at home. But Nyonyo is very hungry, and she wants to go out and ask the uncle outside for some food. That uncle is so scary. Nyonyo doesn't dare to go alone. I want Chubby to accompany me. The little girl twisted her body and got down from her big bed. It can be seen that her legs are not natural, and they must be broken. The small body was holding the white bear doll that was bigger than her. Chubby, let's go out together. Nyonyo must be brave. And you have to be brave too. Holding the big white bear, she walked to the door of the room, holding the door handle with her small hand. She opened the door lock with force. Outside the door was a hideous zombie. The video stopped here. The scene was already sobbing. Not only the scene, but also the countless people in front of the TV were crying at this moment. In Juguang City, countless people were crying. In Jinghe County, Princess Li Wuya was crying. In the theater, Tangjing eyes were also sore. This is such a sad story that people don't want to see the ending. Xiao Dilly's voiceover sounded again at this moment. This video is from Manji Town. Our Juguang army soldiers found it in a family when they were collecting supplies. The video has no ending. When the zombies appeared, the monitor broke down. We don't know the final ending of this story. I have seen too many separations of life and death in the end times. But this time, I really hope that this little girl will survive. Nyonyo's body was not found at the scene, which gave me a little hope. I hope that the little girl can survive, even though I know that this hope is so far away and unrealistic. But we live in this doomsday, and we can never give up hope at any time. Without the support of hope, what is the difference between us and those zombies? If we hadn't insisted on this hope, I think everyone here would not have been able to hold on until today. Sit in the Juguang Theater. Sit in front of the TV and watch this rare art performance. This is our success and a miracle in the history of human civilization. This success comes from ourselves and from a person we have to thank. It is he who truly brings the light of hope. The big screen on the stage turned black again. The third subtitle appeared. Hope. The picture gradually changed from blurry to clear, as if it was taken by a drone. From a distant view to a close view. The first thing that appeared was a mountain range. The drone flew over mountains, rivers, and the lush land. In front of us, a mountain rose from the ground. It was Guyun Mountain. At the foot of Guyun Mountain, a miraculous city appeared. Shugwang City. The drone flew forward, flew over the beautiful foaming river, and flew towards the miraculous city. As the camera zoomed in, the walls of Shugwang City gradually became clear. The drone flew up the city wall from the city gate with the 3 big characters Shugwang City engraved on it. Flying along the city wall, there was a figure in front. The drone slowed down gradually, and the man turned around slowly, wearing a military uniform and a military cap. His handsome face looked solemn and sacred at this moment. The drone passed by, and the picture froze here. Tangjung. In the entire Northern Territory and surrounding areas, everyone knew the existence of Tangjung, but few people had actually seen him. Tangjung was very low-key, and he never appeared on TV, so he was quite mysterious. But today he appeared on TV, and he appeared from the front. A handsome man. Under the background of this picture and background, he added a layer of mysterious color and charm to him. Those who like him even more, and those who have never seen him are amazed. It turns out that their savior is such an excellent person. Chapter 207. The camera stayed fixed on Tangjung's face for 10 seconds before switching. The Zhuguang army went out to annihilate zombies. The Zhuguang army went out to rescue people. And the construction of Zhuguang City was reflected in the video one by one. From nothing to something. From desolation to prosperity. Zhuguang City has developed rapidly. The picture was fast-forwarding. Buildings were rising from the ground. And more people were on the empty streets. Then, the alliance began to appear and climb the southern city wall. The Zhuguang army retreated and let the alliance occupy the southern city wall. Then, there were many agreements signed between the alliance and the Zhuguang army, in which the clauses promising to help the Zhuguang army guard the city walls and resist foreign enemies were clearly visible. But the alliance soon broke its promise. When the million zombies arrived, the people of the alliance decisively abandoned Zhuguang City and left. Next, there was a million zombie siege. The battle lasted for 4 days, during which the Zhuguang army soldiers fought bravely, and leader Tangjung used all his skills to continuously weaken the power of the zombies until the final victory. The mushroom cloud outside the city wall at midnight. The brutal battle of attacking and defending the city wall. Zombies broke through the outer city, and the people in the city retreated into the inner city. The light-chasing army counterattacked. The giant cannon fired and killed the last Tyrannosaurus zombie. And so on. And classic scenes were reproduced. During this period, the Alliance troops came over again to take advantage, but were quickly wiped out by the zombies. And Tangjung had to go out to save people, which also became a joke in the video. In the end, they won. And people cheered and shouted Tangjung's name to celebrate their survival. The picture gradually disappeared, and Xiao Dilly's voice sounded again. There are always some people in the world who want to take other people's things for themselves through various means. They claim to be high and mighty, claim to be noble, and demand everything with confidence. Once the conditions are not met, they will show their ugly faces and start a war. We don't want to provoke a war, but we are not afraid of war. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. We pursue the light, and justice will always be in the world. As the voice fell, the fourth subtitle appeared. Chasing light. In the screen, the Zhuguang army issued Light Yuan, and the city became more and more prosperous. At this time, the alliance began to riot again, cutting off the Zhuguang army's trade route and building positions in Manji town, hoping to wait for the Zhuguang army to arrive. The Zhuguang army rose up in resistance, and the war in Manji town began. After 4 days of fierce fighting, the Zhuguang army won the final victory in one battle and completely defeated the alliance. Xie Jinshan committed suicide after escaping and being arrested, and the alliance members fled to Daliu. Their crimes were exposed, and 50,000 Hanwha people were sent to a foreign country like pigs and sheep to exchange weapons. The Zhuguang army completely defeated them, overthrew the corrupt alliance, and the 12th base ushered in a new life. Today, the 12th base is also booming, and the infrastructure is changing with each passing day. which is incomparable to the time when the Alliance was in power. But in this situation, the independent 1st Division of the 5th Army of the Empire launched a war again, trying to squeeze the living space of the Zhuguang Army. Liao Yuqing is a worse person than Xie Jinshan. With the support of Liu Bang, he occupied Qinzhou and did countless bad things. There were survivors in Qinzhou who fled, and he sent troops to chase them and clash with the Zhuguang army. Then Liao Yuqing sent troops to attack the manor base. In order to defend the border, the Zhuguang army decisively fought. After a battle, Liao Yuqing was defeated and returned to Qinzhou in disgrace. The picture gradually faded, and Xiao Dili's voice sounded again. Those who did evil and those behind them. Things will not end with your retreat. Those who should be punished will definitely be punished, no matter how you suppress it. Zhuguang City will stand on the land of the North Territory, and life will get better and better. Now, the first New Year's Eve performance of Zhuguang City officially begins. The promotional video of Xiao Dili ended, and the performance began. The lights around the stage were lit, and fireworks were ejected in front of the stage. 7 winters. Clang, clang, accompanied by a burst of elegant and cheerful piano music. The performance officially kicked off. The two hosts, a man and a woman, walked onto the stage in suits and dresses. Friends in the audience at the scene. Friends in front of the TV. Friends who have gone through hardships and storms, and can still gather together today. Good evening, everyone. The people at the scene immediately applauded enthusiastically. The TV broadcast camera was given to Tang Zheng, who also clapped gently with a gentle smile on his face. Let me introduce myself. I am the host Gao Fei. Before the end of the world, I was the host of the news column of Fengcheng TV station. I am the host Li Xiaoyu. Before the end of the world, I was the host of the Hezhou Weather Forecast program. Welcome everyone to watch the first New Year's Eve party of Zhuguang City. To be honest, this is the most special party I have ever hosted. Yes, when the disaster came, who could have thought that such a gala would appear? How rare and difficult it is. I believe everyone here has their own experience. It is General Tang Zheng, our Zhuguang army, and our Zhuguang city that bring us today's glory and happiness. In this dark end of the world, we take root and grow here. Next, let us invite the Minister of the Interior of Zhuguang City to give an opening speech and report to everyone on the long-term development achievements of Zhuguang City. Like General Tang Zheng, please come in. Amidst the applause, the lights fell below the stage. Not far from Tang Zheng, some officials from Zhuguang City were also sitting. Among them were the president of Zhuguang Bank, the chief judge of the court, the minister of the Ministry of the Interior, and the leaders of the 12 bases. Even Yong Lenling was sitting next to Tang Zheng. The minister of the Ministry of the Interior, Feng Qi, walked onto the stage at this moment. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had once been an imperial lord and an official in the Lombard City Hall. He had experience in local governance and later became the minister of the Ministry of the Interior of Zhuguang City. He wore a pair of black-framed glasses and a suit, and walked onto the stage to salute the people around him. Ahem. Dear General Tang Zheng, distinguished guests, and audience friends, hello. I am Feng Qi. Next, I will introduce to you the scientific and social achievements that Zhuguang City has made in the past period of time. Then, Feng Qi began a report. The performance has not officially started yet, and everyone's mentality is relatively relaxed. Tang Zheng also smiled and talked with the officials around him, and his shots appeared on the big screen from time to time. Facing the stage, cameramen from many places were filming. Behind a curtain was the backstage of the theater, where many actors and staff were waiting to appear after the speech. Li San sat a few dozen meters away from Tang Zheng, his eyes occasionally sweeping over Tang Zheng. He had been looking for an opportunity to take action. After all, the person who killed Tang Zheng would get 5 million light yuan. There were a few opportunities that were not good opportunities, and Li San did not take action, because Li San still had one thing he was not sure about. That was how he would leave Zhuguang City once he killed Tang Zheng. Lao Huan would pick him up, but that was just a preparation. After that, the Zhuguang army would definitely impose martial law and conduct a large-scale search throughout the city, and it would be difficult for anyone who was suspected to leave. So before he was sure about this, he had to wait. When he accepted Baihu's invitation, he also brought up this matter. At that time, Baihu's reply to him was that someone would contact him when he arrived at the theater. Li San didn't know who would contact him, But he felt that Bai Hu was a man of great power, and should have made some arrangements. He was also very curious about who else Bai Hu had arranged in this venue. Amidst a round of applause, Feng Qi stepped down, and the host came on stage. Next, let's enjoy the dance together. The White Swans by the Fengming River. The host left the stage gracefully, and the curtain closed and opened again. The big screen fell down and became the background of the stage, which was the Fengming River in Zhuguang City. At the riverside, for girls in ballet skirts began to dance. The dancers were Tang Yanai and her 3 best friends. They were from the Royal Dance Academy in Fengcheng, and today they finally put their knowledge to good use. Everyone present watched attentively. In the past, when cultural life was rich, people watched a lot and thought it was nothing. But in this end of the cultural desert, any performance is worth looking forward to. Li San looked at the dancing girls for a while, but did not find any clues. He was sitting at the side of the aisle, and inside him, a middle-aged woman was eating melon seeds. There were many people inside, and the middle-aged woman would throw melon seed shells to his side from time to time, which made Li San very angry. But he didn't want to let a small matter affect the big thing, so he could only endure it temporarily. But the woman not only did not restrain herself, but went even further, throwing another handful of melon seed shells to his side, making his pants all covered with them. Li San couldn't help it immediately, and glared at the woman. "You stinky woman! Are you looking for death?" As a level 2 mutant, Li San has been wandering in the wild for a long time, and has killed countless people. Now that he is glaring, the momentum is really unbearable for ordinary people. The woman screamed in fear, causing a small commotion around. Immediately, someone from the Public Security Bureau ran over. The person who came was Lu Hua, the director of the Public Security Bureau. Lu Hua ran over breathlessly and looked at the woman and said, "What's your name? This person is so scary. Get him away. Where did this buckin come from? He dares to act wild in Zhuguang City." The woman pointed at Li San's nose and said. Li San gritted his teeth and said to Lu Hua, "Look, she got me covered with melon seed shells. And I didn't touch her at all." Lu Hua obviously didn't want to cause trouble at this time, and put his hand on the holster on his waist threateningly, and then said to the 2 of them, "No matter what you are noisy about, if I hear the noise here again, you will all be locked up in the prison of the Public Security Bureau. Do you understand?" Li San and the woman nodded and stopped talking. Lu Hua glanced at the melon seed shells on the ground and said to the woman, "No more melon seeds." Then he called a cleaner over there. "Come over here and clean up here." An old cleaner came over and slowly swept away the melon seed shells on the ground. The place was temporarily calm. Lu Hua and the cleaner left. Li San glared at the woman and continued to watch the show. But when he lowered his head, he suddenly found that there was a paper ball on his leg. Li San immediately grabbed the paper ball in his palm, and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he quietly opened it. There were 2 lines of crooked handwriting on the paper ball. "Take action after 10 o'clock. After you succeed, go out of the theater's east gate and look for the car with the last number 0008. He will take you away from Zhuguang City." Li San said nothing and crushed the paper ball into powder. He was secretly beating his drum and admiring Bai Hu for being able to make arrangements. But in that situation just now, who passed the paper ball to him? Was it Lu Hua, the director of the Public Security Bureau just now? Was it the cleaner sweeping the floor? Or was it the hateful woman next to him? Chapter 208. The first dance was over, winning warm applause from the audience. Tang and a few of her besties left the stage, and then immediately left Zhuguang Theater, as her brother instructed. The next show was still going on, and the second show was a singing performance. The quality of the shows that passed the selection and entered the show was not bad, and naturally they also won a lot of applause. One show after another was constantly on, and before they knew it, the Zhuguang City party had already started at 10 o'clock in the evening. This time is the prime time of the evening party. Under the attention of the crowd, the superstar Lan Fair appeared on the stage. The former queen-level star came on the stage in a long blue dress that dragged on the ground. "Hello everyone. I am Lan Fair." She stood here and received warm applause from the whole audience. "Today I will bring you a new song of mine, Flower Fairy, dedicated to you." The lights dimmed a little, and the background behind was replaced by a large garden. 2 dancers came down from the stage, 1 male and 1 female. The man was very strong and expressionless. The woman was charming and seductive. wearing a gorgeous red dress. Like a fairy. I am the wandering tears on the rings of the tree. You can still smell the rouge in the wind. If I had engraved my promise on the river bank. A river of cold moonlight. A vast ocean all over the city. As Lon Fair started singing, the two dancers began to dance. The man squatted down and opened his hands. And the woman actually stood on the man's palm and began to dance in his palm. The man stood up and raised his hands. And the woman used his hands as a stage to dance lightly. This palm dance, combined with Lon Fair's soft and cold singing, immediately aroused cheers from the audience. You live in the east of Chiantang. And I live in the north of Linen. When you left, you were wearing red-brown clothes. And my waist was yellow. I misplaced the compass and ended up in Kwantung. I went to Hangzhou. And you were born in Yuhang. Lon Fair's singing was very wonderful. At the end, the woman spun in the man's palm like a blooming flower. Then, he suddenly squatted down and curled up. As if withered. The whole audience applauded again. And Tang Jing also kept clapping. It was indeed a wonderful performance. After the song was finished, the scene on the stage suddenly changed. Lon Fair tore off her long skirt and threw it far away. She was wearing a hot little suspender inside, revealing her white arms and slender waist, and a short leather skirt underneath, which made people dizzy. On her head, I don't know when there was a beautiful wreath. A large number of dancers came on stage beside her. The music on the scene suddenly became exciting. The atmosphere on the scene was instantly ignited by the energetic songs and dances. Lon Fair really worked hard this time, changing her gentle and lovely appearance in the past. The electric hip dance made people feel itchy. After a hot dance, the scene applauded, whistled and screamed continuously. Under the stage, Li San watched Lon Fair's performance and silently checked the time. It was 10:30. The notes said that they would start after 10 o'clock, so it should be about time. Lon Fair finished her performance, but did not leave the stage immediately. The male and female hosts came on stage and chatted with Lon Fair with a smile. Fair, what do you think of coming to Zhuguang City this time? Lon Fair smiled and said, I came here with two wishes. The first is to dedicate my songs and dances to everyone so that everyone can enjoy the spiritual life after the end of the world. The second is that I want to dedicate this wreath to one person. Wow! Who are you who is so lucky to get the wreath given by our goddess Fair? As the female host was talking, the male host interrupted, then we need to listen to the audience's voices. Who do you hope this wreath will be given to? I don't know who started to speak first. Tang Zheng. Was someone taking the lead? Almost all the audience followed suit and shouted, Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng. The photographers were very tactful and immediately turned the camera to Tang Zheng's face. Tang Zheng showed a helpless smile and spread his hands. The host warmly invited Tang Zheng in his direction. Now, let us invite our leader Tang Zheng to come to our stage with the warmest applause and accept Miss Lon Fair's wreath. Pa 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 pa. The whole audience applauded so loudly that the roof almost blew off. Beside Tang Zheng, the minister of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Feng Qi, took the initiative to stand up and make way for Tang Zheng. Seeing this, Tang Zheng also stood up and prepared to go on stage. Tang Zheng moved, and many guards around him followed suit. But the stage was so small, and there were already many people on it, so it was impossible for everyone to follow on stage. So only Ji Yutian and Ning Yue followed Tang Zheng on stage. The minister of the Ministry of the Interior, Feng Qi, also came to the stage and led the introduction. Tang Zheng came to the stage and stood in front of the cast and crew. Lon Fair took off the wreath from her head and took the initiative to stand in front of the cast and crew, ready to present flowers to Tang Zheng. The photographers below were shooting, and I don't know how many films were killed in this moment. Ning Yue walked in front of Tang Zheng and took the wreath to check it out. After confirming that there was no problem, she returned the wreath to Lon Fair. Lon Fair took the wreath with a smile and came to Tang Zheng. Li San's heart was in his throat at this moment, and he thought of a possibility. The killer must be hidden among the cast and crew. Only in this way can it be explained how they approached Tang Zheng and completed the assassination. If Lon Fair is the killer, then they can do it now. Not only did he think so, many people who knew about the storm tonight were also extremely nervous. Louis Bong in Jinghe County also held his breath at this moment. He even noticed that Princess Li Weo's hands were clenched into fists. In the dormitory, Ferdinand and Qin Shaolu were watching the TV intently. In Qinzhou, Liao Yuqing was in his military camp, and he didn't even realize that the cigarette in his hand was about to burn his hand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lan Fei slowly put the wreath on Tang Zheng's head. Nothing happened. Applause broke out, and Li San let out a long breath, feeling his back wet. That's not right. With such a good opportunity, why didn't anyone do it? Isn't Lan Fei the killer? Who is the killer? On the stage, the male and female hosts took advantage of the situation and asked everyone to take a photo with Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was already on the stage and did not refuse at this moment. He smiled and took a photo with everyone. He stood in the middle. Ji Yutian and Ning Yue stood behind him to block the threat from behind. Lan Fei stood on the left of Tang Zheng, and Feng Qi from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, who followed him on stage, stood on the right, followed by the male and female hosts, as well as the dancers. Under the stage, Tang Zheng guards gathered there, quietly raising their guns in one direction after another. At this moment, everyone was under the muzzle of their guns. If anyone made a rash move, they would shoot and kill them immediately. Li San became a little nervous again. This photo should be the best opportunity, and also the last chance. But if he attacked Tang Zheng in this situation, he would probably be shot to death immediately. The assassination must be carried out. But who would be the first to come forward? This was a problem. Everyone came here to seek wealth, and they didn't want to get the money but not spend it. But he also knew how powerful he was, and he had already held the gold coins in his palm, ready to start at any time. There was no problem with the flower presentation just now, which made many people feel relieved. Li Wuya was such a person. She looked at the stage and patted her chest gently. I was scared to death. I thought they were going to fight just now, but they didn't. Now it seems that nothing will happen. At this time, everyone is under the threat of gunpoint. Who dares to fight? Lu Yibong nodded. Although he thought that things would not end like this, it seemed that there was no chance to take action at this moment. But just when many people thought that everything was fine, something strange happened. The first killer appeared. Li San had thought that the first killer might be Lan Fei, or anyone on the stage, but he never dreamed that the first killer was actually a photographer under the stage. A photographer who was shooting at the stage was seen quietly moving his feet during the shooting process and occupying a good position. No one noticed him. Everyone's attention was on the stage. At this moment, he suddenly took out a gun from the camera. He shot directly at Tang Zheng on the stage. At this moment, Li San suddenly realized, this must be the arrangement of Baihu. Everyone on the stage was under the surveillance of Zhuguang army. No one dared to act rashly. Even if there were assassins, they could only endure it temporarily. And the area below the stage became a blind spot. No, it was not a blind spot. Only the position of the photographer was the real blind spot. Everyone who enters the Zhuguang theater needs to be checked, and it is impossible to hide guns. But photographers are different. They carry cameras and can hide guns in advance, enter the venue in advance, and arrange in advance. Baihu has grasped the psychological weakness of people and created a dark effect under the lights. When everyone thought that the danger came from the stage, the people under the stage took action first. At this moment, Li San also realized who this photographer was. This is also one of the second-level mutants, the leader of the Rattler mercenary group, Yang Feng. This guy, like a poisonous snake, lurks here, waiting for such an opportunity. Gunshots rang out in Zhuguang Theater. Tang Zheng, who was in the group photo, shook his body. He covered his chest with his hand and fell down, as if he was shot. The scene suddenly exploded. Li San stood up all of a sudden. He knew it was time for him to take action. Although Tang Zheng was shot, no one believed that such a simple shot could kill Tang Zheng. Before he could take action, the second killer appeared again. The Minister of the Interior Feng Qi, who was standing next to Tang Zheng, suddenly shook his hand, and a short knife appeared in his sleeve. The knife was so powerful that it rushed straight to the fallen Tang Zheng and chopped him. Tang Zheng, the tiger Jiang Yidao is here. You close your eyes. Chapter 209. The appearance of Jiang Yidao, the tiger who relies on you, was something Li San had not expected before. He had always thought that the second-level mutants who came this time were only the venomous snake Yang Feng, the changeable demon fox Ma Nini, the butcher Yin Rong, and himself. Unexpectedly, there was a fifth person, and this person was hiding so deeply, disguised as the Minister of the Interior of the Zhuguang army, which means he had infiltrated the enemy. Where can we find out? From Yang Feng firing the gun to Jiang Yidao making the move, The process took only 2 seconds. There was already a scream from the audience. And the stage was in chaos. Ji Yutian and Ning Yue were naturally going to protect the general. But just as they were about to rescue him, someone around them stopped them. The male host on the stage tried to stop Ji Yutian. His microphone was unscrewed. And there was a dagger inside. Military Intelligence Bureau's lackey. Do you know the clown Lu Letian? He stabbed Ji Yutian with a knife. As fast as lightning. This was another level 2 mutant. And the 6th one to assassinate Tang Zheng. This was something Li San had not expected. Because the male host had thick eyebrows and big eyes. And looked very imposing. Who could have thought that he was actually the clown Lu Letian? Is this what a clown looks like? The one who blocked Ning Yue was the flower demon who danced with Lan Fei. The woman turned her head sharply. And the golden hairpin on her head was pulled off. And she stabbed Ning Yue. Guard Captain. The one who killed you is called Tulip. The 7th killer appeared. The 3 mutants on the stage attacked at the same time. And Yang Feng was also below. The 4 mutants attacked together. And Tang Zheng seemed to be doomed. The guards of the Zhuguang army were not vegetarians either. When the incident just happened, they raised their guns and shot at the stage. But at this time, there was actually another person who jumped onto the stage and blocked Tang Zheng and Jiang Yidao. The bullets hit him, making a clanging sound. And no bullet could kill him. Li San knew who this person was without asking. The 2nd level mutant with hardened skin. The robot Manta. The male partner who danced with Lan Fei. The expressionless man who could make tulips dance in his palm. The 8th killer. At this moment, Li San knew the arrangement of the White Fox. Except for the level 2 mutants from Daliao and the 5th army. All the 8 level 2 mutants around the North Territory have arrived. Yang Feng fired first. Jiang Yidao made up for it. Lu Letian and Tulip blocked Tang Zhengmin. The robot Manta blocked the supporting bullets. With such an arrangement, even if he did not take action, Tang Zheng would probably not be able to escape death. What's more, the changeable demon fox Manini and the butcher Yin Rong have not appeared. You know, these 2 people have long claimed that they will come to Zhuguang City. So many things happened in an instant that Li San almost thought that he would miss out on the 5 million Guangyuan prize. But then, something even more shocking happened. After Yang Feng fired, he immediately fled into the crowd. But above the dome of the Grand Theater, a huge golden eagle fell from the sky. Its sharp claws grabbed Yang Feng's shoulder. And he was instantly shocked. The wingspan of this golden eagle was more than 5 meters. And it grabbed him in midair like a small fighter plane. The extremely thick bird claws crushed Yang Feng's shoulder blade. As a 2nd level mutant, he might not be afraid of this golden eagle. At least he could still deal with it. But who would have thought that this huge bird had been hiding on the dome of the theater? And the lights became a natural dividing line. No one could see it. But it could see everyone. Suddenly swooping down. Yang Feng had never expected that he would be grabbed and his body was out of control. As his shoulder blade was crushed, Yang Feng screamed and twisted his body, trying to get rid of the flat-haired beast. It must be said that the power of the 2nd level mutant is still very strong. The golden eagle Kuimping that caught him was already 5-star, but still couldn't stand his strong twisting. So he simply threw him out. If Yang Feng could land, he would still have a chance to escape despite the broken shoulder blade. But so many soldiers were watching. How could they give him a chance to land? The gunfire rang out. And poor Yang Feng, a 2nd level mutant, was shot into a sieve in the air because he had no place to borrow strength in the air. While the golden eagle Kuimping performed meritorious deeds, the situation on the stage also changed. Although Tang Zheng was shot, he seemed to be fine. Jiang Yidao chopped down with his sword. But Tang Zheng grabbed his wrist and stopped the opponent's sword from falling. The 2 of them formed a stalemate in a short period of time. This stalemate was fatal. First of all, in order to buy time for Jiang Yidao, the robot Manta, who was blocking the bullets, could not stand it. The firepower of the light-chasing soldiers was too strong. There are actually snipers in Tang Zheng Guard Company. Bang, bang, bang. Several consecutive sniper rifle shots hit Manta's back of the head. He was wearing a special bulletproof helmet at the moment. But he couldn't resist it. For this blocking mission, he was equipped with a helmet and a bulletproof vest. With his hardened skin like steel, he was confident that he could resist the sniper rifle. But the Barrett of the light chaser was too fierce. Several consecutive shots not only penetrated the helmet, but also cracked his hardened skin. His skin was harder than armor, but not as hard as the gorilla zombies. He couldn't resist such a heavy blow. Manta spat out a mouthful of blood and didn't want to stay here as a living target anymore. He rushed to the bottom of the stage. On the stage, the clown Lu Letian and the Black Widow Tulip were also blocked. Ji Yutian and Ning Yue actually drew their sergeant sabers from their waists and fought with them without showing any weakness. The two level 2 mutants couldn't take down Tang Zheng 2 men for a while. The 4 men's blades were fierce, and they killed each other in 2 groups. Lu Letian, Tulip, and Jiang Yidao were all shocked. No one had thought that Tang Zheng and his 2 men were so strong. They were almost at the level of level 2 mutants. No wonder they dared to take photos on stage. At this time, Yang Feng was killed, and Manta jumped off the stage to escape. If the 3 of them delayed for a few more seconds, they would probably die under the random gunfire. Jiang Yidao immediately shouted to Lan Fei, "Mon Nini, what are you waiting for?" It turned out that the so-called versatile fox had transformed into the superstar Lan Fei. It was really hard for her. Not only did she become exactly like Lan Fei, but she was also so good at singing and dancing. No one could tell. Now Tang Zheng and Jiang Yidao were in a stalemate. If she attacked Tang Zheng immediately, it would be very likely to succeed. Lan Fei moved. She came to Tang Zheng back with a quick step and took the wreath from his head like lightning. The wreath opened and became straight. It was a soft sword. The sword stabbed out. But the target was not Tang Zheng, but Jiang Yidao on the opposite side. Poof! During the stalemate, Jiang Yidao was pierced through the throat by a sword. Ho-ho! Jiang Yidao covered his throat with his hand. Blood gushed out. He pointed at Lan Fei or Mon Nini, and wanted to speak but couldn't. Lan Fei pierced Jiang Yidao's throat with a sword and threw him a sentence coldly. There are more people who can change their faces and put on makeup than just Mon Nini. There are not many female mutants. Do you think we won't investigate Lan Fei carefully when she comes? She is in the prison of Zhuguang Military Intelligence Bureau. You will never see her again. Jiang Yidao closed his eyes weakly and fell to the ground dead. The second killer was killed. Seeing this situation, Lu Letian and Tulip immediately abandoned Ji Yutian and Ning Yue and left. It is obvious that Zhuguang army is prepared. If they stay here, they will almost certainly die. Now the theater is in great chaos, and the frightened crowd is running out frantically. If they are lucky enough, they still have a chance to survive. Lu Lishan's movements were a little faster. He twisted his body and turned into a shadow, rushing into the crowd quickly. Tulip's movements were not slow either. She jumped to the wall on one side. Gunshots rang out behind her, and bullets almost flew by her scalp. She stepped on the wall hard, and suddenly turned around with a force, flying in the air, and rushed straight into the crowd. Although she was also moving fast, as a charming woman, she was still too conspicuous. At the moment of rushing into the crowd, a big dog jumped into the air. The bloody mouth opened and bit Tulip's skirt. Military dog Shupio. The jumping ability of the Malinois was too strong. It jumped more than 4 meters high and bit Tulip's skirt flying in the air, and pulled it off in one bite. For the stage effect, she only wore a bra and a thong, and fell directly as if naked. She screamed in the air. Her skirt was pulled and her body lost balance and fell, and she immediately became a living target. The gunshots rang out, and when she landed, the second-level mutant known as the Black Widow had become a bloody corpse. People die for money. Birds die for food. You are a beautiful woman, but you are a thief. In such a chaos, Li San had already collected the gold coins in his hand. He had understood everything at this moment. These people had been organized by the White Fox and planned a seemingly thorough and flawless operation. But they did not expect that there was a problem with a very important link of the plan. Manini, who was discovered and captured by the Zhuguang army. But it is estimated that Manini should not have confessed yet. So the assassination continued. But the Zhuguang army, who had been prepared for this, had set up a net to catch them all. Li San didn't care about the assassination and immediately retreated, trying to follow the crowd out of the theater. He had just taken a few steps when he heard the sound of arrest and the screams of a woman behind him. He looked back and saw that the woman who threw melon seed shells at his legs had been pinned to the ground by the fully armed Zhuguang army soldiers. Her arms were twisted behind her back, and she was already handcuffed. The woman howled like a pig being slaughtered. I don't know. I just took 200 yuan and asked me to throw melon seed shells at the person next to me, and someone else will take care of the rest. I don't know what it means. Where's the person you threw the melon seed shells at? He seems to be running over there. Seeing the woman pointing in his direction, Li San shuddered with fear, and without hesitation, he got into the crowd and squeezed out desperately. Yang Feng died. Jiang Yidao died. And Tulip died. Ma Nini was also captured. And half of the 8 people sent out this time had been killed. Li San didn't care about the lives of others. He was very glad that he entered the city late and was not arranged by Baihu with those people. Now he still had a chance to escape. The crowd desperately ran out. And Li San relied on his strong body to squeeze out of the east gate quickly. He originally wanted to find Lao Huang, but he didn't expect that outside the east gate, a group of Zhuguang soldiers were holding a woman and pointing at her. Next to the woman, a person was tied up there. It was Lao Huang who came to pick him up. It seemed that he was also looking for someone under the pressure of the Zhuguang soldiers. It's bad. Ma Nini was taken out, and Lao Huang was caught. Li San was frightened and immediately lowered his head and walked in another direction against the crowd. He still had a chance. He had to find a car. A car with the last number 0008. As long as he found this car, he would have a chance to escape from Zhuguang City. Li San thought it would be difficult to find this car. But unexpectedly, after just a few steps, he saw a car. But it was a police car. The car number was Zhu Shi0008. The number 8 car of the Zhuguang Army Security Bureau. Li San hesitated in his heart. But his steps did not stop at all. If he waited a little longer, he might be discovered. Without caring about much, he quickly came to the side of the car, opened the door, and sat in the back seat. After getting in the car, an unexpected face appeared in front of him in the driver's seat. Chapter 210. Li San got into the car and saw the person in the driver's seat. He almost thought he was trapped, because the person in the driver's seat was Lu Hua, the director of the Zhuguang City Public Security Bureau. He even thought of running away at the first moment, but soon realized that Lu Hua was the one who would pick him up. He was tense, staring at Lu Hua's fat face, and asked nervously, "Were you arranged by Baihu?" Lu Hua laughed. Feng Qi from the Ministry of the Interior could be arranged by Baihu. Why can't I be? What about the note in the theater? That was also passed to you by me. Otherwise, do you think you can run here accurately? Li San was a little relaxed at this time. He looked at the heavily guarded intersection and many Zhuguang army soldiers outside the window, and said in a heavy tone, "Then tell me, in this situation, how can we get out?" Lu Hua smiled. "It's difficult for others. But don't forget that I am now the director of the Zhuguang City Security Bureau. My mission is to arrest you people. There is a set of clothes next to you. Change immediately." Li San looked down and saw a set of police uniforms on the back seat. He immediately understood something and took off his sheepskin coat and other things and quickly changed into police uniforms. "Come and drive," Lu Hua said, and took the initiative to go to the co-pilot. Li San immediately ran to the driving position. And then Lu Hua directly sounded the siren of the police car. The siren sounded. The police lights turned. And Lu Hua said to Li San, "Now go from Dongmen Street to Nanmen Street, and then go out of the city through the southwest gate." Li San stepped on the accelerator and drove forward. Not far away, they encountered a checkpoint of the Zhuguang army. Dozens of fully armed special service soldiers were checking passing vehicles here. Lu Hua signaled Li San to stop the car, and then took the initiative to open the car window. A special service member of the Zhuguang army came over, and Lu Hua waved at him and showed his ID. "I am chasing a fugitive. Please give me a favor." The special service member took a look at Lu Hua's ID, saluted, and let them pass. In the driver's seat, Li San's palms were sweating from nervousness, but his face remained calm. Seeing that he passed a checkpoint without any danger, Li San couldn't help but say, "I admire you. It's really creative. The Zhuguang army can arrest anyone, but no one would have thought that you, as the director of the Public Security Bureau, are also a member of this operation. It seems that we can really leave the city." Lu Hua snorted, "Keep driving. After all, we haven't left the city yet." The car left Dongmen Street and encountered another checkpoint at the intersection with Nanmen Street. However, this checkpoint was set up by the Public Security Bureau. Lu Hua did not even need to show his ID card. He just scanned his face and passed smoothly. Seeing this, Li San became more relaxed. He felt that he was in sight of leaving the city. The car continued to move forward, heading west from South Gate Street and heading straight to the Southwest Gate. There was no curfew tonight, because after the performance at the Grand Theater, Many people had to leave Zhuguang City and rush back overnight. After all, Zhuguang City could not accommodate so many people. So as long as you get out of the southwest gate, the world will be wide open. The car moved forward, and the southwest gate in front of it appeared in sight. There were many cars waiting to leave the city, blocking the road, and Li San had to stop and wait. After waiting for a while, the car slowly moved forward a little. But there was a commotion in front. The winch on the southwest gate was turned, and the big iron gate had fallen. A bird helicopter flew in the sky, and the people on it were shouting to the people below. Leader Tang Zheng has ordered that no one is allowed to leave the city, and all vehicles leaving the city must stay where they are and be inspected by the city guards. Some people were dissatisfied with this matter, and many people were mumbling, saying that it was too cold and that this was inhumane. Li San looked ahead and saw the city guards checking the cars one by one. One of them was holding a few enlarged photos and comparing them with the people in the car one by one. Li San's pupils suddenly shrank, because he clearly saw himself in the photo. Not only him. There were 4 other people besides him. 2 of them were the robot Manta and the clown Lu Letian. Robot Manta and clown Lu Letian also escaped. It was normal for them to be wanted. But the other person turned out to be Lu Hua, the director of the Public Security Bureau. It's over. You're exposed too. Run. Li San had a bad feeling. The Zhuguang army's investigation was too fast. Lu Hua was also exposed. It was no longer safe here. He had to run. He was about to abandon the car and flee. But suddenly, there was a wind behind his head. Li San felt the danger in a split second. He instinctively lowered his head to avoid it. But the back of his neck was still cold. His movements stopped abruptly, and his trembling hands touched the back of his neck. All blood. His neck had been cut open by a knife, and it was obvious that he was dead. As a level 2 mutant, he had a terrifyingly strong physical fitness. Even if he was attacked by someone, it would be difficult for others to cause any major damage to him. But he didn't expect that he would be killed by a knife. Anyone who can do this must be at least a level 2 mutant. Who is Lu Hua? Lu Hua looked at Li San, whose consciousness was gradually blurring, and sneered. I'm sorry, Li San, the eagle of the grassland. Don't blame me, Yen Rong, for being cruel. After all, only the dead can keep secrets. So you are the butcher. Li San closed his eyes unwillingly, and the prairie eagle ended. Butcher Yen Rong quickly took off his police uniform, rubbed his face, and a thin mask fell off. He put on plain clothes, jumped off the car quickly, and ran into the small road. The entire Zhuguang city is not safe now. But Yen Rong feels that there is another place that should be relatively safe now, as long as he can hide there for a while. When the storm is over, there may be a chance to escape. The most dangerous place is the safest. Li San was not the only one who ran out of the Zhuguang Grand Theater. Robot Manta and clown Lu Letian also ran out. After all, with 20,000 people running out of the Grand Theater at the same time, it was difficult to kill them one by one. But after they ran out, they found that the situation outside was also not optimistic. More than 2,000 people from the direct battalion of the Zhuguang army have surrounded the Grand Theater and are strictly checking those who go out. Robot Manta and clown Lu Letian tried to get out several times but failed. And soon the two met at the east gate of the theater. Manta. Lu Letian. Lu Lishan's face was gloomy. It seems that we can't get out. If we want to leave this place, we can only rely on strength. Manta's injuries were all healed at this moment. He was like a piece of steel. He said to Lu Letian, "Your brain is better than mine. You tell me what to do. I listen to you." Lu Letian pointed to the east. Fengming River is 200 meters away from here. As long as we rush to the river and jump into the river, we can escape. Manta was stunned for a moment. But won't the river freeze? Lu Letian shook his head. Of course it will freeze. But it is precisely because it is frozen that we can quickly sneak under the ice layer as long as we break through the ice layer and enter the river. That layer of ice just gives us the best protection to prevent being discovered. We can rush out of the city in one go and break the ice outside the city. Hearing this, the robot Manta's eyes suddenly lit up. Your brain is really enough. So how do we break the ice layer? Lu Letian glanced at him. You are called a robot. Your skin is hardened. Can't you break the ice? Manta shook his head. Robots are not stones. And Fengming River is not a big river. The ice is probably more than 2 feet thick now. And even stones can't break it. Lu Lishan's face was gloomy. Manta. It's time. I advise you not to hide from me. Otherwise we will die together. Manta's face froze when he heard this. Okay. I do have a way to break the ice. But it can only be used once. Are you sure you want to use it when you go down the river? After using it, we might suffocate to death in the river. After all, according to your method, we have to break the ice to get out of the city. Lu Letian snorted. In that case, you will be responsible for covering me. And I will break the ice. How to cover you? I don't have a weapon. And I am afraid I can't resist the bullets for long. It doesn't matter if I don't have a weapon. Those soldiers of the light chasing army have weapons in their hands. We can just grab a few and it will be over. Lu Lishan's eyes locked on the two special agents coming over here, and raised his hand. Let's go. As he spoke, Lu Letian took out a wine flask from his arms, and when he opened it, he smelled a strong alcohol smell. He took a sip and held it in his mouth, and snapped his fingers with one hand. A ball of fire rose up at the same time he snapped his fingers. Puff! He sprayed out a mouthful of wine, and in an instant it turned into a long dragon of fire. Just like a flamethrower, the flames instantly sprayed dozens of meters, and immediately enveloped the two special agents. The two special agents, who originally wanted to come to check, screamed and struggled to the ground. Take their guns. Let's go! Manta's eyes lit up, and he immediately felt hopeful. No wonder Lu Letian is called the Clown King. This acrobatic fire-breathing skill is only a patent of some clowns. And Lu Lishan's move obviously goes beyond the scope of acrobatics, and is already a special ability. He has never seen anyone who can spit fire with the power of a flame gun. He stepped forward and quickly took the guns of the two special agents. Two AK-47s. Still a little hot. He took off the magazines from the burned Special Forces soldier, and put them on his waist. Manta immediately turned into a human turret. Joker, you really have a hidden talent. Now it's up to me. Follow me. The noise here has attracted the Special Forces and security guards. Manta decisively opened fire first. Duh. Holding the guns in both hands, he ran and fired at the same time. The firepower was so fierce that he suppressed a group of Special Forces and security guards. Some people fired back, but hitting Meng Ta was like hitting iron. Meng Ta ran in front. Lu Letian followed closely behind, and the Zhuguang army outside came from all directions. Seeing that Meng Ta was under increasing pressure in front and was knocked down by countless bullets, Lu Letian made another move. Puff! Another long dragon of fire sprayed out, and immediately broke a road. Wherever the dragon passed, even the Zhuguang army had to avoid it. The two ran wildly, rushed out of the gap, and headed straight for Fengming River. Chapter 211. Lu Letian and Meng Ta were ruthless, and immediately showed the strength of the second-level mutants to the fullest. Just two people rushed out surrounded by hundreds of soldiers of the light-chasing army, and killed and injured many people. In particular, Lu Lishan's long dragon of fire brought a considerable threat to the soldiers. Among the second-level mutants, there are those who have evolved strength, those who have evolved agility, those who have hardened skin, and those whose evolutionary direction is unknown. In the list that Tang Jing saw at the beginning, there were several whose evolutionary directions were unknown. The clown Lu Letian is this kind of person. No one can tell what direction he has evolved. In fact, he has developed some special abilities. He has never easily exposed his ability to control fire in front of others, and few people know about it. At this moment, in order to survive, he also took out his best skills. The incident happened suddenly, and so many people in the chasing light army were unable to stop the two people from breaking out, and they were rushed out of the encirclement. The two people ran wildly, and the distance of more than 200 meters was reached in a blink of an eye. Along Dongmen Street, they came to Luhua Street on the bank of Fengming River. This street is known as a man's paradise, and the largest gold-consuming cave in Zhuguang City. However, it is winter now, and the boats on the river have stopped operating. The guests are all concentrated indoors, and it is a little deserted here. Two people rushed over and jumped directly to the river. After running along the river for a while, they came to a slightly secluded place. Lu Letian shouted, "Cover me!" Manta immediately took the initiative to straighten his chest, raised his double guns, and fired in the direction of the pursuers on the shore. AK roared, suppressing the speed of the pursuers. Lu Letian opened his mouth and sprayed out another mouthful of flame. The flame sprayed directly at the ice layer under his feet, and the ice layer immediately melted rapidly. just like a breath of air blowing on the water in a bowl. The water spread to both sides, and a shallow pit appeared on the ice. The flame burned on the pit, and the pit gradually became larger and deeper. Once the ice layer was completely broken, the two could dive underwater and escape along the river. The soldiers of the Zhuguang army had already caught up, shooting at the two people from various angles on the riverbank. Manta showed his strength again. His whole body was like a piece of iron plate, without a single weakness. He held the gun in both hands and fired back and forth. His body was shaken by countless bullets, and sparks flew out, but he could still hold on for a short time. His tall body almost completely covered Lu Letian, and Lu Letian also shrank into a ball, not giving the Zhuguang army an angle to shoot. The two people cooperated tacitly, and the ice layer became thinner and thinner. When Manta was about to collapse, Lu Letian turned back suddenly, and a long dragon of flame swept across the river bank, forcing the approaching Zhuguang army to lie down and hide, giving Manta a chance to catch his breath. The flames burned the river again, and it was about to burn through. The soldiers of the guard company also rushed over at this time, and the Gatling machine gun was ready to join the battle. Lu Letian, are you ready? There's a Gatling gun coming over there. I can't stand that. Don't worry. It's all right. Crack. The ice suddenly cracked, and Lu Letian's eyes lit up. This time, the ice cracked faster than he had imagined. But the next scene made him dumbfounded. Under the ice, a huge black shadow emerged. It was like a monster emerging from the abyss of the ground, completely subverting his understanding of animals. A head as big as a hill emerged from the river's surface, and Lu Letian suppressed the fear in his heart and blew out a mouthful of fire. What kind of monsters are you? I burn you to death. Whoosh! The long dragon of flame sprayed towards the river's surface. That was the shocking thing that happened again. A huge stream of water suddenly sprayed out from the mouth of the black shadow. Sizzle! Water and fire met in the air. Lu Letian's long dragon of flames was instantly extinguished. He and Manta were also completely hit by this water arrow. This was more fierce than the high-pressure water gun of the fire department. It instantly knocked the two of them down. Unlike the high-pressure water gun of the fire department, this water was completely black and had a strong fishy smell. It filled the noses, eyes, mouths and ears of the two with water. Cough, cough, cough. The two people coughed madly and lost all their resistance for a while. Ding, 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 ding. They lost the best chance to enter the water and open fire when they got to the Gatling gun. The soldier stood on the jeep and fired a crazy burst of heavy machine guns at the two people. When the rotating barrel of the machine gun stopped, the two level 2 mutants had been beaten to death on the river bank, and the black shadow that appeared in the river had returned to the bottom of the river and quickly went upstream. That's Tang Tang. It is not used to such cold water temperature. It wants to return to its warm pool immediately. Tang Jing has installed floor heating pipes around the pool. The whole pool is warm and will not freeze. It came here to attack the two fugitives today. It was completely forced to do business. With the death of Mengta and Lu Letian, one of the 8 level 2 mutants who sneaked into Zhuguang City has been captured and 6 have died. Currently, the only one still at large is the butcher Yin Rong. In the Zhuguang theater, people had completely dispersed. The live broadcast was interrupted here, but the chaotic scene was also broadcast. Tang Zheng, who seemed to be shot and wounded, rubbed his face, took off a mask, and revealed his true face. Han Yang, the deputy director of the Military Intelligence Bureau. Han Yang was not injured either. He was wearing a bulletproof vest, and the shot did not cause any harm. After the chaos, they all evacuated the Zhuguang theater, and only a few people stayed here to deal with the aftermath. Tang Zheng sat backstage with a piece of letter paper in his hand. He was still wearing the clothes of a cleaner. This was requested by his subordinates. When making the plan, everyone thought that it was too risky for Tang Zheng to appear on camera, so they chose to let Han Yang appear instead of Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was unwilling to stay in the official residence. This lively scene must be experienced in person to be interesting. So he simply turned into a cleaner and watched the whole show. After the incident, Tang Zheng sent someone to a place, Guns and Beauty Restaurant. He had realized who Bai Hu was, and who was the mastermind behind this incident. The girl he met on that snowy night should be Bai Hu, and Bai Hu himself should be Luo Qiuwan, the owner of Guns and Beauty Restaurant. So when the incident just happened, a soldier from the guard company went to Guns and Beauty Restaurant, but later only brought back a piece of paper for Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng took the paper alone, sat backstage at the Grand Theater, and watched quietly. The handwriting on the paper was elegant and beautiful. Through the handwriting, it seemed as if Luo Qiuwan wrote it under the lamp. Tang Zheng, I am writing to you. If you can read this letter, it proves that you know my identity, and I know yours. Please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. After all, as the mastermind of this incident, I have no reason to stay. You are the lord of Zhuguang City. You will not let me, the culprit, go because of what happened that night. So I can only escape in this way. If you can see this letter, I will be very happy, because it also means that you have not been harmed by my arrangement. At least you survived. Don't look for me. I chose to leave when the last level 2 mutant entered the city. I also ask you not to put me on the wanted list. I don't want my image to be hung at the city gate, and let countless people point fingers at me, saying that I am a bad woman. That's too ugly. Although I may not be able to see that scene. I don't want to leave Zhuguang City. I don't want to leave the place I like, but I have my difficulties. If I have a choice, I would rather be the owner of my restaurant forever, and see the sunrise and sunset of Zhuguang City every day. That is the happiest time of my life after the end of the world. Next spring, if you have time, please go to the rooftop where we used to sit, and see if the wild flowers under the bluestone slabs will bloom again. I miss it very much. I'm leaving, heading for the next unknown fate. If I can survive, I may return to your side, let you deal with me, and repent for the wrong things I have done. If I die, I will never be able to repay what I owe you in this lifetime. I took that scarf with me, because it has your scent and the warmth you gave me. Goodbye, Tang Zheng, the only man I've ever loved. That night, I wished so much that the sun would never rise, and that night would never end. One's last words. On the night of December 30th, there were a few drops of faint red at the bottom of the letter. That was the trace left after the blood was wiped off. Tang Zheng held the letter, feeling mixed emotions. Luo Qiuwan was the white fox, and also a spy, the mastermind behind this incident. If she was still in Zhuguang City, Tang Zheng would never show mercy. But she ran away, and Tang Zheng felt relieved. Tang Zheng didn't know what kind of fate she was carrying, but through the understanding that night, Tang Zheng also knew that she was also helpless. And Tang Zheng also vaguely knew that there was something wrong with her body. Tang Zheng could also roughly judge where she ran away. Rather than saying that Luo Qiuwan was a planner, it is better to say that she was an executor. And the mastermind behind this matter was not actually her. According to the evidence we have now, this should have been done by the people from the Dahlia. Tang Zheng had never dealt with these people from the Dahlia, but they had already become mortal enemies. But now was not the time to deal with these mortal enemies, so we could only put it aside for the time being. The assassination incident had come to an end, although there was still a level 2 mutant on the run. Tang Zheng did not think that a level 2 mutant alone could cause any trouble in Zhuguang City. I'm afraid that the butcher Yin Rong was only thinking about how to hide and save his life at this moment. Tang Zheng put down the broom in his hand. His performance as a cleaner was over, and it was time to go back. As soon as he stood up, he saw a fat cleaner outside, holding a broom. Sneaking in. Chapter 212. When Tang Zheng and that person looked at each other, he realized that something was wrong. Tang Zheng was almost certain that there must be something wrong with this person, because the cleaners in this theater had been told to leave in advance. There shouldn't be a second cleaner here besides him. Tang Zheng wanted to notify someone immediately, but seeing that this person was also on guard, Tang Zheng gave up the idea. If he notified them now, the other party would definitely attack, and he would lose the initiative. Moreover, Tang Zheng was at the peak of the first level with double top mutations at the moment. Even if the opponent was a second level mutant, Tang Zheng wanted to test his strength. Without making a sound, Tang Zheng took the broom and asked in a tired manner, "Are you new here?" The fat cleaner was stunned for a moment, then nodded vaguely, "Yes. I am new here." Tang Zheng did not say much, and walked past the fat man in a taciturn manner. At the moment when the two people bodies intertwined, they attacked almost at the same time. The fat man thought Tang Zheng was an ordinary person, so he took the broom and directly hit Tang Zheng back. He was the butcher Yin Rong, a level 2 mutant, and this hit was enough to kill an ordinary person. Tang Zheng also made the same move, but the target of this broom was the back of the opponent's neck. Neither of them expected the other party to be so decisive. and they were hit almost at the same time. Tang Jing felt a pain in his back and staggered forward. But he was wearing a bulletproof vest, so this was not a big deal. Yin Rong was in a worse situation. He was hit in the neck by a broomstick, and his skin and flesh were torn apart. Tang Jing was a double-cap mutant, and his strength was not much inferior to that of a second-level mutant. He was seriously injured, and even his bones were exposed. Yin Rong screamed, leaned forward, and then turned back suddenly, and suddenly pulled out a knife from his waist. It was a shiny meat-cutting knife, used to chop bones when killing pigs. This was also the weapon that Yin Rong was famous for. This knife earned him the nickname of the Butcher, and even killed Li San just now. Looking directly at Tang Jing, Yin Rong's teeth burst out with a chill. A sneak attack. Shameless thing. Today I will let you die under my butcher knife. Buzz. A flash of white light passed by, and a knife came through the air. Tang Jing took a step back and blocked it with the broom. The broom was easily cut off, but the blade did not touch Tang Jing. Huh? Such a fast speed. It turned out to be an agility mutation. Yin Rong was surprised for a moment, thinking that Tang Jing was an agility mutation, and began to attack. He could see that Tang Jing had no weapons, so he completely gave up defense and wanted to kill Tang Jing with the sharpness of the butcher knife. Yin Rong was a power-type mutant, and the butcher knife was wielded with an amazing momentum, which was almost impossible to resist head-on. Tang Jing dodged left and right, looking at a disadvantage. He had no chance to fight back, but it was not easy for Yin Rong to kill him. After all, his agility mutation was also the peak level of a first-level mutant, and his absolute speed was still higher than Yin Rong. Seeing Tang Jing dodging like a monkey, Yin Rong also changed his tactics. He began to approach Tang Jing quickly, blocking Tang Jing's route with his sword, trying to force Tang Jing into a corner. After all, this was just a small room in the backstage, and Tang Jing didn't have much room to move. Tang Jing also controlled his steps and retreated to a corner of the room. Everything that could be used in the room was used as a weapon and thrown out. Makeup boxes, glass bottles, hair dryers, scissors, chairs, etc. He smashed whatever he caught. These things also caused some trouble to Yin Rong. He kept using his hands to block the flying objects, and said fiercely, "Throw them! I want to see how much you can throw. There are no weapons in this room. If you fight me with bare hands, death is only a matter of time." Tang Jing remained calm. When he retreated to the corner, he grabbed a black backpack in the corner and smashed it at Yin Rong. Yin Rong snorted coldly, continued to raise his left hand to block, and swung the knife with his right hand. "Just stay here." Bang! The black backpack fell down. Yin Rong felt a sharp pain in his arm, and it was instantly broken. The backpack continued to hit his neck with great force. Crack! The collarbone continued to break. Yin Rong spurted out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground. Being knocked to the ground, he fell to the ground, and half of his body could hardly move. He looked at Tang Jing with disbelief. "What is that?" Tang Jing sneered, opened the backpack and threw it inside, revealing the contents. A standard police door-breaking hammer. Yin Rong stared at it, his eyes wide open. He could never have imagined that this guy pretending to be a cleaner would have such a weapon. Who would use such a thing? He couldn't be blamed for being careless. This person repeatedly harassed and hit him with various things, which made him instinctively think that the other party had no weapons at all. Unexpectedly, the final killer move was here. A door-breaking hammer in a bag. This thing weighs dozens of kilograms, and no one with a normal mind would use it as a weapon. But it was this inertial thinking that made him be defeated by the opponent's heavy blow. Seeing Yin Rong lying on the ground, Tang Jing was secretly glad. When he came here today, he wanted to bring some weapons, but apart from a gun, he was not used to using a knife, and he brought the door-breaking hammer with him. He had never used it before, and when the show was over, he put it in this corner, and thought about taking it back when he left. I didn't expect it to be used now, and it unexpectedly gave this person a heavy blow. At this time, the soldiers of the guard company also arrived, rushed in, and tied up Yin Rong. "General, do you want to interrogate this person?" Tang Jing waved his hand. "No need. If I'm not mistaken, this is the butcher Yin Rong. Since he is called a butcher, he must have committed many evil deeds. Just take him out and shoot him." Yin Rong, who was tied up, suddenly widened his eyes. Tang Jing. Those soldiers called him General. This person is Tang Zheng. He never dreamed that Tang Zheng was in disguise. And the person they had worked so hard to assassinate was not the real person. He had the opportunity to confront Tang Zheng head-on, but he didn't seize it. Instead, he was knocked down by Tang Zheng with a hammer, missing the opportunity. He struggled hard until the soldiers pulled him up. I am willing to confess. I am willing to confess everything I know. I know the address of Baihu. You let me go. The 4 soldiers of the guard company held him down firmly, facing the suppression of 4 5-star soldiers. Even Yin Rong could not struggle and was dragged out. Soon, the sound of gunfire was heard outside, and Yin Rong was executed. So far, the 8 assassins who came to assassinate Tang Zheng were either caught or killed, and the whole army was wiped out. And the whole story of this matter was finally revealed. According to the investigation of the Zhuguang army, Feng Qi from the Ministry of the Interior and Lu Hua from the Public Security Bureau had long been bribed by Baihu and became spies of Zhuguang City. But Baihu did not trust them, especially in the face of such a big event. Before taking action, she tricked Feng Qi and Lu Hua into the gun cannon beauty and secretly eliminated them. With the cooperation of Ma Nini, she let Yin Rong and Jiang Yidao dress up as them and act secretly. Several level 2 mutants were even organized by White Fox to plan the details of the operation. Only Li San, the grassland eagle, entered the city the latest and did not participate in the planning of the details, so he could only play freely. Before Li San entered the city, White Fox had already left Zhuguang City and went to Daliao. Ma Nini was the person closest to White Fox. Thanks to her makeup skills, she knew the most. But before the operation, Zhuguang Military Intelligence Bureau repeatedly checked and learned a piece of news from Mabe. Superstar Lan Fei was killed in Mabe a few days ago. This piece of news was enough to confirm that the current Lan Fei was fake. So the Zhuguang army immediately took action and secretly arrested Lan Fei. As expected, she was Ma Nini in disguise. At the beginning, Ma Nini still had illusions and didn't want to explain the problem, hoping that others could succeed in the assassination. After all, their plan was very thorough, especially Yang Feng pretending to be a cameraman just under the stage, which was the most unexpected move. But as things progressed, they failed, and Ma Nini gave up and explained everything she knew. Following the clues provided by Ma Nini, the Zhuguang Military Intelligence Bureau and the Special Service jointly launched a mouse-catching operation. Those who were hiding in Zhuguang City and belonged to the White Fox organization, or those who were bribed by the White Fox, were all uprooted. For example, there were many people like Lao Huang from the Ministry of the Interior in Zhuguang City. This arrest operation lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and nearly 1,000 people were arrested and imprisoned. The intelligence network and spies left by the alliance in Zhuguang City were almost wiped out. During this period, the arrested people tried to resist many times, but they were mercilessly shot on the spot by the Military Intelligence Bureau. A total of thousands of people were arrested, but the number of people killed was no less than the number of people arrested. This incident also made the Military Intelligence Bureau famous, and the names of Ji Yuntian, Han Yang and others gradually spread around. Everyone knew that Tang Zheng had a secret spy force under his command, and they acted viciously. If you want to operate in Zhuguang City in the future, you have to be careful. After this incident, the secret forces in Zhuguang City were not completely cleaned up, but at least they were cleared out by 80%. Occasionally, there were some fish that slipped through the net, and they were all as quiet as chickens and trembling, and they dared not make any waves again. And now that the White Fox is no longer in Zhuguang City, they have lost their backbone and can no longer stir up any waves. Even those who survived are still a little lucky. Maybe they can wash their hands and become a normal Zhuguang citizen from now on. The people in Daliao used the intelligence organization of the White Fox to plan this action, which also ended in complete failure. The so-called invincibility of the second-level mutants has become a joke in Zhuguang City. The strength of the Zhuguang army gradually began to penetrate the hearts of the people. This also made several surrounding forces realize that it would be difficult to succeed in dealing with Tang Zheng through those despicable means. The failure of the assassination cut off their thoughts of taking crooked paths, but it also meant that war would definitely come again. Chapter 213. After January, the North region entered the depths of winter. In previous years, although it snowed in the North region, it was not heavy, and it was difficult to see snow in places further south in the North region. For example, Hezhou City is located further south than Zhuguang City in terms of latitude, and only a little snow fell in the past few years. But this year is different. Liang'an province is also snowing heavily, and the north wind is howling. The zombie annihilation war in Hezhou is still going on. Under the mandatory order of Luibang, the soldiers of the 5th Army have to continue fighting in the wind, snow and severe cold. Hezhou is also a prefecture-level city, with several counties under its jurisdiction. Located 350 kilometers southwest of Hezhou, there is Aboya County. The county has a population of 7 million, which is considered a densely populated county in the central and northern regions. The corpses here have never been touched by anyone, and the county has long become a dead city. On the snowy road, a person trudged through the snow. In the winter in the wild, the wind, snow and severe cold are enough to freeze a lonely traveler into an ice sculpture. It is extremely dangerous for a person to walk outside. But this person walked step by step, and after walking for an unknown period of time, he finally came to the edge of Boya County. He raised his head in the north wind, and snowflakes fell on his pale face. Hee, we are finally here. A county without a single living person, far away from Tangzheng territory, is simply perfect for me to survive. As he spoke, a little white air came out of his mouth, and he felt like a living person. But the white air was pitifully small. He raised his left hand to block the wind and snow, and his palm was made of metal. It was a mechanical arm. He was Chen Failong. From Shuanglin County to Boya near Hezhou, Chen Failong traveled thousands of kilometers alone, and it took a long time to arrive. This is the quietest county town he could find near the North Territory. No one disturbed him, which was just right for his secluded life. It was far enough from Zhuguang City, more than 1,000 kilometers away, so he should not have any intersection with Tangzheng. Although Chen Failong was unwilling to admit it, the process of contact with Tangzheng made him deeply afraid of Tangzheng. This guy was more terrifying than the Corpse King. His modern army was increasing in number, and becoming more and more powerful. Even if he had the power of his peak, he just wanted to stay away from Tangzheng. It would be best if he never saw Tangzheng and heard any news about him in his life. So he traveled a long distance and came thousands of kilometers away, stepping on the thick snow. Chen Failong walked into this dead city. On the empty streets, there were only cars covered with snow, like graves, dark clouds, wind and snow, extremely low visibility, and only the whistling of the north wind. There were no footprints on the clean snow, proving that no one had been here for a long time. Chen Failong looked over and just felt excited. The current season is a natural freezer. There must be a lot of good things in this city, and now they all belong to him. But he was very tired. He didn't feel tired when he was a zombie before, but now that Tangzheng restored some of his human characteristics, he felt tired again. The red eyes moved a few times, and Chen Failong howled towards the city. That was the summoning ability of the Zombie King. All zombies that sensed his sound waves would be summoned by him. There was a faint movement on the street ahead. There were responses from zombies and several cars covered with snow. Chen Failong could feel them, but he also felt that the zombies were trapped. In the apocalypse, there are always some zombies that are strangled by seat belts or stuck by car doors and can't get out of the car. Zombies are extremely tenacious and will not die in the car for months. They felt Chen Failong call and wanted to go to Chen Failong, but they were stuck and couldn't get out. Chen Failong originally fiery heart suddenly became a little cold. The zombies in these cars are useless. Stuck in them for a long time without food, these zombies will not evolve, but will only survive. Even if they are summoned to their side now, they are still the crooked and staggering primary form at the beginning of the apocalypse. Chen Failong doesn't want this kind of defective products. As a zombie king who has commanded millions of zombies, he needs that kind of advanced zombies. Not to mention the gorilla zombies and lickers. At least there should be some armored zombies to support the scene. He decisively cut off the connection with these zombies and walked into the city. He didn't believe that there were only a few trapped defectives nearby, and he had to continue to summon them. Walking on the streets where the north wind was howling, Chen Failong kept roaring. The sound waves echoed with the north wind, like ghosts crying in the empty ruins. But the more he roared, the more uneasy he felt. No response. No response. Still no response. After walking through many streets in a row and looking at the dark reinforced concrete buildings around him, he felt that he had entered the center of the city. But there was no response. Where did all the zombies in this city go? Damn it! Chin Filong cursed, and snowflakes poured into his mouth. He quickly closed his mouth. This situation was abnormal. But he had no clue at all, and just felt more and more uneasy. Walk the last street. If there is no response from the zombies, I will leave here. This ghost place is too weird. Chin Filong walked another street towards what he thought was a prosperous area. Roar! 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 The zombie king called out again. And this time, there was movement. In the sky with very low visibility, a huge hawk appeared and swooped down from the air. Chin Filong was startled immediately. He took out a knife and prepared to fight with the hawk. The Corpse King is not afraid of zombies. Zombies are all his subordinates. But mutant beasts are different. Chin Filong cannot control this kind of thing, and they often fight when they meet. At this moment, Chin Filong regretted why he did not gather a few ordinary zombies as his subordinates on the long journey. If he was killed by the mutant beasts here, it would be too unfair to die. But the hawk did not attack him. After circling around and looking at him, it turned and flew towards a tall building. Chin Filong was stunned, watching the hawk fly into the top floor window, feeling a little worried. Could it be that all the zombies here were killed by mutant beasts? How many mutant beasts would there be? No. We can't stay here. This place is as scary as Juguang City. Let's go now. Chin Filong felt something was wrong and turned around to leave. Suddenly, a sharp whistle came from the sky. Although this sound was different from his roar, Chin Filong, as a Corpse King, knew what this sound meant. That was the call of the Corpse King. There was a Corpse King calling him on this tall building. Chin Filong shook his head and tried to resist. But the summoning power of the Corpse King was too strong, completely crushing Chin Filong's will to resist. He was extremely sure at this moment that even if he was at his peak and could command 1,000,000 corpses, he would not be able to resist the call of this Corpse King. It was a natural suppression, just like blood suppression. A call from the superior. Chin Filong's resistance lasted less than 3 seconds before it completely collapsed. The tyranny on his face disappeared, replaced by resignation. Above the sky, 4 hawks flew down again. They came to Chin Filong, grabbed his limbs, took off from the ground, and flew straight to the top floor. In this way, Chin Filong was caught by 4 hawks and flew directly to the top floor of this skyscraper like taking a plane. Through the window, there is a very strange-looking room. Pink gauze curtains, pink bed, pink tables and chairs. The light in the room is dim, and there are several huge gorilla zombies at the window, acting as windows to block the wind and snow. However, no matter how tall the gorilla zombies are, they can't replace real windows. Snow and wind keep pouring in through the gaps, and the pink bed has been buried by snow at least 30 centimeters high. On the pink bed, a little girl wearing a red skirt and a white scarf is sitting there, holding a big plush white bear in her arms. A room raging with snow and wind, zombies acting as windows, and a little girl on a pink bed. This scene was terrifying to Chin Filong, but he had no power to resist. He knew that the girl was a more terrifying zombie king than him, so he had no choice but to obey. The hawk caught Chin Filong, and the girl opened the gauze curtain, looking at him with a pair of scarlet eyes, as if she saw a new toy. The girl looked for a while, then walked down from the bed, her bare feet stepping on the white snow on the ground, leaving a string of small footprints. I remember you. A silent voice appeared directly in Chin Filong's mind. It was a strange experience. The girl didn't speak, but Chin Filong could feel what she meant. Chin Filong was stunned for a moment. It was also the first time for him to feel the transmission of thoughts between Corpse Kings. The girl said she remembered him, but he didn't remember knowing this little girl. The little girl had messy double ponytails, which were crooked and looked weird, but she looked very beautiful. If she were alive, she should be an angel-like girl. You are a bad guy in Mangy Town, and you want to catch me. Chin Filong was speechless. He remembered when Tang Zheng and the Alliance fought in Mangy Town. He did control the zombies in the town. There was a power that made him dizzy on the spot and almost went insane. But then it disappeared. If it wasn't for the little girl talking about it, he would have forgotten about it. Could it be that the girl in front of him was the force of resistance? No wonder. With his own strength, how could he control this terrifying little devil? It must be right. Chin Filong's lips moved, and he said dryly, I'm sorry. The girl was very short, and she looked up at him without opening her mouth. The voice of the thought appeared in his mind again. From now on, listen to me. You can only do bad things when I tell you to. Okay. Okay. I will definitely listen to you. Definitely. Qin Failong nodded repeatedly, not daring to anger this terrifying existence. At this time, Qin Failong had already accepted his fate. It seems that he is not born to be the boss. He is controlled by Tang Zheng and this corpse king. He is unwilling to accept it because he has become a human at this moment. But in fact, he has no ability to resist. Forget it. At least I'm with my own kind. At least I won't be treated as an alien. At least I'm away from Tang Zheng. Qin Failong, resigned to his fate, relaxed and glanced at his new master. He almost fainted after taking a look on the little girl's white scarf. There were a few big words. I love Tang Zheng the most. Chapter 214. The low temperature in winter today has brought inconvenience to many people. At least in the places Tang Zheng knows. There is heavy snow everywhere. And extreme weather is raging. From Tontian River to Lombard City. From Zhuguang City to Hezhou. From Mobei to Beiyu. From Fengcheng to Qinzhou. All have entered the depths of winter. Coal, which was not valued by people, has become the most scarce resource. Zhuguang City has a thermal power plant, which needs a lot of coal every day. The 12 bases of the original alliance also need a lot of coal to survive the winter. In addition, the manor base under Tang Zheng jurisdiction had no coal reserves at all. And coal was needed now. Tang Zheng was very glad that he had a coal mine and had consciously stored coal a long time ago. So he could still survive this winter. The caravans traveling to Zhuguang City were gradually disappearing. Since the art performance, the city has become a little quiet, and people have started to live a hibernating life. However, the Zhuguang army did not stop at nothing. On January 5th, the Zhuguang army held a general military and political meeting in the conference room of Tang Zheng official residence. In the courtyard of the official residence, vehicles have been arriving since early morning. This meeting is the highest level meeting since the establishment of the Zhuguang army. All the participants, if they are from the military, are basically officers above the deputy battalion level. If they are from the internal affairs, they are all the heads of one side. The meeting started at 8 o'clock in the morning. And after 6 o'clock, the important members of the Zhuguang army arrived one after another. Everyone who came would bring some food to the general's pond to feed Tang Tang, the pet of the Zhuguang army. Tang Tang, this big guy, has made a lot of contributions. Whether it was the Alliance's sneak attack on Zhuguang City at night, the siege of millions of zombies, or the assassination in the theater a few days ago, Tang Tang has performed quite well. The officials came and brought some meatballs, roast chicken, pork legs and other food to feed Tang Tang. This big guy, Tang Tang also accepted everything that came, and stuffed it into his stomach when he saw food. His physique was also constantly growing, and this pond was now a little small. It was not until 7:40 that Ning Yue, the captain of Tang Zheng Guard Company, came out and called the people who were happily feeding to the conference room. After entering the conference room, everyone realized that this meeting was not simple. Not only were all the important members of the Zhuguang army present, but there was also a large screen in front of the conference room with a huge map on it. This map was larger than Tang Zheng Sand Table on the first floor, covering the entire northern territory. And even the map of thousands of kilometers around it was included in the scope. Among them, Huashan City, Hezhaoqing, Qinzhou City, etc. are all within the map range. Realizing that the situation today is a little different, everyone became serious and sat down at their respective seats, waiting for the meeting to begin. At around 7:50, Tang Zheng arrived at the venue. Everyone was sitting below, and Tang Zheng sat alone on the rostrum, leaning against a large chair. After Tang Zheng sat down, he looked at the participants and saw that they had all arrived. It was almost time, so he signaled the guard to close the door. Before the meeting, let me talk about the specific content of the meeting. This meeting is a meeting for the comprehensive development of our Zhuguang army. The meeting mainly determines two contents. The first item is the development we have achieved now. As everyone knows, now that winter has arrived, the surrounding areas seem to have calmed down. But the position of our Zhuguang army is actually not very ideal. To the north, there is Dahlia eyeing us covetously. There are 50,000 of our compatriots there. We can be said to be sworn enemies with them. To the east, Louis Bong troops are still attacking Hezhou in the severe cold and snow. It may not take long for Hezhou to be captured by them. By then, we will be bordering the 5th Army, which is not a good thing for us. To the south, Louis Bong lackey Liao Yuqing is not idle now. He is stationed in the Qingzhou base, and has become a roadblock for us to go south. Sooner or later, we will have a battle. Winter is here. We must not relax our minds and be idle. Let's talk about the achievements of various departments. Our construction and development are actually serving our war. Everyone must understand this. After confirming our achievements, we also need to determine our strategic direction. This is the content of today's meeting. In addition, several appointments are announced. Xi Zhengyang, the president of Zhuguang Bank, will now serve as the minister of the Ministry of the Interior and concurrently as the president of the bank. Su Lu, the captain of the Special Service Team, is now the director of the Public Security Bureau and concurrently the captain of the Special Service Team. Next, my guard company commander Ning Yue will preside over the meeting on my behalf. The people below sat upright, and no one raised any objections. This is the advantage of the Zhuguang army. They follow orders, and everyone will obey Tang Zheng's decision unconditionally. And there will be no disputes for the sake of interests. After Tang Zheng finished speaking, he closed his eyes slightly and leaned there to listen. Ning Yue's voice came. The general asked me to preside over the meeting, so I will say it directly. First of all, Director Guiyun, do you have any new research results in your research institute now? Guiyun coughed. General, colleagues, the research institute is now working on the next map, which is a map of the prison. As everyone knows, we have captured many prisoners in the Zhuguang army during this period. We have captured tens of thousands of prisoners in the alliance alone. These people are now our free laborers. Although some of them have completed labor reform, there are still more than 10,000 people who have not completed the reform. In addition, the battle at the Manor base and the capture operation in the city some time ago brought us thousands of prisoners. The resettlement of these prisoners has now become an urgent matter for us. The population in the city is too large to be effectively resettled. So our mapping this time is to build a large prison to house prisoners. Currently, most of the mapping has been completed and is expected to be completed within a week. By then, it can accommodate up to 25,000 prisoners. But the location of the prison will not be built in the city. Guiyun quickly finished the report. Ning Yue nodded and said to the engineer battalion commander Bao Xilai, "What results have the engineering troops achieved?" Bao Xilai also straightened his waist. "Dear General, colleagues, our engineering troops have been working day and night during this period, mainly to build railways. In order to save money, we independently collected materials to build railways. At present, the railway from Zhuguang City to the University City base and the railway from Zhuguang City to the Manor base have been completed. The construction of the two railways will greatly enhance our military's mobility. For example, in this cold weather, the road is difficult to pass. But through the railway, we still have strong mobility. For example, it takes at least 10 hours to travel from Zhuguang City to University City by road, but it can be reached within 3 hours by railway." Tang Zheng opened his eyes and asked, "Has the railway from University City to Beifengdu been built?" Bao Xilai was a little speechless. "It is still in preparation." Tang Zheng snorted and stopped talking. Then, the city guards, the combat command center, the thermal power plant, the public security bureau, the bank and other departments spoke. The city guards reported on the construction of each checkpoint and the movements of people in the surrounding areas. The combat command center provided a large number of video materials, mainly about the situation of several hostile forces in the surrounding areas. The thermal power plant talked about the storage and transportation of coal, as well as the people's livelihood security. The bank has issued the 5th batch of light yuan, and the light yuan currently circulating throughout the territory has reached 20 billion. The Public Security Bureau talked about the recent arrests. The arrests have come to an end. The public security situation in Zhuguang City has improved greatly. The intelligence organization has basically disappeared. After hearing the reports from various departments, Tang Zheng spoke. "Your basic work is okay. But I need everyone to be clear. You all come from the system and know what our system is. It is a war system. Our infrastructure construction and development are to serve the war. Everything we have now is built on the basis of our powerful troops. As important members of Zhuguang City, you must have a clear mind and awareness. We will not be idle this winter. Let Captain Ning introduce some of the surrounding conditions to everyone and discuss our next military action." After speaking, Tang Zheng closed his eyes again and handed the venue to Ning Yue. Ning Yue turned on the light on the map at this time. There was not only a map here, but also some video materials just sent back by the Combat Command Center. "Dear colleagues, let me introduce the surrounding situation to you. Everyone knows the three forces around us. The general's intention is to suppress at least one of them in this winter, to resolve our passive situation of being attacked from three sides. But before introducing the situation of the three parties, let me first talk about the situation of the zombies. With the arrival of winter, we have observed the changes in the zombies. Snowflakes and rain have similar effects, which is to block the sight and perception of zombies. Zombies that have lost their senses will basically stay where they are, which is beneficial to us. As long as there is no zombie king to command, we don't have to worry about the threat of zombies this winter. We have also discovered that with the arrival of winter, acid rain has stopped. The acidic substances in the air are decreasing, and the corrosion to metals is constantly decreasing. At this rate, the acidic substances in the air will completely disappear tomorrow's spring. At that time, industrial production will recover rapidly. Of course, the premise is that the acid rain stops. After saying this, there were some whispers in the venue, and everyone was obviously very happy. For the time being, there is no zombie threat, and no harm from acidic substances, which is good news for humans. But Ningyue, who was explaining, still had a serious expression and opened the map on the wall. Next, I will introduce to you the strength of our enemies. Chapter 215. First, it is Luibang Army in the east. Luibang is the Duke of the Empire, and the commander of the Royal Fifth Army. Before the end of the world, one of the Empire's armies had a total of 1 million people. The current Fifth Army has a size of 250,000 people, and its weapons and equipment are definitely not inferior to our Zhuguang Army. It can be said that what we have, the other side also has. Currently, the Fifth Army is attacking Hezhou, and the progress is close to 2/3. The video sent back by the Combat Command Center shows part of the battle in Hezhou. In the video, the guns and cannons in Hezhou City rumbled, and the battle was extremely fierce. The artillery and tank units of the Fifth Army formed a steel defense line, and the infantry cooperated in the battle to continuously annihilate batches of zombies. If it weren't for the arrival of midwinter, it would have become difficult to kill the zombies. I'm afraid the battle to recapture Hezhou would have ended. Everyone has seen the situation in Hezhou. Luibang focus is there. He is determined to take Hezhou before the spring festival. But their attitude towards us has always been ambiguous, and they have not directly announced that they will enter a state of war with us. Next, let's watch the next video. The second video shows Liao Yuqing in the south. This video was shot in the Qinzhou military camp. After Liao Yuqing returned from his defeat, he did nothing else but reinforce his military camp. He built the wall to a height of 15 meters and a thickness of 12 meters, which is thicker than the wall of Zhuguang City, and his troops are also expanding. Now the total number has reached 80,000, and 2 independent brigades have been established. Although the combat effectiveness of these troops is not likely to be too high, they are still good for defending the city. Obviously, after Liao Yuqing's failure, he became a frightened bird, fearing that Zhuguang army would attack him, and fearing that Luibang would abandon him. So he focused on building defenses. With this solid nest, no one could easily do anything to him. Ningyue opened the third video. This video was shot on the bank of Tontian River, on the other side of Beifengdu. There was heavy snow on the Tontian River, and the river surface had frozen, which looked very thick. The river surface was several kilometers wide, and the situation of the volcano city on the opposite side was also visible. In the video, the defenders in Volcano City seemed to be unable to endure the severe cold and all retreated back to the city. Their ferry was now empty and deserted. You may not be particularly clear about the situation in Volcano City, but according to the information we have obtained, Dalia's Volcano City has developed very rapidly, especially their military industry. Before the end of the world, Dahlia was an industrial power and a military power. Its military strength was not inferior to Hanwei, and Volcano City was even a military port. With the addition of Hanwei workers doing the basic work in Volcano City, Ferdinand has freed up his hands. Plus, Volcano City is located in the south of Dahlia, which is still warmer than their inland areas. Many survivors have gone to Volcano City during this period, which gives Ferdinand sufficient manpower. According to our understanding, Volcano City currently has 150,000 troops and a strong mechanized force. In our surroundings, its strength is second only to the Fifth Army. This is the current situation of the surrounding forces. Let's speak up next. After Ning Yue finished speaking, Luo Fei, the battalion commander of the 1st Field Battalion, asked General. Should we decide to take action against one of the three parties? Tang Zheng nodded slightly. Yes. This is the winter strategy. Attacking one party will reduce our strategic pressure. This is the main purpose of today's meeting. After hearing Tang Zheng's words, the meeting hall immediately became lively. The 2nd Battalion Commander Yang Mu said, if this is the case, I suggest attacking Liao Yuqing troops. This old guy is scared now, and wants to hide in his nest. Compared with the other two parties, Liao Yuqing's strength is the weakest. Although he has 80,000 troops, he has no heavy weapons, and is definitely not our opponent. According to the plan of starting with the easy and then the difficult, Liao Yuqing should also be dealt with. And strategically speaking, he occupies a large area in the south. We must go south and have a fight with him. It is better to strike him in advance before he is fully grown. Completely solve this scourge and open up the road to the south. In terms of climate, the south is warmer than here, which is relatively conducive to our army's operations. Moreover, attacking Liao Yuqing will not be under any pressure from public opinion. After all, they provoked us first. It is better than attacking Luibang, who at least has the status of the imperial orthodoxy. After Yang Mu finished speaking, he was immediately recognized by many people in the meeting. His words were well-founded and sounded reasonable. But soon, someone also raised objections. Ji Yuntian, the director of the Military Intelligence Bureau, said, I think we should attack Luibang first. Although Liao Yuqing is indeed easier to deal with, I think Luibang is a bigger threat in the future. Now Liao Yuqing and Luibang seem to be a little bit at odds. And Luibang doesn't support him. He has caused public outrage in Qinzhou. And I'm afraid he won't be able to stay for long. But Luibang is different. Once they take over Hezhou and gain a foothold, and become the first prefecture-level city, countless people will flock to him. And his power will surely expand rapidly. Captain Ning just said that the acid in the air is decreasing. Maybe by next spring, he will even have fighter jets. It will be difficult to deal with him at that time. It is better to take advantage of the fact that he is fighting in Hezhou and cannot split himself to give him a heavy blow in advance. At least we should destroy his war potential and gain an advantage for the future. Ji Yuntian's words also made many people agree. Indeed, in terms of future threats, Liao Yuqing certainly cannot be compared with Luibang. If Luibang troops are defeated, Liao Yuqing will not be a threat at all. However, attacking Luibang also has disadvantages. First of all, the risk is relatively high. After all, Luibang has 250,000 troops. If this battle cannot be won quickly, the Zhuguang army will soon fall into a passive position. In addition, Luibang currently represents the Royal Orthodox troops, and has not really declared war on the Zhuguang army. Both sides maintain a tacit restraint, and the attack will also bear the risk of public opinion. Soon, the meeting was divided into two groups. One group suggested attacking Liao Yuqing, and the other group suggested attacking Luibang. Each group gave their own reasons and argued with each other. Tang Zheng listened there for a while and couldn't help but say, doesn't anyone think that attacking Daliao is also an option? Everyone was stunned for a moment. And Jiang Hao of the Armored Battalion said, General, attacking Daliao is not easy. First of all, Daliao is far away, and the climate is cold, which is not conducive to fighting. Moreover, there is the natural barrier of Tantian River. Crossing the river is not an easy task. Although the river is frozen, crossing the river rashly will only make us live targets. Once the enemy artillery bombards, our crossing troops may fall into the water. Hu Yuhang from the Army Aviation Battalion also said, yes, General. And I think Daliao is no threat to us now. We are far away from each other. And I saw in the video that all the people in Daliao retreated back to the city. There was no one even guarding the port. It is obvious that they plan to hibernate in the city, with hundreds of thousands of troops defending the city. We may not have much chance of winning if we attack their city. The others also spoke one after another, and they all felt that attacking Dalian now was not a good choice. From the perspective of tactics, strategy, logistics, location, etc., what everyone said made sense. Tang Zheng did not speak, but just stared at the video. When everyone had finished speaking, Tang Zheng slowly spoke. What you said made sense. But now, take a closer look at this video. Is there anything wrong? Everyone also focused on the video, which was shot by the Tantian River, showing the empty port and even the sentry tower of Daliao. Everyone looked at it for a while, but didn't find anything wrong. They looked at Tang Zheng in confusion. Tang Zheng then said, "You all know that it was the people from Daliao who planned the assassination against me. They failed. Some people were caught and some escaped. At this time, if it was a normal situation, would they worry about our revenge?" People were stunned for a moment and felt that what Tang Zheng said was right. This is the instinctive mentality and reaction of people. But look, they have withdrawn all the soldiers from the port. And they look defenseless. What does this mean? Ji Yutian hesitated. Are they showing weakness? But is this necessary? Tang Zheng smiled. Yes. They are showing weakness. Pretending to be harmless. Their behavior is to convey a message to us that they will not attack us, and we don't have to worry. No matter how cold the weather is. They won't withdraw all the sentries. And their city is right next to the port. They can come out at any time. So I am sure they are acting to make us relax our vigilance. As for what you said about the natural barrier of Tontian River, you overlooked one thing. That is, Tontian River is a natural barrier for us. But not for them. We are going to attack Daliao. And we cannot bypass Tontian River. We will be discovered soon after the expedition. They can prepare calmly. And then the river may really become our grave. But they won't. If they want to cross the river, the troops can cross the river when they leave the city. We have no time to react at all. We can only watch them cross the river and enter Hanwha territory. So I said they were acting. But Ferdinand and the others didn't know when to stop. This show is going too far. They are acting so deliberately to paralyze us and make us relax. What is their real purpose? I can make a bold judgment now. They may send troops to us in the near future. If we don't take precautions in advance. Not to mention Zhuguang City. The Alliance's 12th base will fall soon. After Tang Zheng finished speaking, everyone's backs were covered in cold sweat. If Tang Zheng guesses true, then the territory and population that Zhuguang City has worked so hard to obtain will vanish in an instant. After being compressed like this, there will be no possibility of upgrading to a brigade. By then, facing strong enemies from several directions, it would be a blessing to be able to hold on until next spring. At this point, Tang Zheng called the people from the Combat Command Center over and took out another video. This video was just shot from the perspective of the War Eagle. Let's take a look. Everyone focused their attention on the video and found that a large number of armored troops were gathering for training in the north of Volcano City. If it were normal, this kind of training video would not mean anything. But Tang Zheng had just said those words. And this video was undoubtedly a confirmation of his words. The people of Daliao were indeed plotting something bad. After watching the video, Tang Zheng stood up and drew a circle in an area in the north. Now, according to my inference, we will carry out the battle plan. If we don't cross the river to attack them, we will have to wait for them to come over. The vast wasteland between the Northern University's city base and Beifengdu will be our battlefield. Now convey my order. All the engineers in the engineering battalion, bring free labor. Speed up the construction of the railway to Beifengdu. If necessary, you can use funds to purchase it directly. I require you to build a railway to our coal mine within 3 days at least, to ensure that the armored train can go deep into the wilderness. Armored Battalion 1 and 2. Artillery Battalion. Field Battalion 1 to 4. Prepare to set off immediately, and go to the depths of the wilderness to set up camp. The Daliao people may launch an attack in the next few days. We must prepare in advance and go to meet the enemy. If we succeed, we can hit them hard and eliminate their war potential. If my judgment fails, then treat it as a winter training. All departments and units, prepare for action. Chapter 216. After Tang Zheng made the decision to attack Daliao, the entire Zhuguang army began to prepare for war. Although he was determined to attack Daliao, Tang Zheng knew that this battle was not that simple. The other side had 150,000 troops, and their strength in all aspects was superior to his own. If he did not make full preparations, he might suffer a great defeat. From the video transmitted back from the perspective of the War Eagle, it can be seen that Daliao currently has about 300 tanks. Among them, there are about 150 light tanks and main battle tanks each. Tang Zheng was not too worried about the tanks. At present, his 2 armored battalions had 100 tanks. Although the number was not large, Tang Zheng had 15 million in funds and could produce another wave at any time. With the performance of the Zhuguang army tanks, 200 tanks would be enough to fight against Daliao's 300 tanks. But the opponent's helicopter unit was a problem. According to the investigation results, Daliao currently had about 70 helicopters, and they were also relatively advanced models. The Alligator helicopter is a special helicopter of Daliao, and its performance in all aspects is also very good. Although it is slightly inferior to the Apache, it is not much different. Tangzheng currently has 20 Apaches, which is a bit behind in quantity. According to Tangzheng's plan, he will have a battle with Daliao on the northern plains. If the opponent's helicopter unit joins the battle at that time, it will definitely have a significant impact. After deciding to go to war, Tangzheng decisively spent 7 million funds to supplement 100 Type 99A main battle tanks. 2 armored battalions, each with 100 tanks, will set out with the army immediately. The armored battalion will go deep into the northern plains and will stay in Lumba City with the main force, and annihilate some zombies there to upgrade the tanks as much as possible. The main force will set out, and the railway will also be laid synchronously. According to the plan, the railway will start from the University City base and first enter Lumba City, where part of the original railway can be used to save resources. However, from Lumba City to the coal mine of the Zhuguang army, it is necessary to lay the railway again. The engineering corps has already started to move, and the laying of the railway is proceeding quickly and intensively. There are also engineering vehicles from Zhuguang City, which are also quickly clearing the road to Lumba and clearing the snow to ensure that the large troops can pass smoothly. When the large troops have all left, Tangzheng turned his attention back to the issue of the opponent's helicopter troops. In Tangzheng conference room, he and the guard company, the direct battalion, the military intelligence bureau, the combat command center, and several officers from the Army Aviation Battalion are here, continuing to stay up late for meetings. Several War Eagles were sent out, constantly transmitting back images of the other side's airport. Volcano City is a military port and an important city in the south of Daliao. It not only has a dock, but also an airport. Although the other side has not yet produced fixed-wing fighters, they have already produced a lot of helicopters. With the Hanwha laborers, their military industry has also developed rapidly. General, the other side's airport is not easy to build. The airport is located in the north of Volcano City, and Volcano City also has the natural barrier of Tontian River. We can't get there by land and can only arrive by air. But according to our investigation, the air defense of Volcano City is very good. Not only are there a large number of anti-aircraft guns deployed, but several of the original anti-aircraft missile silos have also been repaired. If a helicopter goes there, it will probably become a target and will be shot down before reaching their north. Hu Yuhang, the battalion commander of the Army Aviation, spoke at this time, explaining the difficulty of this battle. Even if we build a railway near Beifengdu and use missile raids with armored trains, it will not be easy to break through their missile defense system. Hearing Hu Yuhang's words, the other officers nodded one after another, all thinking that air attack was not a good idea. Ji Yutian also made a supplement at this time, and their airport is also guarded by troops. The troops of Daliao have 800 people in one battalion. Their airport is protected by 2 permanent battalions, plus other personnel. The total number exceeds 2,000. Without sufficient manpower, it is difficult to take the airport. Also, the defense near the airport. They have dug huge trenches around the airport, and the armored troops cannot pass through. This is also a problem. But now the problem has arisen. We can't get through on land, and air attacks don't work. That's a bit difficult. Several people argued for a while, but couldn't come up with any good solution. Finally, Tangzheng stared at the map for a while, and slowly said, I think we can solve this problem by taking a surprise attack. Everyone was stunned, and didn't quite understand the general's thinking. Tangzheng pointed to the north of Volcano City. I don't know if you noticed that although they also took precautions against us, they were mainly concentrated in the southern region. Many of the defenses in the north were just superficial. In addition to their excellent air defense, there is a large coniferous forest area to the north of the airport. Except for the occasional patrol, it is basically a deserted area. I think we can send our airborne troops to bypass the Volcano City, then land to their north, launch an attack from north to south, and take down the airport in one fell swoop. Hearing Tangzheng's words, several people's eyes suddenly lit up. This method sounds very feasible. As long as they can quickly enter the airport and blow up these helicopters, the opponent's air advantage will no longer exist. Without the air advantage, the armored forces of the Zhuguang army can be free to move freely. At this time, Ning Yue hesitated and said, General, your idea is very special and indeed feasible. But I think there is still a problem. That is, we must take the airport in a short time. Otherwise, when the defenders in Volcano City arrive, our assault troops will be very passive, and may even be wiped out. How can we take it? After all, the other side also has more than 2,000 people. It is not possible to take it in a short time with the airport guards. Tang Jung smiled. Your proposal is exactly what I am thinking about now. Our transport planes can transport about 1,500 people from the entire Army Aviation Battalion at one time. 1,500 people fight 2,000. If we want to win in a short time, then we can only sneak into the airport without anyone noticing, occupy the key points in advance, and launch a surprise attack. This problem, I think, requires the cooperation of the Army Aviation Battalion and the Military Intelligence Bureau. You must come up with a complete combat plan within 2 days. And remember to grasp a time point and determine the time when the Dahlia people cross the river. Only when their troops have crossed the river and cannot turn back can we start a surprise attack on the airport. Our goal is not only to capture this airport, but more importantly, to defeat the Dahlia armored forces and weaken their war potential. This is the fundamental. As he spoke, Tang Jung looked at Ji Yutian. Has the Military Intelligence Bureau arranged anything in Dahlia? Ji Yutian nodded. There are some arrangements. During this period of time, caravans have been trading. We have bribed some informants to provide us with information. But the people in Dahlia are quite exclusive, and none of our informants can enter their top management. Tang Jung thought about it, and opened the system directly. By agents. By 50 agents at a time. Spending 50,000 yuan. These 50 agents are all foreigners, including 5 from each major country, including 5 from Dahlia. 3 men and 2 women. Among the 2 women, one is a very beautiful lady from the Dahlia, and the other is a bit ordinary. All the agents were handed over to Ji Yutian. The future work of your Military Intelligence Bureau should not only target the domestic, but also the foreign countries. We should keep abreast of the situation and trends in more aspects. You should make good use of these people. Ji Yutian nodded in agreement, and 50 new agents joined the Military Intelligence Bureau. After giving the order, Tang Jung returned to the bedroom to rest, while several of his men were still discussing the details of the operation in the conference room. A mature tactic is not something that can be simply discussed, especially in cross-border operations, where details determine success or failure, and a small oversight may lead to the failure of the entire operation. They analyzed and calculated one by one based on the intelligence reports and video materials, and even deduced them, the time that each battle may take, and a certain type of soldier should be assigned to each process. The time for the reinforcements from Dahlia to arrive. The time for attack and retreat should also be reserved. During the discussion, He Shui, a scientific research soldier, also joined in. During this process, He Shui needed to make a lot of time bombs to blow up enemy planes. The discussion lasted from afternoon to midnight, and from midnight to dawn. In the morning, everyone had a simple meal and continued to discuss tactical details. Drawings were thrown all over the table, and everyone's eyes were a little red from staying up late. But everyone looked excited, which showed that their plan had begun to mature. At noon that day, an exciting news came out. General, the time for Dahlia to send troops has been confirmed. After lunch, Tang Jung came to the meeting room again and immediately received the news. Oh, how did you confirm it? Inside Volcano City, a seemingly unimportant notice was issued. That is, they canceled their vacation. The reason is to deal with a warlord in the north. But the strength of that warlord is much smaller than Ferdinand, and it is not worth the trouble. So we have reason to believe that the time for them to send troops should be tomorrow morning. Good. Tang Jung excitedly waved his fist. Have they confirmed the number of troops to be sent? It has been roughly confirmed. 300 tanks, thousands of infantry fighting vehicles, about 2 divisions, and 50,000 people are going to be dispatched. It seems that they are going to swallow up our 12th base in the north in one go. Tang Jung nodded. Have you made your plan? It has been completed. Before, we just needed the time and number of their troops to be dispatched. Now that it has been confirmed, we can find the most appropriate time to act. Tang Jung also became excited. Then prepare for action. We will deploy personnel today, and when they send troops tomorrow, we will start to act. Contact the engineering corps for me. How is the progress of the railway construction? The news came back soon. There was still a railway line of 160 kilometers away from the coal mine. Tang Jung did not hesitate and directly allocated 1.6 million funds to immediately lay the railway near the coal mine. because that was the main battlefield of this battle. After the railway was laid, the troops quickly advanced and prepared for battle in the depths of the wilderness. The helicopter unit of the Army Aviation Battalion also set off from Zhuguang City at night, carrying the paratroopers and the elite of the Military Intelligence Bureau, detoured thousands of miles, and headed straight to the north of Volcano City. Chapter 217. Volcano City. In Ferdinand's banquet hall, a group of officers from the Daliao gathered. Just as Tang Zheng expected, Ferdinand and his men were also holding a combat meeting. Generals, our tactics have been finalized. The troops will set out to cross the river at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, because it is difficult to travel in the wilderness due to the snow. This march will be divided into 2 sections. At 4 o'clock tomorrow evening, we will arrive at the Black Mountain Forest Farm near the abandoned mine in the middle of the wilderness to rest. There are no zombies in that place, so we can have a good rest. Then we will march for 4 hours tomorrow morning to reach the scheduled combat position. Our first target of attack is Tangzheng University City Base. This base is the largest in the north, second only to Tangzheng Zhuguang City Base. Tangzheng has deployed a company of city guards there, and there are also some retired troops here, which can be organized at any time. But the number of people will not be large, and the weapons and equipment do not have any heavy firepower, although they are not many in number. The combat effectiveness of the Zhuguang army is still not weak. When our troops go out, we must never relax and must not underestimate the enemy. We must go all out and complete this battle with a blitzkrieg. The University City base is less than 300 kilometers away from Zhuguang City, and we are expected to attack the University City base at 10 a.m. The helicopter unit will be dispatched at 7 a.m. tomorrow to cooperate with the armored unit. I require you to end the battle at the University City base within half an hour. And then, except for the troops staying at the University City base, the 11 regiments of our army will disperse and attack the remaining 12 bases separately. We must take down all these bases before dark. After this battle, Tangzheng rule in the north will collapse. If he sends troops to support us, we will wait for him to tire himself out and completely annihilate his troops, laying the foundation for taking Zhuguang City in the future. Have you mastered the combat missions and time of each unit? Mastered. The officers under Ferdinand answered in unison, all with a relaxed look. It's no wonder they thought so. With 50,000 ground forces, 300 tanks, and 70 helicopters, it would be strange if they didn't win against a Zhuguang army of just over 20,000 people. And it was a surprise attack. Ferdinand nodded with satisfaction. Everyone go down. We will act on time tomorrow. Qin Shaolu stay. His officers left. Qin Shaolu stayed. Ferdinand looked at him and asked, Did you deal with that troublesome woman? Qin Shaolu smiled and nodded, although it was a bit troublesome. It was finally dealt with. That woman was also very cruel. She bribed the guards here a long time ago, and then sneaked in. She actually came to me with explosives all over her body, and insisted on getting the antidote from me. As a last resort, I had to give her a bottle of special antidote. Ferdinand was stunned for a moment. Isn't there an antidote for the hallucination drug? What did you give her? Qin Shaolu showed a sinister look. Nothing can be hidden from her. This is a mixture of hallucination drugs and zombie virus. As long as she takes this antidote, she will definitely become a zombie. Ferdinand grinned. Will she take it? I don't think she trusts us. I think she will. Hallucination drugs will continue to destroy a person's body. Her body can't hold on for too long. Even if she doesn't use it now, she will use it sooner or later for the hope of survival. Ferdinand nodded. That's fine. Alas, it's a pity. Luo Qiuwan is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. But she too strong-willed. People like her won't live long anyway. Let her go. Where did she go? She took a helicopter and went to Hanwei. But I don't know where she went. But don't worry about it. If she doesn't take the medicine, she will die. If she takes the medicine, she will become a zombie. She has no way to survive. At this point, seeing that Ferdinand still looked a little regretful, Qin Shaolu said again, Lord City Lord, there are many beautiful women. Although it's hard to find someone like Luo Qiuwan. Many people come to our volcano city now. I keep an eye out for you. You will definitely be able to find a beauty you like. Ferdinand nodded. We talk about it later. Let's win this battle first. Tell the troops on duty to be alert, and not to cause any trouble before the battle. Don't worry, Lord. I tell them. Qin Shaolu walked out of the room, and the wind and snow outside hit him. He shivered with cold and ran to his residence. As for Ferdinand's order, he asked the guards to convey it. In this weather where no one goes out, there is no chance of any accident. The Zhuguang army was thousands of kilometers away, and it was impossible for them to understand the movements here. No one spoke that night. The next morning, before dawn, Dalia's troops quietly left the city of Wishan. They came out of the city gate and went directly to the seemingly deserted port. Someone had been waiting here to welcome the troops and report. The ice thickness on the surface of Tontian River has exceeded 1 meter, which is fully capable of supporting a large army crossing the river. The officer in charge of the troops asked, "Where are the sentries on the opposite side?" "It was taken down 20 minutes ago. And we have also placed people pretending to be their sentries. Someone from their university town base will talk to the sentries at 8 a.m. And our people will tell them that everything is normal. They will only use code to talk when the sentries change shifts at 9 p.m. And it will be too late by then." The commander of the troops was overjoyed. "Okay. Then we will cross the river." A large number of heavy trucks carrying tanks began to cross the river. Then came the armored vehicles and the tightly covered troop carriers. Some vehicles were equipped with artillery at the back, and soldiers sat in the vehicles, following the troops across the river. The crossing lasted for nearly 2 hours, and when the sky got brighter, the large army crossed the river. Ferdinand was in his city lord's mansion, watching the troops cross the river smoothly, and he was in a very good mood. Dahlia was cold and had longed for the vast and warm land of Hanwei. For so many years, no one had ever realized this wish. But today, it would become a reality in his hands. By taking over Tangjung land and population, he will become the biggest warlord in this land. And taking over the power of Dahlia in the future will no longer be a distant dream. The days in winter are particularly short. It is almost dawn at 8 o'clock in the morning, and it is completely dark at 5 o'clock in the evening. The news from the front came back that the expeditionary troops of Volcano City have completed the first section of the march after going through untold hardships. They trekked hundreds of kilometers in the wilderness and arrived at the first resting place, the Black Mountain Forest Farm. The Black Mountain Forest Farm is located in the suburbs of Black Mountain County, Lumba City. Black Mountain County was originally a large coal-producing county, and the Black Mountain mining area had a high coal output. However, it has been mined out in recent years, and there is a large abandoned mining area nearby. Resource-based cities are facing transformation due to resource depletion. Black Mountain County began to develop animal husbandry and agriculture, as well as timber exports. Black Mountain Forest Farm was built later. There are not many people, but the timber output is very high. There are not many zombies there. They have been cleared out long ago since the end of the world. And this has also become the foothold of the Dali troops. The troops arrived at the Black Mountain Forest Farm and immediately began to cook. They finished their meals at 7 p.m. and the people in Daliao, who had worked hard all day, began to rest. However, the commander of their troops was still very cautious and did a very good job of night duty. Each tank or armored vehicle was parked next to the resting soldiers' residence to ensure that they could get up and board the vehicle at any time. The troops responsible for night duty must also be on standby at all times, and the vehicles monitored by radar began to operate to ensure that they could issue early warnings in the event of an attack. After all, he was far away from Dahlia at this moment, so he didn't dare to be careless. And in the volcano city far away in Daliao, the helicopter troops had not yet been dispatched. The main force would not arrive at the scheduled battlefield until tomorrow morning, and they could set off from the volcano city at 7 o'clock tomorrow. So compared with the army troops in front, these air forces were too easy. At 8 o'clock in the evening, all the military camps had turned off the lights. Only the sentry at the airport was still guarding the airport sentry tower. And from time to time, he would use the searchlight to scan the distance a few times to see if there were any suspicious people approaching. However, this kind of scanning is still somewhat formalistic, and what can be observed is limited. Volcano City is in a unique location, located on the border of Hanwei and Daliao. There is almost no threat to their north, and the scale of several bases is far smaller than that of Volcano City. For a long time, this place has been very peaceful, so the sentinels are not so concerned. They have a rule after nightfall that they must turn on the searchlight for observation once every 3 hours. Once at 9 o'clock, once at 12 o'clock, and once at 3 o'clock in the morning. In the past, this system was superficial, and there were times when the sentries were vacant. But now that the war is imminent, there is an order today that everyone must strictly follow, and the sentries have no choice but to go to their posts. They have no choice. After all, the winter in Volcano City is too cold, especially after nightfall. The north wind whistles, mixed with snowflakes flying. It hurts like a knife scraping the flesh. The sentries feel cold even when they are warming themselves by the fire and wrapped in military coats. And they will never go out under normal circumstances. In the sentry tower on the north side of the airport, 2 sentries were drinking liquor produced in Dahlia and eating grilled fish. At 9 o'clock, one of the sentries had no choice but to stand up and open the door of the sentry tower. As soon as the door was opened, a cold wind mixed with snowflakes blew over, and he shivered all over. He ran to the searchlight in 2 quick steps, stretched out his hand to turn on the searchlight, and his hand was numb and tingling in a short time. Damn it. This sentry system is really deadly. We are in a volcanic city. There is 1,000 miles of uninhabited area to the north, and there is the Tontian River to the south. Who can threaten us? I actually have to come out to guard in the middle of the night, while their officials are drinking, playing cards, and playing with women in the house. Fuck. The searchlight was turned on, and a beam of white light penetrated the dark night, and the light fell on the coniferous forest area not far away. Shine. 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 What can there be in this damn place? Wilderness tiger? Brown bear? No. 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 Brown bears have already hibernated. They all know to sleep in tree holes. I am not even as good as bears. The light swept over some undulating snow hills, and he paused for a moment. Oh! Look! The snow in that place has piled up into mounds, and it's quite regular. In rows. He swept back and forth twice, and his companions in the room were already impatient. Randall, can you finish? My eyeballs are about to freeze. If you don't come back, I drink your wine. Oh no! That's mine. Randall immediately turned off the searchlight and ran back to the sentry tower. The 2 sentinels raised their glasses and drank to resist the cold of the winter night. As for the lighting at 12 o'clock, that would be 3 hours later, and someone would come to replace the post. They were only responsible for the first half of the night. They were already very good to be able to do this. What they didn't know was that after the sentinel went back, the snow pile that seemed to be blown out by the wind quietly moved. Chapter 218. Inside the coniferous forest, when the searchlights disappeared, the piles of snow that looked like piles of snow began to move. Huh? Hu Yuhang was the first to stick his head out of the snow pile, breathing heavily. Beside him, the paratroopers also showed their heads. The paratroopers landed in the north in the afternoon and had been hiding in this coniferous forest for nearly 3 hours. This forest was relatively sheltered from the wind, and Tang Zheng had equipped all the soldiers with winter combat uniforms. The combat uniform has a very good warming effect. The soldiers put on sleeping bags to resist the cold wind here. Tang Zheng asked everyone to launch a sneak attack, not to let the soldiers freeze into zombies. The products produced by the system are still reliable. Despite this, everyone still felt a little numb in their hands and feet. But it did not hinder their movements. Move your hands and feet and check your weapons. Hu Yuhang gave the order, and the paratroopers immediately moved their hands and feet and checked the status of their guns and ammunition. Hu Yuhang was accompanied by a group of agents from the Military Intelligence Bureau. Ji Yutian personally came to the front line, this time to command this crucial battle. Their strategic goal was to take over the airport and destroy the enemy helicopter unit. They had to ensure that this batch of helicopters could not join the battlefield in the southern wilderness and lay the foundation for the Zhuguang army to win. Ji Yitian was right next to Hu Yuhang. And Hu Yuhang asked, "Director Ji, what should we do next?" This time, the Army Aviation Battalion and the Military Intelligence Bureau worked together. Although the Army Aviation Battalion was the main force, the early action still depended on the Military Intelligence Bureau. Let's eat first. The action will take a while. It will be the best time to act when it is close to 12 o'clock. Okay, let's eat first. Hu Yuhang asked everyone to eat first, and all the soldiers opened their military backpacks. There were insulated lunch boxes, canned beef, and toast wrapped in tin foil with butter and ham in it. When it was opened, it was still slightly warm, and now it tasted like a delicacy. Ji Yitian opened a box of military canned beef and ate it voraciously. He quickly finished a box of canned beef, and then finished the bread, and then opened the kettle, which still had hot water. Of course, no matter how good the insulation conditions are, they are not very effective here. The water has become warm, and everyone drinks it quickly. After eating, Everyone got into the sleeping bags again to rest and wait. They waited for more than 2 hours. And the time came to 11:40 at night. After resting, Ji Yution got out of the sleeping bag. And Hu Yuhang also came out. Captain Hu, you have noticed that you have to pass through the gate to enter the airport. There are sentries on it. My first batch of people will go out in a while to take down the sentries at the gate and the sentries in the sentry tower to ensure that you will not be sniped or alarmed when you enter. After success, I will give you a signal. You will immediately take your people in and seize the high ground and key points as quickly as possible. The gates of the 2 enemy camps are the most important. We must ensure that their large forces cannot rush out of the camps to provide time for our people to blow up the helicopters. Can you do it? Hu Yuhang immediately patted his chest and said, Director Ji, don't worry. My group of paratroopers are all elite. Whether they are fighting in the front or behind the enemy, they are all good. As long as we can enter the airport, we can guarantee that we can control the situation. Ji Yution smiled. So only your paratroopers are good? Are our military intelligence bureau just good for nothings? You know, it costs the general 1,000 gold to enlist our agents, which is more expensive than paratroopers. Hu Yuhang did not argue with him. After all, he knew that Ji Yution enlisted early and was the first scout in the army. He followed the general a long time ago and had much more seniority than him. So he still had to respect him. Director Ji is right. The agents of the Military Intelligence Bureau are all good. We are counting on you in the early stage. Hee. I like to hear that. Then we are ready to act. Are you ready for retreat? We are ready. The ATVs are parked over there in the coniferous forest. Once you blow up the helicopter, we will retreat immediately and use the ATVs to run to the transport plane. The troops in Volcano City will not be able to catch up. Okay. Then let's start the action now, and wait to return to Zhuguang City to celebrate. Ji Yution and Hu Yuhang high-fived each other. And then Ji Yution set out with the Military Intelligence Bureau. They went around the side of the coniferous forest, and quietly moved towards the edge of the airport. More than a dozen agents followed one after another, slowly moving forward in the wind and snow. A huge deep ditch was dug outside the airport, and vehicles could not pass through it. Only infantry could crawl through it, and they could only carry some light weapons. The agents jumped down the ditch, just like doing obstacle training, and climbed up from the edge of the ditch and quietly entered the airport. They stayed away from the sentry tower and the gate, and went to the gate of the military camp as soon as possible. Directly attacking the sentry tower and the gate is too risky, and there is a high possibility that the sentry will discover it. Even if the sentry is killed, it will be useless, because the other party will definitely sound the alarm, which will result in all previous efforts being wasted. The agent's target is locked on the person who is taking over the shift. The shift is changed at 12 o'clock, and only then can the sentry be killed without anyone noticing. When they arrived at the gate of the military camp, the agents lurked patiently, waiting for the person who took over to appear. After a while, a group of soldiers came out of the military camp, wrapped their clothes tightly, and trotted towards their respective posts. The agents immediately followed quietly. When they reached a hidden corner, the agents suddenly opened fire. The silenced pistols specially equipped for the agents came into play at this time. Under their precise shooting, the soldiers from Dalio were shot dead on the spot without a sound and fell headfirst into the snow. The agents quickly stepped forward, dragged the bodies of these people away, quickly stripped off their clothes, put them on themselves, and disguised themselves as them. Each group of agents had a person from Dalio, so the disguise was seamless. After changing clothes, the agents began to impersonate these people and headed to the sentry tower and the gate. On the sentry tower, Randall and his companions were a little dizzy from drinking. After drinking 2 bottles of strong liquor, they also forced their eyelids to wait for the handover to arrive. At about 11:55, someone came to the bottom of the sentry tower. Randall looked down with bleary eyes and vaguely saw that some soldiers from the dormitory were climbing up the iron ladder. Randall had not forgotten the password and shouted to the people below, "Who is the enemy of the Empire?" Tang Dachui in Zhuguang City. A somewhat reluctant voice came from below, and Randall nodded. The password was correct. As for the reluctance, it was understandable. Anyone would be reluctant to take over in the wind and snow at midnight. When the 2 people below climbed up, he opened the door of the sentry tower and pulled his drunk companion. "Let's go. Go back to sleep." When the people below came up, they were going to go out. In a blur, Randall saw the second person on the other side, who seemed to be Han Yu's face. Hey! What's wrong with you? Poof! A dagger pierced Randall's throat directly, and the man showed a sneer on his face. I was going to let you go back directly, so that it would not arouse suspicion. If you want to blame someone, blame your good eyesight. When you reincarnate in the next life, you'd better be a blind person. Randall covered his throat, and the blood in his throat gurgled out. He wanted to speak, but he had no strength anymore, and his body fell down softly. His companion was the same. He was still drunk and acted like a confused ghost. The agents of the Zhuguang army quickly took down the sentry tower, and then looked at the other action teams. The remaining sentry towers and gates were also taken down, and there was no fighting. The drunken soldiers from the dormitory were staggering back to their residences. This was what Ji Yutian asked them to let go. If there was no fighting in this process, it was best not to happen. Only by letting these soldiers return to the barracks would they not arouse suspicion. Since Randall found that something was wrong, the Zhuguang army had no choice but to kill them. If 1 or 2 people go back less, the problem should not be too big. When the shift change was completed, the agent on the sentry tower immediately gave a secret signal. The searchlight flashed a few times towards the coniferous forest, which was a secret signal of success. Seeing this situation, Hu Yuhang, who was already impatient, suddenly became excited. Okay, Director Ji, your people really got it done. Ji Yutian smiled and said, after planning for so long, you can't do this little thing well. Old Ji, don't have the face to be the director. Let's do it. Go! Hu Yuhang waved his hand, and the soldiers of the Army Aviation Battalion immediately left the coniferous forest, where they were hiding, and rushed to the airport quickly. The agents at the gate and the sentry tower had turned off the infrared alarm. In addition to the alarm, there is also a monitor here. The monitor here is connected to the monitoring center of Volcano City. The agents skillfully operate the monitor, intercept a section of the previous picture, and play it as the current monitoring, so as to paralyze the people in the monitoring center. The whole operation is closely linked, and mistakes and risks are almost compressed to the minimum. Of course, no action is perfect. For example, if Randall and his companions did not return, or if they had diarrhea at night, they might be exposed. But action requires risk. The Zhuguang army dared to take this gamble. The longer the time dragged, the better for them. The soldiers of the Army Aviation Battalion quickly seized the commanding heights and climbed up the house here. More soldiers surrounded the 2 barracks of the enemy, looking for cover, with their guns pointed at the barracks. The people of the Military Intelligence Bureau quickly rushed to the apron. They all carried bombs developed by Yishui, and their target was the 70 helicopters parked there. These helicopters would go to the battlefield in the desert tomorrow morning, and they must not be allowed to fly. The reason why they were blown up instead of driven away was that Volcano City had a missile defense system. If the plane took off here, it would become a live target, so it was better to blow it up directly. When the soldiers of the direct battalion seized the strategic key points and commanding heights, this operation had been completed by 80%. Even if we are discovered by the enemy, it is difficult to stop the military intelligence from blowing up the plane. Hu Yuhang, the battalion commander of the Army Aviation Battalion, was lying on the roof, holding a machine gun and pointing it at the door of the military camp. And he kept looking at his watch. 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, the plane over there will explode, and the enemy will definitely blow up the camp. Hurry up. Hurry up. Time will pass faster. Hu Yuhang kept muttering to himself, feeling that these 5 minutes were a bit like a year. Chapter 219. Hu Yuhang's prayers did not work. The gate of a military camp was suddenly opened. A sleepy dormitory officer stuck his head out and looked outside. After the 2 shifts were over, the soldiers who should have returned to the military camp did not come back. So as an officer, he still had to come out to check. The officer rubbed his eyes and looked outside. On a snowy night, a large group of paratroopers from the Army Aviation Battalion had surrounded the gate of the military camp. This scene, like a nightmare, appeared in the officer's eyes, making him a little unbelievable. He rubbed his eyes again and watched carefully. The cold wind swept through, and he shuddered violently. He opened his mouth wide, as if he was about to shout. At this time, Hu Yuhang fired decisively. Since he had been exposed, he had to act decisively. Now there were only 4 minutes left to blow up the plane, and it didn't matter if it was earlier or later. Bang! The gunshots echoed, and the officer was shot dead directly at the camp gate. Hu Yuhang picked up the walkie-talkie and conveyed the order to his companions, who were blocking another military camp. Fight! We must not let these soldiers from Daliao go to the landing pad at any cost. After receiving Hu Yuheng's order, the soldiers of the Army Aviation Battalion opened fire. The first to open fire were the rocket launchers. 20 or so rocket launchers fired rockets directly into the military camp, which immediately set off a huge explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions brought up large groups of flames, which immediately made the military camp of Daliao a mess. In the two military camps, there were about 2,000 soldiers from Daliao, including 2 reorganized battalions. On such a snowy night, almost everyone was asleep. The sudden explosion made them dizzy and completely panicked. They hurriedly got up to avoid, put on clothes, and looked for weapons. And they were in a mess. The paratroopers of the Zhuguang army did not give them too much time to prepare. As the rockets blew up the camp, the soldiers also opened fire. Some soldiers fired and broke the glass of the camp. Some soldiers quickly stepped forward and threw grenades directly into the room. The second round of explosions occurred, and many soldiers in the Liao were killed in the room without even putting on their clothes. Quick! 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 Someone is attacking. Zhu Guangjuan. It's the Zhu Guangjuan who is attacking. Fight back. Fight back. Find a shelter and fight back. Sound the alarm. Report to the superiors quickly. And ask for support. Go to the apron. Their target must be our plane. Some Liao soldiers with good military literacy quickly picked up their weapons and started to fight back at the window. Some soldiers ran to the alarm and sounded the alarm. The shrill alarm rang through the night sky, and the sound spread over more than 10 kilometers. A large number of soldiers put on their clothes in a hurry, and under the organization of the officers, they rushed out of the camp gate and counterattacked outside. After all, the current military camp is leaking on all sides, and it is impossible to defend it. Staying here will only lead to being annihilated. But the moment they rushed out of the camp gate, they were greeted by a more violent torrent of metal. The light-chasing army paratroopers, who had already occupied the position in advance, used the crossfire network to turn the camp gate into an insurmountable death zone. The soldiers of Daliao rushed forward one after another. Countless people were shot to death as soon as they went out. When they pulled the trigger at the moment of death, the bullets shot randomly into the sky. There were continuous explosions of grenades behind them. The soldiers did not dare to stay in the barracks. They rushed forward and caused the crowd in front. The people in front wanted to retreat but could not. They could only bite the bullet and be pushed out, and then died miserably in the snow. Jump out the window. Don't go through the main door. Jump out of the window. The officer gave the order, and many soldiers began to choose to go out through the window. So the window became a new slaughterhouse. A large number of soldiers from the Daliao were shot dead at the window. Even if someone rushed out, they were shot dead before they could take 2 steps. This kind of target shooting like fighting was simply too easy. Only those who did not charge rashly and relied on holding on indoors were able to survive temporarily. But they were also unable to make any effective counterattacks, and were completely suppressed by the Zhuguang army. Duh. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets hit the door and the windowsill, and cement debris flew everywhere. From time to time, someone was shot and fell to the ground, or was seriously injured and screamed, or became a corpse. The agents of the Military Intelligence Bureau took advantage of this time and arrived near the apron. The apron was not empty. There were still some guards in the hangar, and they had a short and fierce gun battle with him from the Military Intelligence Bureau. This time is the time when the quality of individual soldiers can be best reflected. The agents of the Military Intelligence Bureau immediately split into 2 groups. Deputy Director Han Yang led a group of people to the plane on the apron, and Director Ji Yutian led another group and had a fierce battle with the guards in front of the hangar door. Ji Yutian held a light machine gun in one hand and a silenced pistol in the other, and played the suppression and point killing to perfection. In one encounter, he knocked down 5 or 6 people in a row. Han Yang took advantage of Ji Yutian and his men's cover and ran straight to the apron with a few people. He first arrived at the first helicopter and took out a time bomb from his backpack. The time was adjusted, and it would explode in 15 minutes. He put the bomb on the plane and immediately ran to the next one. The time of this one was different from the previous one, and it would explode in 14 minutes. But because installation also takes time, the detonation time is almost the same. Other agents of the Military Intelligence Bureau also moved quickly to place the bombs one by one. The fierce battle situation was quickly transmitted back to Volcano City. The airport is located in the north of Volcano City, only a dozen kilometers away from Ferdinand's official residence. If it were normal, with such a distance, Ferdinand's troops would be able to reach the airport in at most 20 minutes based on their response. But now it is past midnight, and it is windy and snowy outside, which is the time when people are sleeping soundly. The situation at the airport was reported back, and the troops in Volcano City were organized and boarded to the airport. The snow and wind were strong, and this process would take at least 10 minutes. These 10 minutes might be fatal 10 minutes. Ferdinand was woken up from his bed, and after hearing the news, he jumped up. As the mayor of Daliao, he knew too well the purpose of the Zhuguang army. Blow up the plane and cut off the air support of his expeditionary troops. Once the expeditionary troops lost air superiority, the planes of the Zhuguang army would become a serious problem. His 50,000-man expeditionary force lost its support and logistics, and if they went deep into the territory of the light-chasing army alone, they might be wiped out. Ferdinand panicked, yelling at the top of his lungs, and issued a series of orders. Quick! 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 Go to support the airport. We must not let them blow up the plane. Contact Richard. They must hold on no matter what. They must hold on. The missile defense system is activated. If the light-chasing army dares to take off with a plane, shoot it down. The guards issued orders in a panic and called the intercom. And soon the news came back. Lord, Viscount Richard died. Ferdinand was stunned for a moment, then roared, "Where is the adjutant? Tell his adjutant to hold on for me no matter what. If the light-chasing army blows up the plane, he can go to the Arctic Circle to mine." The guards quickly passed the order, and Ferdinand himself put on his clothes and ran out. Outside his residence, a large number of Daliao troops had already gathered here. The soldiers were all crooked, and some even put on skirts in a hurry. It was unknown who had slept next to them before. "Let's go! Go to the airport. The Zhuguang army must have been alone and deep in the enemy territory. We must not let them escape." The soldiers from the dormitory swarmed into the car, and after the door was slammed shut, the convoy headed straight for the airport in the north. The wind was howling, the snow was flying, and the road had not been cleared for a while, so there was a thick layer of snow. Ferdinand wanted the team to step on the accelerator and reach the airport quickly, but it was difficult to go fast. Hearing the faint sound of gunfire from the north, Ferdinand was anxious. When the team was still 8 kilometers away from the airport, the scene that Ferdinand least wanted to see happened. Over at the airport, rumbling explosions began to sound. One after another, fireballs appeared in the dark night, which was particularly conspicuous. "It's over." Ferdinand leaned back in his chair, feeling cold in his heart. The explosion not only affected the helicopter, but also the fate of his 50,000 troops and the armored forces. Without the helicopter force and air superiority, the 50,000 troops deep in the wilderness would be in danger. At this time, the guards received a call from the airport adjutant. "Lord, the adjutant said that the firepower of the light-chasing army is very strong, and most of the helicopters have been blown up. Now there are signs of retreat. He asked you what to do?" Ferdinand woke up suddenly and gritted his teeth. "You want to run away after blowing up my plane? Tell them to hold back these reckless light-chasing soldiers at all costs. Our support will be here soon." Ferdinand hung up the phone and told the troops to continue to speed up. Even if a car slipped into a deep ditch on the way, he had to keep these light-chasing soldiers at all costs. Otherwise, he would not be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. At the airport, the adjutant who received the death order knew that he had no way out. So he ordered hundreds of remnants to rely on the military camp to fight, taking advantage of the light-chasing soldiers' eagerness to retreat and hold them tightly. In his opinion, the Zhuguang army infantrymen had no heavy weapons when they arrived. They relied on the military camp to fight, and they would not be completely annihilated for a while. As long as Ferdinand arrived, he might be able to redeem himself. But he forgot one thing. There were still a few helicopters on the apron that had not been blown up. Ji Yuntian, Han Yang and others each drove a helicopter, took off more than 10 meters high, and then fired missiles at the military camp. As the missiles fell into the military camp, the resistance of the airport troops completely collapsed in the violent explosion. Ji Yuntian and his men succeeded in their attack, but they did not continue to fly the plane away. After landing the plane, they placed the time bomb and immediately led the large force to quickly cross the trench outside and head straight for the coniferous forest area in the north. When Ferdinand led the large force to arrive, the people from the Army Aviation Battalion and the Military Intelligence Bureau had disappeared into the coniferous forest. Only the airport was left with a pile of broken walls, countless scrap metal and corpses, and hundreds of wounded soldiers left. Chapter 220. Ferdinand was unwilling to see the Zhuguang army escape like this, so he sent troops to pursue them. But the coniferous forest was rugged and difficult to navigate. When the Daliao troops were struggling to advance through waist-deep snow, the Zhuguang army had already boarded the all-terrain vehicles and quickly rushed out of the coniferous forest area and entered the endless wilderness in the north. When the Daliao troops chased them out, the Zhuguang army had already disappeared. Only the radar system captured that a helicopter took off at a low altitude more than 20 kilometers away and quickly flew out of the radar field of view. Ferdinand, knowing that the pursuit was hopeless, hurriedly asked the guards to call the troops that crossed the Tontian River and headed for Hanyu. Although he knew that Tangjung arrangement would make those troops in danger, he still had hope in his heart. The Zhuguang army only had more than 20,000 people, and might not be able to annihilate his 50,000 troops. As long as he notified in time, there was still hope to withdraw. The guard hurriedly used the radio to call, but after trying several times in a row, the guard's face began to turn pale. "What's wrong? Why haven't you connected yet?" "Lord City Lord, this radio wave seems to be interfered with, and cannot be connected." Hearing this, Ferdinand sat down on the snow, feeling powerless in his heart. Is he going to watch his troops being surrounded and annihilated by the Zhuguang army? No. He still has to rescue them. If the rescue is timely, there is still hope. Ferdinand forced himself to cheer up and wanted to organize the troops to cross the Tontian River to Hanyu. After all, there are still 50,000 people on his side. 50,000 fully armed people, only a few hundred kilometers away from him. Even if the road is difficult to travel, it is only about 10 hours. In 10 hours, let alone 50,000 people, even if it is 50,000 pigs, it is impossible for the Zhuguang army to catch them all. Ferdinand dispatched troops and prepared to cross the Tontian River again to rescue the troops deep in the enemy area. But at this time, an unexpected situation happened again. Multiple missiles broke through the air. The target of these missiles was not their own troops or the city, but the Tontian River. The landing point of each missile was about 700 to 800 meters apart. 16 missiles in a row, blasting the river surface of about 10 kilometers. The river water imprisoned by the ice began to roar and rush, sweeping the broken ice and moving downstream. It is deep winter now, and this situation will not last too long. The river surface will freeze again in 3 or 4 days. But 3 or 4 days is enough to decide too many things. Ferdinand and his men couldn't bypass it. From Volcano City to Hanyu, only Beifengdu has a river beach, where they can land smoothly. Otherwise, they would not build a ferry there. In other places, both banks are full of high mountains, which makes it impossible for a large army to land. Tangjung's move directly cut off Ferdinand's hope of sending troops to support. On the river bank, looking at the rushing river, Ferdinand was really in despair this time, and he was completely at a loss. Tangjung's step of serial killing was considered to completely block the future trouble. Blow up the plane. Unable to fly. Cut off the communication. Unable to contact. Finally, blow up the ice on the river, and completely cut off the hope of Daliao's support. In this way, the 50,000 Daliao troops that went deep into the wilderness became completely isolated. Next, as long as this unit was eliminated, the operation would be completely successful. Rogers was a baron of Daliao, and he was a battalion commander of a unit before the end of the world. After the end of the world, he naturally joined Ferdinand's army and became a division commander. In this expedition, he served as the commander, and there were 2 deputy commanders. One was another division commander, and the other was the commander of an armored brigade. After arriving at the Black Mountain Forest farm and setting up camp, Rogers felt uneasy. This operation was a little too smooth, starting from Daliao, killing the enemy sentinels, and then going deep into the wilderness for hundreds of kilometers. They did not encounter any obstruction or resistance, although his side had done enough homework. The reaction of the light-chasing army was a little too slow. He knew that Tangjung light-chasing army was not just a name. It was fought one battle after another. But the other party's current performance is not consistent with their reputation, which makes him a little suspicious. But Rogers couldn't find any evidence, so he could only let the troops strengthen their vigilance. Tonight is the most dangerous. As long as tonight can be passed smoothly. Then at dawn, The troops will be re-equipped and on the road. He believes that with these 50,000 troops, they are enough to deal with the offensive of anyone in the Northern Territory. At night, the troops settled in the residential area of the forest farm. This residential area is not small, and there is a distance between each household. This makes Rogers quite satisfied, so that if they encounter enemy artillery attacks, they will not suffer too much loss. Moreover, this kind of residential area is perfect for defensive warfare. This is a forest farm with many trees. Before the end of the world, logging here was restricted, and the phenomenon of indiscriminate logging had long been eliminated. It has been more than half a year since the end of the world, and because there is no logging, the trees here are growing more luxuriantly. In the residential area of the forest farm, there are road protection forests, and every household has some trees, as well as the most common waist-high weeds in the end of the world. The weeds are withered and yellow, making this place look like a ruin. The woods, houses, and weeds, 50,000 people formed a huge position here, and no one could easily capture it. Several sentries were set up on the edge of the residential area to monitor every move in the surrounding area. Before going to bed, Rogers carefully checked the guards and made sure there were no safety hazards before he went back to sleep. There was no movement until the second half of the night. Rogers didn't know that his meticulous arrangement caused some headaches for the light-chasing army hidden in the Black Mountain coal mine not far from here. The Black Mountain coal mine is only more than 40 kilometers away from the Black Mountain forest farm. After Tang Jung discovered that there was still coal here, he set up a mining area here, which can provide a large amount of coal to Zhuguang City and surrounding bases every day, which is a guarantee for this winter. The forest farm is just to the north, and both are located in the mountainous area of Laohetian. Since the Dahlia troops entered the wilderness, Tang Jung has been monitoring their progress and looking for the most suitable opportunity to attack. But Tang Jung did not expect that this group of Dahlia people would eventually settle in the Black Mountain Forest Farm. The Black Mountain Forest Farm is not easy to attack. It is large in area and has a complex terrain. There is a dense coniferous forest belt around the residential area of the forest farm, which is a red pine planting area. The forest area is not suitable for large-scale deployment. If a strong attack is carried out, the two sides are likely to start a protracted tug-of-war in the residential area. Tang Jung's ideal battlefield is in the coal mining area, because it is a large plain. He also built a railway here, which is his home field. So when Dahlia's troops entered the Black Mountain Forest Farm, he thought about how to get them to leave the residential area of the forest farm and come to the large plains of the mining area to fight with them. Undoubtedly, tonight is the best opportunity to take action. He just used an electronic jammer to interfere with the communication in Volcano City. Now this troop has lost contact with the headquarters. But this situation will not last long. It will be easy to miss the opportunity to fight tomorrow morning. In the temporary command post of the mining area, the generals of the Zhuguang army have all arrived. 4 field battalions, 2 armored battalions, a direct battalion, an artillery unit, and part of the aviation battalion. So many troops gathered here, waiting for Tang Jung to issue a battle order. But they also knew that this battle was not easy to fight. Although the Zhuguang army was in the dark and could fire the first shot, there were 50,000 people on the opposite side. Moreover, Dahlia has always been a military power. Their troops are not like the Alliance troops or Liao Yuqing troops, which are all mobs. Attacking 50,000 with less than 20,000 troops is a huge risk in itself. Even if the Zhuguang army has air superiority now, these generals are also racking their brains to think of a solution. Luo Fei tried to say to Tang Jung, "General, can we use our artillery attack like we did last time against the Alliance forces? First destroy the enemy artillery positions, and lay the foundation for our army's attack." Before Tang Jung could speak, the 2nd Battalion Commander Yang Mu said, "I'm afraid it's not easy. Last time we had spies sending intelligence, but the enemy came in a hurry. Our spies didn't have the time and opportunity to get in, and couldn't provide us with accurate coordinates. Rash firing would not have the desired effect, and would also cause a counterattack from the enemy." Tang Jung also nodded, "Yes. And the opponent's weapons are not much worse than ours. If we want to win, we must first disrupt them and beat them out. This cannot be achieved by bombardment alone. The opponent's commander has a high level of tactical literacy. From his arrangement, we can see that we don't have many opportunities for sneak attacks." Everyone looked at Tang Jung's words, which seemed difficult, but his face was relatively relaxed, and they knew that Tang Jung probably had an idea in mind. Ning Yue, the captain of the guard company, was a girl, and she was usually close to Tang Zheng. At this time, she couldn't help but say, "General, what are you going to do? Just tell us. We are all waiting impatiently." Tang Zheng smiled. "I was thinking, there are so many woods here, which can be used to build many things. They are all our wealth. It would be a pity to burn them now." Hearing Tang Zheng's words, the people around him suddenly brightened up. Since the other party lives in the forest farm, isn't it the best time to set a fire? It's just that it's winter now, and the ground is covered with snow, which is not very conducive to setting a fire. Every year at this time, it is not a fire prevention period, because even if you go to light a fire, it is difficult to ignite. Tang Zheng also saw everyone's doubts and said directly, "The commander on the other side dared to stay here because it is not the fire prevention period." But he overlooked one point. Most of the trees here are pine trees, which are grease-rich and flammable. Although there is thick snow around, we can use white phosphorus bombs to start a man-made fire. It is a north windy day now. Our ignition point starts from the north. With the help of the wind, the fire will soon cover the forest. If they don't want to be burned to death, they can only run south and enter our designated battlefield. Although it is a pity that the surrounding trees were burned, I can't care so much in order to win this battle smoothly. Convey my order. Artillery units, helicopter units, load white phosphorus bombs, and burn the forest in 20 minutes. Chapter 221. It was 2 o'clock in the evening, with no stars or moon, and the snow was still falling. The howling north wind was whistling, and no one wanted to go out at this time. The sentry in Dahlia was on duty in a temporary sentry tower, and they had to change shifts every hour. Otherwise they would freeze to death outside. In the eyes of the sentry, it was unnecessary to be on duty at this time. Are the people of Zhuguang army crazy? Are they going to launch a sneak attack at this time? He kept rubbing his hands and stamping his feet in the sentry tower to resist the cold wind. He hoped that the hour would pass quickly so that he could go back and get into the warm bed. Boom, boom, boom. There seemed to be a faint sound coming from the south, but because of the headwind, he couldn't hear it clearly. He tried to open his eyes wide, trying to see through the dark night of snow and wind. And suddenly, there was a violent explosion in the north. Balls of fire bloomed in the coniferous forest about a kilometer behind him. Artillery bombardment. It seemed that the landing point was not accurate and missed. The sentry grabbed the whistle, put it in his mouth, and blew it with all his strength. Enemy attack. Beep! Beep! The shrill whistle accompanied by the sound of cannons woke up the sleeping people. Rogers almost turned over and climbed up from the Kong. He pushed open the window and saw the red flames coming from the north. Quick! There is a situation. Everyone get up and prepare for battle. As the alarms were issued layer by layer, the sleeping soldiers in the dormitory all got up and dressed in a hurry. When they got up and went outside, the forest in the north was already burning. Seeing this scene, Rogers felt a chill in his heart. It was midwinter, and the snow-covered forests were difficult to burn. The fire could have started so quickly, so it must have been the work of the light-chasing army. He could already smell gasoline and white phosphorus in the air. That was white phosphorus bombs. A natural combustion aid. What a vicious Tang Zheng. What a vicious light-chasing army. The north wind swept in, and the coniferous forests were like burning torches, constantly spraying sparks. Sparks covered the forest in front, and the fire quickly advanced towards the forest farm. General Rogers, should we put out the fire? The people who had finally organized themselves ran to Rogers in a panic to ask. Once the fire spread, they would definitely not be able to live here. Rogers wanted to put out the fire, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a thick smoke choked his lungs. Damn it! No, this fire can't be controlled. In just over 10 minutes, the whole sky lit up. The pinewood had formed a sweeping trend under the dual combustion of white phosphorus bombs and the north wind. This fire was not easy to extinguish. At least to the north of the fire, the forests of more than 10 kilometers are no longer worth saving. A large area of thick smoke has enveloped the entire forest, and the fire has spread to the edge of the forest. Rogers gritted his teeth in hatred, and he knew Tang Zheng's plan very well. This is to force his troops to go south. It is conceivable that the Zhuguang army must have deployed in the south, but at this moment, he has no way to retreat. If he delays any longer, these people will be burned to death. Retreat! Go south and leave here. The situation was extremely critical, and the troops in Dahlia could not care about much. Those who could get on the vehicles got on, and those who could not get on the vehicles ran south on foot. As for many heavy weapons and baggage, they could not care about them now. For example, towed artillery, rocket launchers, and some transport vehicles and material vehicles were too late to take them away now. The 50,000-strong army was in chaos at this moment, rushing out of the forest farm and running southward. The fire demon raged, and with the help of the strong wind, it quickly engulfed the residential area of the forest farm. House after house burned, and the flames lit up the sky red. The air was filled with smoke and sparks, and crackling sounds were heard. The wild grass on the ground also became accomplices of the burning. When the north wind blew, it turned into a sea of fire. Rogers didn't expect that the fire would be so fierce. Some people who walked slowly couldn't even run faster than the fire, and were quickly swallowed by the fire. He sat in the car, watching the soldiers behind him being swallowed by the flames one by one, and his eyes were red. Tang Zheng, you bastard! I will never forgive you, he cursed, but he didn't dare to stop. This stretch of coniferous forest was more than 10 kilometers long, so they could only stay away from the forest and move forward in the originally abandoned farmland. But the farmland was also full of weeds, and it was not a good place. It was just that the weeds burned quickly and extinguished quickly, so there was always some open space to escape when running back and forth. When it was the coldest, he could no longer feel the cold, only the heat. Hot! Hot! Scalding. It was still relatively good here. The infantrymen in the dormitory, who had not had time to get on the vehicles, were the most miserable at this moment. Their legs would soon run out of strength after trudging through the snow. Whenever a vehicle passed by, they would not care much and would just grab it and climb on. It didn't matter whether it was a truck, a jeep, or a tank. On every tank of the armored unit, they crawled like locusts. A great escape of 50,000 people, a race against the flames of death, unfolded between the forest farm and the wilderness. About half an hour later, the remnants of the Dahlia army emerged from the thick smoke area. The flames behind him were still burning, but the forest area had burned to the end and the flames stopped there. Only the sparks and smoke in the sky continued to blow towards this side under the guidance of the strong wind. Looking at the fiery red sky behind him and the countless remnants around him, who seemed to have run out of the coal mine, Rogers felt an indescribable pain in his heart. This sudden fire not only completely disrupted his deployment, burned his baggage, but also caused him to lose tens of thousands of troops. At least 10,000 brothers were completely buried in the sea of fire. Tang Zheng tasted the bitter fruit of failure at the cost of a forest. But he had no time to feel sad and painful, because in the dark night, the attack of the light-chasing army had already started. The rumbling sound of chariots sounded in the south. That was the enemy tank troops arriving. Rogers was still somewhat fortunate that his armored troops were still intact, and these tanks rushed out of the sea of fire. Armored troops fight immediately, although the light-chasing army has taken the lead. Their overall strength is insufficient. As long as we defeat them here, we can still turn defeat into victory. The rest of the people should gather in battalions as combat units. Be careful not to form too close a formation and prepare to launch a counterattack. Since Tang Zheng set the fire here, their headquarters should be nearby. If we destroy their headquarters, we can get back everything we lost. Continuous combat orders were issued, and the troops of Dahlia also demonstrated their extraordinary military qualities. After suffering huge losses, they were able to quickly gather and counterattack. The tank troops rumbled into battle. At this moment, they had no choice but to have a head-on confrontation with the Zhuguang army here. After the order was issued, Rogers quickly contacted Volcano City and requested helicopter support. But at this moment, he was surprised to find that the radio could no longer contact Volcano City. He clearly remembered that he had talked to Ferdinand after the troops set up camp, but he didn't expect that it would not work now. There was no doubt that this was also Tang Zheng's trick. However, at this time, Rogers was still full of hope. He still had 40,000 troops here, and there were some rocks and scattered trees around that could be used as shelters, so he could still arrange defenses on the spot. As long as they hold out until tomorrow morning, the helicopter troops will come to support them. No, it may be faster, because if Ferdinand can't contact him, he should send a helicopter to support him soon. Maybe the plane will arrive at 6 or 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's already past 3 in the morning, and he doesn't believe that his troops can't hold out for more than 3 hours. The battle started, and the artillery of the light-chasing army began to bombard this side. Rogers' troops dispersed, and the thick snow in the wilderness became a natural shelter that could be used for combat. It's just that they have lost their baggage now, and the cannons are left in the sea of fire. There is no effective means of counterattack, so they can only endure it temporarily. But Rogers also knows that relying on cannons alone cannot end a war. Sooner or later, the light-chasing army will come to them, in this thick snowy wilderness. Except for helicopters and tanks, there are almost no vehicles that can kill them. Even armored vehicles are difficult. Rogers is not afraid. He began to consciously protect the anti-tank infantry and anti-aircraft infantry. All those holding rocket launchers and individual anti-aircraft missiles must be protected. If the result of the tank battle is not ideal, they must be prepared to fight the enemy tanks. The rumbling battle in front has already begun. About 10 kilometers away in the wasteland, the tank battle has begun. The two armored battalions of the Zhuguang army spread out to the left and right and attacked in a fan-shaped manner. 200 tanks against 300 tanks. A 2-to-3 battle. The Daliao side has a slight advantage, but they also have a disadvantage. That is, the failure of the radar system. Due to the electronic interference of the Zhuguang army, their radar is no longer working. Fortunately, they are also a unit with rich combat experience. After discovering that the radar failed, they launched a batch of flares. In this way, they can still see things with their telescopes and naked eyes in this wasteland, which is of great help in combat. After all, the Zhuguang army has no place to hide here, and they can still fight back. Both sides have their own advantages and disadvantages, and their strength is basically equal. The tank smoothbore guns bombarded back and forth, and a brutal armored battle began. But when the battle started, the armored forces of Daliao found that the facts were somewhat inconsistent with their imagination. The tanks of the Zhuguang army are too thick. Our side is also a main battle tank, and the caliber is not cut corners. Why is it that after one shot, the tank over there is only slightly injured, which basically does not affect the continued battle? But the tank on our side was seriously injured after one shot, and after 2 shots, even the turret was basically blown off. After discovering this, the tanks of Daliao immediately changed their tactics. They began to fight in groups, often with several tanks gathered together. If the tanks of the Zhuguang army approached, they would open fire collectively. This tactic is not outstanding, but it is good for delaying time. If the Zhuguang army wants to take them down, it must pay a big price. But Tangjung did not give them a chance to delay. Facing the enemy tanks grouped together, it was time for the Apache to go into battle. Chapter 222. After the Apache of the Zhuguang army joined the battlefield, the balance of the tank battle, which was originally somewhat stalemate, was immediately broken. The Apache helicopter has a nickname, called the Tank Killer. The Hellfire missiles mounted on the aircraft are specially used to kill armored forces, especially now that the tank troops of Daliao have been led deep into the wilderness. They have been somewhat disconnected from the main force. In this case, facing the sudden attack of the Apache, the tank troops were immediately hit by a fatal blow. 20 Apaches took off, flying over like the god of death, and Hellfire missiles fell from the sky, instantly creating countless fireballs on the ground. These main battle tanks could withstand the enemy artillery fire, but they really couldn't withstand the missiles that were specifically designed to kill tanks. Under the precise guidance of laser guidance, a large number of tanks were destroyed on the spot. Booming explosions sounded one after another, and the armored forces of Daliao were defeated. Some tank drivers saw that the situation was not good, and even abandoned their tanks and ran back on foot. The tanks of the Zhuguang army took advantage of the situation and rushed forward, firing fiercely to finish off the enemy tanks. The stalemate was broken, and everything was irreversible. One tank after another was destroyed and turned into scrap metal on the wasteland. On the contrary, those tanks abandoned by the soldiers, without the ability to fight back, were preserved. The battle was not over yet, and the Zhuguang army was already thinking about confiscating supplies. Faced with the sudden defeat of the armored forces, Rogers was completely unprepared. The current time is 4:30 in the morning. In about an hour, 300 tanks were wiped out, which was something he could never accept. He didn't really expect the armored forces to defeat the enemy, but the speed of the defeat was a bit fast, and he couldn't delay the time for too long. But at least it was delayed for an hour, and the defense of the Daliao troops here was almost arranged. It was not a perfect defense. It was just some bunkers dug quickly with the help of the snow. This kind of snow bunker is usually vulnerable, But in this wasteland where the snow is 2 feet deep on the flat ground, this bunker is really effective. At least the vehicles of the Zhuguang army cannot rush in. Rogers is not afraid of relying on the 200 tanks to charge. In this kind of positional warfare, the role of vehicles is not decisive. In the end, it is the soldiers who play a decisive role. If the Zhuguang army uses tanks as cover, and the infantry follows behind, Rogers will have full confidence to hold on. He told himself that if he could hold on for another 2 to 3 hours, the helicopter troops from Volcano City would come to support him, and then everything would be reversed. The two sides did engage in a brief exchange of fire. After the armored battalion of the Zhuguang army annihilated the tank troops of Daliao, it began to advance towards the enemy position. The troops of the direct battalion also launched a wave of tentative attacks following the tanks. The tanks turned into bulldozers, pushing out roads on the wasteland for the soldiers to follow. The troops of Daliao also launched a counterattack in their positions. Many rocket launchers and individual anti-tank missiles concentrated fire on the tanks of the Zhuguang army from all directions. If the Zhuguang army did not have 3-star tanks, this wave might have suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the strong defense of the 3-star tanks was able to barely resist. The troops of the direct battalion tried to charge, but soon retreated. There were too many people on the other side. Even if tens of thousands of people died in the sea of fire, there were still nearly 40,000 people defending this position. This bone was too hard to chew. It's almost time. We can't charge like this. There are too many enemies. Even if our soldiers have high individual quality, charging hard will cause huge casualties, and we may not win. The troops of the direct battalion withdrew, and the troops of the field battalion did not follow immediately. It was not a good idea to continue fighting like this. Seeing this situation, Tang Zheng also signaled to stop the battle temporarily. In fact, it was not difficult to defeat the people of Daliao. The enemy baggage was gone. Although some soldiers carried food, it could only last for 1 day at most. Even in this kind of icy and snowy weather, it would be hard for them to hold out for a day. However, the Zhuguang army couldn't wait any longer. The wildfires behind them were gradually getting smaller. Once the fires in the north were extinguished, they would definitely retreat to the north. About 30 kilometers to the east, there was a large abandoned market town. If the Daliao troops ran there, the variables of this battle would be too great. Even if the Zhuguang army chased and killed them along the way, it would be impossible to completely kill these 40,000 people. Tang Zheng wanted a complete victory this time, because in his eyes, these enemies still had other uses. Moreover, Daliao would definitely not give up this troop. They might start their ships again and force people across the river to support them. Although it was very difficult, Tang Zheng did not want to wait any longer. Seeing that the enemy defensive positions were well organized and deep, Tang Zheng knew that he should change his strategy. He began to mobilize troops and move them to the east. Next, he would cut the enemy position in half and end the battle as soon as possible. Repelling a wave of attacks from the Zhuguang army greatly boosted the morale of Rogers' troops. It seems that they can hold on without any problems. But they just hope that the reinforcements will not arrive too late. These soldiers of Daliao in the ice and snow cheered each other up and hid in the temporary snow cave, which also relieved the cold a lot. Rogers was also constantly trying to restore the call, hoping to contact Volcano City as soon as possible. The situation is moving in a good direction, and it seems that they still have hope. Woo! Woo! Bang 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 bang. After the chasing light army seemed to have stopped for half an hour, a long whistle suddenly roared, breaking the temporary tranquility. Rogers was stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe his ears when he heard this voice. Flare! Someone immediately fired flares, and the surrounding snow was lit up again. In the darkness in the distance, a train was heading towards their position. The dark body and huge headlights were like an ancient beast, rumbling forward, making the earth tremble. This is impossible. Rogers saw this scene and couldn't help but yelling hysterically. There is no railway nearby. How can the train run on the wasteland? How did they do it? But his shouting was useless. As the train moved forward, the snow was pushed away like tofu, and the railway under the snow was revealed. It's not that there is no railway here. It's just covered by snow. And Rogers and his men didn't know this at all. And they didn't expect that the light-chasing army would spend a huge price to build a railway on the wasteland. In fact, Tang Zheng not only built a railway here, but also built a circular railway, just for this battle. The soldiers in Daliao stared at the train in a daze. After a while, someone remembered to attack the train. Countless soldiers fired at the train. Machine guns, rocket launchers, and so on. But soon they found in despair that the defense of this train was beyond their imagination. Not to mention the bullets. They had no effect at all. Even if the rockets landed on the train, they would only leave some charred marks. In this way, the train rushed to the center of the Dahlia position with an unstoppable trend. Originally, they thought that they could just avoid the collision of the train. Many Dahlia soldiers even approached the train on purpose to see if there was a chance to continue the attack. But unexpectedly, the train slowed down and stopped at the core of the position. When many Dahlia soldiers approached, it revealed its hideous face. The soldiers who had been waiting on the train for a long time began to fire wildly. The machine guns and Gatling guns made the whole train erupt instantly. Countless bullets gathered into a metal torrent, madly harvesting the approaching enemies. Ding 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 ding. This kind of weapon, that can even blow up armored vehicles, is too easy to hit people. The bullets swept through, and the soldiers in Dahlia fell down in groups. It was a 14.5mm caliber bullet, or even a 30mm caliber machine gun, which could directly shatter people when it hit them. There were more than 1,000 soldiers on the train, and it was impossible for all of them to operate the Gatling guns and machine guns. The rest of them set up light machine guns at the firing holes, and they harvested lives like a whirlwind. 5 minutes. The armored train continued to fire for 5 minutes. And these 5 minutes of shooting wiped out countless troops from Dahlia. The snow around the train was dyed red, and there were human limbs and arms everywhere. At least more than 7,000 people died in these 5 minutes of shooting, not including some injured. The defense that the people of Dahlia were proud of was so vulnerable in front of the armored train. And more importantly, the rest of the soldiers saw that the situation was not good and immediately chose to stay away from the armored train and fled in the east and west directions. In this way, their position was directly cut in half. On the east side, the tank troops of the Zhuguang army attacked again. All 4 field battalions followed with a fierce bombardment, and the annihilation battle began. On the eastern side, there were still about 10,000 Dahlia troops, and they were no longer in numbers. Faced with the crazy charge of the Zhuguang army, they quickly collapsed. They had even lost contact with their superiors, and as they were about to enter the encirclement of the Zhuguang army, some people soon laid down their weapons and chose to surrender to the Zhuguang army. Their defeat was so fast that Rogers was caught off guard. He was still planning to regroup in the west, and the battle in the east was coming to an end. At this time, the time had come to 6:30 in the morning. Rogers led the remaining 10,000 remnants and looked helplessly to the north. The reinforcements did not arrive. The Zhuguang army had already started a round of bombardment, and the tank troops were approaching. His men were in low morale, cold and hungry, and they could not hold on any longer. "I'm sorry, Count Ferdinand. I tried my best." Rogers did not choose to commit suicide, but took the initiative to lead the team to surrender. When more than 10,000 remnants of the Dahlia raised the white flag and laid down their weapons, the snowfield battle also came to an end. In this battle, Tang Zheng forced the enemy to flee with fire attacks, and destroyed the enemy armored forces with the cooperation of tanks and helicopters. In the end, the armored train made a surprise attack and defeated the enemy position in one fell swoop, allowing the Zhuguang army to achieve the final victory. With less than 20,000 troops, he wiped out the enemy 50,000 troops, captured 25,000 of them, and the rest of the enemies were all killed in the battle and buried in the wilderness. After this battle, Dahlia's war potential was severely hit. Tang Zheng can be sure that within 4 months or even half a year, they will no longer pose any threat to the Zhuguang army. And to what extent will the Zhuguang army grow in a few months? Chapter 223. The next morning, the Zhuguang army escorted the Dahlia prisoners back. There was basically no place to put these 25,000 prisoners in Zhuguang city. But Tang Zheng had a plan. When the battle ended, he immediately took a helicopter back. He did not return to Zhuguang city, but came to the Guiyun mountain area. The plane landed on a peak with an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. This is a dangerous peak. Not the highest in Guiyun mountain, but it is mostly surrounded by cliffs, and there is no road to the mountain in the strict sense. Only the south slope is slightly flatter, but the angle is more than 60 degrees, and vehicles cannot pass at all. Looking down from the top of the mountain, there is a cliff of hundreds of meters. If you fall down, you will definitely die. Some engineering troops came with Tang Zheng. After the engineers arrived, they immediately started construction here. The area of the top of the mountain is not very large. About 20,000 square meters. The task of the engineering troops is to make it flatter. The transport plane of the Army Aviation Battalion lifted the engineering machinery up the mountain and started working here. Tang Zheng got a blueprint from Guiyun. Prison. Price, 300,000 gold. This is the 7th blueprint Tang Zheng got after he was promoted to the leader. He asked Guiyun, how many people can this prison accommodate? General. Up to 30,000 people. Tang Zheng nodded. A prison that can accommodate 30,000 people is not a small number. In the future, any prisoners can be sent here directly. This mountaintop itself is relatively flat. According to Guiyun's intention, large-scale engineering machinery basically flattened the ground and cut down some messy trees before it could be placed. Tang Zheng clicked to buy, and then placed it. A prison appeared at Tang Zheng's feet, and the mountain top was tightly placed. The high walls around it were built around the mountain top. There were sentry towers at the 4 corners of the high wall, and there was also an electric grid on the wall. The source of electricity was wind power generation not far from here. The prison was divided into 2 parts, front and back, which could hold prisoners with different crimes. The biggest feature here was safety. There was only one way down the mountain, and it was extremely difficult to walk. There were high walls all around. Even if you could climb over the high wall, there was a cliff outside, and you would fall to death immediately after jumping over the wall. As for the supplies here, it is basically impossible to go down the mountain to get them, and they can only be delivered by helicopter. So escaping from prison here is definitely hell-level difficult. And if people outside want to break into the prison, unless you blow it up with missiles, you can't even climb the mountain. How can you succeed in breaking into the prison? Tang Zheng certainly won't allow this place to be blown up. So after he built the prison, he immediately added defenses here. You don't need too many people. 1,000 troops are enough. Most of them are mobilized soldiers, as well as some heavy machine gun teams and military dogs. In addition, there are 100 anti-aircraft infantry for anti-aircraft missile silos, and a radar station for transport planes, and 2 Apaches were purchased as the air force of the prison base. A total of 1.4 million yuan was spent to complete the construction of this prison. It is not far from Zhuguang City, about 120 kilometers in a straight line, and it is also convenient for helicopters to travel. Tang Zheng called Han Yang, the deputy director of the Military Intelligence Bureau, and promoted him to the warden of the prison here. The warden commanded a 1,000-man army and managed tens of thousands of prisoners. His position was at the battalion level, so he was considered to be in a high position. After the task was completed, the prisoners in the Dahlia would be escorted here soon. There were also some prisoners held in Zhuguang City, and they could all be sent here this time. However, Tang Zheng thought about it, and always felt that something was missing. By the way, the prisoners here must not be left idle. We will airlift some sewing machines, bamboo weaving, and so on. These people cannot eat for free here. We must let them generate income for our Zhuguang army. Half of the income will be used as the expenses of the prison, and the remaining half will be handed over. In the future, you will be responsible for all other expenses except wages. If you want to live a good life, let them work hard. Tang Zheng gave an order to the newly appointed warden Han Yang, who immediately became alert. 30,000 free laborers. How much value can this create? It seems that Zhuguang Prison will become the richest unit in the Zhuguang army system in the future. After doing all this, Zhuguang Prison is truly completed. The prisoners from the Dahlia were escorted here and had to be transported to the top of the mountain in batches by helicopter. Tang Zheng did not wait here for this process. After being tired for a few days, he took a helicopter back to Zhuguang City. The news that the Zhuguang army defeated the Dahlia army in one battle and captured more than 20,000 of them and detained them in the Zhuguang prison was broadcast by the TV station, which immediately caused an uproar in the surrounding area. If there were still people who doubted the strength of the Zhuguang army before, now all such doubts have disappeared. Even many people have been worried about the confrontation between the Zhuguang army and the Imperial Royal Army. But now all such worries have disappeared. A person who can fight against foreign enemies is worthy of respect, especially after Dahlia imprisoned 50,000 Hanwei people. Tang Zheng's current behavior was particularly gratifying. After seeing the TV news, Dahlia did not react at all. Ferdinand now dreams of redeeming these prisoners, but as the defeated party, he has no idea how to ask Tang Zheng. After seeing this news, Liao Yucheng worked even harder to build fortifications and defenses. He had no intention of going out to compete with Tang Zheng. He just wanted to defend Qinzhou and his military camp. Louis Bong saw the news, but did not express any opinion. He just told the troops to hurry up and take Hezhou as soon as possible. Boya County. Chen Filong was adjusting the TV for the little girl. He had completely adapted to life in Boya. He also understood the situation of the zombies in the city. It turned out that all the zombies in the county were controlled by the little girl. You know, the number of zombies in Boya County is as high as more than 6 million. There are even more than 500,000 mutant beasts in this group. For example, stray cats and dogs in the city, and some passing birds, were all controlled by the little girl, which made the total number of controlled animals exceed 7 million. And Chen Filong could feel that this was not the limit of the little girl. This cognition shocked Chen Filong greatly, and also made him clearly realize the gap between himself and the little girl. She was the real corpse king, the kind with pure blood. I was just a halfway monk, who could talk, was willing to eat human food, and even wanted to find a woman to relax. What kind of corpse king was this? But this little girl is also a little strange. She actually has the habit of eating human food, and some of her previous personality traits are affecting her. For example, she likes to play with dolls, likes to look at colorful things, and even her room is decorated in pink, which shows what kind of child she was before the end of the world. Chen Filong figured out the girl's personality, and things became easier afterwards. He found some things that the little girl liked, such as beautiful clothes, fun toys, etc. Just like coaxing a child. He coaxed the girl like this every day, and the girl treated him better and better. She often asked Chen Filong to come to her side, and then threw some books to him and asked him to read stories to her. Chen Filong did not dare to refuse, because he knew that these were just superficial phenomena. She was still a corpse king in essence, cold-blooded and ruthless, which was the biggest difference between her and humans. The fact that there were no survivors around the entire Boya County showed the girl's nature. Normally, she looked like an innocent little girl, but when she was angry, she was the most terrifying demon king. Chen Filong coaxed her carefully, and even found a usable TV in a survivor camp. Chen Filong took great pains to pull the TV line to the building, just to let the girl watch TV programs. After some debugging, the TV successfully received the signal. In Boya, there are only 2 signals that can be received. One is the signal of Zhuguang TV station, and the other is the signal of Jinghe TV station. When the picture appeared on the TV, the little girl who was originally playing with the doll stopped and stared at the TV intently, obviously liking it very much. The first scene that appeared was the news that Tang Zheng Zhuguang army won a victory and captured tens of thousands of people from Daliu. During this process, some close-up shots of Tang Zheng were quoted. When the little girl saw Tang Zheng, she immediately let out an ah, which was the only syllable she could make at the moment. A pair of small hands directly covered her eyes, looking very panicked and scared. Chen Filong was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the girl to react so strongly, but he quickly switched the TV program. This time, it was a program from Jinghe TV. In Jinghe, there was news about the 5th Army's recovery of the city. Today, the 5th Army recovered a shopping mall, and the reporter filmed some scenes inside the mall. On the shelves before the end of the world, the dazzling array of goods was still there, but many shelves had collapsed, and the goods were thrown everywhere. On one of the children's toy counters, some beautiful dolls were thrown randomly. Seeing this, the little girl suddenly stretched out her hand, pointed at the dolls on the TV and made an ah-ah sound. Chen Filong clearly understood what the girl meant. "You want those dolls?" The little girl nodded expressionlessly and looked at Chen Filong. Her meaning was very clear. That was to let Chen Filong go to Hezhou to get those dolls. Chen Filong was a little embarrassed, but he couldn't disobey the girl's order, so he could only agree. "Then you stay here and wait for me to get those dolls and come back. This time may be longer. After all, Hezhou is not close to here. It will take me about 10 days. Chen Filong knew that this trip was not easy. The 5th Army was attacking Hezhou, but he was a zombie king after all. He could summon his subordinates. If he was careful in his actions, there shouldn't be any problem. The girl nodded and motioned Chen Filong to go quickly. Chen Filong also taught the girl how to watch TV. The girl learned it quickly. The IQ of the zombie king was much higher than that of ordinary zombies. The girl, except that she couldn't speak and had no human emotions, was actually about the same as that of a 6-year-old child. Seeing that the girl had learned it, Chen Failong left the building and walked towards Hezhou step by step. The zombies here were all controlled by the girl. He couldn't control them. He could only go to Hezhou to form another team to see if he could get those dolls back as soon as possible. Chapter 224. January 20th. The traditional Spring Festival of Han Yu is getting closer and closer. During this period, in order to eliminate the influence of the news that Tang Zheng captured the Daliao soldiers, Louis Bon has been broadcasting news about the attack on Hezhou on TV every day. The progress of the attack is updated every day. It seems that Hezhou will be completely recovered in no more than 10 days. Louis Bon himself has even personally taken part in the battle and visited the front line of Hezhou during this period, saying that he wants to witness this great moment of history with his own eyes. In Zhuguang City, the atmosphere of the new year is getting stronger and stronger. In the streets and alleys, Spring Festival couplets, firecrackers, and other necessities for the new year are also being put on the shelves. Tang Zheng material reserves are now extremely rich. Qingchuan and Xuanling counties have been captured, and the materials in the two counties are more than enough to supply Zhuguang City and the surrounding bases. Tang Zheng has not even announced these two pieces of news to the public. Otherwise, the materials in the two counties will inevitably attract the crazy snatching of those adventurer teams or mercenary groups. Tang Zheng will announce the news to the public only after he has taken most of the valuable things. Now Tang Zheng has a huge amount of gasoline, diesel, steel, copper, coal, building materials, and other materials in his hands, which is more than enough to build 2 more Zhuguang cities. However, the only thing Tang Zheng lacks is money. The battle with Daliao was a victory, and Tang Zheng even seized a lot of arms. But these things can't replace gold and silver after all. Moreover, the construction of prisons, railways, and the expansion of armored forces this time also made Tang Zheng's hands no longer abundant. Of the 15 million in funds, only a little over 5 million is left. This money is not even enough to fully staff the entire regiment. Not to mention that upgrading the brigade commander will require a large sum of money. After the troops finished fighting Daliao, Tang Zheng sent them to Saichi County. Saichi County is the last county with zombies within the radar range of Zhuguang City. As long as this county is taken down, the zombies within the radar range will be completely cleared. However, without Chen Failong help this time, the progress of killing is much slower. It seems that Saichi cannot be taken down before the Spring Festival. Moreover, the main source of gold and silver in Saichi County is the core business district of the county, and there are few gold shops around. So Tang Zheng could not get any funds before the Spring Festival. This matter troubled Tang Zheng a little. After staying in Zhuguang City for a few days, he began to think about the urban area. The nearest urban area to Zhuguang City is Lombardy City in the north. Further away are cities such as Fengcheng and Hezhou. Each prefecture-level city in Hanwei is not small in scale. Lombardy is considered small, and the number of zombies in it is also more than 20 million. Going to such a place would certainly be very risky. If it was just to take a jewelry store, Tang Zheng would not go there. But there was another place that Tang Zheng had always been thinking about. That was the bank vault. The banking system in Hanwei was like this. Savings offices were set up at the township level, and branches were set up in the county. But no matter whether it was a savings office or a branch, there was no gold reserve inside. Only the royal branch in the prefecture-level city had gold reserves, and often issued some gold bars, commemorative coins, and the like. Tang Zheng's previous strength had not allowed him to go to a prefecture-level city. That was not a place he could go to. In fact, even now, Tang Zheng's strength was difficult to take a prefecture-level city. Didn't you see that the 5th Army had fought for more than 100,000 people for more than 2 months and still hadn't taken Hezhou? But now Tang Zheng's goal is not to take a prefecture-level city, but to take a branch in a prefecture-level city. He had read through the maps of several prefecture-level cities around him, and finally decided on Lombardy. Compared with other cities, the royal branch in Lombardy was relatively easy to take, and he thought he could take a risk. If this operation is successful, taking the gold obtained from the prefecture-level city branch will be enough to make his strength go to the next level. At least the full strength of the whole regiment can be easily achieved, and there will even be surplus. After making the decision, Tang Zheng saw that it was snowing again today, and the wind was blowing. So he led the team to set off. The main force is currently attacking the colorful flag. This time, Tang Zheng led the guard company and the paratroopers of the Army Aviation Battalion to head straight to Lumba City. Lumba is located in the northeast of Zhuguang City, more than 300 kilometers away in a straight line. The plane flew for more than an hour, and arrived above the city of Lombardy. Looking down from the plane, the city was gray and white. The white snow covered the city, and the gray buildings revealed the unique color of the end of the world. Gusts of wind blew, and the cold wind whistled, raging over the city, and visibility was not high. In fact, such weather is not very conducive to travel. But Tang Jung deliberately chose such a day to go out. The reason for doing this is that in this kind of weather, the perception of the zombies is blinded to the greatest extent. If it is not a particularly loud noise, it will basically not alarm them. Arriving near the branch, Tang Jung found that the bank was a dome-shaped building and could not accommodate helicopters. He ordered the helicopter to land on the roof near the Hanwei Royal Bank Lombard City branch, so as not to alarm the zombies on the ground. After the helicopter landed, the city was still relatively quiet, as if it was dead. He scanned the ground with radar again and found no second-level zombies. So Tang Jung was relieved. Parachute troops first sent a team to descend from the top of the building and slide down to the ground to see if the zombies will move. If not, then the large force will follow and enter the bank. After entering the bank, use the silenced pistol to eliminate the zombies in the bank. And then the scientific soldiers will open the vault. Can you do it? Gui Yun and some scientific soldiers who followed nodded. And Gui Yun patted his chest and guaranteed, "General, don't worry. I am already a 5-star scientific soldier. Opening a bank vault is definitely a piece of cake. I will definitely give you a big harvest today." Tang Jung nodded. With Gui Yun's guarantee, maybe today's operation can really bring a huge surprise. The paratroopers began to rappel down the building. After all, it was very unsafe to parachute down because of the heavy snow and wind today. Fortunately, rappelling was also one of their training subjects, and a team of soldiers went down smoothly. After untying the ropes, the soldiers moved towards the royal branch. On the road in the snow, zombies stood there like human sculptures, covered with snow, motionless. There were not as many zombies on this road as Tang Jung had imagined. He had thought that the zombies in this area would be very dense, but there were not many on this road. Although he didn't know the reason, Tang Jung was very glad that the troops could move faster. When the soldiers passed by the zombies, they tried to stay as far away as possible and not make too much noise. Under the cover of the wind and snow, this method was quite effective, and they actually walked a safe road for a while. It was less than 100 meters away from the bank. A soldier carrying a flamethrower stepped on a manhole cover. Maybe because the flamethrower was heavier, the sound was a little louder. Everyone around was startled, stopped walking, and looked at the zombies carefully. Even Tang Jung on the rooftop realized it, and looked at the zombies on the road nervously. Although there are not many zombies here, once they are startled and roar, they will soon attract a large number of zombies, and today's operation will be a failure. The soldiers also did not move. If the zombies suddenly rose up, they would retreat immediately. Time seemed to be frozen, and 10 seconds passed. The zombies did not move. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The situation just now was too dangerous. Fortunately, there was no danger. But Tang Jung hadn't finished breathing when he suddenly found something wrong. The radar screen showed that countless red light spots were swarming towards this area. The red light spots were like a river, moving at a very fast speed. But Tang Jung didn't find any zombies moving. No! What's going on? Tang Jung was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly began to rotate the angle of the radar on the system page to make it a 3-dimensional pattern. Tang Jung rarely used this kind of stereogram before, because the situation on the ground is easy to observe, and it is impossible to use stereograms to scan the underground all the time. But the situation is special at this moment. As soon as Tang Jung rotated the radar screen, he immediately found something abnormal. A large number of red spots came from underground. Tang Jung didn't have time to say anything more, and directly gave the order, "Retreat. Run back as fast as possible." This paratrooper team is full of 5-star soldiers. When they heard the general's order, they ran back desperately. Just as they ran back, something strange happened. The manhole cover seemed to be blown open by some powerful force, and flew directly into the sky more than 20 meters high. And along with the manhole cover, countless big rats flew up. Each rat was the size of a medium-sized dog before the end of the world, with a round body and a weight of at least 30 kilograms. Their rat teeth became extremely sharp at this moment, and even stuck out of their mouths. The black mane stood up. The eyes were blood red, and they rushed out of the ground and made a squeaking sound. The torrent was so huge that it gushed to the ground like a fountain, continuously erupting. Rat tide. The rats rushed out like a tide, immediately alarming the nearby zombies. The zombies seemed to be resurrected in the ice and snow, shaking off the snow on their bodies, howling and rushing towards the rats. But their sharp teeth and claws, as well as the terrible zombie virus, were completely useless in front of the rat tide. Countless big rats howled and rushed over, and the zombies turned into skeletons in an instant. Tang Zheng even saw an armored zombie that didn't even last 10 seconds before the rat tide arrived, and was gnawed into bones. This situation shocked Tang Zheng greatly. He had indeed seen rats among the mutant beasts in the end of the world before, but those rats were few in number and not a big deal. When had he ever seen such a large scale of rat tide? Hurry up! Faster! The soldiers of the team ran as fast as they could towards the way they came. Fortunately, these 5-star warriors were all extremely strong, and each of them ran faster than the world champion before the end of the world. And the zombies along the way did save their lives, slowing down the speed of the rat tide. They ran all the way back to the place where they were rappelling, grabbed the rope, and were pulled up. The last warrior was a little slower, and his calf was immediately bitten by 2 big rats. Fortunately, his comrade shot in time and knocked down the 2 rats. Even so, 2 pieces of flesh were torn off his legs, and he was seriously injured. Looking at the soldiers who were pulled up, Tang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. But his heart was also a little cold. He thought that the world was like this, but he never thought that the world was also changing rapidly. Chapter 225. The rats on the ground were rampant. After the soldiers were pulled up, they lost their target. But without this target, there were other targets. The zombies around became the target of the rats. They surged up like a moving black carpet, and soon devoured all the zombies around. In just over 10 minutes, the rats spread to several blocks around and ate all the zombies. Not only was the sewer spewing rats, but there were also a large number of rats pouring out from other manhole covers. After eating all the zombies around them, the rats did not stay in the ice and snow, but quickly returned to the sewers, and the ground soon returned to peace. Tang Zheng watched the whole scene from a high building. If there were no zombie skeletons on the ground, he almost thought that the rat tide had never appeared. Only after watching it, Tang Zheng asked the people around him with a heavy heart, "Why? Why are there so many scary rats here? And I didn't find them before." Only Gui Yun could give some answers to this question. Gui Yun thought about it for a while, then said in a deep voice, "General, first of all, rats have always lived underground. Even if they mutated after the end of the world, they still maintained their previous living habits. A small number of rats are timid and rarely appear in front of humans or other mutant animals. But the situation here in Lombardy is different. Lombardy is located in the grassland province. There are many rats on the grassland, and they are big. Many of these social creatures live in the sewers. They gather more and more, which has caused the situation today." Tang Zheng nodded his head in agreement after hearing Gui Yun's explanation. But he still let out a long breath. "We fight zombies and humans. But there are not only zombies and survivors in this world. There are also a large number of mutant beasts. Mutated birds are a problem. And now there are mutant rats. You know, there are more rats than people in this world. If this continues, how long will we be able to fight?" Some people still don't realize this, thinking that zombies and mutant beasts are not scary. And they are obsessed with fighting for power and profit, wanting to become warlords or even take over the empire. I think such people will suffer the consequences sooner or later. Everyone around was silent, and they didn't know how to speak. If these words hadn't come from the general's mouth, they would have always thought that the general was such a person. Fortunately, Tang Zheng just sighed. Now that there is this rat tide, this bank can't be entered. Tang Zheng felt quite regretful. After waiting for the injured soldiers to receive treatment, he took a helicopter back to Zhuguang City. Although he went back now, Tang Zheng didn't give up the idea of seizing the bank vault. As long as he found a way to deal with the rat tide, he would come back. A failed trip to Lombardy also made Tang Zheng a little tired. After returning to Zhuguang City, he chose to rest. The rat tide did not seem to travel long distances. Zhuguang City was absolutely safe. Now it was only more than 20 days away from the new year. He decided to wait until after the new year. However, within 2 days after returning, Tang Zheng received a message. A message from Daliao. Ferdinand, the leader of Daliao Volcano City, wanted to talk to Tang Zheng about redeeming their captives. Hearing this question, Tang Zheng smiled. He had been holding the captives for more than 10 days. And Ferdinand finally couldn't hold on, which he had expected. Daliao is vast and sparsely populated. Unlike Hanwei, which has a large population. Even after the apocalypse, there are still many survivors. Wishan City is considered a relatively prosperous city in Daliao. Now the total number of survivors does not exceed 400,000, which is not as many as the number of people in Zhuguang City. This includes 50,000 Hanwei people, and many people from other places in Daliao who came to Wishan City. Therefore, the population problem has always been the fundamental problem that troubled Daliao. And it has not been solved for a long time. These 25,000 Daliao soldiers are all Ferdinand's elite troops. And he will not give up easily. In the past few days, Tang Zheng even received some intelligence that the people of Daliao wanted to rob the prison, because they saw the soldiers of Daliao being imprisoned in the news. They have always wanted to do this. But after many days, they finally found the place where the soldiers of Daliao were imprisoned, and the idea of robbing the prison could no longer be brought up. The solidity of Zhuguang prison and its foolproof geographical conditions made them completely give up this idea. If there is only one way to leave Zhuguang prison, it is to leave by air. But leaving by air requires two conditions. The first is to have airplanes, and a large number of airplanes. The second is that there must be someone inside the prison to provide convenience. Otherwise it is impossible to do this. Daliao can't meet any of these two conditions, so it can only find Tang Zheng to negotiate. After hearing this news, Tang Zheng did not talk to Ferdinand at all, but sent someone to tell him a message. That is, if you want to redeem the captives, you must do 3 things. The first point is to immediately release the 50,000 Hanwei people imprisoned in Volcano City. The second point is to send the remnants of the alliance back to Zhuguang City for trial. The third point is that Volcano City must pay Tang Zheng 10 tons of gold. If these 3 conditions cannot be met, then there is no need to talk. Tang Zheng proposed these 3 conditions with a certain degree of confidence. Even though Daliao seems to have lost out by exchanging 50,000 people for 25,000 people. These 25,000 people are well-trained elite soldiers. Ferdinand has not lost out at all by exchanging them for 50,000 civilians. There are not many remnants of the alliance left in Daliao, and all the parliamentarians have died. There is no reason for Ferdinand not to agree to this condition. As for 10 tons of gold, it sounds like a lot. But Daliao is a big country with a population of more than 1 billion after all. And Volcano City is also an important city. And there are bank vaults there. Ferdinand must have gold in his hands. 10 tons is indeed not a lot. But he should be able to get it out if he gathers them together. And gold is very important to Tang Zheng. But it is not so important to others. Tang Zheng believes that since Ferdinand asked to redeem the captives, he should be prepared to be blackmailed. Without this awareness, would he still be the defeated party? 3 days after the request was made, Tang Zheng finally waited for Ferdinand's reply. All the requests were agreed, and they could make a deal. Hearing that Ferdinand agreed, Tang Zheng was also very happy. 50,000 Hanwei people have always been a concern for Tang Zheng, and now it has finally been solved. Being able to bring 50,000 compatriots home for the new year, Tang Zheng did a great job. And he could also make a fortune. 10 tons of gold means 10 million yuan of funds. Why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? As for sending more than 20,000 captives back, Tang Zheng was not worried at all. If he could annihilate them once, he could annihilate them a second time. As Tang Zheng had more and more money in his hands, his strength would only become stronger and stronger. Both parties agreed to the deal. And the deal was immediately confirmed. The place of the transaction was in the wasteland 200 kilometers south of Beifengdu. Both sides sent out escort troops to exchange prisoners there. During the exchange, Ferdinand's people also brought gold, and the remnants of the alliance left in Volcano City. This time, both sides were more sincere. Although Tang Zheng was not present in person during the transaction was still very smooth. The entire transaction process lasted about 5 hours. And both sides completed the prisoner exchange. On the Daliao side, Qin Shaolu and others were also escorted to the Zhuguang army. Qin Shaolu looked ashen. All the members of the Northern Territory Survivors Alliance Council had died. He was now the agent of the alliance, helping Ferdinand to make plans and do a lot of bad things. But he was eventually abandoned. At the same time, Ferdinand also had people bring over 10 tons of gold, most of which were gold bars and bricks. But there were also a lot of gold jewelry. It seemed that his gold reserves had been basically drained. The 50,000 Hanwei survivors returned to their homeland, all in tears. The few months in a foreign country were a nightmare they would never forget. The Alliance sent them away, and everyone suffered inhuman torture. Fortunately, the Zhuguang army is now in charge, and leader Tang Zheng redeemed them, which made everyone feel infinite gratitude towards Tang Zheng. These people are all young people, and they will be the future of the city in the future. It is conceivable that they will be Tang Zheng's most staunch supporters in the future. Even if the Empire and Tang Zheng break up, they will firmly choose to stand on Tang Zheng's side. In order to heal the physical and mental trauma of these people, Tang Zheng decided to take them back to Zhuguang City. Although Zhuguang City was already overcrowded, Tang Zheng still did so. And Tang Zheng also opened the buffer zone between the inner and outer cities as a temporary residence for these people. When the city changes in the future, such as expansion, they will be arranged with new residences. At present, these people live in the buffer zone. As for Qin Shaolu and others, they were also taken back to Zhuguang City. For such people, Tang Zheng had nothing to say, and decided to give them a quick death and announce their death on TV. But before he attacked Qin Shaolu, Tang Zheng asked him a question. That was about Luo Qiuwan. Besides Ferdinand, the mastermind behind Luo Qiuwan was Qin Shaolu, who planned and personally carried out the assassination. Qin Shaolu probably knew that he was doomed to die, and wanted to be quick, so he simply confessed about Luo Qiuwan. Tang Zheng heard that Qin Shaolu gave Luo Qiuwan the zombie virus as an antidote, and after Luo Qiuwan left, he felt very heavy. I just had some feelings for a woman. Is this woman going to become a zombie? However, Tang Zheng did not show this heavy feeling, and ordered Qin Shaolu and others to be sent on their way. On the news that night, Tang Zheng asked the TV station to broadcast these two happy events. Completely wipe out the remnants of the Alliance, and bring 50,000 compatriots home for the new year. At this time, it was only half a month away from the Lunar New Year. Tang Zheng believed that such news would definitely make everyone happy and have a good new year. That night, Tang Zheng was in front of the TV, ready to watch the TV news program. However, since the news of Jinghe TV station was overshadowed by Zhuguang City last time, it is now broadcast half an hour earlier than the news of Zhuguang City. And Tang Zheng did not fight for this time. So when he turned on the TV today, before seeing his own program, Tang Zheng first saw the program of Jinghe. Tang Zheng had already prepared for the possibility that Jinghe might retake Hezhou at any time. But today's program made Tang Zheng stand up from the sofa. Chapter 226. Today's TV news is mainly about the recovery of Hezhou. After more than 2 months of hard fighting, the 150,000-man army of the Royal Fifth Army finally recovered Hezhou City and wiped out the 30 million zombies here. During this process, planes, cannons and tanks were deployed, and the battle was extremely difficult. More than 10,000 soldiers died in this siege. There are also many touching scenes, such as a soldier who was scratched and infected by a zombie, and took the initiative to enter the zombie group with a pack of explosives, and died together with a large number of zombies. But no officers were killed. During this period, the antivirus serum in Zhuguang City was sold very well. Tang Zheng even knew that a lot of serum was exchanged by people from the Fifth Army. Of course, these precious serums cannot be used on ordinary soldiers. They are all prepared for senior officers. But such things will never be mentioned in the news. The news is full of tragic stories. Tang Zheng had been mentally prepared for such things. He even felt that the Fifth Army was still a little slow. After all, it took nearly 3 months for a 150,000 modernized army to conquer Hezhou, which was not worth showing off. What really shocked him was the following news. On TV, the deputy commander of the Fifth Army, the Imperial Marquis Zhang Jixin, was talking big. Hezhou is now in our hands, and all the zombies have been annihilated. Duke Luibang has said that all personnel will be relocated soon, and construction will be quickly started in Hezhou. In half a month, we will hold the first spring festival after the end of the world here. In the process of eliminating zombies, there is an interesting thing. Everyone, please take a look at this video. The scene changed, and the camera was on a helicopter. The machine gun on the plane was firing at the bottom, and there was a group of zombies running below. This scene is very rare, because zombies don't know how to run away. But these zombies ran away, and they were protecting a zombie in the middle. The helicopter chased all the way, and under the fierce machine gun fire, the zombies who were protecting fell one by one. In the end, the zombie in the middle actually wanted to raise his hands and surrender. But the shooter showed no mercy. and shot the surrendering zombie to death while laughing. Then, the plane landed, and the person who fired the gun jumped off the plane. It was the Deputy Commander Zhang Jixin in front of him. The scene turned back, and the host asked in surprise, "Oh my god! What did I see? A zombie that can escape and surrender? There are actually many zombie guards. What's going on? Can you explain it in detail?" Zhang Jixin said with some pride, "This matter is very simple. Some time ago, a survivor base was besieged by a group of zombies. They wrote about it in great detail, saying that the zombie king led millions of zombies to besiege the city, and the soldiers fought bloody battles to defend their homes. That matter is true. The reason why zombies act collectively is because of the zombie king. And what does the corpse king look like? It's the one I shot dead in the picture." The picture turned back again. Zhang Jixin got off the plane and personally lifted up the corpse king's body. The picture had a close-up freeze frame, revealing the corpse king's face. It didn't look much different from an ordinary person, except for the color of the skin, the length of the nails, and the shape of the teeth. The corpse king's brain was shot through, and black and red blood kept flowing out, and he was completely dead. This is the zombie king, a guy who commands countless zombies. We met him at the mall in Hezhou today. He was trying to enter the mall when we found him, and a fight broke out. During that time, he commanded the zombies, causing us a lot of trouble. Our troops suffered more than 10,000 casualties, half of which were caused by him today. But the zombies he led were not our opponents after all, and we defeated them in the end. I won't talk about how difficult the process was. Our royal army will not be like some guys who seek fame and reputation, who repeatedly brag about every little thing, as if they are afraid that others don't know how great a thing he has done. But today, I want to tell everyone here, don't be fooled by those hypocritical people. What corpse king? That's it? If we were not in a hurry to recapture the city today, and were not prepared at the mall, our casualties would definitely be controlled within 1,000 people. And this is not a battle to defend the city. It is an encounter battle. Understand? So some people should put away their ugly faces, and learn the humble and low-key style of the royal army. They are nothing. The camera shook repeatedly, and he was laughing in the picture, obviously very proud of killing a corpse king. Later, in the city of Jinghe, Louis Bong was also interviewed. Louis Bong said that his deputy commander Zhang Jixin performed very well and killed the corpse king of Hezhou. His troops also recovered the prefecture-level city of Hezhou. This was a great victory. The recovery of the first prefecture-level city in the country and the easy elimination of the corpse king proved that the re-emergence of Hanwei was just around the corner. Now Jinghe has begun to act. Even many days ago, their engineering troops and some people had entered the edge of Hezhou to do some restoration and reconstruction work, such as restoring heating and television supply. Even the TV station has been relocated, and the roads have been cleared during the attack on Hezhou. Starting today, there will be a large migration in Jinghe. The 3 million survivors of Jinghe will all move to Hezhou within 5 days. During the Spring Festival, he will invite the Imperial Princess Li Wuyo to come to Hezhou to celebrate the Spring Festival together. I hope everyone will pay attention to Hezhou TV at that time. At that time, Princess Li Wuyo will also make a televised speech to the national audience to celebrate the recovery of the first prefecture-level city in Hanwei. Next, after the Fifth Army rests, it will continue to advance westward after the Spring Festival to recover the grasslands, western Sichuan, northern Hebei, and other provinces. It is hoped that the survivors in this area can actively move closer to the royal army and not become bandits and bullies who occupy the mountains as kings, which will surely be abandoned by the times. The program of Hezhou TV has caused a strong response in a large area around it. Tang Zheng is not sure what other people are thinking for the time being, but the reason why he is shocked is that he saw that the corpse king who was killed was actually Chen Failong. Chen Failong had been away from Tang Zheng for a while, and he didn't know where he went. But unexpectedly, Chen Failong died in Hezhou now. This made Tang Zheng feel a little strange. Chen Failong was a cautious person, and would never take risks easily. Why would he take the initiative to go to Hezhou? As for the sarcastic words of Louis Bong and his deputy commander Zhang Jixin, Tang Zheng didn't care. If it was before, these mouth cannons might have a slight impact on him. But after the next program was broadcast, these effects would no longer exist. The following programs will focus on the TV station, and the main content is the prisoner exchange. 50,000 Hanwei people returned to their hometown, and this scene made many people wet their clothes with tears. In terms of shock, The return of 50,000 compatriots may not be as shocking as the first recovery of a prefecture-level city. But in terms of difficulty, defeating the 50,000 troops of Daliu in one day is definitely much more difficult than Liu Bang and his team's 3 months to recover Hezhou. After all, Tang Zheng's opponent is a modern army, and it is definitely not a mob. Liu Bang and his opponents were just zombies, some moving targets. Not to mention that it took so long. With this halo, Liu Bang and his people's slander against Tang Zheng did not have any effect at all, and instead they were praised. In short, in the eyes of the survivors, their troops can now destroy the zombie king, recapture the city, and defeat the troops of Daliu. It seems that Hanwei will rise. However, Liu Bang himself was very dissatisfied with this matter. It didn't achieve the effect he wanted to discredit Tang Zheng. This matter was really a coincidence. He just happened to recapture Hezhou today and killed the corpse king. He wanted to publicize it with great fanfare and shock the surrounding areas. But Tang Zheng also did a big thing today and redeemed 50,000 Hanwei people. Moreover, Daliu was the defeated party and handed over the remnants of the Northern Territory Alliance, who were also executed today. Daliu also paid compensation, a large amount of gold, which made the Hanwei people proud. The blessing brought by the national pride has exceeded the effect of his recapture of Hezhou. Since Bang is born, why Zheng is born? Liu Bang kept repeating this sentence in his mouth, and he was more certain that Tang Zheng was his lifelong enemy. However, this enemy should not be able to jump for long. When he completes the migration and gains a foothold in Hezhou, he will sweep across the northern region in the spring next year. However, he did not know that in addition to him and Tang Zheng, there was also someone who no one expected to pay attention to this matter. And he was very angry. Boya County. On the top floor of a tall building, the little girl sat in front of the TV and saw the death scene of Chen Failong. The little girl blinked her eyes. She knew the meaning of death. The person who could coax her, play with her toys, and read her stories was dead, killed by the bad guy on TV. The little girl clenched her white and tender hands. Angry, her blood-red eyes had turned scarlet at this moment, even red and purple. Ah! Ah! A long howl that was strong enough to pierce the eardrum suddenly came out of the little girl's mouth. The small body made a completely different sound, and the sound went straight into the sky. In an instant, the zombies in the entire Boya County heard the little girl's voice and felt the anger of their king. These zombies roared together. The roar of millions of zombies was enough to shake the earth. Countless mutant birds took off and hovered over the building where the little girl lived like a dark cloud. The sound lasted for 2 minutes before it gradually subsided. The little girl stood up and hugged her beloved big bear. The white scarf was also wrapped around her tender neck. Her small fangs were grinding, and she uttered the first syllable besides awe. Kill! She walked out of the building, and as she moved, all the zombies and mutants in Boya County followed. However, the little girl did not go to Hezhou immediately. Her strength had not yet reached its peak, and her men had not all arrived. She was going to replenish the number of her men to the maximum. Then, she would go to Hezhou and kill those annoying bad guys. Chapter 227. Tang Zheng was surprised by Chen Failong's death. But it was over. The Spring Festival is coming, and the atmosphere of the new year in Zhuguang City is getting stronger. Perhaps people have been suppressed for too long. Or perhaps this end of the world is too sad and desperate. People have shown great enthusiasm for the Spring Festival, as if they have never celebrated the new year before. In order to promote consumption and increase people's happiness, all public officials in Zhuguang City have been issued a bonus of 1,000 light yuan. 1,000 guang yuan is definitely not a small amount of money. It is enough for everyone to have a happy spring festival. This move made all the public officials cheer. Tang Zheng was not stingy at all, and gave red envelopes of 500 guang yuan to all the elderly over 60 years old who had Zhuguang City household registration. The prices in Zhuguang City are not high, and 500 guang yuan is enough for an elderly person to live for a few months. The continuous measures to benefit the people made the whole Zhuguang City jubilant, and consumption was also stimulated. Even some ordinary families would buy a piece of mutant beast meat to cook or make dumplings during the Spring Festival. And those bosses, who made a lot of money because of the prosperity of Zhuguang City, also gave red envelopes and bonuses to their employees. However, there are still more than 10 days before the Spring Festival, and all walks of life in Zhuguang City have not yet had a holiday. The entire outer city area is extremely lively every day. It is said that after the Spring Festival, Many newlyweds will hold weddings. And those restaurants that can host banquets for guests have been booked until February. Each of the 50,000 Hanwei young men and women living in the buffer zone received 1,000 light yuan from the Ministry of the Interior for their living and living in Zhuguang City. Many of these people will hold a collective wedding. Having experienced hardships, they can better understand how hard it is to live now. Of course, these red envelopes are one time, and how they live in the future still depends on their own efforts. The Ministry of the Interior has also continuously introduced many policies that benefit the people. First of all, in Zhuguang Hospital, general treatment is free. Registration, diagnosis, examination, hospitalization, all are free. Only some medicines cannot be produced now, and they are purchased from adventurers. The hospital will sell them to patients without adding a penny, which is very conscientious. There is also education. Many primary and secondary schools in Zhuguang City are now full of students, and the tuition fees of these students are also free. Food in the cafeteria is at cost price. As for the salary of education staff, it is all borne by the Ministry of the Interior and the bank. Even the city has opened a city bus, and all rides are free. There is even news that the Zhuguang railway station will be opened in the east of Zhuguang City, and the platform is just outside the east gate. At that time, the railway station will be able to connect to the university city, Manor Base, Beifengdu, Shuanglin, Qingchuan, Saichi and other places. All kinds of good news have made Zhuguang City more and more the first choice for people to live in. Those who left Zhuguang City in a moment of delusion are now regretting it. Tang Zheng opened the system page in his official residence. The plan to seize the treasury of the royal branch of Lombard City failed. But Tang Zheng was not idle. The large army has been fighting zombies outside, and they will try to kill as many as possible. After all, gold and silver jewelry can be found on ordinary zombies, which can always bring in some financial income. Tang Zheng now opened the system page to see the completion of his task of upgrading to brigade commander. There are a total of 6 task progresses for upgrading to brigade commander. Condition 1. The whole group is fully staffed. Completion progress 26581/30,000. Condition 2. Kill 30 million zombies cumulatively. Completion progress 214090008/30000000. Condition 3. Upgrade funds of 30 million. Completion progress 1539927/30000000. Condition 4. Complete 10 mapping buildings. Completion progress July 10th. Condition 5. The number of survivors under your command is more than 5 million. Completion progress 1487220/50000000. Condition 6. The territory area is not less than 500,000 square kilometers. Note, it needs to be recognized by the surrounding forces. Completion progress 260103/500000. Of the 6 conditions, none has been completed yet, but some are almost done. Such is the full strength of the whole regiment. As long as Tang Zheng has another wave of troops now, it can be completed. There is also the map. Guiyun said that a new map will be sent in a while, and 8 buildings can be completed, and only 2 are missing. There is also the number of zombies killed. Tang Zheng has successively captured 2 counties during this period, killing more than 10 million zombies, in addition to the continuous killing in the past few months, and the killing operation in Saichi County now. His 30 million kills have exceeded 20 million. After the Spring Festival, it is estimated that only a few million kills will be enough to capture Saichi County, without any major expenditures. The funds obtained after taking down Saichi should be enough to upgrade the brigade commander. The difficulty lies in the 5 million survivors, and the 500,000 square kilometers of land. The land is easier to solve. At most, Tang Zheng can go to the desert area in Mabe to enclose the land and build some checkpoints to enclose the land. However, the enclosed land is not very useful for the time being, and helicopters have to be sent to various checkpoints to transport supplies and so on. It would be better to wait until the population is settled, and then reclaim the land at one time to upgrade. But this population has always been Tang Zheng's concern. In the North Territory, a no-man's land, there is no potential for population to be tapped. There are more than 20 survival bases of various sizes nearby, and the combined population will not exceed 600,000. If you want to find people, there is no place here. This is the current situation of the end of the world, even if a certain place is well restored. But outside the base, The area within a radius of hundreds or thousands of miles is basically uninhabited. Some of the surrounding bases now have the idea of joining the Zhuguang city system and want to rely on Tanzhong protection. Especially after Tanzhong defeated the people of Daliao and rescued 50,000 compatriots. These people ideas became stronger. Tanzhong also accepted all comers and ordered the Ministry of the Interior to review them. But these latecomers were not allowed to live in Zhuguang City. At present, the population of Zhuguang City has exceeded 450,000 and is approaching 500,000. It is difficult to bear too many people. Every time he thought of the population problem, Tanzhong couldn't help but look to the east. In the past, he looked at Jing'e County. But now, he should look at Hezhou. After Luibang took over Hezhou, his reputation was greatly boosted. And many nearby survivor bases began to migrate to Hezhou. Their population was approaching the 3.5 million mark. If these people could be annexed, then upgrading to brigade commander would be just around the corner. However, Tanzhong knew that this was unlikely for the time being. Judging from the current situation, he would be the only one to be annexed by others. He didn't have such a big stomach to annex the population of Hezhou. But Tanzhong never gave up this idea, because he had no way to change his appearance. So he could only think outside. In addition, Daliao, Xinzhou, and the surrounding areas of Fengcheng were also within Tanzhong's sight at all times. Once the time was right, Tanzhong would show his claws mercilessly and reach out to the neighbors around him. Just as he was thinking about it, Guiyun arrived. Under the guidance of Ning Yue, Guiyun came to Tanzhong's bedroom and handed him a map. General, the map of the airport is out. Oh! This time it's the airport. Tanzhong turned over and sat up. Guiyun hadn't said it before, and he had never thought that this guy would quietly create an airport. He took it and used it for mapping. The system immediately added an airport building. Airport, price 1 million gold. Tanzhong smacked his lips. This building is currently the most expensive of all his buildings. It costs 1 million gold. But think about it. An airport will definitely not be cheap. 1 million gold is reasonable. Tanzhong immediately came out of the official residence. Ning Yue drove his jeep over and headed straight for the reserved airport location. The airport is relatively large, covering an area of nearly 2 ordinary kilometers. Located in the southwest of the inner city of Zhuguang City. Tanzhong arrived at the place, spent 1 million funds to buy the airport, and then chose to place it. After the airport was placed, the scenery in front of him changed drastically. Tanzhong is now in the center of the airport. In the distance, there are terminal buildings, control towers, and airport radars. There are many hangars near the city wall at the western end. On this side is a large runway area with excellent runway conditions. The lawns and greenery in the areas between the runways are complete. There are signs that should be present at the airport, as well as some maintenance vehicles, towing vehicles, and inspection vehicles that are necessary for the airport. In addition, the airport itself has 100 staff members responsible for daily maintenance, refueling, testing, sanitation, and other work. As the airport construction was completed, the helicopters that were usually parked in various places in the inner city flew to the airport, landed on the apron, and found their own positions. At this time, the Air Force ground crew also entered the airport and came to their respective workstations. Tanzhong stood at the airport, feeling the grandeur of the airport, and the airport staff had already come to report to him. Tanzhong and these people exchanged greetings for a while, and one of the leaders reported to Tanzhong, "General, we now have a runway and can buy fixed-wing aircraft." Tanzhong looked at the system. He had 2 types of fixed-wing aircraft. One was a drone, which he already had, and that could take off from other roads. Another type that required a runway was his giant transport aircraft, and 124 transport aircraft, 7 crew members, 69 meters long, 73 meters wingspan, 21 meters high, 173 tons empty weight, 405 tons maximum takeoff weight, 865 kilometers per hour maximum flight speed, 100,000 kilometers maximum range. Priced at 200,000 gold. A super transport plane with a range of 100,000 kilometers can be called the king of transportation. It is said that this type of plane can not only carry vehicles and tanks, but if it is used to carry people, it can carry up to 1,500 people at a time. It can also carry luggage. Tanzhong was not stingy, and spent 200,000 gold per plane, directly spending 1 million gold to buy 5 giant transport planes. Although he didn't know where these planes would fly after they were built, he had a hunch that these planes might be useful soon. Soon, 5 giants appeared on the runway of the airport and appeared in front of Tangzheng. Chapter 228. 5 A124 transport planes appeared, and Tangzheng came to the first one. A plane has 7 crew members, and the space inside the plane is very huge. There are 2 floors in the cabin, and tanks can be driven directly onto the plane. There are no seats here, and the transport personnel can sit on the ground. The 2 floors can accommodate 1,500 people. This kind of plane has a speed of more than 800 kilometers per hour and a terrifying endurance of 100,000 kilometers. It can take off from Zhuguang City and go back and forth to any place in Hanwei, and even to neighboring countries without any problem. With these 5 planes and 20 transport helicopters, the Zhuguang army now has a terrifying air transport capability. Guiyun also told Tang Zheng that they are now researching heavy-duty airborne technology for the Army Aviation Battalion. The so-called heavy-duty airborne is to drop a tank or a tank from a transport plane. Then these things land smoothly with parachutes and can quickly launch an attack behind enemy lines, cooperate with the paratroopers, and coordinate with light and heavy arms to have a powerful attack capability behind enemy lines. At present, some armored vehicles and light tanks can be airdropped with heavy equipment, and the airdrop technology of main battle tanks is being mastered. After the inspection, Tang Zheng was very satisfied, but he did not let the transport plane take off immediately. First, he did not know where to land after taking off. At present, there are only 2 places he can go. One is Hezhou Airport, and the other is Qinzhou Airport, because in the Hanwei Empire, only prefecture-level cities have airports. But if he goes to these 2 places, he may be shot down directly. So Tang Zheng was not in a hurry. Once he had the things, they would be put to use when needed. After finishing this matter, Tang Zheng waited for the new year with peace of mind. After the new year, when the large army took over Caichi County, he considered the next marching direction. In Zhuguang City, people were enjoying the happy time before the Spring Festival, while in Hezhou, 600 kilometers away, it was a busy scene. During this period, Louis Bong himself felt that he was a little eager for quick success. In order to compete for the title of being the first to capture a prefecture-level city, he put all his energy on this. He had put the development of the military industry on hold, and the progress of the army construction had stagnated. Compared with other group armies in the empire, his development had lagged behind. However, Louis Bong did not regret it at all. If he captured Hezhou, the princess would come. As long as he communicated well with the princess, it would not be impossible to build a capital in Hezhou. At that time, he would get the full support of the empire, and the development progress would soon surpass other group armies. He vaguely knew that Li Wuyo held a terrifying power in his hands. The Imperial Guards had always been Li Wuyo trump card. The treasury of the empire was also in Li Wuyo control, with a lot of weapons and gold reserves. Once Li Wuyo fully supported someone, it would be difficult for that person not to rise. He couldn't fall behind in this competition, and taking over Hezhou was a particularly important step. The migration of 3 million people was not a simple matter. In the past few days, all vehicles in Jinghe County were requisitioned to relocate the survivors. The huge convoy was spread over a 600-kilometer road, constantly going back and forth. Fortunately, it did not continue to snow in the past few days, but the cold wind and lack of heating equipment in the wild still made the survivors suffer a lot. Many survivors were numb from the cold on the road and fell directly to the ground after getting off the car. Most people had frostbite and needed a lot of hot water and medicine to treat it. But Louis Bong could no longer take care of these, because the Chinese New Year is getting closer. He must make Hezhou prosperous during the Spring Festival, and people are indispensable. When the princess comes to see it, she will also praise Louis Bong for his ability and efficiency. Such a hasty migration has also made many people criticize it, especially after seeing that Hezhou has no city walls at all. Many people think it is better to stay in Jinghe. After the construction and reinforcement of the city wall of Jinghe, the height has reached 15 meters, which has consumed a lot of manpower and material resources. But because it has to be relocated to Hezhou, it has to be abandoned. When people know that there is a zombie king in the end of the world, cities without city walls will not give them a sense of security. Those city walls are not very useful for modern aircraft and artillery, but they are still very useful for dealing with zombies. However, Hezhou is too big, and it is difficult to build city walls. In addition, It is almost impossible to build in the cold winter, which means that before the arrival of spring, they will have to live in an unsafe environment without city walls. Many people raised objections to this, but they were all rejected by Liu Bang. The reason he gave was very simple. Because in Liu Bang's view, zombies are no longer scary. The Fifth Army has killed all 30 million zombies in Hezhou. What else is there to be afraid of? If you say that the zombie king is scary, then the deputy commander Zhang Zhixin will come and teach you a good lesson with a video of him killing the zombie king with his own hands. In his view, no matter how the zombies evolve, can they still resist the bombardment of airplanes and artillery? All oppositions are invalid, and the migration is still carried out. The original plan was to complete the migration in 3 days, but it took 5 days to complete. Fortunately, when they first attacked Hezhou, Liu Bang kept sending people to restore the city construction, so it didn't take too much time. The new survivors were constantly arranged to move in. The arrival of 3 million people made the city managers flustered and had no idea for a while. In the end, Liu Bang also forcibly ordered to separate the survivors piece by piece, and then forcibly arranged to move in without considering any objective factors for the time being. How many people are there in this area? And which community should they move into? How many people in that area should live in which street? Under the mandatory order, people were arranged to live in their own residences. Some dissatisfied people were directly punished by Liu Bang. Now is an extraordinary period. All actions must be based on the overall situation. Those who disobey will be beaten and driven out of Hezhou, and even not allowed to return to Jinghe. After several precedents, people had to obey the arrangements and could only live in obediently. This changed some of the chaotic status quo. But during this period, many people still came here because of its reputation. It must be said that Liu Bang's conquest of Hezhou caused a strong response in the surrounding areas. A large number of survivors came to Hezhou from the surrounding areas of Hezhou City, as well as nearby SZ City, Yinmen City, Longyu City and other places. The arrival of new personnel brought a new round of chaos. The chaotic order calmed down, and Liu Bang's group of hair turned a lot white. It took another 5 days for everyone to move in. Before the end of the world, Hezhou could accommodate 30 million people. Now the population is close to 3.5 million, which is much less than before. So they just moved into a more prosperous area. Hekou District. Hekou District is backed by rivers, and there is a Jiangqiao railway bridge leading to the west. From the south, southwest, west, northwest, and north, these directions are blocked by rivers, forming a natural barrier. However, it is midwinter now. The rivers have frozen, and this barrier no longer exists. In the east, northeast, and southeast, there are lands connecting to other districts. This Hekou district used to be the golden area of Hezhou. A large number of Riverview houses sold very well. It is a gathering place for high-end residential areas in Hezhou. This place has now become a residential area for 3 million people. The new residential area has many problems. The biggest problem is heating and logistics. In order to build a beautiful new city, Liu Bang chose the core area of the city. But there are many problems. Hezhou was not so cold before, and the heating conditions are not enough to cope with the current severe cold. Moreover, after the corrosion of the end of the world, although Liu Bang and his team also carried out emergency repairs, the current heating conditions are still somewhat insufficient than before the end of the world. The residents who moved in complained every day, and many had to endure the frostbite brought by the road and tap dance to keep warm indoors. Liu Bang knew that many people were dissatisfied with him, and even secretly scolded him. But he could not care so much now, because there were only 3 days left before the Spring Festival. He had already sent an invitation to Princess Liu, and the TV station was also ready. The Hekou district was decorated with lights, and colorful lanterns were hung on the trees on the roadside. Liu Bang even forced all units to make lanterns and riddles. When the Spring Festival comes, he will invite the princess to watch the lanterns and guess the riddles, then watch the grand fireworks show, and finally return to the official residence to have a New Year's Eve dinner. If the other party is not Liu, the proud daughter of heaven, Liu Bang is absolutely sure that he can take the other party down. Under Liu Bang's command, the Hekou district began to turn around. Even many survivors were organized, and someone specially gave them costumes and props. And many people were even arranged with lines. These people are commonly known as shills. When the time comes, they will hold a grand welcome ceremony for the princess. Ensure that the princess feels full of happiness, and shoulder the task of singing praises for the current situation of Hezhou, and sing praises for Luibang. The people under his rule can live and work in peace and contentment, which should be what Li Wuyo wants to see most. It must be said that Luibang is indeed an expert in understanding people's hearts. Today is the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, and there are 3 days left before the Spring Festival, the day after tomorrow. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Li Wuyo will come to Hezhou City, and the TV station will start broadcasting the event. At this time, Luibang had basically finished his work and was waiting for the princess to arrive. However, he was not completely careless and still asked people to check the situation around Hezhou City. In Hezhou, he wanted to make sure that there were no zombies. He also found those who could not get out of the house and those who were stuck in the car and killed them one by one. During this process, someone reported to him that some ice holes were found in the nearby rivers. It seemed that some frozen zombies broke through the ice and left the rivers. Hearing this, Luibang was a little alert and strange. He knew that some zombies fell into the water, but they were all frozen. How could they come out? But he didn't have time to investigate these things now. There were still 3 days before the Chinese New Year, which was very important to him. It was better to have less trouble than more. He would wait until after the Spring Festival. Chapter 229. The upper reaches of the Jin River. The Jin River originates from the eastern foot of Guyun Mountain. The source is just a small river formed by spring water from the mountains. However, as it flows eastward, many tributaries flow into it. Even the Fengming River in Zhuguang City is a tributary of the Jin River. With the injection of multiple water systems, the flow of the Jin River has expanded rapidly. After flowing for hundreds of kilometers, it has formed a large river. Because there is a water system coming from the Lus area in the north, the water of the Jin River becomes turbid and yellow, and the Jin River is named after this. The Jin River has flowed through the city of Hezhou since ancient times, passing through the northern part of Hezhou. There is another Xiangshui River that flows through the southern part of Hezhou. Hezhou was built on the impact plane of these two rivers, and the city's name came from this. Most of the time, these two rivers will not freeze, but this year is different. The rivers have frozen. To the west of Hezhou, at the upper reaches of the Jin River, there is an uninhabited area of hundreds of kilometers. There are no birds flying in the thousands of mountains, and no traces of people on the thousands of paths. But here, something strange is happening now. Countless zombies stood in this area, standing in a black mass along the river bank. The number of zombies here is simply incalculable, and it feels like it has spread to the horizon. On the frozen river, there stood a group of giant gorilla zombies more than 3 meters tall. More than 7 months have passed since the end of the world. After such a long period of evolution, second-level zombies have begun to appear in the wild. Lickers and gorillas can already be seen in the wild, but their numbers are still very rare. There are more than 100 gorilla zombies here, and the number of lickers is close to 300. These high-level zombies are standing on the river, with a little girl in the middle. The little girl is the zombie king from Boya, who is leading a group of high-level zombies to look for something on the river. During this process, the little girl keeps making sharp whistles, and then feels the response from the surroundings. Whenever there is a response from a certain place, the little girl will point it, and then a gorilla zombie will go over and hammer the frozen river surface with his fist. The river surface, which was strong enough for armored vehicles to pass, could not withstand the strange power of the gorilla zombies, and the ice would soon be broken. Then, the gorilla zombies fished out what they were looking for in the river. Some drowned zombies. There were many such zombies in the river of the end of the world, and they fell into the water for various reasons. For example, when Tang Zheng went to fight the first jewelry store in Shuangling, he relied on the river to fight. In that battle, at least hundreds of thousands of zombies fell into the river and were washed away by the river. But the river water will not drown the zombies. Some zombies go ashore halfway, and many just drift with the current, drifting downstream. When they drift to a certain place, they will sink into the mud or get stuck somewhere and stop moving, becoming an unsafe hazard in the water. So now there are zombies in many waters, but they just can't get out of the water. And now the little girl is looking for this kind of zombie. After this kind of zombie is fished out, it looks different from other zombies. Their skin was swollen and bluish white, like a person who had died a long time ago. Although they would not drown, their stomachs were filled with an unknown amount of water. Every zombie that came ashore had a stomach much bigger than a pregnant woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. The stomach was trembling, and the skin was almost transparent, as if it could explode at any time. A big-bellied zombie came ashore, and the little girl pointed at an ordinary zombie. The big-bellied zombie was controlled by the little girl when it came up, and immediately obeyed the little girl's order and sprayed a water arrow at the ordinary zombie. The distance between it and the ordinary zombie was more than 50 meters. The wind on the river was still strong, but the water arrow still hit accurately. The water arrow was black. I don't know what kind of toxins and harmful substances it contained. When the water arrow was ejected, white smoke suddenly came out of the ordinary zombie's body. Its muscles and bones, under the corrosion of the water arrow, actually began to rot and dissolve rapidly, with a sizzling sound. In less than 30 seconds, this ordinary zombie turned into a pile of blood. This horrible corrosive power is simply terrifying. But the little girl still seemed unsatisfied, and she pointed at a zombie 100 meters away. The big-bellied zombie continued to spray water, and it still hit the target accurately 100 meters away. The little girl pointed at another zombie. This one was 200 meters away. The big-bellied zombie still sprayed successfully. After several tests, in the case of wind, the maximum range of the big-bellied zombie water arrows is about 270 meters. With multiple sprays, its belly became a little smaller, and the little girl signaled it to drink water. The zombie immediately lay on the river and quickly filled its belly again. After drinking, it staggered towards a group of big-bellied zombies. There were already thousands of such zombies, all of which the little girl had found during this period. But after looking for a while, the little girl still felt dissatisfied, because the number of big-bellied zombies was too small. After leaving Boya, she kept looking for zombies and mutant beasts and brought them under her command. Now there are 7 million zombies in her zombie group, and the number of mutant zombies is almost half of them. There are more than 1 million mutant birds, and more than 1 million other mutant beasts. Among them, there are about 300,000 rats. The little girl felt that her control power had almost reached the upper limit. She could control 10 million zombies, which was the limit of her current ability. Now the gap was only more than 400,000. When she accidentally discovered the ability of the drowned zombies, the little girl focused on looking for this kind of zombies. After searching for a few days, she only found a few thousand. After all, this search method is not very efficient. But the little girl couldn't wait any longer. She was ready to avenge Chen Filong and didn't want to waste too much time outside. Standing on the river and thinking hard for a while, the little girl came up with a solution. She waved her hand, and a large number of ordinary zombies came over. Under the command of the little girl, they lined up and walked into the river. She wanted these ordinary zombies to drink as much water as possible and catalyze a batch of big-bellied zombies as soon as possible. After the ordinary zombies entered the water, they drank fiercely under the command of the zombie king, and soon their bellies were round. The little girl found one of them and asked him to spray water. The result of the test was not ideal. This zombie could only spray water arrows less than 30 meters, and the corrosive power was not too strong. The little girl asked the zombie to go into the water again, and she sat on the river and waited. She felt that she was gradually becoming smarter. She couldn't tell where this smartness came from, but she was smart. Tang Jing had also studied the creature of the zombie king, and Gui Yun's research institute had studied it for a long time. But no one has figured out the reason. The cause of the corpse king seems to be very complicated. Gui Yun finally gave Tang Jing some conclusions. There are many situations in which the corpse king is formed, but one thing is certain. The corpse king like Chen Filong is immature, and not a completely evolved body. Real corpse kings are cold-blooded and ruthless. However, the corpse king is different from ordinary zombies in that their brains will continue to evolve, and have the ability to think. In addition, the personality and some special factors before the end of the world will also affect the direction of the corpse king's evolution. But Gui Yun said that the specific situation was not accurate. After all, he had not seen the second corpse king and could not make an accurate judgment. However, Gui Yun told Tang Jing that the trend of the end of the world is evolution. Mutants are evolving, and zombies are also evolving. Corpse kings can evolve, and once they appear, the speed of evolution will be faster. It is currently impossible to estimate how far they will evolve. Even in Tang Jing view, their light-chasing army is also a kind of evolution. Isn't the continuous star upgrade of the soldiers a process of evolution? In the apocalypse, if you cannot evolve and stagnate, it is likely to mean being eliminated. The one who stands at the top of this world must be the most successful evolver, or the zombie king. A day and a night passed, and the zombie was fished out again. The second water spray test. The range reached about 70 meters, and it had a certain degree of corrosiveness. The little girl understood that the water-spraying zombie also needs time to cultivate, and under the current circumstances, the combat effectiveness is still somewhat insufficient. But she didn't want to wait for too long. After persisting for another night, she felt that it was enough when all the zombies could spray water at a range of 100 meters and corrode flesh and blood. This batch of water-spraying zombies numbered 400,000. These were also her killer troops, ready to give the bad guys a fatal blow at any time. She didn't wait any longer and left the river with more than 9 million zombies. Passing through some towns along the way, she summoned them again, bringing the total number of zombies to a huge number of 10 million. This group of zombies is much more powerful than the group of zombies that went to Zhuguang City. Not only is the number 10 times, but there are also many high-level zombies. More than 7 million zombies. More than 2 million mutant birds and beasts. 10 million zombies are simply a piece of cake in front of her. In the little heart of the little girl, the zombie king, she also felt that her power could destroy almost everything. Of course, except for the human named Tang Zheng. The little girl still had some fear of that human. But as her power increased, this fear was gradually disappearing. She could feel that her strength still had room for improvement. If it could be improved a little, she might not need to be afraid of that human anymore. But she still didn't want to meet the human named Tang Zheng. Before that, she had to kill those bad guys. A huge group of corpses began to move towards Hezhou. This place was not far from Hezhou. At most 2 days, she could lead the group of corpses to the city of Hezhou. At that time, the world would be shocked and subverted. Chapter 230. Early morning. Tang Zheng was awakened by Tang Tang's fluttering. Opening his eyes, Tang Zheng was dazed for a while before realizing that it was Chinese New Year. The first Chinese New Year after the end of the world finally arrived. Tang Zheng got up and came out of the bathroom. His guard captain was already standing in the room. Ning Yue had 2 braids with red ropes tied at the ends of her hair. She looked pretty and charming. Seeing Tang Zheng coming out, Ning Yue smiled like a flower. "General, Happy New Year. I wish you success in the new year and a good career in love." Tang Zheng laughed and touched Ning Yue's braid. "Well, your mouth is very sweet. The general will reward you." As he said that, Tang Zheng took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it directly to Ning Yue. He couldn't be too stingy. He had a bunch of red envelopes on him, each of which was 2,000 light yuan. Ning Yue took the red envelope with a smile, and then took the initiative to help Tang Zheng change clothes. Looking at the gorgeous military dress in Ning Yue's hand, embroidered with gold edges and gold tassels, Tang Zheng was a little confused. Is it necessary to wear such an exaggerated dress? I don't plan to attend any performances today. On New Year's Day, many places held art performances. Zhuguang City was no exception. And the Grand Theater also had performances. However, Tang Zheng would not attend. He planned to spend the new year with his family. Ning Yue smiled. "General, don't forget, you have other activities to attend today. Of course you have to dress more handsomely. Xiaoshu, come and help. Help me change the general's clothes." The scientific research soldier, He Shui, also ran in from outside. Unlike Ning Yue's 2 braids, He Shui's braids today were 2 small pigtails, the kind of Neza hair, with 2 golden threads tied on top. With her fair little face, she looked like a little girl, no longer the image of a blasting maniac in the past. She ran in and also helped Ning Yue to change Tang Zheng's clothes, and said quickly, "General, I wish you a successful start in the new year. Success, 3 wives and 4 concubines, fear of all directions, respect from all over the country, loyalty from all the people, benevolence and wisdom, be both civil and military, and unify the country for thousands of years." Tang Zheng stuffed a red envelope directly into the little mouth that kept opening and closing. "Shut up. The more you talk, the more outrageous it is." He Shui received the red envelope and immediately accepted it with a smile, and then began to help Tang Zheng put on this gorgeous dress in a proper manner. Under the personal service of the 2 beauties, Tang Zheng quickly changed his clothes. A military cap with a gold border, and a gorgeous military uniform on his body. The badge of the Zhuguang army was very conspicuous. A thick leather belt tied around his waist, a pistol across his waist, high-top military boots on his feet, and white gloves on his hands. There was also a golden fox cape behind him, which hem reached a little below his hips. The two beauties stepped back and looked at him for a while. He Shui said, "It would be nice to have a mustache." Ning Yue nodded. "It would be more stylish if he had a civilized stick in his hand." He Shui immediately agreed. "Hold a pipe." Ning Yue's eyes lit up. "You can ask De Kongming to come over and squat beside the general." "What a good idea. Then I go call De Kongming." Tang Zheng saw that He Shui was really going out, and hurriedly stopped her. Okay. You two stop making trouble. Tell me what I have planned for today." "Oh, let's have breakfast first. Miss Su Jingqiu brought it here early. It's a New Year's breakfast." Tang Zheng came to the restaurant. There were already 4 dishes and a soup on the table. As he sat down to eat, Ning Yue muttered beside him, "At 8:30 this morning, the general will meet with Earl Yong Linling from the Manor Base. He brought a Spring Festival consolation delegation from the Manor Base and hopes that the general will meet him." He Shui continued. At 9:10 a.m., the head of the 12th base came to Zhuguang City, and Minister Qi Zhengyan of the Ministry of the Interior invited the general to attend. At 10 a.m., the first collective wedding of Zhuguang City was held at Xingli Restaurant. The TV station hoped that the general could encourage these newlyweds and show the prosperity of our Zhuguang City. At 10:40 a.m., the first security company in the city was established, with the Special Service and Public Security Bureau responsible for training. Director Su Lu invited the general to cut the ribbon. At 11:30 noon, the Ministry of the Interior will host a banquet for the Manor Base and the 12th base at the Tianhua Hotel. The Ministry of the Interior and Zhuguang Bank invite the general to attend the banquet. Then, the general can rest for an hour and a half. At 1 p.m., the Zhuguang City Court will pronounce a verdict on the first gangster gang to be eliminated in the city. This is the first case of fighting against gangs and evil in the city. The judge of the court hopes that the general can attend the trial to show his attention to the law. At 3 p.m., the first new water circulation system of the water plant was put into operation. The director hopes that the general, Tang Zheng, couldn't eat anymore and put down his chopsticks. He was relatively free during this period, so he attended some city affairs and social activities. But he didn't expect that this would stir up a hornet's nest. Various invitations kept coming one after another, and people from all walks of life hoped that Tang Zheng could attend the event. They called it respect, but Tang Zheng thought they just wanted to use this opportunity to build a relationship with him so that he could go out and brag. However, today is New Year's Day, and these people are not quiet. They invite one after another, and even line up. Tang Zheng waved his hand directly. "It's Chinese New Year today. Let's stop all these things. I often see Yong Linling. Let him do a good job in the livelihood work of the Manor Base. If there is any need for funds, he can contact the bank, the person in charge of the 12th base. Let Qi Zhengyan accompany him. I won't go. As for the wedding, let me bring a message, saying that I hope they have a happy marriage. Now there is no restriction on births. What we lack is population. I won't attend the cocktail party at noon. The court will handle things according to the law. It doesn't matter whether I attend or not. The water plant will see how they perform. I will be able to drink it in the evening. If they do well, they will be rewarded. If they do not, they will be punished." Seeing Tang Zheng push away all the things, Ning Yue could not help but ask, "General, what are you doing today?" "Go to my dad's place, put up Spring Festival couplets, set off firecrackers, watch TV, make dumplings, and celebrate the new year. At night, the lights are on." In Zhuguang City, the sound of firecrackers begins to ring. Groups of fireworks bloom in the air, illuminating the night sky with a variety of colors. It snowed tonight. Auspicious snow indicates a good harvest. Every household has their TV on, watching the wonderful programs on TV. Tang Zheng was in the living room where his father lived, rolling out dumpling skins with a rolling pin. Beside him, Tang and I, Xiao Dili, Su Jingqiu and others were making dumplings, while his father Tang Yushan was watching TV and mashing garlic in the distance. On TV, there was the TV station's Today's Light program, with constant advertisements in between. Tang Yushan watched for a while and couldn't help muttering, "There are too many advertisements." Xiao Zheng, "Are all these bosses in our city making so much money? There are so many advertisements lined up that it's hard to watch a TV show." Tang Zheng smiled and said, "The TV station has to make a living too. Dad, just bear with it. No, change the channel. Our imperial princess will be on the screen soon. I haven't seen her for a long time." Tang Yushan didn't give him face, and switched the TV to Hezhou TV. The programs on Hezhou TV are more old-fashioned. And they are still the orthodox imperial royal programs. Not many people watch them. But today is different. Tonight, the imperial princess Li Wuyo will be on the screen and give a televised speech to all the surrounding TV viewers. Hezhou TV has been promoting this news for many days. And many people are waiting, hoping to see Li Wuyo appear and see what she thinks about the future of the empire. The TV switched to Hezhou Radio. Li Wuyo has not appeared yet. The time is set. Li Wuyo will give a TV speech at 8 o'clock in the evening. It is now more than 7:40. The program of Hezhou is broadcasting the joyous scenes of Hezhou City. It can be seen that the lights in the once modern city are brilliant. On a busy street, people were coming and going. On both sides of the street, there were many colored lights and some big red lanterns. There were also lantern riddles on those lanterns. Although it was not the Lantern Festival yet, Hezhou had already held such an event in advance. Obviously to welcome the princess. People were walking on the street, laughing and talking. The camera was also constantly capturing people's smiling faces, showing this happy scene as much as possible. When some people were interviewed, they kept talking about the good things about Hezhou and Luibang, saying that they had met a good leader who could lead everyone to live such a good life. Tang Jun looked at them without saying anything. Little Dilly, who was making dumplings, took a look. As a professional journalist, she snorted, "It's all fake." Tang Jun smiled, "Don't worry about it. After all, they have recovered a prefecture-level city. It's normal to do some publicity. Besides, today's focus is not on this." The TV program was still going on, because it was not yet 8 o'clock. It had not been transferred to the TV station's live broadcast room. Quack! On the TV screen, a group of birds flew over the streets of Hezhou, causing a little commotion among the crowd. The birds in the end times are different from before. They are all mutant birds. This kind of thing is a threat to people. And many people have been attacked by mutant birds. But it is the first time that everyone has seen a group of them appear at once. Some people hide in fear, and some scream in fear. But fortunately, this group of birds just flew by and disappeared quickly, and did not cause much commotion. Seeing this, Tang Jun frowned slightly. He had experienced a group of mutant birds once, and that was in Fengcheng Zoo. But that is normal in the zoo. And now this situation in Hezhou is obviously abnormal. Why are there groups of mutant birds appearing over the city? There must be something fishy about this. Tang Jun thought about it, and called Ning Yue, who was following him like a tail, notify the Combat Command Center, and asked them to send war eagles to investigate the situation in Hezhou. I think something is wrong. Okay, General. Ning Yue went to notify the Combat Command Center. And soon the war eagle set off. Tang Jun also turned his attention back to the TV. 8 o'clock finally arrived. The TV screen switched back to the live broadcast room of Hezhou TV station. Princess Li Wuyo, dressed in a gorgeous dress and looking like a fairy dew in pearl, appeared on the TV screen. She was so beautiful that Tang and I and other women were stunned. At this time, the ratings of Hezhou TV station were definitely the first. As a prefecture-level city, Hezhou also had a strong TV signal, and more people could watch the program. Everyone was in front of the TV screen, waiting for the New Year's speech of Princess Li Wuyo, the only bloodline of the imperial royal family. Chapter 231. In the TV station's live studio, there are now 3 people on camera. Li Wuyo is in the middle, with Luibang and the TV host next to him. Of course, the camera is now aimed at Li Wuyo, and the two of them are sitting on both sides like background boards. Before Li Wuyo started speaking, her eyes were a little wet. After adjusting her emotions, she spoke. "I'm about to turn 18 years old. In my 18 years of life, I never imagined that there would be such a day. The one who should speak on this occasion should be my father, or my brother the crown prince, or possibly my other brothers, but never me. I am not used to it, nor do I like it. Since I was born, my father named me Wuyo, hoping that I would live a carefree and happy life. I have always believed this. But since July last year, everything has changed. All my relatives died in that disaster, and I was the only one left. I can still clearly remember that before my father mutated, he held my hand and told me some secrets that only he could know. He told me, Wuyo, Hanwei Kingdom cannot fall, and the inheritance of the Li family cannot be lost. You must persevere. Your father and your mother will watch over you in heaven." At that time, I was only 17 years old. Speaking of this, she couldn't help sobbing. All the people watching TV were silent at this moment. Even Tang Zheng and his family stopped making dumplings and looked at the girl on TV. Many people in Hanwei knew about Li Wuo's personality. She often posted some daily life on her social account. Traveling, reading, dancing, painting, playing the piano, riding horses. She worked hard to learn what a noble girl needed, whether she liked it or not. Sometimes she would cry in pain when she fell while riding a horse. Sometimes she would say she didn't want to learn anymore because she didn't paint well. But most of the time, she was happy and occasionally played with some aristocratic girls. She didn't have any idle baggage of a celebrity. But no matter what kind of person she was, she shouldn't be like this. An orphan who lost her relatives. She had to carry the empire on her young shoulders. She might have to bear more than anyone else. Li Wuo tried hard to adjust her mood and calm down quickly. It seemed that after the end of the world, her character was indeed much stronger. My relatives died one by one in front of me. When my mother mutated, I couldn't bear to shoot her. And as a result, the friends who grew up with me were killed by the zombies that my mother turned into. In this process, I learned to grow up. When my father mutated, I shot him. After I shot, the surviving guards declared their loyalty to me. Perhaps it was from that shooting that the silly Li Wuo died. I knew that I needed to shoulder an unknown fate. Others can run away and hide. But I can't, because I am Li Wuo, the princess of the empire, and the only blood of the royal family. I don't want to talk about the hardships I experienced and the unpredictable human heart. Fortunately, after more than 7 months, we finally saw improvement. Although our population is only 1/20th or even 1/30th of that before the end of the world, our hope is not lost. Now, the 10 major armies of the empire have recovered some vitality, and the royal guards have established a base in the palace of Yuanjing. All departments of the empire have also been rebuilt in the palace. And I also saw that there are many survivor bases in the empire, just like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Here, I want to thank the leaders of these bases. It is you who carry the hope of the empire, resist the threat of zombies, and make the empire revitalized. At this point, Li Wuo bowed and saluted on TV. Very sincerely. Many people applauded at this moment. Tang Zheng saw that his father was applauding enthusiastically. After so many years of the empire's establishment, the royal Li family still has some status in the hearts of the people. Of course, the empire also had many drawbacks, such as too many bad apples in the aristocratic group, which affected the reputation of the royal family. The former emperor Li Xingyue was even secretly scolded as incompetent. However, those storms and past events should not be blamed on the girl on TV. After all, she has never done anything bad. Most of the applause was for the girl called the Pearl of Hanwei, not the past empire. There was a pause in Li Wuo's speech. At this time, people saw Liu Bang looking in another direction on TV, frowning slightly, as if someone was calling him. But Liu Bang waved his hand. It was obvious that it was not appropriate for him to leave the TV screen at this time. After a short pause, Li Wuo continued to speak. Among these survivor bases, some bases left a deep impression on me. For example, there is a Wanghai city on the eastern coast, which was built by the survivors. They even used acid-resistant technology on ships before the Imperial Navy. Just a few days ago, they built the first Coast Guard ship after the end of the world. There is also a Zhuguang city not far from Hezhou. A long time ago, it defeated a siege of millions of zombies. The people there have a very high life happiness index, which left a deep impression on me. Of course, our troops are also very powerful. The Royal 7th Corps in the southeast has made breakthrough progress in fighter technology. A few days ago, it successfully completed 10 consecutive test flights. The Royal 1st Corps in the northeast has conducted continuous tests of thermobaric bombs, and all of them have been successful. The Imperial 3rd Army in the northwest has resumed the operation of the nuclear power plant. Of course, there is also our Imperial 5th Army, which was the first in the country to recapture a prefecture-level city. Thank you, Duke Liu Bang, for your efforts for the glory of the empire. The camera was given to Liu Bang, who was frowning and looking away, looking a little absent-minded. When he saw the camera turn around, he immediately smiled and waved at the camera. Your Highness, you are too kind. This is what our imperial subjects should do. It is not worth mentioning. As he spoke, He talked about his great strategic conception in a cliché way. What about the Fifth Army moving westward after the spring to take over western Sichuan, northern Mabe, grasslands and other places as soon as possible? People could hear the hidden meaning in his words. Taking over these places meant that the northern region would be included in the rule. Although he didn't say who he was targeting. Who wouldn't hear it? While Lui Bang was talking big, Tang Jing resumed rolling out the dumpling skins. Tang and I and the others were not interested in Lui Bang words, so they continued to make dumplings. After a while, the dumplings were wrapped and ready to be put into the pot. Tang Yushan took out a string of firecrackers, 10,000 blasts, and handed it to Tang Zheng. You are a boy, so you should set off the firecrackers. I will cook the dumplings, and you can come back to eat after setting off the firecrackers. Tang Jing smiled. I have also prepared a lot of fireworks. Nini, come with me to watch the fireworks. Tang and I, and the other girls were also very excited. They wore thick winter clothes and followed Tang Zheng to the yard. A clearing was made in the yard, and Tang Zheng lit the firecrackers first. The crackling sound of firecrackers rang out, blending in with the sound of firecrackers in Zhuguang City. After setting off the firecrackers, Tang Zheng prepared to set off fireworks. The soldiers of the guard company placed dozens of fireworks in the yard. Tang Zheng lit a cigarette and lit 3 at once. Bang, bang, bang. The fireworks rose into the sky, blooming gorgeous flowers in the sky. Tang and I and several other girls jumped and clapped their hands. This year's fireworks looked particularly beautiful. At this time, the sky above Zhuguang City was already full of fireworks, against the backdrop of the snow in the night sky, making people feel relaxed and happy. After lighting 3 fireworks, 3 more followed. Dozens of fireworks were set off in a row, and half an hour had passed. Tang Zheng then returned to the house with the girls, who were still not satisfied. Tang Yushan had already cooked the dumplings. Dad, did you see the fireworks? They are so beautiful. Tang and I came in and started to make a noise. Tang Yushan was also very happy. I saw them. They are beautiful. Let's eat. Everyone sat down and ate dumplings while watching TV. On TV, Li Wuyo continued to speak, talking about the achievements made in various places and the future prospects. But Tang Zheng saw that Lui Bang seemed to be on pins and needles on TV. His eyes frequently looked to another place, where someone seemed to be urging him urgently. Even Tang Yushan saw it. What's wrong with Lui Bang? During such an important speech, he scratched his head like a monkey. Could it be that he couldn't hold his urine? Tang Jing shook his head. Something must have happened in Hezhou. And it's not a small matter. Otherwise Lui Bang wouldn't be like this. At this time, the correspondent Woody ran over quickly. Seeing Woody's appearance, Tang Jing realized that something big might have happened. But at this moment, the TV screen suddenly changed. The sound of gunfire had faintly reached the ears of thousands of households through the live broadcast room. Even Li Wuyo, who was speaking, stopped and looked outside with worry. Crack! The sound of glass breaking suddenly came. A huge crow suddenly appeared in the camera. This ferocious mutant bird actually broke through the window of the TV station's live broadcast room and broke into the studio. The huge wings spread out and rushed towards Lui Bang. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out, and guards around opened fire. The crow was hit, and its body fell on the broadcasting platform, still flapping its wings even though it was dead. Li Wuyo screamed in fear, and Lui Bang stood up and shouted to the people below, Zhang Jixin, you have been gesticulating at such an important time. What happened? Why would a mutant bird rush into the live broadcast room? What are the guards doing? Can someone give me an explanation? A voiceover shouted anxiously at this time. I don't have a chance to speak. Commander, something bad has happened. Zombies are coming. Chapter 232. When Lui Bang heard the news, his face suddenly turned ugly. How many corpses are there? How far are they from here? Zhang Jixin's voice came. It's about 30 kilometers away from us. The exact number is still unknown? Lui Bang was stunned. What do you mean by unknown? It's like this, Mr. Duke. This time, there are many mutant birds following the corpses. The helicopter was dispatched, but it was besieged by the flock of birds and crashed. So it was impossible to accurately photograph the situation of the corpses. We can only judge based on experience. Lui Bang's face became more and more ugly, based on your experience. How many zombies are there this time? Well, it should be no less than 300,000. Zhang Jixin's words were not just random. Last time at the Hezhou shopping mall, he encountered a zombie group led by Chen Filong. Chen Filong led about 150,000 zombies, and fought with the troops led by Zhang Jixin. Later, Chen Filong summoned again, summoning about 70,000 to 80,000 zombies, a total of about 200,000. So in Zhang Jixin understanding, the zombie group led by the Zombie King is about this size. As for the fact that Xuanqing in Zhuguang City was surrounded by 1 million zombies, Zhang Jixin thought it was completely exaggerated propaganda to deceive the public. So he now added the number of mutant birds and said 300,000, thinking that it was already a lot. If the birds hadn't shot down the helicopter, and a group of mutant birds had entered the city, he wouldn't even have planned to tell Lui Bang, and would have dealt with it himself. But the helicopter has crashed, so this matter is not a small matter. More importantly, the mutant birds have come to the city, and have caused considerable casualties on the streets. Today is the Spring Festival, and Lui Bang has created another event of watching lanterns and guessing lantern riddles. And there are still many people out shopping. It is under such circumstances that the mutant birds caused casualties. A large number of survivors were attacked by mutant birds, and the city guards opened fire and killed them. So Zhang Jixin could no longer hide it. But Lui Bang was accompanying the princess on the live broadcast on TV. So he couldn't say anything and could only gesture, which made Lui Bang very dissatisfied. But now Lui Bang was slightly relieved when he heard the number of 300,000. 300,000 zombies. This is nothing. When their fifth army attacked Hezhou, they had killed 30 million zombies in total. At the beginning, when the weather was not so cold, they could kill almost 400,000 zombies a day. Hearing this, he sat back in his seat and comforted Li Wuyo, who was still a little frightened beside him. Your Highness, don't worry too much. This is what the end of the world is like. Zombies are everywhere. And I now find that zombie kings are gradually appearing and have posed a threat to the ordinary survivors' base. But for our fifth army, these 300,000 zombies are nothing. We have to kill more than 300,000 zombies every day during this period. Otherwise, how could we recover Hezhou within 3 months? Lui Bang pointed at Zhang Jixin and said, You lead the team now. The zombies are still 30 to 40 kilometers away from us. Go out of the city immediately and eliminate them. We must not let the zombies enter the city and destroy our hard-earned happy life. Yes. I go now. Without Lui Bang's order, Zhang Jixin had no right to mobilize a large army, which was one of the reasons why he was eager to report to Lui Bang. Also, let the troops in the city cheer up. This kind of mutant bird breaking the window cannot happen again. Dismiss the current city guard officer and let his adjutant take over. Go. Zhang Jixin left and was going to lead the troops out of the city to fight zombies. And there were constant gunshots outside. The city guards were shooting the mutant birds flying all over the city. At this point, Li Wuyo was no longer in the mood to continue speaking. She sped up her speech, and it seemed that she was ready to end this live broadcast. Lui Bang was still sitting beside her, with a faint smile on his face, as steady as a mountain. In Zhuguang City, Wu Di ran in and immediately said to Tang Zheng, General, the results of the investigation of the situation in Hezhou are out. Tang Zheng was frowning while watching TV. He felt that the situation in Hezhou would not be that simple. And Wu Di came at the right time. Is there a video? Yes. Wu Di didn't say anything more and directly showed Tang Zheng a video shot from the perspective of a war eagle. The video was more than 30 minutes long, and Tang Zheng watched it in a skipping manner, because the content of the video was too simple. That is, a team of countless zombies and mutant beasts was heading towards Hezhou. The vanguard of the team was less than 30 kilometers away from Hezhou City. After that, the war eagle kept flying and filmed the scene of the mighty zombies. Tang Zheng had seen the million-strong zombie swarm led by Chen Filong. But the difference between that swarm and this one was too great. According to Tang Zheng's estimation, this swarm was almost 10 times as strong as Chen Filong. A swarm of tens of millions. After coming to this conclusion, Tang Zheng was shocked. There were many high-level zombies in this swarm, and even mutant beasts were mixed in, which was undoubtedly very difficult to fight. They headed straight for Hezhou. Although Lui Bang's Fifth Army had a large number of people, Hezhou, without the protection of the city wall, was probably unable to stop the rampage of this swarm of zombies. If it was just Lui Bang, it would be fine. But there are more than 3 million people in Hezhou. If Lui Bang could respond correctly, Tang Zheng really didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But now it's not possible. The situation reported by the Deputy Commander Zhang Jixin is far from the actual situation, which will definitely bring disastrous consequences. Tang Zheng couldn't sit still immediately, and didn't even eat the dumplings. He directly asked Wu Di to connect to the director of the TV station. Li Shuqiang, can our TV signal communicate with Hezhou? Li Shuqiang gave a positive answer. Yes, General. The technology in Hezhou is not as good as ours. We can use the picture-in-picture technology to force the signal source. But this technology is not stable. They can also cut off the external signal source. So the call time will not be very long. We must make it short. Tang Zheng put down the phone and went out without saying anything. Ning Yue had already started the car first. Tang Zheng got in the car and went straight to the TV station. He drove to the TV station quickly, and Li Shuqiang was ready there. Tang Zheng sat down, and the TV station staff forcibly cut the signal source into the live broadcast of Hezhou TV station. This is like the picture-in-picture technology of TV. A small picture appears under the big picture. At this time, Li Wuyo's speech was almost over. But he didn't expect Tang Zheng to suddenly interrupt. Li Wuyo could see the live broadcast screen, and when he saw Tang Zheng appear, he was stunned and didn't finish his speech. Not only was he stunned, but everyone watching the TV program was stunned. Lu Yibang even took a closer look, and when he saw that the person who forced his way into the screen was Tang Zheng, he immediately became furious. Tang Zheng, what are you doing? Do you know that it is Her Royal Highness the Princess who is speaking now? Do you know what bad consequences you will bring by doing this? Tang Zheng ignored the furious Lu Yibang and said directly to the stunned Li Wuyo, Hello, Her Royal Highness the Princess. Please forgive me for meeting you in this way. But there is no time to explain so much now. I must inform you that according to my investigation, there is a group of tens of millions of corpses heading towards Hezhou from the southwest. Their vanguard is only 30 kilometers away from Hezhou. The mutant bird group you saw before came from this group of corpses. As soon as Tang Zheng finished speaking, Lu Yibang immediately interrupted. What? Your investigation results? Well, Tang Zheng, you actually monitored the royal troops. Do you know what this is? You are committing treason. Spying on military secrets? I have the right to kill you directly. Tang Zheng was also a little annoyed and said to Lu Yibang, I am informing you of the situation. You'd better be able to distinguish right from wrong. I now doubt whether you have the ability to lead more than 3 million people through this disaster. Lu Yibang got angry when he saw Tang Zheng. This person repeatedly ruined his good deeds. Although he didn't know whether it was intentional or not, he would not have the slightest good impression on Tang Zheng. Hearing Tang Zheng question at this moment, he immediately refuted. Tang Zheng, do you know what is the crime of alarmist talk? You said that you detected a group of tens of millions of zombies. So let me ask you. My helicopter was destroyed by the mutant bird, and no footage was transmitted back. How did you do it? Have you already produced a fixed-wing reconnaissance aircraft? Or did you send spies to lurk here? Tang Zheng looked at Lu Yibang and felt that this guy was unreasonable. He didn't care about the importance of things and just came to him. But he was not afraid of Lu Yibang at all. He sneered and said, if it were you alone, I wouldn't care about your life or death. But don't forget that there are more than 3 million survivors behind you. Now is the end of the world, and talents are the most precious resource. I advise you not to forget your responsibilities because of jealousy of me. Lu Yibang was hit on the head by Tang Zheng, and he was even more furious. Enough. You, Tang Zheng, are as scared of the zombies as a stray dog. But that doesn't mean I, Lu Yibang, am also scared. No matter what happens in Hezhou, it's my business. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with you. Where are the people from the TV station? Cut off Tang Zheng's signal source. The screen flashed, and Tang Zheng disappeared from the TV. Lu Yibang turned around and said to Princess Li Wuyo, who was a little worried beside him, Your Highness, don't worry. Tang Zheng is deliberately disturbing our military morale and making alarmist remarks here. I believe that Deputy Commander Zhang Jixin will bring us good news soon. He once killed a zombie king himself and has experience in dealing with such things. After that, he invited Li Wuyo to leave the TV station, saying that he had prepared a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner and invited Li Wuyo to have dinner together. At this time, the TV signal was cut off, and the next was advertising time. In Zhuguang City, Tang Zheng looked at Lu Yibang's reaction and shook his head slightly. This matter is troublesome. If this group of tens of millions of corpses is not handled properly, it will definitely cause a horrible disaster in the surrounding area. And now Louis Bong's attitude and the Fifth Army's underestimation of the enemy have begun to develop in the worst direction. Chapter 233. In the TV station, Tang Jing calculated the speed of the zombies. The zombies are no longer the staggering ones they were at the beginning. Even the ordinary zombies are walking at the same speed as normal people. 30 kilometers? It will take no more than 4 hours to reach Hezhou. But the first to arrive should be the vanguard of the zombies. After all, the scale of the zombies is too large. Now they are moving forward like a line, spreading over hundreds of kilometers. At the beginning, the intensity of the attack may not be very strong, but it will become stronger and stronger until it is completely impossible to resist. More importantly, Hezhou has no city walls, so the resistance will not last too long. When the zombies accumulate to a certain number, the army will collapse and flee in all directions. But the problem is that they have nowhere to escape. In the end times, outside the survivor base, there are wilderness everywhere, and people nowadays can no longer outrun zombies. Zombies are tireless creatures. How far can people run on their own legs? Although Louis Bong was a bit unreasonable, Tang Jing couldn't just sit there and do nothing about it. He knew that Hezhou didn't have much time to prepare. Maybe 3 hours, 4 hours, or at most until tomorrow. If they couldn't make effective preparations, then everything would be too late. Once Hezhou was finished, the aftermath of this incident would spread to the surrounding areas, and might even affect Juguang City. Tang Jing immediately returned to the official residence and notified his men to gather at the official residence on the way. After returning, his subordinates were basically all present, and Tang Jing held a meeting to study the countermeasures for this matter. As for Hezhou, Tang Jing believed that it would not take long for Louis Bong to ignore it. Li Wuyo did not eat the New Year's Eve dinner that Louis Bong prepared carefully. When she heard Tang Jing say that there was a group of tens of millions of zombies approaching Hezhou, how could she still eat? So when the live broadcast ended, Li Wuyo immediately asked Louis Bong to carefully figure out this matter and put everything else aside. Louis Bong was also nervous. Tang Jing was so brazen that he invaded the princess live broadcast in defiance of the world. This matter was very likely to be true. So he was also anxious. But he just tried to stay calm. At this moment, he heard Li Wuyo's strict order, nodded, and immediately went down to investigate the situation. But it must be said that the means of investigation in the end times are indeed somewhat lacking. Radars are difficult to detect the actions of individuals. Although the zombies are large, they are still composed of individuals. Louis Bong air defense radar cannot detect them at all. The usual helicopter reconnaissance was no longer effective at this moment because of the presence of mutant birds. He sent out several helicopters in a row, but they were all destroyed by mutant birds, which made Louis Bong realize that something was wrong. The helicopters he sent out from different directions actually encountered a flock of birds. So how big was the scale of this flock of birds? In any case, it must be more than what Zhang Jixin said. And the number of them combined with the zombies was only 300,000. Thinking of Tang Jing's words again, Louis Bong was a little scared. If there really are tens of millions of zombies, then Hezhou might be doomed. He had just contacted Zhang Jixin, who had already set out with an armored unit to investigate. Armored vehicles and tanks, which are not afraid of harassment and attacks from mutant birds, should be able to take on the task of investigation. Louis Bong was like an ant on a hot pot, waiting anxiously. Fortunately, the convoy was still very fast, and about half an hour later, Louis Bong got the news. Zhang Jixin's voice was completely hoarse in the intercom. "Commander, it's over. It's over." Louis Bong felt a surge of anger and asked calmly, "Explain clearly." "Too many. There are too many zombies to count. There are mutant birds in the sky and zombies all over the ground. One of my armored squads was swallowed up in an instant. I was the only one at the back, and I turned around to run out." Louis Bong was stunned. "What did you say? The armored unit was swallowed up? Can those zombies still pose a threat to the tanks? I thought it wouldn't happen. But there were so many gorilla-like zombies in there that even heavy machine guns couldn't penetrate them. And the tank's artillery couldn't lock on them. They just flipped over the tanks. And there was no chance to fire at all. The armored vehicles were even worse. There was a 5-meter-long zombie that looked like a gecko. It jumped on the bulletproof glass and broke it. The brothers inside were caught and torn to pieces. Dang! The walkie-talkie in Louis Bong's hand fell directly to the ground. At this moment, he felt like the sky had fallen. I never thought that what Tang Jing said was actually true. There is actually a zombie king who can lead a group of tens of millions of zombies. In this case, Is there any hope for humans to survive? Although the Fifth Army has killed tens of millions of zombies in total, those zombies have no unified command. They are lured over and killed little by little, just like shooting, which is not difficult for regular troops. And with tens of millions of zombies under unified command, how terrifying it would be. Louis Bong simply couldn't imagine. At this moment, he was already a little flustered. And it was not until Li Wuyo beside him asked questions continuously that he came to his senses. Ah! Zhang Jixin. Are you still listening? He picked up the walkie-talkie again. Fortunately, this walkie-talkie was not broken. Commander, I have already run back to the city. What should we do? Organize the troops. Immediately organize defense on the southwest bank of the river. And never let the zombies rush into the estuary area. I understand. I will lead the team there now. After the call ended, the entire Hezhou city was in a panic. All the troops rushed out, boarded the vehicles nervously, and began to move southwest, preparing to build a defense line along the river to resist the approaching zombies. Such a big movement could not be concealed at all. And with the content of Tang Zheng TV's speech, no one knew that the zombies were really coming. The panicked people could not stay at home. This Hezhou city, which had no city walls and was connected in all directions, looked undefendable no matter how you looked at it. Rather than waiting to die here, it is better to run now and run back to Jinghe County. At least the 15-meter wall there can still give everyone a sense of security. But Jinghe County is nearly 600 kilometers away from Hezhou. And you can't go back even if you die of exhaustion on your feet. Only those who have their own cars can drive back. Some people panic and drive out of the Hika area and run towards the direction of Jinghe. But the tragedy happened just like that. Those ubiquitous mutant birds have covered the sky above the city. The fast-moving vehicles became the target of the mutant birds. Their claws could not break the armored vehicles, but they had no problem breaking the private cars. The sunroof was easily shattered. The car windows were easily shattered. And the mutant birds even got into the car and pecked out the brains of people with their hard beaks. One car after another did not run out of the city, but crashed into a place and stalled. And those who ran out of their homes and tried to run outside were repeatedly attacked by the mutant birds. People on the street would fall to the ground while running, and some even had their heads taken away. They wanted to seek protection, but no one would protect them now. The regular army was building a defense line, and Hezhou City was already out of control. It was still before midnight, and many people did not wait for the new year after all. From the TV station building, Louis Bong looked at the chaos below, and his mouth was covered with bubbles. He looked at Li Wuyo, who was sitting on the side, and said anxiously, "Your Highness, while the zombies have not entered the city yet, you should leave immediately. I will let the Air Defense Force protect you, and other helicopters will be responsible for cover to ensure that the mutant birds will not approach. Your plane will take off and return to Yuanjing. I promise that you will return safely. You can't stay here." Unexpectedly, Li Wuyo's face was calm. She glanced at Louis Bong and shook her head slightly. "I won't leave." "Ah! Why?" Louis Bong was anxious. "Why don't you leave? You are the only bloodline of the imperial family, so you must not have any problems." Li Wuyo's face became calmer and calmer. "I won't leave. I was just speaking on TV, and we are building a new home together. Now there are 3.5 million people gathered in Hezhou. They are all citizens of the empire, and are in danger. If I turn around and leave and escape alone at this time, I am not worthy of continuing to be in charge of the empire, or even being a human being." As she spoke, she swept her clear eyes over Louis Bong. "I'm here, not going anywhere. If you want me to leave, unless you can defeat the zombies this time, or let all the people leave, I'd rather die. In this way, when I go to the underworld, I can see my father and mother and tell them loudly that their daughter has not brought shame to them." After that, Li Wuyo even told the TV station here to resume the live broadcast. From now on, she will not go anywhere, and will be on the TV screen. The director of the TV station was a little embarrassed, but seeing that Louis Bong didn't say anything, he didn't dare to disobey, and had to resume the live broadcast. In the picture, Li Wuyo tidied up her messy hair, and didn't say anything. Instead, she asked someone to bring some pens and ink and began to sign some orders. Or it could be said to be a last will. No one knew what she wrote, but they saw her writing continuously, her eyebrows and eyes drooping. Her angelic face was extremely dignified at this moment, with a kind of sacred beauty. Louis Bong stood below and watched for a while. finally sighed and turned away. He knew that no one could persuade Her Royal Highness the Princess at this moment. Unless it was the two conditions. Either defeat the zombies, or let the people escape. But now, he really had no other choice. It took 5 days for more than 300 people to get to Hezhou from Jinghe River. And it would take at least 5 days to go back. In 5 days, more than 3 million people would become more than 3 million skeletons. Escape was impossible. So there was only one way. Fight the zombies. Louis Bong gritted his teeth, got in the car, and headed straight for the defense line. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. Tang Zheng came to report the situation. So he must have some solution. But Tang Zheng was scolded and left. And the signal was cut off. He couldn't go to Tang Zheng again at this moment. And at this moment, facing the zombies that came like a natural disaster, he couldn't believe that Tang Zheng could turn the tide. So Louis Bong gave up the idea of asking Tang Zheng for help at this moment. He could only hope that his troops could resist, and that the zombies were not as strong as Tang Zheng said. Chapter 234. In Zhuguang City, Tang Zheng and a group of officers were watching the electronic simulation map in the Combat Command Center. This electronic simulation map is a high-tech product of the Command Center, which can include all areas that have been explored by the War Eagle into the simulation map. As a result, a panoramic map is getting bigger and bigger, and now Hezhou has been simulated. Except for the absence of people. Every street, every house, and even every big stone on the riverside is within the simulation range. With this kind of real-life map, the effect of combat command is more intuitive and effective. Zhu Chen, the director of the command center, is currently explaining. General, we have analyzed the crisis in Hezhou, and the current situation is roughly like this. The zombies are heading straight to Hezhou from the southwest. Hezhou has no city walls and cannot make effective defenses. In the southwest, there is a Xiangshui River, which could have stopped the zombies in the past. But now it is midwinter, and the river is frozen, which has become a smooth road, which is already dangerous. At this time, Hu Yuhang, the battalion commander of the Army Aviation Battalion, suddenly said, I have an idea. That is to blow up Xiangshui, so as to buy time. What they lack now is time. Zhu Chen smiled, and then manually added a zombie to the simulation map. An X10 million number was added after the zombie. So 10 million zombies were generated on the simulation map. He adjusted it a few more times, and pulled the 10 million zombies into a line of 100 kilometers. Everyone can see that this is a 10 million zombie group coming from the southwest. The current planned route is the Xiangshui River. If the fifth group blows up the ice layer of the Xiangshui River at this time, the zombies will be divided into two sides. The speed will be very fast. Unless you keep blowing it up, you will not be able to stop the zombies from advancing. Of course, you can buy time. It depends on how much time you buy. If you want to buy more time, then the time and method of blowing up the ice are very important. After repeated calculations, we found that interval blasting is the most effective. That is, we place explosives within 300 meters, then stop every 300 meters, and continue to place them in the next 300 meters. The timing is to wait until the zombies are close to the Xiangshui River and have begun to cross the river before detonating them. Detonating them one by one will limit the zombies' attack range to the 300-meter wide river surface. In this way, we can use the ice layer to fight and try to kill as many zombies as possible with rifles. When the zombies accumulate to a certain extent, we will blow up the ice layer and let the zombies fall into the water. If we do it layer by layer, theoretically, we can lead the zombies downstream. Of course, because the zombies have no intelligence, this group of zombies will not always fall into the trap. But according to our analysis, it is not a problem to buy 3 days. At this time, Jiang Hao from the armored battalion asked a question, so what is the use of these 3 days? As you said, the zombies will still come. Where will the more than 3 million people in Hezhou go? Zhu Chen continued, it's very simple. Build city walls and defend against war. Jiang Hao was a little puzzled. How many city walls can be built in 3 days? It's too late. Tang Zheng spoke at this time. It's definitely too late to build ordinary city walls. But Hezhou has a natural advantage. That is, there are ice layers on 2 large rivers. These ice blocks are cut and quickly piled together. Once water is poured on them, the city walls will appear immediately. After Tang Zheng finished speaking, many people's eyes lit up. If we follow this method, we can really build a city wall in a short time. Although it is impossible to be as strong and durable as Zhuguang City, it is at least much better than now. After listening to Zhu Qin's explanation, Tang Zheng nodded. You are right. This is indeed the best way. We can buy as much time as possible, so that there is a possibility of miracles. However, I believe that the Fifth Army can also come up with a solution that is not much worse. Now our priority is what we should do next. Tang Zheng turned his head and looked at everyone. First, we need to expand the city. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The Fifth Army was fighting over there. Why did Zhuguang City expand the city? Tang Zheng ignored everyone and came to the virtual map and drew a circle around Zhuguang City with his hand. This circle is part of the farmland area we originally reserved. But now it seems unnecessary to keep it. This area of about 40 square kilometers will be built into a city. After hearing Tang Zheng's words, everyone had some realization. This is to expand the population size. As for where the population comes from, it is self-evident. Ji Yutian couldn't help but excitedly said, General, are you going to build the second ring of Zhuguang City? Tang Zheng smiled, almost. But the area of the second ring is large enough, and it will probably be more lively than the first ring in the future. Then, Tang Zheng turned his head and looked at Guiyun. Is there any way to build high-rise buildings in the city, but can't spy on the situation in the inner city from the high-rise buildings? Guiyun shook his head slightly. General, it's not possible now. But if you upgrade to brigade commander, I can do this. Okay. Then there's no problem. Seeing Tang Zheng's enthusiasm, Guiyun couldn't help but say, General, are you sure you can get people from Hezhou to come to our side? Tang Zheng thought for a while. Not yet. Lui Bang is crazy now. I'm afraid he won't listen to anyone. But it won't be long. Because as long as the Fifth Army can't resist the zombies' offensive, then everything will change. And the people of Hezhou will not sit and wait for death. Not to mention Princess Li Wuyo. They will definitely find a way to leave. Guiyun added, but there are 10 million zombies besieging the city. They can't just run away if they want to. I haven't figured out how the millions of people in Hezhou can leave. Tang Zheng raised his hand and pointed at the map. You may have overlooked this place. Everyone looked up and immediately understood. Tang Zheng issued a strict order in Zhuguang City. Zhuguang City was sealed. All the city gates were closed. No one was allowed to go out. And no outsiders were allowed to enter the city. All checkpoints were blocked. And vehicles were not allowed to pass. He started a new round of construction outside Zhuguang City. Zhuguang City now covers an area of 10 square kilometers, with Guiyun Mountain to the west and north. But to the east and south, there are still vast wildernesses, which used to be farmland, but are now abandoned. This area is not small. There are still hundreds of square kilometers. Tang Zheng has now marked out 40 square kilometers and is ready to start construction. After such a long period of accumulation, Tang Zheng has abundant supplies. Cement, bricks, steel, sand and gravel, etc. Everything is available. According to the designated area, Tang Zheng began to build a wall. A 20-meter high-level wall means that the construction is 40 kilometers long. Still relying on the mountainous area, Tang Zheng left a narrow passage in the northeast corner for trains to enter and exit. And the rest of the area is all residential. The sentry towers and machine gun bunkers were placed according to the proportion of the previous city wall. And then, there were the various city gates. This time, the south gate has 8 gates and 1 water gate. And the east gate has 4 gates. Nearly half of the battlefields used to fight against the zombies were surrounded in the city this time. On the south gate, the place where the truck bomb exploded is almost reached. There is an advantage to enclosing this area. That is, there is basically no need to level the land. After the battle, there is no weeds here. The city wall was enclosed, and the engineering troops immediately moved in to carry out some simple basic work. For example, snow removal, building temporary color steel houses, transporting coal, building public toilets, and pulling wires, etc. All departments in Zhuguang City also took quick action and began to enter the new city area to carry out a new round of construction. Tang Zheng also found that the number of city guards was not enough. The defense of this new city area was very heavy. The outer wall alone required at least a battalion of soldiers to guard it. Tang Zheng looked at his own troops. Now there were more than 26,000 Zhuguang troops. Tang Zheng thought about it and decided to add another city guard battalion. The 2nd City Guard Battalion. A battalion has 2,500 people. Tang Zheng still has more than 10 million in funds. which is enough. Among them, 10 million was extorted from Daliao. Otherwise there would be really little money now. It was 15 million before. The construction of new city walls, sentry towers, machine gun bunkers, etc. cost a total of 3.2 million. And there is still 12 million in hand. The city guards do not need to be equipped with too many vehicles. Just some simple vehicles and a large number of soldiers. Among them, snipers, heavy machine gun teams, and flamethrower warriors are the three special arms of the city guards. The rest are a large number of mobilized soldiers, as well as a certain number of military dogs and logistics soldiers. The average cost of a company is slightly higher than that of a field army with vehicles. About 150,000 gold. Tang Jing directly added 8 companies, as well as a cooking platoon, a medical platoon, and a guard platoon, with a battalion commander and a communicator. The City Guard's 2nd Battalion is fully staffed. 1,300,000 gold were used to build a City Guard 2nd Battalion. The battalion commander was the former adjutant of the City Guard Battalion, and was directly promoted to the battalion commander of the City Guard 2nd Battalion. When this unit was built, Tang Jing saw that the total strength of the Zhuguang army had reached 29,100 people. There was still a gap of 900 people, and the whole regiment could be fully staffed. Tang Jing did not replenish these 900 people immediately, and he had to leave some manpower and space for movement. After the personnel of the 2nd Battalion arrived, Tang Jing did not let them guard the city. There was nothing to defend in the city now, so he asked these people to go directly to Saichi County. In Saichi County, the main force was still fighting with the zombies, and it was estimated that it would take about a week to end the battle. The 2nd Battalion of the City Guards was the main force in the past. They should take advantage of this period of time to hone their skills, and at least upgrade to 3 stars. If they don't hone their skills now, they may face life and death on the battlefield in a while. Sweat more in peacetime and bleed less in wartime. Tang Jing understands this principle very well. Tang Jing 15 million funds have also become tens of millions of zeros. Most of the cement, sand, stone, steel bars, etc. that were accumulated at the beginning have also been consumed. After paying such a high price and countless supplies, Tang Jing didn't know what it felt like. He didn't even know whether he was looking forward to the 5th Army winning or losing. However, it is still right to prepare for a rainy day and do many things in advance. Next, it depends on the performance of the 5th Army and Luibang. Chapter 235. As Tang Jing expected, the 5th Army also came up with a similar solution. When Luibang arrived at Xiangshui River, he ordered to blow up the ice on the river surface. The 5th Army had a large number of people, and the first wave of blasting was quite effective, blowing up more than 10 kilometers of the river surface in succession. But the next action was not so smooth. The mutant birds began to attack the engineers, who placed explosives on the river surface, causing heavy losses to the army. When the large group of zombies approached Xiangshui 10 kilometers away, they began to split to the left and right. Luibang didn't care about the casualties at this moment, and forced the engineers to continue to blow up the river. Under Luibang's strict order, the engineers had to carry explosives and continue to set out, blowing up sections of the river. However, during this process, the casualties increased. When the total amount of the blown-up river surface was close to 30 kilometers, more than 5,000 engineers had been killed, which forced Luibang to stop this suicidal action. During this time, Luibang and his men began to seize the time to build the ice city wall. A large number of survivors were gathered together and came to the Jinhe River on the other side of the city to start cutting ice on the river. Almost all the trucks that could be used in the city were recruited to transport ice back and forth between the river and the city. Huge water pipes were directly connected to the river, and water was immediately poured on the ice after it was placed together. The cold weather made the water freeze quickly, and the ice was solidified together to form a wall. There was no pursuit of beauty at all. Under Luibang repeated orders and the princess's call, nearly 2 million people participated in the construction of the city wall. With the help of the delay caused by blowing up the ice, the 5th Army successfully survived the night. That night, nearly 2 million people in Hezhou went out to cut, load, and transport. Those who did not have the right tools pulled the ice with ropes or pushed it on the road to transport it to the southeast of the city. The zombies came from the southwest, but the Hika area was surrounded by water from the south to the west and then to the north. The continuous blowing up of the river surface and cutting of ice forced the zombies to continue to move to the northeast and southeast. In fact, There are passages to the west that can lead to the estuary area, which are the highway bridge and railway bridge on the two rivers. However, this narrow passage is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Louis Bon has deployed heavy troops here. After the zombies arrived, they chose to bypass this place. However, some zombies blocked the other side of the bridge and prevented people from the estuary area from leaving. The troops and the zombies faced each other across the 2 or 3 kilometers of the river, and the battlefield was opened up in other places. The southeastern direction will be the first area to welcome the arrival of zombies. 2 million people worked hard all night and built an ice wall that is more than 10 kilometers long and 12 meters high in the southeastern area. The thickness is now more than 6 meters and can be used for guarding for the time being. People who have not slept for almost a night cannot rest even when the sun rises. The Fifth Army enters the southeastern wall, and the survivors are assigned to continue moving to the northeast to continue building the ice wall there. The battle also started at 7:50 on the southeast wall, when countless zombies approached. The soldiers of the Fifth Army realized the huge difference between a group of zombies with unified command and one without command. In the snowy plain, the group of zombies was constantly pouring in. Standing on the ice wall, there was no end in sight. In the sky, mutant birds were flying everywhere, blocking the already not bright skylight. The roar of zombies and the cry of mutant birds made people's eardrums buzz and upset. Louis Bon came to the top of the city wall, and his heart couldn't help pounding wildly when he saw the scene in front of him. His eyes were red from staying up late, and his beard was untidy. He was no longer the suave general in the past, and now he couldn't care about it. Just as he was about to command the battle, the communicator ran over. "Commander, Tang Jung is calling." Louis Bon was stunned for a moment and took the intercom. Tang Jung's voice came. "Commander Liu, don't talk first. Listen to me. If your Fifth Army can hold on, just ignore what I said. But if you feel bad, don't hesitate. Contact me immediately. I will try my best to help you evacuate people. After all, those people don't deserve to die." Louis Bon felt that his nerves were a little sensitive again. If the people didn't deserve to die, then should he die? He was about to retort, but Tang Jung had already ended the call. Damn it! Louis Bon through the intercom and started to command the battle directly, facing the incoming zombies. He first ordered the artillery of the Fifth Army to start a long-range strike. No matter when, artillery has a place in war. Even now, the cannon sounded, and groups of fire and smoke exploded in the distance. The scene was quite shocking. The Fifth Army has a large number of artillery, with more than 400 cannons. The rumbling sound of the cannons rang out, and many zombies were killed in the explosion. However, this level of attack was not painful at all for the tens of millions of zombies, and the zombies continued to advance under the artillery fire. Louis Bon did not resume the production of mines here. Although his military production line has been restored to some extent, it has not reached the level of unscrupulous mass production. In the previous stage of the attack on Hezhou, most of his stock of ammunition had been consumed, and his life was not rich now. The zombies advanced under the fire, and after paying some price, they finally approached the city wall. From the beginning of the war to the brutal attack and defense of the city wall, it only took 4 hours. As the zombies began to attack the city, the Fifth Army's life was not so good. At the beginning, their firepower was still very dense and fierce, and countless zombies were killed on the snowfield. But with the addition of high-level zombies to the battlefield, their firepower was restricted to a certain extent. The indestructible bullets were difficult to kill those armored ones in one shot, and the sharpshooters, who usually shot 100 steps, could not hit the fast-moving agile zombies with one shot. High-level zombies and ordinary zombies were mixed together, and many bullets were wasted on those cannon fodders. But they could not stop the advance of the zombies. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the zombies rushed under the ice wall. Just like the siege of Zhuguang City, the corpses piled up rapidly. At this time, Louis Bon also realized that his wall was a little short, but he had no choice. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. Almost all the people who could be mobilized in the estuary area had been mobilized. Some old and weak people also had to cook, boil water, and do logistics in the rear. It was the limit to be able to do this. Faced with a pile of corpses, Louis Bon could only order the use of gasoline bombs. But there were disadvantages at this time. As a defense, the ice wall could not resist the burning of gasoline bombs. The ice wall kept melting, which shocked Louis Bon. He could only ask the workers to continue to transport ice and thicken the wall from behind. Some people also moved ice onto the wall to temporarily raise it. It was not enough to just put ice, but also to water it. The disadvantages of watering with a water pipe were also great. If the soldiers who were fighting were not careful, they would easily get wet by the water. In this cold winter, if you get wet in the cold wind, you can only go back and take off your clothes and take a hot bath immediately to avoid catching a cold. If you are not careful, it is very common to freeze to death. But now there is no such condition. Many soldiers were frozen and stiff and fell dead on the city wall. They did not die at the hands of zombies, but at the hands of their own people. It was under such difficult circumstances that the Fifth Army persisted until dark. Louis Bong also knew that the night of the first day was the most difficult time. In the dark night, the cold wind howled and whistled across the wasteland. The soldiers stood on the ice, their eyelashes frosted and their faces pale. People kept falling down with stiff hands and feet, and then were immediately carried away. This was not difficult. The key was to deal with the zombies coming in from below. Flares were launched one after another, and the Fifth Army fought at night. Compared with the more abundant troops during the day, it was already difficult to fight at night, because the zombies had already arrived in the northeast area. They had to divide their troops to defend the northeastern city wall. Soldiers on both sides were fighting hard, barely moving their stiff hands and feet, and raising their guns to shoot. The zombies on the ground were easier to aim at, but the mutant birds in the sky became their biggest concern at this moment. In the dark night, it was impossible to find the location of the mutant birds, even if the flares were launched. As the light gradually faded, the mutant birds hid in the darkness behind, and when the time was right, they suddenly rushed out of the darkness. Then, a soldier on the city wall covered his face and screamed. The mutant birds could easily blind them, or even take off a large piece of flesh from their faces. Some soldiers were blinded and tried to grab the mutant birds and jump off the city wall to die together. But unfortunately they fell to their death, and the mutant birds could still flap their wings and fly into the air to fight again. Flames from the flamethrowers penetrated the night sky, and sometimes it was considered a good record to burn some mutant birds. Under the double attack from the sky and the ground, Huzhou was in serious danger on the first night. A pile of corpses was rushed to the top of the wall by zombies before it could be burned. Seeing more and more zombies climbing up the wall and even jumping into the city through the wall, Louis Bong was anxious and personally led his guard battalion and a division as a reserve to rush up. It took nearly 7,000 people to overcome this wave of crisis and successfully burn the pile of corpses. Afterwards, there were more than 2,000 wounded people who had been scratched by zombies, but they had not mutated yet. Looking at these brothers with despair in their eyes, Louis Bong wanted to cry, but had no tears. He could only give these people some explosives and let them charge one last time. The soldiers attacked by the virus gritted their teeth and rushed out, and died together with the zombies in the explosions. Courage and passion cannot really turn the situation around. The joint operations of zombies and mutant birds made it difficult for the Fifth Army to move forward. It's not that they don't have fighting power or courage, but there are too many zombies, and there are countless high-level zombies, and they can't be killed. After a day of fighting, they had killed and wounded more than 500,000 zombies, but it was just a drop in the bucket and could not help. In the second half of the night, the city wall was in danger again. Louis Bong had to grit his teeth and sent the armored troops out of the city to meet the enemy. The 2,000 tanks and armored vehicles of the 5th Corps went out to fight the zombies. It was unknown how many zombies were killed and wounded. The rumbling sound of artillery lasted for several hours. This night was finally passed. But at dawn, only less than 60 tanks of the 2,000 armored troops were able to return alive. Chapter 236. Commander, take a break. The communicator handed over a kettle of hot water to Louis Bong. Louis Bong tried to raise his hand to take the kettle, but found that his hand was no longer under his control. In the end, he could only hold the kettle with both hands and drink some hot water. And then he felt a little warmer. Under the city wall, the battle continued. The zombies' sleepless attacks brought great pressure to the defenders. Fortunately, they survived last night. After dawn today, the mutant birds had nowhere to hide and were no longer so rampant, making the defenders' life a little better. Although the battle was still fierce, it was much better than last night. The communicator looked at Louis Bong, who was exhausted and couldn't help but said, "Commander, why don't you go and rest? You will feel much better after a good sleep." If there is any situation here, I will wake you up. Louis Bon did not answer, but asked, "Where is your highness?" Her highness the princess has been in the live broadcast room. She has been comforting the people, and has not slept. Louis Bon was silent for a while. Then I will not rest either. Although the current battle is better than last night, we cannot be careless. Tonight will be another difficult night. The communicators were silent. Last night, in order to save the crisis, the armored troops sacrificed their lives and took the initiative to go out of the city to fight the zombies. The annihilation of the entire army exchanged for a night of peace. But what about tonight? The 5th Army no longer has a 2nd armored unit. Louis Bon obviously knew this, and he didn't say much, but asked in a hoarse voice, "How is the artillery?" "The artillery has been in the rear, but it was bombed all day yesterday. Dozens of cannons have been scrapped, and there are not many shells left." The commander of the artillery brigade said that if we fight for another day today, the cannons will be shut down tomorrow. Louis Bon's face became more and more ugly. It can be said that the artillery played the biggest role in the army's ability to hold on until now. If the artillery had not continued to fire, eliminated the zombies behind, and helped the front troops relieve pressure, Huzhou might have fallen on the first day. But now some of the cannons are scrapped, and the reserve of artillery shells is insufficient, which is a serious problem. At this moment, Louis Bon regretted attacking Huzhou. If the attack on Huzhou had not consumed too much armaments, his 5th Army would never have fallen into this situation if it was strong. If we stay at Jinghe, wouldn't the strong walls there be much easier to defend than this ice wall? Even if there are tens of millions of zombies, it is not easy to take Jinghe in a short time. But it's too late to say anything now. His eagerness for quick success has certainly won him temporary honor. But in fact, in terms of combat effectiveness, he has fallen behind other brother troops in the empire. The military industry has not been developed, and the people's livelihood has not been improved. He only got the false reputation of being the first in the country to recover a prefecture-level city. And now even the princess is left here, in danger. At this time, Li Wuyo might not be able to leave even if he wanted to. In fact, Huzhou's city has already fallen, and now the entire river mouth area is under siege. The fighting situation in the southeast and northeast directions is different. In the southeast, it is close to the river bank, with a sparse population and open terrain, so the battle can still be carried out. In the northeast, it is close to the densely populated urban area. Zombies enter from all the streets, and they can only keep shooting and killing, and the artillery has no place to use. The sky is also occupied by mutant birds. If a helicopter wants to take off, it is basically a death wish. Even though Louis Bon's helicopter unit was still intact, with more than 100 helicopters, he didn't dare to let the planes take off. And Louis Bon had a bad feeling. That is, he felt that this group of zombies had not really exerted their strength. After all, those 2nd-level zombies and many mutant beasts had not even appeared on the field. It might be that the zombie group's battle line was too long, or there might be other reasons. But he was already showing some signs of being unable to hold on. "Have we counted the casualties of our troops?" Louis Bon asked the communicator again. According to statistics, our army suffered a total of 44,000 casualties yesterday, including 36,000 killed and less than 8,000 wounded. Louis Bon was stunned for a moment. Why is the death rate so high? There are only a few thousand wounded. Shouldn't the number of wounded be higher than the number of deaths? The communicator said, "Commander, we are facing zombies under the attack of the virus. Being injured is basically equivalent to death. These surviving wounded were all scratched by mutant birds and survived because they were not infected. Only a few wounded soldiers who were scratched by zombies immediately cut off their injured hands and feet and survived. But they can no longer fight and will only be disabled in the future." These bloody numbers made Louis Bon feel pain in his heart. But no matter how painful his heart was, the cruel reality was in front of him, and he still had to face it. Louis Bon was not desperate. He still felt that he was not without the strength to fight. The Zhuguang army was able to fight against 1,000,000 zombies with more than 2,000 people. So he should have hoped with 250,000 people against tens of millions of zombies. Besides, he has reinforcements. Yesterday, he had already sent a notice to the independent 1st Division of the 5th Army in Qinzhou, asking them to send troops to support Huzhou immediately. Now Liao Yuqing Independent 1st Division has grown to more than 80,000 people. If he can send 50,000 people to support, then Louis Bon will have a better chance. Moreover, Li Wuyo was not idle either. He issued several orders one after another, asking several army groups in the central and northern parts of Hanwei to come to support Hezhou. The news was sent out yesterday. The royal guards in Yuanjing have sent troops to rescue Her Royal Highness the Princess. However, the royal guards are in Yuanjing, thousands of kilometers away from here, and some distant water cannot quench thirst. The other few families have not responded yet. But Lui Bang is also patient. After all, each family is far away from Hezhou now, and preparations also take time. As long as he persists, he can wait for rescue. The Battle of Hezhou City has touched the hearts of countless people. The surrounding forces have focused their attention here, facing the attack of tens of millions of zombies. People did not think that the Fifth Army could hold on. But Li Wuyo issued several orders. If the Fifth Army could hold on for a while, or if reinforcements came quickly, then there might be hope. But for some unknown reason, the parties who were asked for help did not respond. Until this morning, Liao Yuqing responded to Lui Bang's order. The zombies around Qinzhou are moving strangely, and it is suspected that there is a zombie king. It is difficult to protect itself. Not to mention that Tangzhong bandit army in Zhuguang City is eyeing it covetously. It is really unable to support Hezhou. However, the gate of Qinzhou is always open to Her Royal Highness the Princess and Commander Lui Bang. You can come here for refuge. When this news was sent out, people were shocked. If the most promising place to support Hezhou in a short time is Qinzhou. After all, the distance between the two is not particularly far. But unexpectedly, Liao Yuqing directly refused the rescue in such a nearly disobedient way. If it was in the past, Liao Yuqing would never dare to do so. Not to mention the power controlled by Li Wuyo. Lui Bang's Fifth Army alone is not something he can resist. But now the situation is different. Liao Yuqing actually dared to cut off the firewood at this moment, which was simply a leopard's courage. Following Liao Yuqing's response, several surrounding armies also responded one after another. The reasons were varied. Either the zombie threat, or the surrounding forces were ready to move, or the road was too far and difficult to travel in winter. In short, there were reasons not to send troops. At this time, people suddenly woke up. The power of the imperial family has begun to decline. Li Wuyo, a little girl, is ultimately unable to command such a large country. If it was the situation in the past, it would be fine. But now it seems that Li Wuyo and Lui Bang have been trapped in Hezhou. And I am afraid there is no hope of survival. At this time, those big men who had their own troops and were self-reliant had other ideas. If Li Wuyo died, the empire would probably fall apart immediately, and those big men would become warlords and fight on their own. At present, it seems that only the royal guards are still loyal to Li Wuyo. But as far as the current battle is concerned, the royal guards will take at least a week to arrive. And it is likely that the Fifth Army will find it difficult to hold out until the royal guards arrive. Will a zombie siege completely destroy Hanwei? When Lui Bang received the news that all parties refused to send troops, his hands were shaking. If there was support, his Fifth Army would definitely be able to fight. Even if the number of soldiers was insufficient, he would recruit the survivors in the city to join the army. But now that there was no support, it was equivalent to directly draining people's spirit. The morale of the troops began to decline visibly. The battle on the second day was not as cruel as last night, but deserters had already begun to appear. The people in the city were even more panic-stricken, and even the work of carrying ice and reinforcing the city walls stopped. There is no hope in Hezhou. Why are they still working? Many people just quit and went home to reunite with their relatives and friends for the last time. Otherwise they might never see them again. There were even riots in the city. Desperate people took to the streets, attacked stores, and looted supplies. Alcohol became the most desired thing for people. And before death came, many people wanted to rely on alcohol to numb themselves. The security department in the city was completely unable to control the situation. And even some security guards joined the rioting crowd. There are zombies attacking outside, and people making trouble inside. In this situation, why recruit soldiers? As time goes by, it is gradually approaching the night of the next day. The night is coming again, and the zombies are attacking more and more violently. And tonight, mutant rats have also joined the attack. These crazy little animals have become man-eating devils. Their sharp claws and innate talents allow them to pass through the frozen soil on the ground and dig tunnels to appear in the city. One of the tunnels even appeared deep in the city, and a large number of mutant rats rushed out and rushed towards the crowd frantically. Caught off guard, a large number of people died. In just 10 minutes, tens of thousands of mutant rats appeared, which had caused a disaster. Finally, Louis Bong decisively ordered the use of his few thermobaric bombs. 2 consecutive thermobaric bombs hit the crazy rat tide, and a large number of rats were eliminated. Similarly, many people were buried under the power of the thermobaric bombs. By plugging the rat hole, the crisis was barely overcome. But Louis Bong had realized that Hezhou could not be defended. His Fifth Army, even if it risked its life, could only hold on for 2 more days at most. Isolated and helpless, with nowhere to escape. Thinking of his current situation, Louis Bong regretted it from the bottom of his heart. Maybe what Tang Zheng said is right. This time, Louis Bong did not hesitate anymore. Holding the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living horse, he asked the communicator to contact Tang Zheng. Holding the walkie-talkie in his hand, when Tang Zheng's voice came from the other side, Louis Bong couldn't help asking, "Brother Tang, if you didn't fool me before, then please help me. I can agree to any conditions." Chapter 237. Tang Zheng, who was busy, was refreshed after receiving a call from Louis Bong. Especially Louis Bong's last sentence, agreeing to any conditions, made Tang Zheng feel that this person was actually not bad. Since Louis Bong was so sensible, Tang Zheng spoke without hesitation. "Captain Liu, since you said so, I must not stand idly by. Now listen carefully. From now on, you will immediately send people to guard the Heku District Railway Station in Hezhou City. It's about 600 kilometers from Zhuguang City to Heku District. My train will arrive in Heku District in 6 hours. 6 hours later, a train will arrive every 15 minutes. Each train can carry about 5,000 to 6,000 people. This vehicle will never stop and will continue to transport people. Your mission is to organize all the survivors to go to the Heku District Railway Station. Try not to cause chaos so that you can take away as many people as possible. Do you understand?" Louis Bong was stunned when he heard what Tang Zheng said. "Are you serious? There will really be so many trains coming to Heku District? I will definitely do what I said. Just do your job." Hearing Tang Zheng's impatience, Louis Bong nodded and agreed, "No problem. No problem. I will definitely do this. I will go now. I will go now." "Hey! Wait! I almost forgot to talk about business." Tang Zheng stopped Louis Bong, who was about to cut off the call. "In the first car, you must load all the gold, silver and jewelry on your side, and bring them to Zhuguang City for me. If you can't do this, or if I find out that you have hidden something, don't blame me for being rude and driving you out of Zhuguang City. You must know that I am not a royal official, but the leader of a private territory. I have the right to do so." Louis Bong paused for a moment, but still agreed. He knew that Tang Zheng had been stockpiling gold. In fact, it was not only Tang Zheng who was doing this, but many places were also starting to do so. Antiques in prosperous times, gold in troubled times. After basically solving the problem of food and clothing, gold began to be valued by the leaders of large bases. Especially after the currency was issued, the value of this thing was gradually increasing. Louis Bong successively took over Jinghe County and Hezhou City, so he naturally had a lot of gold reserves, which was also the basis for him to issue new currency. Now Tang Zheng wants to take all the gold away. Louis Bong feels bad, but he still agrees. However, Louis Bong also asked 2 questions. "Brother Tang, the survivors' own gold and silver jewelry are not included in this list, right?" "No. The survivors' jewelry is their private property. What I want is all the gold and jewelry reserves in your hands." "Okay. I agree to this. There is another question. After arriving in Zhuguang City, the new currency in our hands will not become waste paper, right?" "No. The new currency can still be circulated here. But given the difference in purchasing power between the new currency and the Guangyuan, the value is definitely not equal. Your people can also exchange the new currency for Guangyuan, and the exchange rate is 10 to 1. After listening to this, Louis Bong had no objection. He also knew that the new currency and Guangyuan were not equal. People here can get a salary of 3 to 4,000 new dollars per month, while those in Zhuguang City can only get an average salary of 4 to 500. But life is still better than here. Therefore, the 10 to 1 exchange rate mentioned by Tang Zheng actually gave their people some advantages. If calculated strictly, it should be 12 to 1. After asking these 2 questions, Louis Bong ended the call with Tang Zheng. After the call ended, he started to let the guard count. From now on, 6 hours later, the rescue from Zhuguang City will arrive. He personally dispatched the guard battalion to guard the Hekou District Railway Station, and he himself ran to the TV station. At the TV station, Li Wuyo was holding on to her shaky body and still communicating with the public through TV. However, she was already somewhat pessimistic during the conversation, and many of her words sounded like her last words. She was just an 18-year-old girl, and what she had to endure was not what she should have endured at her age. Now she was suddenly hit by being deserted by her friends and relatives, and she could no longer hold on. The double fatigue of her body and mind made her look very bad. Louis Bong ran in. Li Wuyo looked back at him and said weakly, "Mr. Duke? Why are you here again instead of commanding the battle?" Louis Bong said excitedly, "It's saved. It's saved." He ran to Li Wuyo's side quickly and told him Tang Zheng words at a fast speed. This cheered up Li Wuyo's sluggish spirit. "Are you serious? Can the people here go to Zhuguang City by train?" "That's right. Ordinary vehicles can't stop those mutant birds. But trains are no problem." Tang Zheng said that in 6 hours, there will be a train every 15 minutes. And it will never stop. Li Wuyo's eyes were shining at this moment. "Okay. Then I will start to announce this good news to the public immediately." "Okay. Let the public go to the train station immediately. Women, children, and the elderly are given priority. I have sent people to the train station to maintain order. Now I will send people to the streets to publicize." Louis Bong ran out of the TV station again and asked people to go to the streets to publicize. After all, the streets are in a state of riots now, and many people can't watch TV. Louis Bong was not in the mood to deal with these riots before, but it is different now. With the hope of survival, I believe no one likes the current situation. If there are still people who are stubborn, then Louis Bong will make him nothing. Some troops went to the streets to promote and suppress the riots at the same time. Louis Bong did not follow. He came to Hezhou Bank. In the bank's vault, there are all his gold reserves. With a guard company, he called the head of the bank and opened the vault. There are up to 40 tons of gold here. Louis Bong took a look, waved his hand, and ordered all the gold to be loaded and transported to Hezhou railway station. In addition to gold, there is also printed cash of 15 billion new dollars. These are only part of the currency. In Hezhou, he has issued more than 200 billion new dollars in total. Louis Bong took a look at the money and called all the leaders of his departments over. He gave everyone a round of bonuses, hoping that they would have a good life after arriving in Zhuguang City. All this was done very quickly. The gold was transported away and the cash was distributed. It took 5 hours. And finally Louis Bong was left with 500,000 new coins. He did not distribute the money anymore. After all, he had to keep some money for his own use. After packing the money and taking it away, Louis Bong drove to pick up Li Wuyo. However, Li Wuyo still refused to leave. She wanted to see whether the people could really leave smoothly. If they could, she would choose to leave. Louis Bong was also worried about this. Although Tang Zheng made a firm promise, he really couldn't figure out where Tang Zheng got so many trains. Louis Bong could only go to the train station first and keep an eye on it. As for the battle on the other side of the city wall, Deputy Army Commander Zhang Jixin personally climbed the city wall to command. After Tang Zheng finished talking to Louis Bong, he immediately dispatched troops to set off. This was a plan he had prepared long ago. After the second ring wall of Zhuguang City was built, he prepared for this rescue. The railway from Zhuguang City to the surrounding areas has been almost completed, but it has not yet been opened to traffic in Hezhou. However, the railway from the nearby cities to Hezhou already has a foundation. Tang Zheng saw on the map that there is a high-speed railway from the nearest Qingchuan railway station to Hezhou. The high-speed railway is a two-way lane that can go back and forth at the same time, which makes Tang Zheng very satisfied. He only needs to turn the railway from Zhuguang City to Qingchuan into a two-way lane. And then if there are enough trains, he can achieve an infinite loop and go back and forth all the time. To this end, Tang Zheng once again spent a huge amount of money to build the second railway line from Zhuguang City to Qingchuan. The parallel railway, more than 100 kilometers, and time was tight. Tang Zheng could only spend 10 gold per meter to buy the railway, and spent more than 1 million yuan to lay the railway. Then it was time to buy trains. Both passenger cars and freight cars cost 200,000 gold per train. With a total of 20 carriages, Tang Zheng originally had 2 trains here. This time, he bought 22 trains again, 11 of each type. Although trucks are not used to transport people, in this case, They are even better than buses in transporting people, and can be used to transport goods in the future. Tang Zheng felt very painful after spending 4.4 million yuan at one time. A few days ago, there were still 15 million yuan in funds, but now there are less than 4 million left. I hope that I can get back the capital from Luibang this time. Otherwise it will be a huge loss. In this way, Tang Zheng has 24 ordinary buses and trucks in his hands. A train is dispatched every 15 minutes, which is just enough for an infinite cycle of 6 hours. According to the calculation that each train carries 6,000 people, 24,000 people can be transported in 1 hour. Of course, in this critical moment, Tang Zheng believes that Luibang will not be rigid, and he will not stop until a train is loaded with 10,000 people. However, Tang Zheng is not sure whether this speed can rescue all the more than 3 million people in Hezhou. Everything must be tested by facts. Time is tight. When Tang Zheng received the call, he was actually on the armored train. When the next train was built, Tang Zheng had already taken the armored train and the original 2 trains from Zhuangqing railway station and headed straight for Hezhou. The whistle roared, startling the birds into the sky. The train rumbled through the snowfield and the no man's land, and was going to realize a great retreat. Chapter 238. When Tang Zheng armored train arrived at Hika railway station, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. When approaching Hezhou, Tang Zheng saw the situation in Hezhou. The rumbling sound of artillery shook the sky. The sky lit up by flares, and the light spots brought by bullets made Hezhou look like an erupting volcano from a distance. When the armored train approached the railway bridge, there were a large number of zombies blocking it. This was the preparation made by the zombie king to prevent people from Hezhou from leaving through this railway bridge. But the flesh and blood of the zombies could not stop the rumbling armored train. The armored train was like a sharp knife, cutting into the zombie group like tofu. All the zombies blocking the front were cut in half by this knife. After that, the armored train opened fire at full power, pouring bullets and shells mercilessly into the zombie group along the way. The train did not stop, and the bullets were fired randomly without a target. There were too many zombies around, so there was no need to aim, and they could be hit directly. It was unknown how many zombies were killed, but only a bloody mess was left. The armored train rushed across the railway bridge and quickly entered the city. When it was only 2 kilometers away from Hezhou railway station, people arranged by Luibang were seen holding flags and giving instructions. The train whizzed past, and Tang Zheng could even see the excited faces of the people giving instructions. The closer they got to the railway station, the more gunshots there were. Some soldiers raised their guns and used the lights of the railway station to snipe the mutant birds in the sky. The waiting platform at the train station has a ceiling, and the mutant birds can't really move here, so the situation here is pretty good. Tang Zheng glanced at the waiting hall, which was already packed with people. He turned on the radar and scanned it. There were so many people in the square outside that the edge couldn't be seen clearly. Upon learning that there was a rescue, almost everyone in the Hiku district ran over here, and the order was very chaotic. Seeing that there was really a train entering the station, the whole Hiku district burst into huge cheers. Tang Zheng even vaguely heard countless people calling his name, which made him feel a little happy, but also felt the pressure and responsibility on his shoulders. However, his armored train was not used to transport ordinary people. This car was used to open roads and fight, as well as transport funds. The train stopped at the platform, where some people gathered, all of whom were soldiers of the 5th Army. Ordinary people had not been allowed in yet, and there were some boxes piled up on the platform, and the soldiers were guarding them. Tang Zheng saw Luibang at the front of the crowd. The car door opened and Tang Zheng got out under the protection of the guards. Luibang saw Tang Zheng and walked over to shake hands with him. Tang Zheng also extended his hand, and the two shook hands. "Brother Tang. I used to." Luibang prepared a lot of words, hoping that he would not lose out when he met Tang Zheng. But when they really met, he was completely speechless and even choked up. Tang Zheng shook the other person's hand. No need to say more. Now is not the time to be polite. Let the past be the past. We are in a hurry. Let's hurry up. Hey. Okay. Look at me. I'm still hypocritical. Come here quickly, and move all the gold to the car. The soldiers of the 5th Army immediately moved the gold to the car. Tang Zheng guard stopped them, opened several of the boxes, and asked Tang Zheng to check them personally. Of course, Tang Zheng would not convert the gold into system funds in front of so many people, but it was more appropriate for him to come and check. It has been so long since the end of the world. And Tang Zheng can pat his chest and guarantee that he is not targeting anyone. But everyone in the world is rubbish when it comes to seeing gold. No one can compare with the amount of gold he has seen. Not even the gold miners. He has handled countless real gold and silver. And has seen countless fakes. He can tell the real from the fake without testing. Just by looking, touching, or even smelling. After checking about a dozen boxes and confirming that they are all real gold, Tang Zheng waved his hand, and all the goods were loaded onto the car. The soldiers immediately began to move the gold. But it would take a while to move 40 tons of gold. At this time, someone quickly ran to Liu Bang and said, "Commander, it's bad. The southwest wall can't hold on." Liu Bang felt embarrassed in front of Tang Zheng, and immediately grabbed the man and said, "What's going on? It was fine before. Why can't it hold on so quickly?" "Commander, it was still daylight before, and we still had some advantages in the battle. But it's not going to work at night. We don't have enough flares here. No one thought we would have to fight at night all the time. Besides, there are level 2 zombies on the zombie side. Those gorilla zombies are too difficult to fight. Even heavy machine guns can't hit them. The walls in some places have collapsed. Now the brothers are risking their lives to plug the hole. And they can't hold on any longer." Hearing this, Liu Bang's face suddenly turned pale. Seeing that Tang Zheng had come to rescue, this side couldn't hold on. It can be imagined that once the wall collapsed, the overwhelming zombies would rush to the station in less than an hour. At this moment, more than 2 million people have gathered here. At that time, the biggest tragedy in human history may happen. When thinking of that scene, Liu Bang felt a little dizzy and couldn't stand. The order at the scene was suddenly a little chaotic. You know, the order in Hezhou City has been stabilized because of Tang Zheng's upcoming arrival. If the city is broken at this time, these people will have no other choice but to wait for death. Hearing this, Tang Zheng grabbed Liu Bang and asked him to calm down. Then asked the signalman, "Is it on the southwest wall?" "Ah, yes." The signalman was a little dumbfounded by Tang Zheng's question, but still gave an answer. Tang Zheng nodded and turned to look at Ningyue behind him. "Shall we let the train launch ground-to-ground tactical missiles to eliminate the zombies outside the southwest wall and relieve the pressure on the defenders?" "Okay, General." Ningyue immediately got on the train and notified the soldiers in the train to open fire. But before that, the train drove forward for a while, leaving the platform ceiling, and then launched missiles. Under the stunned eyes of Liu Bang and the soldiers of the 5th group, the 16 tactical missiles carried by the armored train were launched one after another. In the dark night sky, the missile dragged a bright tail and broke through the air. There was no need for the 5th Army to provide guidance and coordinates. Tang Zheng people found the exact location by themselves. At this time, the situation under the southwest wall was already very dangerous. 5 gorilla zombies and 8 lickers joined the siege zombies, and the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. These zombies attacked the wall frantically under the cover of darkness. They quickly approached the wall, stepped on the 10-meter-high pile of corpses, and came directly to the top of the city. A gorilla zombie rushed forward under heavy fire, and with a wave of its huge hand, a row of defenders, who were shooting with guns, were swept away. 2 more lickers followed and rushed forward, and ordinary soldiers could not resist them at all. The reserve team sent by Liu Bang played a role at this time. All the members of the reserve team were mutants. These mutants were like Supermen, either shooting accurately or jumping up to fight, and their huge strength could often cause damage to the zombies. A licker was killed at the cost of 5 lives of the reserve team. Although there was a fierce battle on the wall, the wall itself was not able to survive. In order to stop these second-level zombies, the flamethrower warriors had to increase the intensity of the flames, which caused the ice wall to melt faster and faster. Under the repeated impact of the 2 gorilla zombies, the shaky ice wall finally collapsed. With this gap, the zombies were suddenly unstoppable. Led by the gorilla zombies, a large group of zombies broke through the gap and entered the city. Among the zombies, there were also many mutant rats. These disgusting little things were now very scary and kept jumping up to kill living people. The people of the 5th Army had no other choice. The reserve troops went all out and fired crazily, trying to push back the group of zombies entering the city. The crowd and the zombies fought a life-and-death struggle at the gap in the city wall. The degree of cruelty was beyond words. This stalemate won't last long. There are too many zombies outside, and the gap is still expanding under the impact. If this continues, it won't be long before the 5th Army will collapse and be completely defeated. Just when the soldiers were almost desperate, a miracle happened. A missile broke through the air and fell from the sky. Boom! The missile hit the zombies outside the city and prepared to enter the city. The huge explosion brought up a small mushroom cloud. A gorilla zombie and 2 lickers were all in this range. They were hit accurately and turned into ashes directly. This sudden change stunned everyone present. As a member of the 5th Army, they knew that the 5th Army's research in military industry was a bit behind. Fighter planes and missiles. These 2 things, they have never really conquered. Fighter planes are still in the unfinished stage. And missiles are only some small surface-to-air missiles. They have not yet manufactured the ground-to-ground tactical missiles. If they had this thing, they would have used it long ago. Why wait until today? Before they could figure it out. More missiles came. Missiles dragged bright lights, like angels descending to the earth to eliminate sin. Boom, boom, boom. The landing point of each missile was very accurate, bombarding the places where the zombies were densely packed, trying to bring the greatest damage. 16 missiles set off 16 mushroom clouds in the dark battlefield. The zombies attacking the city gathered in this area in a black mass, and the density was very high. They suffered heavy losses when bombarded by these missiles. The offensive of the entire zombie group was stagnant. At this time, the people of the 5th Army finally reacted. This is the people of the light-chasing army. This is Tangjung. Huzhou is saved. Chapter 239. Tangjung missile attack can be said to have relieved the 5th Army's urgent needs. The zombies that were attacking the city were hit head-on, and the attack was temporarily stagnant. There is no doubt that the zombie king felt threatened and might have to readjust. It is not easy to adjust a zombie group of tens of millions, which bought precious time for the 5th Army. Most of the people gathered at the train station are old, weak, sick and disabled. With a total number of more than 1 million, there are still many young and strong people who are forced to stay on the front line to strengthen the city wall. These people cut ice blocks desperately and transport them to the other side of the city wall. Some people are responsible for watering and quickly strengthening the city wall. Some of the zombies that rushed into the city gradually perished under the encirclement of the 5th Army because they lost the support behind them. The zombies outside the city that were hit began to retreat slowly, cooperating with the zombie king's tactical adjustment. In this way, tonight can be spent safely. Tangjung finally loaded all the gold onto the train, and he was ready to evacuate, because the second train was about to arrive, ready to start loading people. Tangjung shook hands with Luibong and said goodbye. I can't help you too much for now. You use these ammunition first. While loading the train, Tangjung also bought a batch of flares and gave them to Luibong. He had seen the situation of the battle, and Luibong flare reserves were insufficient, which was already a big problem. It was okay to support it during the day, but it was difficult to support it at night. So he sent a batch of flares, hoping that Luibong could hold on for a while longer. If the 5th Army could not hold on, his rescue plan would fail completely. Luibong was very grateful for Tangjung's actions. Although it was a bit difficult to say, he still said, Brother Tang, if possible, you'd better support us with a batch of artillery shells. Our artillery shells will be used up tonight and will be gone tomorrow. The lack of long-range support from artillery is also the main reason why we are so passive. Tangjung nodded. Okay. I have someone deliver a batch of shells when I get back. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. If there's anything I can do, please let me know. Tangjung nodded, then turned around and got on the train. He didn't ask Li Wuyo if he wanted to go with him, because Li Wuyo probably wouldn't leave now. The armored train left, and the second passenger car entered the Huzhou railway station. At this time, the train station began to release people. Under the strict order of the 5th Army, the crowd was temporarily stable. But after the release, the crowd still rushed out of the waiting room frantically and headed straight for the train. Normally, there are only about 100 to 200 people in a train carriage. But now people don't care about that. As long as there is room for people in the carriage, they will squeeze in. Some elderly people and children were placed on seats, and the rest of the places were full of standing people. Almost 500 people were squeezed into each carriage. Some people were squeezed to the point of suffocation and screamed, but they didn't complain. They were lucky to be able to squeeze onto the train and leave the city that was about to fall. Soldiers of the Zhuguang army stood guard at the door, and no one could cut in line. Some wealthy and prestigious people in Huzhou tried to cut in line, but were forced back by the soldiers with guns. Any past status was invalidated in the Zhuguang army. No matter whether you were an official or a noble, you would not be treated preferentially here. 20 carriages were quickly filled, and 10,000 people were squeezed into a passenger train with 20 carriages. Looking in from the outside, some people were pressed against the car window, and their faces were a little deformed. After 10,000 people arrived, everyone stopped boarding the train. The soldiers boarded the train last, closed the doors, and the train started to leave. After the first train left, the second train entered the Hezhou platform. This train was a freight train. The conditions of the freight train were definitely not as good as those of the passenger train. There were no seats inside. People could only sit on the ground, or even no place to sit. However, this did not hinder people's enthusiasm for boarding the train. They still rushed to board the train. It still took nearly 15 minutes to load 10,000 people. And then the truck left. Next, another passenger train entered the station. Tang Zheng did what he promised, and the train began to enter the station without stopping, taking away as many people as possible. The zombies' actions also stopped, and the third night of the zombie siege in Hezhou was finally passed without any danger. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the first train carrying people got off at the DC area platform of Zhuguang City. This DC area is not the DC area in the inner city, but the DC area of the second ring. After several days of emergency construction, countless color steel houses and some simple shacks have been built in the second ring. Although it was a shack, it was still windproof. The soil and hay were mixed together to make it airtight. In each shack, temporary beds were laid out, and there was a brazier on the ground. This was the residence for the newcomers. In the center of many residential areas, Tang Zheng also built some temporary porridge sheds, where every newcomer could drink a bowl of porridge and eat a steamed bun for free. Tang Zheng could only guarantee that none of them would be frozen or starved to death. But starting tomorrow, they would need to buy what to eat by themselves. After all, the livelihood of more than 3 million people is a huge problem. If there is an unlimited supply, Tang Zheng can't afford to support these people. The former outer city of Zhuguang City can now be called the first ring. It is extremely prosperous, and you can buy almost anything as long as you have money. After getting off the bus, people were arranged to some residential areas according to the guidance of Zhuguang City staff. Some people who need special care can live in color steel houses, and those strong young people live in mud shacks. These residences are temporary and will be demolished in the spring of next year, when people will move to new houses. Just as these people were settled, the second car of people arrived. Tens of thousands of people continued to enter Zhuguang City, and they did not stop since 5 in the morning. 10,000 people in 15 minutes, and 40,000 people in an hour. The population of the second ring area of Zhuguang City increased rapidly. In many places, the shacks were not even built, so these newcomers had to do it themselves. Fortunately, every newcomer to Zhuguang City burst into great enthusiasm when seeing the magnificent city walls here. After drinking porridge and eating steamed buns, everyone had strength after a rest and began to work hard to build their new home. Seeing the scene in front of them, many people felt relieved, but Tang Zheng frowned slightly. The reason was simple. He was still worried about the situation in Hezhou. The shells had been sent over, but Tang Zheng analyzed that Hezhou would definitely not last for more than 3 days. The entire Hezhou now has 3.5 million people, not counting the soldiers of the 5th Army. Although many soldiers died and many survivors died, the total number is still above 3.6 million. Tang Zheng can transport 40,000 people back every hour, but it takes time to go back. In a full day, without stopping for a minute, 480,000 people can be transported back. Even if the 5th Army can hold out for 3 days, Tang Zheng can only transport more than 1.4 million people. In that case, there will still be 2 million people stranded in Hezhou and unable to leave, and will eventually become zombies' food. And it seems that the 5th Army will not be able to hold out for more than 3 days. And this process cannot be stopped for a minute, especially in the later period, when personnel will be withdrawn one after another, and one car may not be able to carry 10,000 people. So, I am afraid that at least more than 2 million people will not be able to be safely transferred out. So Tang Zheng is somewhat dissatisfied with the current progress. But Tang Zheng cannot send troops to support Hezhou. His large army is still fighting in Saichi County. It is estimated that the battle will end in 5 days, and it is impossible to withdraw. We must open up a second transport line and strive to complete the transfer of Hezhou personnel within 3 days. Tang Zheng's eyes fell on the gold that was transported back. This time, the full rescue effort still got a rich reward. The 40 tons of gold here represent 40 million funds. And Tang Zheng can imagine that the arrival of a large number of Hezhou survivors will definitely bring a large amount of gold and jewelry. These jewels can be exchanged for light yuan. The survivors will not have too much money. The new currency will be somewhat devalued when it arrives in Zhuguang City. They will definitely exchange the jewels in their hands, which will be a large income at that time. If other conditions are met, Tang Zheng can now be promoted to brigade commander. Tang Zheng converted the funds, and the funds in his hand immediately reached 44 million. He has never been so rich. With the money, Tang Zheng can buy another wave of soldiers. But ordinary soldiers can no longer be purchased. Tang Zheng only has 900 vacancies. And this time, the purchase must be targeted. Road transportation is difficult. And the snow on the road to Hezhou has not been cleared. It is a heavy project. And it is too late now. Therefore, the second transportation route can only be air transportation. Tang Zheng now has 5 large transport planes and 20 helicopters. And the transportation capacity is also very strong. The speed of aircraft transportation is faster. When it really flies, it is no less than the transportation speed of trains. The only problem is the mutant birds. Those mutant birds will pose a great threat to the aircraft. As long as this problem is solved, the air transportation can be completed. After all, Hezhou also has an airport, and it is on the edge of the estuary area. Tang Zheng looked at his own arms and chose one of them. War Eagle. Like military dogs, War Eagles do not occupy troop quotas, and can be produced indefinitely as long as there is money. To deal with mutant birds, flocks of birds are the most effective. The price of a War Eagle is 300 gold per bird, which is not cheap. Tang Zheng cannot produce too many. But individual War Eagles are strong. Stronger than ordinary mutant birds. Buying some can completely form an advantage in local areas. Tang Zheng gritted his teeth and bought 10,000 directly. After spending 3 million funds, the system immediately started production. Seeing that 44 million turned into 41 million. Tang Zheng clenched fists made a crackling sound. Louis Bong. I have invested a lot this time. And it seems that I have to get some wool from you. Chapter 240. On Tang Zheng's side, after countless War Eagles appeared, he was ready to set off. But before setting off, he still had to contact Hezhou and ask them to quickly transfer some of the personnel to the airport. Tang Zheng contacted Louis Bong again, but he didn't know whether the other party was in the war zone or not. So he couldn't contact him for a while. Tang Zheng simply went to the TV station and used the TV station's technology again to contact Princess Li Wuyo, who was in the live broadcast room. Perhaps because of hope, Li Wuyo looked better. Seeing Tang Zheng enter the TV screen again, he took the initiative to greet Tang Zheng. Hello, Chief Tang. Tang Zheng looked at the haggard Li Wuyo and said, Hello, Princess. Now please help spread the word and let some people in Hezhou go to the airport. I will open a second transportation line and airlift people to Zhuguang City. Li Wuyo didn't know much about this, but she also knew the danger of air transportation now. She hesitated and said, Chief Tang, it's very dangerous to fly now. Those mutant birds are very fierce and big. Li Wuyo was frightened by the mutant bird. And to emphasize his tone, he gestured with his hands to make a big gesture. Tang Zheng said calmly, It's okay. I also have a bird. And it's also very big. Li Wuyo was stunned for a moment. And his pale face turned slightly red. Oh, I know. As he said that, Tang Zheng waved his hand. And a huge war eagle almost as tall as a person landed beside him. The wings flapped. And the wingspan was more than 5 meters long, which looked comparable to a small fighter plane. Li Wuyo covered his face with his hands, and refused to take them away no matter what, and said in a muffled voice, Okay, I will notify them. As he spoke, Tang Zheng's line was cut off. Tang Zheng was also stunned for a moment, thinking why this girl was a little weird. He stood up and left the live broadcast room, and boarded the helicopter directly. Following him were 20 transport helicopters of the Army Aviation Group. The A-124 large transport aircraft will take off in an hour and a half. And Tang Zheng and his team will occupy the Hezhou airport at that time. All the War Eagles also boarded the helicopter, so that they could save energy and go directly to Hezhou. It was about 600 kilometers from Zhuguang City to Hezhou. After 2 hours of flight, the plane arrived. When it arrived above Hezhou airport, a flock of mutant birds was seen circling in the sky. Tang Zheng immediately gave an order to open the cabin door. A large number of war eagles rushed out of the 20 helicopters. Kunping took the lead and flew in the front. Looking at the mutant birds in front, he cried out loudly. A large number of war eagles chirped together, which immediately attracted the attention of the mutant birds. There were about several thousand mutant birds circling here. When they saw the war eagles' calls, they immediately rushed over. Mutant beasts rarely actively fight each other. But now the situation is different. These mutant birds belong to a corpse king. When they encounter those who do not belong to this group, they will actively attack. The war eagles flap their wings and immediately rush forward. In the sky, a duel between mutant birds began. They waved their claws at each other and pecked at their opponents with their hard beaks. The mutant birds after the end of the world are generally bigger. Those crows, magpies and other birds are bigger than the eagles in the past. But the birds on the Zhuguang army are all golden eagles. And they are the best species among the golden eagles, each with a huge body and full of power. Only those mutant eagles, owls, or cranes can barely fight with the golden eagles. Other mutant birds can only be slaughtered in front of the golden eagles. There are strange cries in the sky. Bird feathers are flying. And birds are killed from time to time and fall from the sky. The fierce battle is no less than the battle between humans. Some people who were diverted here stayed in the airport terminal, watching the battle in the sky, their mouths wide open in surprise. The birds were seen fighting each other, attacking each other, and sometimes even tangled with each other and rolling down from the sky to the ground. At this time, the difference in individual strength was clearly reflected. The result was basically that the golden eagle had an overwhelming advantage, pressing the mutant bird under its claws. And with a few bites, it directly smashed the opponent's skull. Moreover, there are more golden eagles now, 10,000 against 5,000 or 6,000. And most of the time, they can fight 2 against 1. As for those golden eagles that have been upgraded, they can easily defeat ordinary mutant birds. For example, Kunping, a 5-star golden eagle, has killed more than 100 mutant birds since the start of the fight, and he himself is unscathed. After more than 10 minutes, the battle is over. Thousands of mutant bird corpses fell from the sky, and the airport was full of them. The golden eagle circled near the airport, leaving an air passage for their own aircraft, and prohibited any other flying birds from approaching. Tianjin 20 transport planes landed, and then 5 A124 large transport planes also landed from the sky. After receiving Li Wuyo notice, Lu Yibang rushed to the airport without stopping. Seeing this situation, he couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Who is this Tang Zheng? The progress of military technology research and development is too strong. This kind of large transport plane was a blank in Hanwei before, but he has already mass-produced it. After those giant planes landed, the airport was also full of jubilation. The gate of the terminal hall opened, and people began to rush to the plane. Tangzheng Guard Company temporarily served as the people who maintained the registration order, guiding people to board the plane one by one. Each A124 large transport plane can normally carry 1,500 people. Now, each plane is loaded with 2,000 people. In an emergency, we can't be rigid. 5 transport planes carry 10,000 people away. And the 20 helicopters here also carried nearly 5,000 people. This transportation efficiency is not much worse than that of trains, especially 10 large transport planes, which can go back and forth once every 2 hours. With the cooperation of helicopters, it can also transport nearly 200,000 people every day. But Tang Zheng still felt that it was not enough. If it continued like this, he still couldn't transport all the people in Hezhou in 3 days. Gritting his teeth, Tang Zheng bought another 10 A124 large transport planes. In this way, his large transport planes reached 15, and the carrying capacity was greatly improved. This transport plane has a speed of nearly 900 kilometers per hour. It flies over as soon as it appears and arrives in Hezhou in less than an hour. It landed here and started loading people. Another 20,000 people took off, and Tang Zheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. With both ground and air transportation, the daily carrying capacity can reach 1 million. If the Fifth Army cannot hold out for 3 days under such circumstances, then it can only be said that they are not strong enough. With the full cooperation of the Zhuguang army, the people in Hezhou also have the motivation to survive. Almost everyone went out in full force, took some of their valuables, left Hezhou, and headed for Zhuguang City. Li Wuyo told people on TV that they must take away the new currency and jewelry in their hands. The jewelry and new coins can all be exchanged for light yuan when they arrive at Zhuguang City, ensuring that they can survive there in the future. A large number of people in Hezhou began to evacuate, and the soldiers on the front line also had some energy to fight against the zombies. Especially after receiving the artillery support of the Zhuguang army, the battle situation has changed a little. The misfired cannons fired again, constantly bombarding the zombies. In the explosion of countless flames, the zombies who adjusted their formation and attacked again were hit hard again. Countless zombies died on the way to the city wall. Louis Bong did not hold back, and brought out all their spare gasoline, and began to burn the pile of corpses fiercely. The survivors who had not left continued to reinforce the city wall, making it thicker and thicker. The water pipes were connected from the river to here, and water was continuously poured on the city wall. When the north wind blew, it soon condensed into ice. Burning here, pouring here. The two worlds of ice and fire are nothing more than this. The fourth day of the battle was the most comfortable day for the Fifth Army. There were not many casualties that day, and the transfer went very smoothly. For 2 days and 1 night, plus part of the transfer on the first night, 1.9 million people in Hezhou had left for Zhuguang City. Now, the people in the city, plus the remaining 170,000 to 180,000 people of the Fifth Army, there are still about 1.7 million people who have not left. By the evening of the 5th day, it was the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Louis Bong rested for a while last night, and now he and Zhang Zhixin came to the city wall again. After the battles in the past few days, Zhang Zhixin had become much more honest, and did not dare to despise the power of the Corpse King. But now that the situation has improved, his temper has gradually returned. Damn it! After I arrive in Zhuguang City, I will definitely regroup and strike back. I will also kill the Corpse King here. Louis Bong glanced at his deputy. Don't talk nonsense. Zhuguang City is not our territory. It is Tangjung world. When we get there, we have to listen to him. Zhang Zhixin snorted. Commander, if it's just the two of us going, then Tangjung has the final say. But what about the princess? We go with the princess. Does Tangjung want to give orders to the princess as well? He rescued us. But didn't we pay a price? We gave him the war gold. What else does he want? Do we have to hand over the new currency in our hands as well? If he dares to do that, we will print another batch of new currency to exchange for Guangyuan, so that he can drive inflation in Guangqing. Louis Bong couldn't help shaking his head. His deputy was fine in other aspects, but his temper was really bad. Tang Zheng was not someone who could bear a loss. If things continued like this, there might be trouble in Zhuguang City. But now it was wartime, so he couldn't say much. The war situation was the most important thing at the moment. After a few days of fierce fighting, Louis Bong gradually gained confidence. As long as tonight went smoothly, there would be about 1 million people transferred away tomorrow. By then, there would be only a few 100,000 people left, and everything would be fine. The night fell again, but this time, some slow-moving fat zombies quietly joined the battlefield. Chapter 241. As night fell, it started snowing again in Hezhou. In the snow and wind, flares began to rise. However, in this weather, the effect of flares was not that good, and the thick snow blocked the light. In the dim light, the zombies were like groups of evil spirits, approaching the city wall. After many days of fierce fighting, the Fifth Army has been reduced from 250,000 to 150,000. Later, 30,000 reserve troops joined, and now the total size is 180,000. In Louis Bong's opinion, it shouldn't be a problem for these 180,000 people to hold out for another 2 days. After all, the artillery shells and flares provided by Tang Zheng are enough for the time being. A new round of fighting started again. The soldiers of the Fifth Army, who were already somewhat accustomed to it, fought step by step, loaded bullets, and fired. However, the battlefield today was a little strange. Those armored zombies actually began to move forward side by side. 2 armored zombies stood together and walked forward side by side. Under the command of the Zombie King, they protected their heads with their hands to reduce the chance of being headshot. The soldiers of the Fifth Army also have experience in dealing with this situation. They also formed some combat teams on the city wall. 2 soldiers, with a sniper, sniped these difficult armored vehicles. If they could not hit the head, the soldiers would continue to shoot at the legs of the armored vehicles, trying to break their legs as much as possible. Once the legs of the zombies were broken, they would immediately lose their ability to move. No matter what armored vehicle they were, they could only crawl on the ground, and their power would be greatly reduced. However, this method was not very efficient in the past. It was a last resort. After all, armored vehicles would also move and dodge. But today was different. Those armored creatures would not dodge at all. They would not stop moving until their legs were broken. After knocking down many armored creatures, the soldiers found something unusual. It turned out that there was a fat zombie hidden behind each armored creature. The fat zombie belly was bigger than that of a pregnant woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. It was trembling as it walked and moving slowly. Can these monsters also get fat? Let's see what they can do. A sniper raised his gun and shot a fat zombie in the belly. Bang! The fat zombie belly was blown up, and his body exploded like a rotten watermelon, with countless liquids splashing out. Some zombies around were affected, and all the parts that were stained with liquid began to dissolve and rot. Ha ha! What kind of zombie is this? Not only does it walk slowly, but it can even explode and hurt its companions. Isn't this a bomb? Okay. The more zombies like this, the better. Let's shoot them. Zhang Jixin saw this situation, and even picked up a rifle himself, and came to the front line. With such zombies, he felt sorry for himself if he didn't make good use of them. Louis Bong didn't stop him from doing this. This guy just likes to go on the field himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed a zombie king himself. Let him go. Zhang Jixin kept firing with his rifle, and killed several fat zombies one after another. He felt very satisfied. But there were too many zombies below. Despite being shot continuously, many zombies still approached the city wall under the cover of armor. Suddenly, those fat men who were considered almost harmless launched an attack on the city wall. I saw that the fat zombies approaching suddenly opened their mouths. Liquids turned into sharp arrows and fiercely fired at the defenders on the city wall. Puff, puff, puff. The defenders who had never suffered a long-range attack were caught off guard and were hit one after another. The deadly liquids fell on their bodies and immediately began to corrode their flesh. The soldiers screamed, tumbled and fell. And as they tumbled, large pieces of flesh were corroded and fell to the ground. In a short moment, the city wall turned into a living hell. The sudden attack of the fat zombies caused at least more than 2,000 soldiers to fall to the ground. The fallen soldiers had no chance to stand up again. The corrosiveness of those liquids was terrible. It corroded the flesh and internal organs, and could easily turn a soldier into a pile of bones. After this sudden attack, the firepower on the city wall was suppressed. Zhang Jixin was also hit beside Louis Bong. Seeing Zhang Jixin rolling and screaming on the ground, Louis Bong had no idea how to help, and was also a little scared. In just 30 seconds, his deputy commander had turned into a skeleton, and his uniform was rotten to pieces. Such a terrible thing happened next to him, and the person who was just full of energy suddenly died, which made Louis Bong feel cold. Zombies have a new variant, and the situation is dangerous now. Sure enough, after the first wave of the fat zombies succeeded in the attack, there were fat zombies in countless directions and corners under the city, spraying this poisonous water at the top of the city. Deadly water arrows flew up one after another, and the defenders on the city wall were immediately in a very passive position. If they were contaminated by the poisonous water, they would almost certainly die. Few people had the courage to stand on the top of the city at this time. The defeated soldiers wanted to run down, and Louis Bong's eyes were red at this moment. If the defenders retreated, the city would fall in an instant, and then everything would be irreversible. No one is allowed to retreat. The civilians behind, find anything that can resist the poisonous water. Wooden boards, pot lids, bathtubs, or even take down your doors and hold them up for me. Flare, fire twice as much. Find all those fat zombies hiding in the dark. Where are the snipers? Are they all fucking shit eaters? Can't you see their big bellies? Hit them hard. Artillery. Don't be stingy with your artillery fire. If you can't hold out tonight, there will be no tomorrow. Fire all the shells. As he said that, Louis Bong took out his pistol and shot, and killed several deserters himself. His guards also rushed up, holding guns to force back those who tried to escape. Under the strong pressure of Louis Bong, the soldiers had to return to the city wall and continue fighting. As a large number of flares were launched into the air, the situation improved a little. No matter how the armor blocked it, the fat zombie body was there, and it was impossible to completely block it. And such a huge belly is also a very good target for killing. A shot from the side can also cause an explosion. The soldiers who have mastered some methods began to fight back, and blew up a large number of fat zombies. The artillery behind did not care about saving their strength. As long as the cannon could fire, they would load the shells and fire. The rumbling bombardment also reduced the pressure on the defenders of the city wall. However, there were too many fat zombies. Maybe it was because of their slow movement or the Zombie King's tactics that caught them by surprise, which brought huge pressure to the defenders today. Although the defenders killed much faster, the number of zombies was so huge that they could withstand any casualties. The casualties on the defender side also rose steadily after the appearance of the fat zombies. On ordinary days, 10,000 casualties in a night of fighting is almost the limit. But tonight, more than 30,000 defenders were killed. About 80% of them died under the poisonous water attack of the fat zombie. This kind of thing that is hard to defend against is really difficult to deal with. Later, the soldiers used various methods to block the poisonous water, such as wooden boards, to stabilize their position a little, ensuring that Hezhou did not fall that night. The participation of the fat zombie in the battle lasted until the early morning. After dawn, the fat zombies slowly retreated without the cover of darkness, and the difficult night was over. Under the city wall, there were corpses of zombies everywhere, and a new round of attacks was about to begin. The Fifth Army was a little bit exhausted. In this short night, more than 30,000 people were killed and more than 10,000 were injured. The 180,000 people dropped to 130,000 in an instant, and the combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. And after the fierce artillery fire last night, more than half of the Fifth Army's artillery was scrapped. Of the original 500 cannons, only more than 100 can be used now, and various faults have begun to occur, so temporary repairs have to be carried out. On the other hand, the zombies under Hezhou City are still endless, surrounding this place tightly. Tens of millions of zombies have all arrived. Standing on the city wall, he can see countless fat zombies appearing in the distance. There are also countless mutant birds and mutant beasts, all starting to gather towards the city wall. Those tall and conspicuous second-level zombies have also begun to appear continuously. The heavy pressure and the strong feeling of suffocation meant that today's battle would definitely not be easy. Seeing this, Liu Bang took a breath. The zombies were probably about to start their final attack. From the beginning of the battle to now, the zombies seem to have not been going all out, and the Zombie King seemed to be constantly testing various types of soldiers. At the beginning, the mutant birds attacked, and then the mutant rats attacked. In the middle, the second-level zombies were dispatched, and finally the fat zombies were dispatched. The cooperation between the zombies is getting better and better, and the battle is getting harder and harder. Humans are training with the zombies, and the zombies are also training with humans. The frequent changes in the zombies now mean that the Zombie King is making the final adjustments. It can be imagined that once the final adjustments are over, the zombies will definitely make a concerted effort and will never give up until Hezhou is captured. This time may start tonight or this afternoon. Liu Bang prefers the evening. After all, the evening is not good for human combat, and his casualties during this period are basically concentrated in the evening. At present, the Fifth Army has only 130,000 people. The armored units have been completely destroyed. The artillery has been disabled, and the morale has begun to decline. It is difficult to hold on tonight. Liu Bang turned his head and looked at the communicator behind him. How is the transportation of personnel in this city? Commander, hundreds of thousands of people were transported away last night, and there are still 1.2 million people in the city now. 1.2 million people cannot be transported in one day. It will take at least 30 hours to do it. Liu Bang pondered for a while and finally made up his mind. Convey my order. Let all the civilians reinforce the city wall again, and then evacuate all to the airport and the railway station. As many as can be taken. All departments in the city, stop working, and follow the people to evacuate. Hearing these words from Liu Bang, his correspondent also knew that Hezhou might fall tonight, or at most tomorrow morning. He couldn't help but ask, Commander, what about our 130,000 people? We can't all stay here and wait to die. If there is no hope, the brothers can't hold on. Hearing his subordinate's words, Liu Bang fell into deep thought. It is true that he has to be responsible for the survivors of Hezhou, but as the commander of the Fifth Army, he should be more responsible for his subordinates. These 130,000 people must not be left here. Chapter 242. In Zhuguang City, Tang Zheng bought 5 more trains and 5 transport planes. The person in charge of the airport and train station finally said, "General, the throughput of our train station and airport has reached its limit and cannot be increased any further." Hearing this, Tang Zheng had no choice but to stop. Now he already has 30 trains and 20 large transport planes. And the airport and train station in Zhuguang City really can't continue to bear the load. Tang Zheng sighed. "I analyzed that the fall of Huzhou might be tonight. But this is the limit of what I can do. Add 5 trains and 5 planes each. And try to bring as many people as possible." The person next to him calculated. There are still 1.2 million people in Huzhou now. With our current transportation capacity, we definitely cannot transport all of them in one day. Some people may be left in Huzhou. That can't be helped. By the way, we have also seized a lot of helicopters. Let's send them out. It would be good to rescue more people. During the battles during this period, the Zhuguang army also seized about 20 helicopters and sent them out. However, this type of aircraft is not mainly used for transportation, and the number of people that can be rescued is limited. We can only do our best. Just after finishing this, Guiyun came to find Tang Zheng. He took out another map and handed it to Tang Zheng. This is the 9th map after upgrading to the leader. Shipyard, small price, 300,000 gold. Tang Zheng was stunned when he saw this map. Why is this shipyard small? Guiyun spread his hands helplessly. "General, because we are in an inland area, we can only use a small shipyard. But don't worry. Even a small shipyard is enough for us at present." Tang Zheng nodded. It was indeed the case. He selected the shipyard, bought it, and then placed it by the Fengming River. Fengming River was not a big river, but Tang Zheng's shipyard was also small, and he did not choose to place it at the uppermost part, but at the second ring road. The second ring road was similar to the first ring road of Zhuguang City, and the area by the river was not open for the time being. Tang Zheng reluctantly placed this small shipyard downstream of Fengming River, near the second ring road water gate. After the placement, a not very large shipyard appeared. There was a small dock, a ship workshop, and 2 cranes. There were also 100 workers in the shipyard. Tang Zheng briefly introduced them and opened the system page. With the shipyard, the system page also had several more vehicles. Assault boat, priced at 1,500 gold. With 2 crew members. Maximum carrying capacity of 10 people. No weapons. Inland transport ship, priced at 10,000 gold. With 10 crew members. Regular carrying capacity of 200 people. Maximum carrying capacity of 300 people. Equipped with a 25mm caliber chain machine gun. Equipped with a 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun. And a helicopter landing platform. Inland icebreaker, price, 100,000 gold. With 20 crew members. And a maximum capacity of 600 people. After looking at these ships, Tang Zheng had some ideas in his mind. Zhuguang City certainly needs some ships. After all, there are rivers, and some shipping can be carried out in the future. However, he can also choose another place to build a second shipyard. This is the 6th day of the siege of Huzhou, and the transportation capacity of the Zhuguang army has been pushed to the limit. Trains have increased their speed to the limit, and so have airplanes. Since the early morning, the transportation speed has been a little higher than before. Every train that enters the station will take away 10,000 people. Every plane that arrives will take away 2,000 people. In Huzhou, everything is also going according to Liu Bang's command. After a large number of survivors reinforced the city wall for the last time, they began to evacuate the front line. By 1 p.m., there were no survivors in the front line area, and all the soldiers of the 5th Army were fighting. But despite this, there are still many survivors stranded in Huzhou. At 2 p.m., there were still 700,000 survivors in Huzhou. At 3 p.m., 650,000. At 4 p.m., 600,000. At 5 p.m., 550,000. At 6 p.m., there were still 500,000 people stranded in Huzhou. At this moment, the sky had darkened again, and 500,000 people were crowded in the train station and the airport. These people did not know the specific situation on the front line, so they could still hold on for the time being. But Liu Bang knew that most of these people would probably stay here, because the situation on the front line is already very dangerous. After a day of fighting, 130,000 soldiers have become 120,000, and another 10,000 have remained on the front line forever. But this is just an appetizer. As night falls, The rate of casualties has increased significantly. And after an afternoon of destruction, the city wall is already a little shaky. All the cannons are silent at this moment. And the Fifth Army has no long-range fire support. There is no way to survive tonight. Maybe in 2 hours. Maybe 3 hours. There will definitely be problems. By then, the casualties would increase rapidly. And the army would completely collapse. So Louis Bong had to make a decision. The Fifth Army was his capital for survival. And he would definitely take it away. Louis Bong already had some ideas in his mind. He temporarily handed over the command of the city wall and drove away. He first returned to the city hall, which was his residence. There were some things here, which were relatively precious things he had collected during his long time in power. And he had to take them away this time. After returning to the residence, he packed 2 large boxes and moved them back to the car. 500,000 New Zealand dollars were also packed into the box, which was all Louis Bong wealth. After packing everything, Louis Bong drove to the TV station. At the TV station, Li Wuyo was also ready to evacuate. After all, now that the survivors in the city have evacuated, there is no point for her to stay here. After Louis Bong arrived, he sent Li Wuyo directly to the airport. When the next flight arrives, Li Wuyo will leave with the plane and go to Shuguang City. Everything was almost arranged, and Louis Bong returned to the frontline battlefield again. At this time, the time had come to 7:30 in the evening. The battle outside the city had entered a white-hot stage. 2 city walls had been breached by zombies, and the battle began to enter a tragic battle on the city walls. The Fifth Army had already shown signs of being unable to hold on, and the number of casualties began to surge, and the number of 120,000 people had dropped to less than 110,000. Fortunately, the gap in the city wall has not widened yet. If it had, the zombies would have swarmed in, and then everything would have been over. After Louis Bong came back, he immediately ordered all the flares to be fired. All the spare flares were fired at once, and the sky was suddenly bright, and all the zombies approaching could not escape. Thermobaric bombs. All the thermobaric bombs are fired, and these zombies are destroyed. At the last moment, Louis Bong gave the order without reservation, and the Fifth Army also showed their foundation and combat effectiveness as a regular army. After firing multiple thermobaric bombs in succession, a large area of open space was cleared outside the city. The mushroom cloud in the dark night kept blooming, and large numbers of zombies were eliminated. The zombies were also shocked by the final counterattack of the Fifth Army. For a while, the front and rear formations were out of sync, and the siege force was a little weak. At this time, some wounded people took the initiative to stay. Their injuries were relatively serious, and they would be disabled people who could not move if they left. Now they chose to sacrifice themselves. Some others had just been infected with the zombie virus. Although they could still support for a while, they could not support it for too long. They were destined to become zombies. So they also took the initiative to stay. Excluding the wounded, the total number of Louis Bong troops dropped to 100,000. With these people, Louis Bong saluted the people who stayed behind, then waved his hand, and everyone got on the car. The vehicles of the Fifth Army, except for the armored troops, were basically intact. More than 2,000 trucks stayed nearby, and each unit immediately got on the car. Among the armored troops that fought fiercely on the first night, there were still dozens of tanks left, and these tanks became their pioneers. The convoy began to rush along the street and started at the same time on several streets. Louis Bong's goal was simple. That is, the 2 highway bridges over Jinhe and Xiangshui. They could not go to the train station and the airport now to compete with the remaining people for the precious transfer opportunity. So Louis Bong's plan was to lead the team to break through the highway bridge and break out of Hezhou. He also knew the situation on the highway bridge, which had been blocked by zombies. However, after 6 consecutive days of fierce fighting, even the tens of millions of zombies died countless deaths under the fierce sniping of the Fifth Army. So the subsequent zombies had to be transferred to participate in the siege. Now the encirclement at the highway bridge is not that big anymore. He still has a chance to break out. He has already fired all the thermobaric bombs, and the wounded are left as a desperate team to cover the rear. He has tried his best to help the survivors by time. As for how many survivors will not be able to leave later, he no longer cares about that. Louis Bong did not tell anyone about the secret evacuation of the Fifth Army, including Li Wuyo and Tang Zheng, because he knew Li Wuyo would not agree, and it would be useless to tell Tang Zheng, and he might even be laughed at by the other party. He had no choice but to make this decision. He knew that there were still more than 400,000 people in Hezhou who had not yet evacuated. But he could only say sorry. I'm sorry, my fellow countrymen. After all, I am still a military commander. The convoy rushed out of the estuary area, and the highway bridge ahead was in sight. A large flock of birds chirped in the sky. They were mutant birds attacking the city. Their large-scale arrival now proved that the city wall had begun to fall. Louis Bung looked at the time, and it had only been half an hour. It's over. Those survivors are finished. Just as Louis Bung was sighing, another piece of bad news came. On the other side of the river bridge, the number of zombies blocking the bridge not only did not decrease, but increased. At this moment, Louis Bung understood. Originally, there were zombies blocking the railway bridge and the highway bridge at the same time. Now that the railway bridge could not be blocked, the zombies there all evacuated and all came to block the highway bridge. Even these cunning zombies hid nearby, deliberately making the number of zombies blocking the highway bridge look reduced. This may be a trap set by the Zombie King, but Louis Bung had already come to the bridge at this moment, and he was in a dilemma and had no choice. Damn it! Fight! Speed up, rush, and get out of Hezhou. Die outside. Chapter 243. The tank group of the 5th Army led the charge on the Jiangqiao. 4 tanks drove side by side, firing and crushing. Tanks are indeed the king of land warfare. The heavy armor provides tight protection for soldiers. Even mutant zombies can't destroy the tanks. The soldiers of the army have some combat experience. They completely ignore ordinary zombies. They focus all their firepower on the occasional guerrilla zombies and lickers. Only this type of second-level zombie can pose a threat to the tanks, so they must prevent the second-level zombies from approaching. The machine guns and artillery open fire at full power, constantly repelling the approaching second-level zombies. There were even 3 lickers and 1 guerrilla zombie who were killed by the violent breakout of the tanks. But they forgot one thing. That is, the number of shells and bullets that a tank can carry is limited. After the tank group finally rushed across the river bridge, it was once again surrounded by zombies. After all, the bridge is a bit narrow, which is not convenient for zombies to spread out. The vast open space on the other side of the bridge is where the zombies are. The tank almost rushed into the zombies and immediately fell into a bitter battle. After firing continuously and running out of shells, they could no longer stop the second-level zombies from approaching. A guerrilla zombie with a height of more than 4 meters came to a tank in a few jumps. At this time, the tank's turret had been turned off, and the anti-aircraft machine gun was still trying to attack it. The guerrilla zombie swung his fist as big as a water tank and smashed the anti-aircraft machine gun to pieces with one punch. The giant palm easily removed the tank's external rocket nest, even though the rocket nest had long been misfired. Roar! The guerrilla zombie grabbed the turret again, and with a roar, he bent the turret. The tank was completely shut down, and only the personnel were still trembling in the car, trying to drive the tank and force their way out of the zombie group. But unexpectedly, the guerrilla zombie grabbed one side of the tank and lifted up the iron lump weighing dozens of tons. Next to the gorilla, a group of armored vehicles more than 2 meters tall rushed up to help. Boom! Under the strange power of a group of zombies, the tank was overturned. The upside-down tank no longer had the ability to move. Only the metal tracks were still turning in vain. The successful star zombie did not try to take out the people in the tank and eat them. It perfectly executed the order of its king. The task given by the king to these guerrilla zombies was to overturn all the tanks here. The guerrilla zombie didn't care about anything else and immediately rushed to the second tank. There was also a guerrilla zombie trying to overturn the second tank, but this zombie was not as strong as it, so it had not succeeded yet. The big gorilla zombie rushed over, combined the strength of the 2 gorillas, and easily overturned the tank. At this time, other gorilla zombies succeeded not far away, and several tanks were overturned one after another. It didn't matter if these tanks were overturned, but at this moment, they became an obstacle for the troops behind to rush out. The 100,000 people led by Louis Bong were divided into 2 parts, each with 50,000 troops, and rushed out from Jinhe Bridge and Xiangshui Bridge respectively. Louis Bong's plan was to rush out even if many people died during the charge, to keep the fire for the 5th Army. But the premise of this plan was to rush out. Now these tanks overturned and blocked the bridgehead, and the vehicles behind could no longer pass. There was no chance to die, only to wait for death. Seeing such a scene, Louis Bong was completely desperate. It was impossible to turn back to Hezhou at this moment, and going back would be suicide. But staying on this river bridge, unable to move forward or backward, with the frozen river below, where else could he go? I really can't accept this. Lui Bang couldn't help but sigh to the sky. He had come to this point. Was it all in vain? On the other side of the bridge, the remaining tanks were completely destroyed, and the zombies had already started charging and engaging in a fierce battle with the soldiers in the vehicles in front. The soldiers behind couldn't help, and each of them held a gun on the car or beside the car, because this river bridge was narrow. It was not easy for the zombie army to come over. They could still hold on for a while. But what was the point of such persistence? Just when he was crying out to the heavens and the earth for help, Lui Bang looked up and saw a missile flying in the sky. The target of the missile was still the direction of the front battlefield. This was not the first time he had seen such a missile. It was launched by the armored train of the Zhuguang army. Tang Zheng is here again. If it was before, Lui Bang would definitely be very happy to see the scene. But at this moment, he was trapped on the river bridge. And it was a highway bridge. And Tang Zheng armored train could not save him. But at this moment, there was a sudden bright light under the river bridge. Countless searchlights shone up, and the sound of whistles followed. Hearing this sound, Lui Bang was stunned for a moment, then rushed to the edge of the river bridge, holding the guardrail and looking down. When he saw this, Lui Bang almost cried. There were actually boats on the water. The frozen river surface was broken by something. And at this moment, there were densely packed boats gathered under the bridge, and it seemed that there were dozens of them. There were also some assault boats shuttling back and forth, and many boats had their lights on, shining towards the side. On a larger icebreaker, someone was shouting, "Brothers from the 5th Army, we are the light-chasing army. Abandon your vehicles immediately. Get off the highway bridge, and go to the river to board the boat." Hearing this, Lui Bang was overjoyed. I really didn't expect that the light-chasing army would actually get a boat and break the ice. He immediately gave the order, and the rear army immediately abandoned their vehicles and got off the bridge to the river. The people of the 5th Army abandoned their vehicles and rushed to the river at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. On the river bank, boats had already docked. The people of the 5th Army began to board the boats when they arrived. Each boat was loaded with 400 or 500 people, and then they began to leave. Behind some of the boats, there were sampans or other boats that came from nowhere, and they loaded as many as they could. When nearly half of the troops had withdrawn, Lui Bang also withdrew with the troops. At this moment, the front army is still fighting, and many of them may not be able to come back. But there is no time to care about so much at this moment. If most people can leave, it will be considered a win. Lui Bang was accompanied by a guard squad. The guards carried 2 large boxes and protected Lui Bang. He ran to the side of an icebreaker and climbed on the ship along the ladder. As soon as he arrived on the ship, Lui Bang was invited to a more luxurious cabin. Here, Lui Bang met an acquaintance, Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng sat here and waved to Lui Bang. "Captain Liu, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Lui Bang sat down and felt the boat start moving, and he relaxed. "Brother Tang, thank you so much. I didn't expect you would save my life again at the critical moment." Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. "Let's not talk about this first. Do you know that there are still more than 300,000 people in Hezhou who have not been evacuated in time? What will happen to those people if you leave?" Lui Bang said helplessly, "I have indeed tried my best. If we wait any longer, our 5th Army will not be able to leave. I am not only responsible for the people in Hezhou, but also for the brothers in our army." Tang Zheng looked him in the eyes. "I just had the armored train launch missiles, which should be able to delay the situation for a while. But now I have to tell you some bad news. There are more than 100,000 people stranded at the airport and the train station. The news that you led the evacuation has spread, and now the airport and the train station are in chaos, especially at the airport. Princess Li Wuyo is also stranded at the airport because of this, and has already told the public that as long as there are still people who have not evacuated Hezhou, then she will not leave." Hearing this, Lui Bang was stunned for a moment, and his expression suddenly became somewhat painful. It turned out to be like this. I will go down to rescue." "No need. Now you have no troops. Going there is also a way to die. And you should also understand that I want to rescue the survivors. But I have no obligation to rescue your 5th Army. The current water transportation is not free." I know. Let me see what else I have here. Liu Bang opened his box in a more tactful way, wanting to take out the new currency to reward Tang Zheng. But he felt embarrassed to do so. At this time, Tang Zheng's kindness in coming to the rescue could no longer be compensated by a few new coins. Just as he was choosing things, He Shui came over to Tang Zheng's side. He Shui was like a fox that had found its prey at this moment. She accurately took out 3 sealed glass boxes from the box. Inside the box, there were 3 silver-white solid blocks. I want this. Liu Bang was stunned for a moment. Oh, that's the enriched uranium I got occasionally. Take it if you like it. After getting the enriched uranium, He Shui was immediately satisfied and returned to Tang Zheng and said, General, give me a truck and a truck of explosives. And then I will stay here. And you can leave me a helicopter for me to retreat. Tang Zheng nodded. Come with me. I just need to deal with something here. After that, Tang Zheng brought He Shui to the shore, where a helicopter had already landed. Tang Zheng directly bought a truck here, and then filled a truck with explosives. And then left He Shui and an elite 5-star soldier here. Another little bird helicopter was sent to He Shui, and Tang Zheng got up and left. At this time, the boarding operations had been basically completed. On the Xiangshui side where Liu Bang went, more than 30,000 soldiers followed the fleet to leave. The remaining more than 10,000 people could never come back. On the bridge deck of the highway bridge, rumbling explosions continued to occur. The soldiers who had no hope detonated the explosives and began to perish together with the zombies. The situation on the Jinhe side was similar. A total of more than 30,000 people left smoothly, and 10,000 people became cannon fodder. The icebreaker started, pushing the ice on the river and moving forward. Behind the icebreaker, a large number of transport ships towed the temporary boats and even sampans, all full of people, and went west along the river. On the river bank, a large number of zombies were still howling on the shore, but they could not enter the river and attack the boats. There were not many mutant birds here. Some mutant birds came over halfway and were intercepted by the war eagles. A few mutant birds flew over, but they were also shot and killed by the people on the boat, and could not pose too much threat. So far, the Fifth Army has gone through 6 days of bloody battles. The total number of troops is 280,000. In the end, only 70,000 people successfully left Hezhou and moved along the Jinhe River and Xiangshui River towards Zhuguang City. At this moment, there are still about 300,000 people and the Imperial Princess Li Wuyo stranded in Hezhou. Chapter 244. The reason why Tang Zheng appeared here in time was because he came here immediately after he had a shipyard. He wanted to come here to build ships. After all, it was too far from Zhuguang City to come here at the speed of the ship, because ships cannot be directly made to appear on land. They can only appear in rivers. And the system has another rule that new units must appear within the radar range when they join the army. If they are not within the radar range, they must appear within the range of Tang Zheng portable radar. So Tang Zheng had to make this trip in person and come here to produce a wave of ships. After purchasing 4 icebreakers, 80 transport ships, and some assault boats, Tang Zheng spent more than 1.2 million. Originally, Tang Zheng planned to buy more. But after buying these, he found that his troops had reached full strength. Crew members and sailors also have to occupy troop quotas. After purchasing the ships, Tang Zheng troops reached a full strength of 30,000 people and could not continue to buy. There were not enough ships, so they had to find a large number of abandoned ships to tow and load people. Anyway, the power of these ships was not needed now, as long as they could float on the water. This wave of emergency operations did work, which was to save the remnants of the Fifth Army. The fleets on both sides started at the same time, saving a total of about 70,000 people. However, although the rescue was successful, there was still one last task waiting for Tang Zheng. That was the last 300,000 people stranded in Hezhou, and the Imperial Princess, who refused to leave. Thinking of this, Tang Zheng cursed Liu Bang inwardly. Nothing must happen to Li Wuyo now. She is the last bloodline of the Imperial family. Once she dies, the entire empire will have no heirs, and everyone can fight for themselves. As long as Li Wuyo is alive, then no matter what ambitions others have, they can only obey temporarily, at least to maintain superficial obedience. This is very important, especially for Tang Zheng. He really needs Li Wuyo to be alive now, because in his system upgrade task, there is still a land area requirement. This time, huge funds and manpower were invested in the rescue, which basically solved the population problem. After the rescue, As long as these people stayed in Zhuguang City, the population would definitely exceed 5 million. But the land area also has a requirement, which is to get the recognition of the surrounding forces. Who are the surrounding forces of Tangzheng at this moment? In addition to Luibang, there is Liao Yuqing. But their recognition may not be useful, because the master behind them is Li Wuyo. So as long as Li Wuyo recognized Tangzheng territory, as long as he enclosed the land, this task would be completed, and any other person in the empire's objection would be invalid, because they had no right to recognize or divide the land. So Li Wuyo had to. Or, it was just Luibang actions that messed everything up. Tangzheng couldn't blame Luibang too much. After all, from his perspective, what he did couldn't be said to be wrong. The helicopter took off, and Tangzheng went straight to the airport. He also knew the battle report from the front line. Some of the wounded soldiers of the 5th Army formed the last line of defense. If it weren't for his missile support, it would have been finished by now. Even now, it can only support for another 20 minutes at most. So he had to rush to the airport as soon as possible. The helicopter landed at the airport quickly, and Tangzheng entered the chaotic airport hall under the protection of the guard company. There were some troops from the direct battalion to control the scene, but the scene was still very chaotic. The news that Luibang had led the troops to leave came out, and the people who felt abandoned were desperate. They tried to attack the defense line formed by the direct battalion of the Zhuguang Army and enter the airport apron to board the plane. The people from the direct battalion were responsible for maintaining order, and such a chaotic scene could not be allowed. So the officers led people to stop it. Some people were still unconvinced at first, and did not believe that the Zhuguang Army dared to shoot, and they even attacked the people in the direct camp with various metal products, such as dismantled guardrails, metal trash cans, and even fire extinguishers. Faced with this situation, the officers of the Zhuguang Army did not hesitate and directly ordered to shoot. Some rioters were shot dead on the spot, and the entrance to the airport passage was a river of blood. Most people were frightened and did not dare to act rashly. But some people still collapsed and ignored it, constantly inciting the crowd to rush forward. And the scene was still chaotic. At this time, Li Wuyo, who was about to board the plane, came back and took the initiative to communicate with both parties, asking everyone to stay calm. She would stay here and would not leave as long as there were still people who had not left. With Li Wuyo's appearance, the situation was temporarily under control. But it was only temporary. Once the zombies really rushed over, no one could stay calm. Tangzheng arrived under such circumstances. Before entering the airport, he received news from the front line again. The southeast wall had been breached, and the zombies began to enter the city. It was only 7 or 8 kilometers from the city wall to the airport, and it only took the zombies 40 to 50 minutes to get here. Tangzheng quickly entered the airport and came to the most crowded place, where Li Wuyo was. The guards separated the crowd, and Tangzheng came to Li Wuyo's side. The once glamorous princess of the empire was a little embarrassed at this moment. The torture of many days made her in a very bad state. Her face was as pale as paper, and her thin body seemed to be blown away by a gust of wind. Only her eyes were bright, and her waist was still straight, but the forced posture was too obvious, giving her the feeling of a sick beauty. Seeing Tangzheng approaching, Li Wuyo followed him with her eyes. This was the first time the two of them had really met, and they had only seen each other on TV before. Tangzheng walked in front of Li Wuyo, and his tall body almost covered her in a shadow. A strong and imposing aura came over her, and Li Wuyo felt inexplicably uneasy and shy, and tried to look up and look at Tangzheng's face. "Hello, Chief Tang." Tangzheng looked down at Li Wuyo's eyes. "Princess, you must leave immediately." Li Wuyo shook her head. "No, I will not leave. I have made a promise to the people." Tangzheng snorted from his nose. "I am the boss here now. Even if you are a princess, you have to listen to me." Li Wuyo still insisted. "I won't." Bang! Tangzheng didn't waste any words. He raised his hand lightly and slapped Li Wuyo's neck. With his first-level peak double mutation strength, he knocked down the fragile girl in front of him with just a touch. The maidservant beside Li Wuyo screamed and supported her limp body. Tangzheng didn't wait for her to ask anything, and waved his hand directly. "If you don't want your princess to die, take her on the plane immediately and leave here." The maidservant also knew the importance of the matter, nodded, and then carried the princess to the boarding gate. When the people around saw that the princess was knocked down and taken away, they thought they were going to be abandoned. And suddenly there was some commotion. Tang Zheng stood up at this time and took the initiative to say to the people around, "Don't panic. The princess must leave. But I will stay here. You should know that I am Tang Zheng, the mayor of Zhuguang City. And I saved all the people in Hezhou. You can still live if you listen to me. Whoever dares to make trouble, then he will stay here. Don't think I will be polite to you. I am not a member of the Imperial Royal Army. I have no obligation to save you. If anyone hinders me, I will kill him or her." These people, who were very arrogant when facing the princess, became quiet at this time. Tang Zheng in front of him is not a little sheep like the princess. I am afraid that he will never be able to count how many people he has killed in the Northern Territory in his lifetime. Seeing the quiet crowd in front of him, Tang Zheng was quite satisfied. He stood here expressionlessly, silently calculating the time. The communicator next to him kept bringing Tang Zheng first-hand news through radar and War Eagle vision. "General, the northeastern city wall has also been breached, and it is only 5 minutes behind the southeastern city wall. The wounded troops of the 5th Army were completely wiped out, and there is no sign of life. 2 waves of corpses are advancing at the same time, and have already approached the center of the estuary area. It is still impossible to determine the exact number of corpses, but roughly speaking, the number of corpses besieging Hezhou City is still more than 5 million. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. The 5th Army had fought for 6 days and achieved good results, killing more than 4 million zombies. But that was the end. This was their limit. If it weren't for his repeated support, the number of their kills would be reduced by at least half. But it didn't matter anymore. He would leave after completing the rescue. This zombie group could not threaten Zhuguang City, which was 600 kilometers away. Now everything depended on Yishui. The 2 groups of zombies moved forward quickly. Whether they were heading to the train station or the airport, they had to pass through the central square of the Hiku district. This square is the largest leisure square in Hezhou City. Yishui is currently there, urgently making her car bomb. Tang Zheng has used this kind of bomb once, and the effect is very good, comparable to a small nuclear bomb. Yishui also has rich experience in making it, and she is sure that she can complete it. As long as she succeeds, these people can still be saved. If she fails, then Tang Zheng will leave without hesitation. Time passed by minute, and the people at the airport and train station continued to leave under the guidance of the Zhuguang Army. 10 minutes later, the correspondent reported to Tang Zheng that the zombies had entered the central square. "General, the bird helicopter took off and flew to the airport. The War Eagle was escorting it. Yishui came back. The bomb was successfully made and has been left in the central square. It can be detonated at any time." "Okay. Inform Yishui that it will be detonated in 5 minutes, when the maximum number of zombies enters the square." "Understood." It was 9 o'clock in the evening. The Zudwangqing TV station broadcast a news. It was a big explosion from Hezhou. The explosion site seemed to have been hit by a nuclear bomb, and all the surrounding high-rise buildings were destroyed by the explosion. Within a few kilometers, the explosion flattened the area. The 300,000 zombies that entered the estuary area were completely wiped out by this explosion. The zombies besieging the city were also shocked by the explosion, and for a long time, the zombies behind did not follow up. The people at the train station and the airport also got precious evacuation time. After the strong transportation efforts of the Zhuguang Army on land, sea and air, the last 300,000 people finally evacuated Hezhou at 12 o'clock in the evening. At this point, more than 3.5 million people in Hezhou were all transferred out and headed for Zhuguang City. And Hezhou and Jinghe, the 2 places where the Empire had worked hard, also fell completely and became a paradise for zombies. The first prefecture-level city recovered by the 5th Army was handed over. Through this battle, people also realized the power of the Zombie King. It turned out that the world has been changing all the time, and is no longer what they know. Chapter 245. The Hezhou mass transfer operation shocked all the surrounding forces. In 3 days, without using road transportation, 3.5 million people in Hezhou were taken away. This can be described as a miracle. The powerful transportation capacity of the Zhuguang Army was thus displayed to the world. In particular, the appearance of 20 large transport aircrafts, which represented too many things. First of all, the Zhuguang Army has mastered the technology of large transport aircrafts, which was something that the Han Empire had never done before. I really don't know how they did it. Secondly, it is the strong military manufacturing capability demonstrated by Zhuguang City. While everyone is working hard for fixed-wing aircraft, they have already achieved mass production of transport aircraft. It can be seen that it is only a matter of time for Zhuguang Army to develop fighter jets. In addition to the sudden appearance of Zhuguang Army, the Battle of Hezhou also showed some problems. First of all, the power of the Corpse King has exceeded people's imagination. He can lead millions of corpses to attack humans, which completely subverts everyone's understanding of the end of the world. Zombies are no longer wooden stakes without intelligence. They are the enemy that can threaten human survival. Even modern armies cannot say that they can cope with the evolving zombies. Another problem is that the Empire is not as strong as it seems. In other words, the Empire that fights on its own is not that strong. If the surrounding armies had given support from the beginning, Hezhou would never have fallen to this point. But the fact that several armies stood aside and watched is a problem. Maybe the leaders of several surrounding armies were still hoping that Li Wuyo and Lui Bong would die in Hezhou, so that they would no longer have any constraints. Unfortunately, Tang Jing intervened and ruined everything. At this time, it was inappropriate for others to say anything. So the Zhuguang army completed an unprecedented rescue. And now no one has spoken out about this matter. And although this rescue was successful, it also left a huge hidden danger. The zombies attacking Hezhou have not been eliminated, and there are still more than 5 million of them. The movement of this zombie group is also of great concern to people. The person who cared the most about this matter was none other than Tang Jing. When all the survivors of Hezhou entered the second ring area of Zhuguang City, Tang Jing did not even have time to care about the myriad of affairs, and focused most of his attention on Hezhou. This action was actually extremely risky. Tang Jing once thought that there was a high probability that the zombies would chase them all the way. But at this time, things went a little wrong. The zombies did not follow immediately, but stayed in Hezhou instead. At first, Tang Jing also filmed some scenes of the zombies eating through the perspective of the War Eagle. Although most people have left, there are still many human and zombie corpses left there, and it is normal for the zombies to eat. But after that, the War Eagles could not get close to Hezhou. A large number of mutant birds took off, and if the War Eagles guarded the airport, they would cover the river mouth area tightly. The number of these mutant birds is still 600,000 to 700,000. Even if Tang Jing has more than 10,000 War Eagles, he cannot pass through this flock of birds and obtain the information inside. Seeing this, Tang Jing was secretly shocked. This Corpse King has a strong learning ability. He let John Dio use this method once, and the other party actually learned it. He didn't know how long this group of corpses would stay, but Tang Jing had a hunch that it would not be too long. The Corpse King would not give up until it achieved its goal. The next stop of the corpse group is likely to be Zhuguang City. Tang Jing's mentality was somewhat contradictory at this moment. He hoped that the corpse group would come later, and that he would have more time, because he has reached the full strength of the regiment at this moment. The funds for upgrading are enough, and the population is enough, as long as the map is circled, and the last item of cartography is produced. And Li Wuyo admits that these territories belong to him. He can upgrade to brigade commander. These things take time, so he hopes that the zombies will slow down. But he also hopes that the zombies will come faster, because he knows that the zombies are at their weakest at this moment. There are only 5 million zombies left in the 10 million level zombies, which is only half of the original. If the zombies were allowed to return to their previous numbers, the Zhuguang army might not be able to resist. But the zombies were out of his control, and even reconnaissance was difficult now. So Tang Jing could only give up for the time being. It was better to deal with the affairs in the city as soon as possible and upgrade the brigade commander as soon as possible. After paying attention for a while, seeing that the zombies were still staying in Hezhou, Tang Jing simply ignored it and plunged into countless heavy tasks. Hezhou City. City Hall, where Lui Bong lived at the beginning. There is a thin layer of snow on the ground, which fell last night. The thin snow cannot cover the messy footprints everywhere, which are left by people when they escape. The dark group of zombies walked to the front of the city hall. The zombies were ugly and terrifying, like evil spirits. But at this moment, they were as docile as sheep, standing obediently on both sides of the city hall, waiting for their king to come. In the sky, countless mutant birds kept circling, driving away all other birds that approached. In the square in the distance, a little girl came over under the protection of a group of gorilla zombies. She was wearing a beautiful red dress, a pair of ponytails, and holding a big white bear in her arms. If it weren't for the fact that this summer outfit was a little inappropriate and her scarlet eyes exposed her identity, She would be a cute little baby. The little girl walked through the square, which was where the explosion happened last night. It was that explosion that made her last effort fail, and everyone fled. This time when attacking Hezhou, she felt that she had grown a lot. She learned how to cooperate with the zombies, how to be real and fake, and how to use the night. But she still failed. Those people actually escaped under the net she set up. But she didn't know where those people went. She only knew that they left by some human transportation. She needed to get some information to know the whereabouts of those people. So she came to the city hall. Walking to the door of the city hall, she tried to tiptoe and gently pushed the door open. After entering the city hall, she searched for a while and then found a TV. This was a large banquet hall with a TV hanging on the wall. The little girl turned on the TV according to the method Chen Failong taught her, and then sat on a chair and watched the TV program. It was a program from another base in the northeast. In the program, the news was being broadcast. Our latest news: the siege of Hezhou ended last night. With the full rescue of the Zhiguang army, 3.5 million people in Hezhou have been relocated and have all arrived at Zhiguang City. The Imperial Princess Li Wuyo and the commander of the 5th Army Liu Bang have also been safely evacuated. Here, the commander of the Royal 1st Army Sure Lei sent a congratulatory message to Her Royal Highness the Princess and Commander Liu, wishing them a safe escape. There was also a broadcast in the TV program. The content was the scene of the Hezhou survivors arriving at Zhiguang City. More than 3 million people, transported by trains and planes, arrived in Zhiguang City one after another and started a new life. And in the TV screen, Tang Jing also appeared once. When Tang Jing's shot appeared, the little girl decisively pressed the pause button. Ah! Tang! Ding! The little girl spoke, and for the first time, she spoke continuous syllables. She remembered this person. This is Tang Ding. No, Tang Jing. This is the sound she is not very good at. This is the strongest man in her mind. It turns out that her failure was due to the intervention of this human. This man named Tang Jing is her inner demon, the only one who can make her feel afraid. But now seeing Tang Jing, the fear in her heart has faded a little. Even Tang Jing troops must avoid the sharp edge of her zombie group, which makes her more confident. The reduction of fear of Tang Jing makes the little girl clearly feel that her strength is going to improve again. This was a very obvious feeling, as if the fear of Tang Jing was the shackle that restricted her growth. As long as she completely broke the shackle, her strength would reach its peak. At this moment, there were countless corpses in Hezhou City. Although most people had fled, there were still many corpses left, as well as countless zombie corpses. These were all nutrients and could not be wasted. The little girl waved her hand gently, and the 5 million zombies under her command immediately began a gluttonous feast. The zombies began to devour everything they could devour crazily, and gained enough growth in the process. After the zombies had evolved, the little girl decided to leave here. Although Hezhou was a good place, she did not forget those who escaped, nor did she forget those who rescued them. Whether it was the 5th Army that killed Chen Failong or Tang Jing who rescued the 5th Army, they were all people she had to get rid of. This was an instinct of the Zombie King. The zombies were originally chasing flesh and blood, and the Zombie King would not easily give up until he achieved his goal. Especially Tang Jing. This person she must face. It's just that her current strength is a little weaker, and nearly half of the 10 million corpses have been lost. When the devouring is completed, her ability will definitely be improved, and she can find a place to replenish the corpses. And then she can go to Tang Jing to settle accounts. By that time, the number of her corpses will exceed 10 million, which will definitely be more than enough to engulf Zhiguang City. The little girl stayed here and commanded the corpses to devour and evolve. This process will not take long. Maybe 1 day, maybe 2 days, and then it will be the beginning of her new journey. Chapter 246. In Zhiguang City, busy Tang Jing got a piece of news. That is, the Royal Guard sent 200,000 people to rescue Li Wuyo. After knowing that Li Wuyo went to Zhiguang City, the Royal Guard stopped marching to Hezhou, and instead sent a helicopter unit to Zhiguang City to pick up Li Wuyo and return to Yuanjing. Tang Jing calculated that he might not have much time left. While Li Wuyo was still in Zhiguang City, many things had to be solved. The biggest thing at the moment was to upgrade the brigade commander. Tang Jing has completed 2 of the 6 tasks for upgrading to brigade commander, namely, full strength of the regiment and funds. There are 4 more tasks, namely, killing 30 million zombies, 5 million people, 500,000 square kilometers of land, and 10 mapping tasks. 9 of the 10 mapping tasks have been completed. And Guiyun's Research Institute is also working day and night to produce the last map. And it is estimated that there will be results within a week. The number of zombies killed now exceeds 26 million. In 2 days, Saichi County will be taken. And there is still about 3 million kills left. This mission is a little bit problematic. Currently, there are no zombies in the radar range around Zhuguang City. Apart from the colorful flags, we can only look for them in Lombard City or Fengcheng. It is useless to rush this matter. Now the main force is outside. And Tang Zheng cannot kill 3 million zombies alone. Tang Zheng must take advantage of Li Wuyo still here to implement the matter of 5 million people and 500,000 square kilometers of land. This matter is not easy. Li Wuyo is the heir to the empire. It is almost impossible to get her to admit these things. However, Tang Zheng also prepared an important bargaining chip. This bargaining chip is the Fifth Army. Tang Zheng has ordered the fleet he formed to temporarily stop the ship in a town 400 kilometers away from Zhuguang City. The 70,000 people have not followed the survivors to Zhuguang City. It is already afternoon now. As the host, Tang Zheng will host Li Wuyo and Louis Bong at the Guns and Beauty restaurant today. Louis Bong was picked up by him alone by helicopter, and was not with the Fifth Army. Since Luo Qiuan left, the Guns and Cannons Hotel has been taken back by the Zhuguang Army as a place to entertain guests. However, the hotel model has not changed, and everything is carried out in the original style. The direct manager here is actually Tang Zheng himself, and he did not entrust this place to anyone, even the original employees. After being reviewed and found no problems, he did not replace them, and tried to keep the original team as much as possible. It's just that some people have been added here, all of whom are secret personnel of the Zhuguang Military Intelligence Bureau. They are not conspicuous here, ensuring that there will be no problems here. The dinner was scheduled for 6 o'clock. Tang Zheng looked at the time, and it was already 5:30. So he prepared to leave the official residence. Tang Zheng had high hopes for today's dinner. Louis Bong was no longer a concern. The Fifth Army was not around him, so his words had no weight. It all depended on Li Wuyo's attitude. On the way to the hotel, Tang Zheng kept thinking about what he should say and what he should do. After arriving at the hotel, Tang Zheng pushed open the door and entered the room. Then came to a private room on the second floor of the hotel. This is the most luxurious box in the hotel, located in a corner on the second floor, relatively hidden, and the entire room is more than 200 square meters. At this time, Li Wuyo and Louis Bong had not arrived yet, so Tang Zheng was drinking tea and waiting there alone. About 20 minutes later, Li Wuyo and Louis Bong came together. They were arranged by Tang Zheng to rest for a while, and now they look much better. But when Li Wuyo entered the room, he couldn't help but give Tang Zheng a blank look. Tang Zheng knew that it was because he gave Li Wuyo a knife-handed blow and knocked him unconscious at the airport. However, Tang Zheng did not feel guilty about this matter, but was a little rude, so he could only smile awkwardly. After the 3 people were ready, Tang Zheng pushed the menu over. "Your Highness, Commander Liu, you can order the dishes. Although you have eaten all kinds of delicious food, some of the specialties of Zhuguang City are still worth trying. They are flavors that did not exist before the end of the world." Li Wuyo did not speak, and Louis Bong could not help but say, "Brother Tang, will there be something that does not satisfy you during the meal? And then you cough or throw a wine glass, and a group of soldiers will come out and kill me and your Highness on the spot?" Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. "Why do you have such an idea?" Louis Bong snorted. "It is true that you saved us, and we are all very grateful. But it is also true that you are so bold. Your people took me from the ship to the plane and brought me to Zhuguang City alone. And my troops have now been unloaded by your people like cargo in a town in the wilderness, where there is no one to cry out for help. Now I am alone in Zhuguang City. If you cut off the logistics supply of the troops, I am afraid they will freeze to death in that town with nothing. I have to doubt your intentions. If it were just that, it would be fine. The key is that you actually dared to attack Her Royal Highness the Princess. I simply couldn't believe my ears. The princess was the most favored daughter of the late emperor. She was raised with all the love and care. It can be said that no one had ever touched her since she was a child. You slapped her and she fainted. Tell me yourself, how can I trust you with such behavior? You are not thinking of controlling the emperor to command the princes, are you? If that's the case, You can do it now. The two of us are alone here, and have no power to fight back. No matter what you want to do, we have no ability to resist. After saying that, Louis Bong leaned back on the chair like a spoiled child, looking like he was giving up. After this process, Li Wuyo didn't say anything, but he was looking at Tang Zheng with an inquiring look, wanting to hear what he had to say. Hearing Louis Bong's long speech, Tang Zheng couldn't help laughing. He didn't answer Louis Bong, but asked Li Wuyo first, "Princess, do you think so too?" Li Wuyo didn't answer yes or no, but asked gently, "I think it doesn't matter what I think now. What matters is what you think." Tang Zheng tapped the table twice with his fingers, and after a pause, he said, "Your Highness, Commander Liu, first of all, I want to correct your wrong ideas. What do you mean by ruling the Emperor to command the princes? Where did you get this from? You can't be so forgetful. Right? When you were in Hezhou, Your Highness gave orders to several surrounding army groups. And what was the result? At that time, they could disobey Your Highness' orders and watch people die without helping. Do you have the right to order them just because you stay in Zhuguang City?" Tang Zheng couldn't help laughing. "If I asked them to donate materials or money to the Zhuguang army in the name of the princess, what do you think they will do?" Seeing the two of them looking pale, Tang Zheng didn't wait for their answers and said directly, "I guess they will not only not obey orders, but they may also attack Zhuguang City in the name of serving the king. It's easy to turn black into white. So you tell me, why do I need to hold you hostage? Isn't that asking for trouble?" Li Wuyo felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. The commander of her army group did not obey her orders, which was the biggest pain in her heart. But she was a little helpless, and didn't even know what to do. Louis Bong also looked unhappy, but he had to admit that what Tang Zheng said was very reasonable and to the point. It was just that these words were a little unpleasant to hear, and he couldn't accept it for a while. After taking a few breaths, he said again, "Then why don't you let my troops return to the city with the fleet?" Tang Zheng smiled, "Captain Liu, you also know that this is my home. How can I let others sleep beside my bed? Judging from your current attitude, I did the right thing by not letting the 5th Army come to Zhuguang City." "You?" Louis Bong was a little annoyed and wanted to stand up. But when he thought about his current situation, he didn't want to talk anymore. That's right. Tang Zheng was right. If he were Tang Zheng, he wouldn't let the 5th Army enter the city. Who would let such a large armed force into his own nest? He simply stopped talking at this moment, picked up the menu and started ordering dishes, picking up the expensive ones, as if he was going to eat Tang Zheng out of money. Seeing that he had dealt with Louis Bong, Tang Zheng turned to Li Wuyo and poured him a cup of tea. "Your Highness, what are your plans next?" Li Wuyo took the teacup, said thank you softly, and then a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. "I haven't thought it through. My guards are coming to pick me up. I should go back to Yuanjing." Tang Zheng thought for a while. "How many people are there in your royal guards now?" 250,000. Li Wuyo answered quickly. "Then have you considered expanding the royal guards?" "Expand?" Tang Zheng nodded. "Yes." "Expand?" "Now, the number of people in the major army groups is about 200,000. The reason why your orders cannot be carried out smoothly is actually because of strength. Only when your Highness has a strong strength in his hands can others obey you. Instead of simply relying on the royal bloodline, the royal guards are able to travel thousands of kilometers to rescue you, which shows that they are loyal to you. So this unit should be expanded. I think that 400,000 royal guards will be able to ensure the smooth implementation of your orders." Li Wuyo thought for a while. "What you said makes sense, but it is difficult to form a unit. After this incident, I think the first thing to do is to ensure the loyalty of the troops. Such loyal troops are not easy to find." Tang Zheng glanced at Louis Bong, far away in the sky. Close at hand, the 5th Army fought heroically. Can't it be competent for the work of the royal guards? These 70,000 people are all elite veterans. As long as we select some new soldiers from the survivors, promote the veterans to grassroots officers, and the veterans lead the new soldiers, a troop will be formed soon. I believe that Commander Louis Bong should also be willing to serve your Highness." Sure enough, Louis Bong heard this and immediately expressed his loyalty to Li Wuyo. "Your Highness, the 5th Army has nowhere to go now. If you are willing to believe me, I will take the 5th Army to join the Royal Guard. I will not compete with Commander Ma for the position of commander. Deputy commander is also fine. And division commander is also fine." Hearing this, Li Wuyo was indeed moved. "That's good. The guards are not far from here. I asked them to send a transport convoy over. Go directly to the town where your troops are. Take all the soldiers away. And go back to Yuanjing together. Liu Yibong hurriedly agreed. Being able to join the royal guards. He also has a home. Everyone is very satisfied with this result. Tang Zheng is also very satisfied. He can't accept the 70,000 armed forces of the Fifth Army. After all, his troops don't need ordinary people to serve as soldiers. The system can handle it. But he would rather go to great lengths to buy ships to save the Fifth Army. Not only because this unit was quite strong, but also because of the current situation. He had been thinking about this matter for a long time. And now, he finally achieved his goal. After Li Wuyo and the Fifth Army left, these more than 3 million people automatically belonged to Zhuguang City. And this mission was completed. Li Wuyo was also very happy, and felt that Tang Zheng's proposal was very good. In his joy, he even took the initiative to ask Tang Zheng if he wanted to drink some wine. Chapter 247. The Fifth Army had a place to go, and a major issue was resolved. So the dinner was very enjoyable. Liu Yibong was relaxed, and with the attitude of eating Tang Zheng out of money, he drank 4 bottles of Retunio wine by himself. The banquet lasted for almost 2 hours, and Liu Yibong was almost drunk. Li Wuyo also drank a few glasses of red wine. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was a little drunk. When she talked and behaved, the princess's dignity gradually disappeared, and she occasionally revealed the girl's innocentness. Tang Zheng drank a lot for the atmosphere of the dinner, and to have a good conversation later, even more than Liu Yibong. Otherwise, he would not be able to get Liu Yibong drunk. Although he felt drunk, his eyes were particularly clear, and he did not forget the business at all. However, he did not say these directly, but took the opportunity to speak after 3 rounds of drinking. Your Highness, I will not talk about others, but this Liao Yuqing is really hateful. In times of crisis, he, as the commander of the 1st Independent Division of the 5th Army, was the first to jump out and refuse to rescue. If it were not for him taking the lead, I am afraid that things would not have developed so badly. Liu Yibong, who was leaning on the back of the chair and was already drunk, suddenly looked up. Liao Yuqing is a bastard. Tang Zheng, I am leaving now, and I am not able to deal with him. You must avenge me. This person must be eliminated. Li Wuyo also showed a trace of hatred at this time. This person is really annoying. Tang Zheng, if you have the ability, don't let him have an easy time. Tang Zheng nodded and spread his hands. I have the intention, but I can't do anything. After all, this person is still affiliated with the Royal Army sequence. How can I have the right to conquer him? If he hadn't attacked the manor base that was friendly with me, I wouldn't have even provoked him. After all, Qinzhou is not my sphere of influence. Li Wuyo shook his head, his hair a little messy. Tang Zheng, do you plan to join the Royal Army? If you are willing, I will make you a duke and let you be the commander of the army group. You can form a new 5th Army group, so that you can legitimately deal with Liao Yuqing. Tang Zheng knew that as long as he nodded at this moment, his mission would be completed. Not only can he gain Li Wuyo favor, but he can also become a duke. And many conflicts can be easily resolved. For example, there are still some people in Zhuguang City who are somewhat concerned about his relationship with the empire. If Tang Zheng himself becomes a member of the imperial nobility, these conflicts will be gone. He can develop and grow legitimately and expand at will. However, Tang Zheng would never agree to such a thing. His rise did not rely on any power of the empire, but on the system. As the master of the system, his soldiers would not be loyal to the empire, but only to him. And Tang Zheng, who owned the system, did not want to obey anyone. So no matter how unhappy Li Wuyo would be, he had to refuse this matter. At this moment, Tang Zheng picked up the wine glass and took the initiative to clink glasses with Li Wuyo. Li Wuyo also happily clinked glasses with Tang Zheng, and then saw Tang Zheng drink the wine in the glass in one gulp. And she actually tried hard to drink up the red wine in the glass. After drinking the wine, Li Wuyo rested her elbows on the table, holding her small chin with both hands, looking at Tang Zheng with sparkling eyes, waiting for his reply. Tang Zheng stood up silently and spoke slowly. Your Highness, you are such a beautiful girl. Yes, thank you. Li Wuyo responded to Tang Zheng's compliment politely. There are many beautiful girls in the world, but there are very few who can compare with your Highness. But there are some. However, it can be said that there is no one who is both beautiful and has the status of your Highness. So your Highness is truly a daughter of heaven. Precious and precious. Few people, especially men, will refuse your highness's request. Li Wuyo thought for a moment. It's not that I haven't. A few days ago, those army commanders almost pissed me off. I cried when I thought about it when I was sleeping. I felt like I couldn't do anything right. If it weren't for the idea you gave me today, I would have felt hopeless. Tang Zheng smiled, then congratulations. Your Highness. This is your growth. People who have smooth sailing cannot become towering trees. Facing rejection from others is a compulsory course for you, and also an experience of growth. Li Wuyo blinked and looked at Tang Zheng, as if she had thought of something bad, and the smile on her face froze a little. Tang Zheng sighed. Yes. I will disappoint your Highness. Why? Li Wuyo pouted her red lips slightly. A little unhappy. Tang Zheng looked into her eyes. Your Highness. Can I make a promise with you? Although Li Wuyo was a little drunk, she knew that the critical moment had come. She tried to straighten her back and try her best to make her petite self look not inferior to the tall Tang Zheng, and then said with a stern face, You say? My original ideal of establishing the light-chasing army was to restore peace to the world. Do you believe it? I believe you have done a good job. I have seen it all. And I want to do my own thing without being constrained by anyone, and do not want to accept anyone's command. Can you understand this? Li Wuyo thought for a while. I can understand. From your perspective, it is normal to think this way. Tang Zheng smiled. Then I will not do anything bad. Do you believe it? I believe it. I believe what I see with my own eyes. That's good. I make a promise with you now. First of all, you have to understand that the current Hanwei is no longer the Hanwei of the past. It can even be said that it is not completely under the rule of the royal family. I don't want to be bound by the royal family, but I won't harm the interests of the royal family. However, I will continue my conquest and try my best to restore the world to its original state. If your Highness Princess recovers a place, I will not touch it. But I hope that the place I recover or my sphere of influence can be recognized by the princess. Let's work together to bring this world back to its best days. When that day comes, we won't fight for the throne or power. We let the people choose. Li Wuyo was stunned when he heard this. The people choose? Yes. Justice is in the hearts of the people. When the time comes, the people will make their choice of who does better. This world has never belonged to one person. As a ruler, if he cannot be recognized by the people, then he does not deserve to stay in this position. And getting the approval of the people, I think that's what we should do. Li Wuyo was a little confused, but she felt that what Tang Zheng said made sense. Emperors who are not recognized by the people will eventually not be able to sit down. So there will be a change of dynasties. As a member of the royal family, she is very clear about this. And the future described by Tang Zheng sounds very beautiful. She has been alone in the end of the world for a long time. And the only thing that supports her in her heart is the unattainable dream of restoring the country. In fact, she often doubted herself, doubting that she could not do that, because the current Han Yu was so different from the previous Han Yu, and the goal of restoring the country was too far away. But Tang Zheng described working hard for a better future, and it was an agreement between two people. It sounded easy to make people want to work hard, and it didn't seem so far away. After thinking for a long time, Li Wuyo turned to Tang Zheng. So, what is our agreement specifically? Tang Zheng picked up another glass of wine and clinked glasses with Li Wuyo. Li Wuyo felt the power of a promise, raised his glass without hesitation, clinked glasses with Tang Zheng, and then toasted. I made a promise with you that if your Highness does better, I will support you in restoring your country. If I do better, let the people decide. Do you think it's okay? The competitive spirit of Li Wuyo, the royal princess, was finally aroused at this moment. She even took the initiative to stretch out her little finger and slightly bent it towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Although she was a princess who was high above everyone else, she was still an 18-year-old girl after all. She behaved well at ordinary times, but her true colors showed up when she was drunk. However, he also stretched out his little finger and hooked it with Li Wuyo fingers. The girl's skin was smooth and slightly cool, and it felt great to touch. Li Wuyo was unaware of it. The two of them hooked their little fingers together, and she took the initiative to stretch out her thumb and touch it with Tang Zheng's thumb. Hooked. The agreement takes effect, and it will never change. Gotcha. Tang Zheng took out his cell phone and recorded this scene. Li Wuyo also cooperated and leaned against Tang Zheng, smiling like 100 flowers blooming. Extremely brilliant. Seeing Li Wuyo cooperation, Tang Zheng took advantage of the situation and took out an agreement. The content of the agreement was what the two had just agreed on. One of the important clauses was that Tang Zheng would not touch the royal sphere of influence. But Li Wuyo had to recognize the places he recovered. Li Wuyo didn't really want to sign this agreement, and muttered, "What? We've already made a promise. But we still have to do this." But she still picked up the pen, signed her name, and took out the imperial seal from her bag and stamped it. This is the imperial seal with her name, representing the highest power in Hanwei at present. After finishing all this, Li Wuyo, who was already drunk, spent a lot of energy and was a little bit exhausted. She felt that she was at a disadvantage in the end, and she even pulled Tang Zheng in a somewhat inappropriate manner, saying that she wanted compensation. Without waiting for Tang Zheng to say what compensation, she pulled the scarf that Tang Zheng had placed next to her. "This is very beautiful. It belongs to me. You are not allowed to chase me for it." After saying this, her body became a little weak, and Tang Zheng could not take too much care of her. He could only support her thin and slender body, and then greet her maid. Li Wuyo maid came in, holding Li Wuyo bag in one hand and helping the drunk princess away with the other hand. Li Wuyo grabbed Tang Zheng's scarf and followed the maid away in a daze. At this time, Tang Zheng also felt that he was drunk and could not hold on any longer. However, he still insisted on calling the communicator and gave him an order. He asked the city guards to assign a company and gave them the authority to build city walls and sentry towers, and asked them to go to Mabei immediately and start enclosing land, with Li Wuyo recognition. As long as Tang Zheng enclosed enough land, the task of 500,000 square kilometers would be completed immediately. Chapter 248. The day after Tang Zheng entertained Li Wuyo and Lui Bong. On this day, Li Wuyo did not meet Tang Zheng, but was busy in the second ring of Zhuguang City. This place is full of new survivors, and it is also a busy construction site. Li Wuyo personally led people to open several porridge shops here, and deposited 100,000 light yuan for the porridge shops as funds for purchasing food in the future. This money came from her private treasury, and was exchanged for light yuan with new currency. After Lui Bong started the policy of the new currency, Li Wuyo implemented it. At present, many places have issued new currency, which is relatively common. Li Wuyo is busy, and Tang Zheng is also busy. With Li Wuyo promise and the signed agreement, Tang Zheng finally completed the two tasks of upgrading population and land area. Now the total population of Zhuguang City has reached 4 million, 3.5 million in the outer city, and 500,000 in the inner city. The remaining 12 bases plus the manor base have a population of about 600,000. During this period, some small bases nearby were also gradually incorporated into Zhuguang City. The total population is now 5.03 million. As for the land area, Tang Zheng decisively went to Mabei and established several checkpoints. The checkpoints were not large, with one class at each checkpoint, but they were very good for enclosing land. In Mabei, he had enclosed nearly 300,000 square kilometers of desert and sand dune areas, and his territory had reached 500,000 square kilometers. After reaching this number, Tang Zheng stopped going deep into Mabei. He planned to develop to the south and east after acquiring more land. So far, he had completed 4 upgrade tasks, and only one task of mapping and killing 3 million zombies was left. Another day passed, and on the morning of the third day, the helicopter of the Royal Guards came to pick up Li Wuyo. 10 helicopters escorted it, and there was also a transport helicopter. Tang Zheng personally sent Li Wuyo to the airport. However, this airport was built inside the second ring road, and was specially used for temporary helicopter takeoff and landing. It was not an airport in the inner city. Li Wuyo and Lui Bong left together. Before boarding the plane, Lui Bong tried his luck with Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was puzzled. "Lu Junzhong, what's the matter?" Lui Bong said angrily. "The night before yesterday, you went back after drinking, right?" "Yes. Why not go back?" "Then did you forget something?" Tang Zheng couldn't remember. "What did I forget?" "You forgot that there was another person who was drunk there. I was thrown on the sofa by the hotel waiter and slept until yesterday noon. I woke up with a sore back and no one even called me." Tang Zheng slapped his forehead. He drank too much the day before yesterday. After he had taken care of the princess, he left, leaving the drunk Commander Lu alone. "Forgetting everything," he said rather embarrassedly. "Mistake? Mistake? I won't do it again next time. There won't be a next time. I've decided to stay away from you in the future. After that, Louis Bong boarded the plane first. Li Wuyo stood in front of the helicopter, looking at Tang Zheng, hesitant to speak. In the light snow of the first month of the year, Li Wuyo wore a purple winter coat with Tang Zheng's scarf around his neck. However, the words "I love Tang Zheng" the most were surrounded by her, and only the words "there is love in the world" could be seen from the outside. Tang Zheng stood beside her with his hands behind his back and smiled. Li Wuyo thought about it and said, "Will you continue to carry out the agreement we made that day?" Tang Zheng nodded slowly. "I don't have the habit of breaking promises, Your Highness. You can rest assured." As he spoke, Tang Zheng made a pinky gesture with a smile on his face. Li Wuyo's face was slightly hot. "It's all your fault that I drank so much wine. I'm not like that normally." "Then, Your Highness, remember not to drink with others easily in the future. After all, Your Highness is the Crown Prince and represents the image of Hanyu." "Okay. I know. I'm leaving." Li Wuyo didn't linger too much, just looked at Tang Zheng deeply, then turned around and boarded the plane. At the moment when the cabin door was closed, she suddenly turned to Tang Zheng, made a trumpet shape with her hands, and shouted, "I don't like others to have the same gifts as me, so don't give things to others randomly." After that, the cabin door closed and Li Wuyo disappeared. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, thinking about the scarf. He smiled bitterly. He didn't want to give it away, but this was the third scarf he had taken out. However, the first one was lost, and the second one was taken away by Luo Qiuwan. Luo Qiuwan was probably killed and might have become a zombie, so it was impossible for him to meet Li Wuyo. Thinking of Luo Qiuwan, he felt a little depressed, but he still waved to the helicopter and watched Li Wuyo leave. Li Wuyo left, and Louis Bong followed him. The Fifth Army had already started the transportation and headed to Yuanjing. Tang Zheng fleet also set sail, continued to break the ice, and was about to return to Zhuguang City. Tang Zheng calmed down and returned to his official residence. As soon as he arrived at the official residence, the communicator came to report, "General, the zombies in Hezhou are moving." "Oh, where did they go?" Tang Zheng immediately became alert. If the zombies in Hezhou came to Zhuguang City now, it would be difficult to deal with. The Battle of Caichi has come to an end. Tomorrow morning, his large army will return to Zhuguang City. But even if the large army returns, Tang Zheng currently only has 30,000 troops. Some of the 40 million funds have been spent, and now there is still 38 million. After Caichi's troops return, they can bring back more than 10 million funds, and the total amount is just over 50 million. It takes 30 million to upgrade the brigade commander, and then he will need a large amount of funds to purchase new soldiers. The specific amount of funds required is not known for the time being, but the more the better. But it is certain that the 20 million is definitely not enough. He needs some time to get more funds. So the movement of the zombies is very critical now. Correspondent Woody continued, according to the footage taken by the War Eagle, the zombies started from Hezhou and did not come directly to the west, but headed towards the grassland province in the northwest. Looking at their route, it seems that they have no specific target city, but instead, they seem to be crossing the grassland, crossing the Tontian River, and entering Daliu in one go. "Oh, is there such a thing?" Tang Zheng was a little puzzled. The movement of the zombies was what Tang Zheng was most concerned about. If the zombies were heading west, they were heading for Zhuguang City. But now the zombies are not coming to the west, but moving in the direction between the north and northwest, which is strange. Tang Zheng came to the front of the map and drew a simulated route for the zombies according to the video provided by Zhang Tiao. This straight line does not pass through any city, but is heading towards Tontian River and Daliu. According to this route, the zombies will leave Hezhou, cross the Jin River, and enter the grassland province. Entering the grassland province is an endless wasteland, and they will walk on the wasteland. The closest place to Zhuguang City is also 400 kilometers away. Even the northernmost base of the university town in the suburbs of Lombard City is more than 100 kilometers away. When this route was simulated, many people in the light-chasing army were very happy. "General, this is a good thing. We have always been worried that the zombies will come to light-chasing city. But if we follow this route, the probability of them coming to light-chasing city is almost zero. Yes, if they want to come to light-chasing city, then they can go directly west and arrive in 10 days at most. Why go around in circles and walk such a long way?" so they probably won't come. If you don't come to Zhuguang City, the next step is the territory of Daliu. Let the zombies go to Daliu to make trouble. During this period of time, although everyone didn't say anything, they were still worried. After all, the strength of this zombie group is obvious to all. The 280,000 people of the 5th Army, which was equipped with similar equipment to the Zhuguang Army, were almost wiped out. No one would not worry. Looking at his smiling subordinates, Tang Zheng was not so optimistic. The rout of this zombie group was very strange. He always felt vaguely that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. It was as if he had overlooked a key point, and he couldn't remember it for a moment. Tang Zheng shook his head and temporarily put the question behind him. A blessing is not a disaster, and a disaster cannot be avoided. What he needs to do now is to upgrade as soon as possible, and then hoard funds to prepare for war that may occur at any time. He saw the rout of the zombies, and instinctively felt that the base in the north should be moved. After all, the base in the north does not have the protection force like Zhuguang City. Once something happens, it will be a disaster. But such a decision is not so easy to make. After all, there are more than 200,000 people in the University City base, plus several surrounding bases. If they are to be relocated this time, at least 400,000 people will have to be relocated. Moreover, Zhuguang City is now in ruins, and the new survivors are crowded in shacks. It is really difficult to accommodate another 400,000 people. Moreover, the people there may not be willing to relocate. They have lived in those bases for a long time. It is difficult for people to accept it psychologically if they abandon everything and leave suddenly, temporarily suppressing the idea of transferring the population. Tang Zheng asked the communicator to pay close attention to the movement of the zombies, and then patiently waited for the large force that went to Saichi County to return to the city. At noon the next day, the large force of the Zhuguang Army that went to Saichi County to fight finally returned. This time, after fighting in Saichi County for more than 20 days, the zombies in Saichi County were finally wiped out. This brought the number of zombies wiped out by Tang Zheng to 27.3 million, which was 2.7 million away from the 30 million annihilation number. The troops that went out also brought Tang Zheng a rich return. 18 million funds, as a county, is already a lot. With this amount of funds in place, Tang Zheng has 68 million funds in his hands. Even if he upgrades to brigade commander, he still has more than 30 million funds to use. But Tang Zheng still feels that it is not enough. His goal is to have 50 million to 100 million funds after upgrading to brigade commander, so that he can have the confidence to increase the number of troops. So after the large troops returned to the city, Tang Zheng did not let them rest and immediately carried out the next task. He was going to a place that everyone had overlooked. That is, Hezhou. Lu Yibang lived in Hezhou for a short period of time, and he might not have plundered the place thoroughly. Now that the zombies have left, Tang Zheng will go there to see if there will be any discoveries there. Chapter 249. Tang Zheng made the decision and immediately took action. Just 2 days after the zombies left Hezhou, Tang Zheng Air Force landed at the Hiku District Airport. This was also the first time Tang Zheng arrived here on an A-124 large transport plane. 5 transport planes and 5 helicopters landed here. He brought all the people from the Direct Battalion and the Army Aviation Battalion. After getting off the plane, Tang Zheng could still see the mess left behind when they evacuated. But he didn't want to see these things. After the troops arrived, he immediately asked everyone to disperse and look for jewelry stores or something else that were missed in Hezhou. After all, this is a prefecture-level city, so it is normal for some corners to be overlooked. Tang Zheng took a helicopter from the airport to the city hall. This was where Lu Yibang and his family lived. Tang Zheng wanted to come and see if there was anything worth looking at. When he arrived at the door of the city hall, Tang Zheng suddenly stopped. Ji Yuntian, you were a scout. Come and see the footprints here. Ji Yuntian, the director of the Military Intelligence Bureau, who came with Tang Zheng, came over immediately. There were countless footprints on the ground, proving that the zombies had been here before. But there were only a few footprints that entered the city hall, in addition to a few particularly large footprints, which were obviously from the feet of the gorilla zombies. There was also a pair of small footprints that were somewhat conspicuous. Such small footprints. This is the first time I have seen them. They looked like a child. Ji Yuntian didn't see it very well, but he still took a photo of the footprint and sent it back to the Combat Command Center, which then sent it back to Guihyun at the Research Institute. After a while, Guiyun got some news. General. Judging from the footprints, this is not an ordinary zombie footprint. Tang Zheng was immediately alert when he heard this and asked, "How did you tell?" "That's right, General. The way zombies walk is different from that of normal people. Their feet drag on the ground. So even if they are high-level zombies, if they are not running, there will be a dragging mark behind their footprints. But this zombie footprints don't have any. Its walking style is almost the same as that of a normal person. This situation has only appeared on Shenfilong among the zombies I have studied. So I now suspect that this footprint comes from the Zombie King." When Tang Zheng heard that this was the footprint of the Zombie King, he immediately asked, "Then what else did you analyze?" "This Zombie King is not very old. Probably a child around 5 years old. Based on the analysis of the shoes, these shoes belong to a little girl. There is not much other information. But I suggest you trace the direction of the zombies. After all, such a large group of zombies cannot come to Huzhou out of thin air. There must be a source. As long as you find this source, you may get unexpected gains." Hearing this, Tang Zheng's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes! Such a large group of zombies is enough to empty the zombies of a county, or even 2 counties. If he finds the empty county, he may find a large amount of funds out of thin air. Thinking of this, Tang Zheng immediately called De Kongming over. De Kongming, the 5-star military dog, was now as strong as a tiger. He was sticking with Xiaopalian and Xiaopalian, and was brought over by Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng gestured and explained to De Kongming for a while in his ear. De Kongming was indeed smart, and understood what Tang Zheng meant. It and the 2 female dogs did not look for the direction where the footprints left, but the direction where the footprints came from. Tang Zheng followed De Kongming with his men and drove the car. De Kongming ran and stopped, first passing by the square in the estuary area where the nuclear explosion had occurred. After running past the square, it ran to the ice wall area where the battle had taken place. After crossing the ice wall, it began to enter the place where the zombies had gathered. Tang Zheng followed De Kongming and watched it turn around here for several times, and finally gradually ran to the wild. That's right. De Kongming understood. The direction it is heading now is the edge of the Xiangshui River. The zombies came from here, passing through a layer of ice. The dogs ran faster and faster. Gradually, they left the edge of Xiangshui and entered an abandoned town. This was a deserted town. Many places were covered with snow, but from some details, traces of the corpses passing by could be vaguely seen. The corpses came from this side. It seems we have found the right direction. The dogs ran faster and faster, running all the way out of the town. Later, Tang Zheng simply let De Kongming and the others get in the car. If the direction is wrong, you shout. If it is right, just keep going forward. Okay. De Kongming stuck out his tongue and nodded. Very smart. The car went farther and farther under De Kongming's constant correction. There were war eagles and helicopters following behind to ensure that there would be no problems. They kept walking for 5 or 6 hours. And it was afternoon. They had walked hundreds of kilometers. When they passed a county town and De Kongming did not respond, Tang Zheng had almost locked a place. If we continue in this direction, we should reach Boya County. Because there is only one county, Boya. In the next few hundred kilometers, Tang Zheng decisively left the vehicle and took a helicopter, escorted by the War Eagle, and headed straight for Boya County. About 30 minutes later, the helicopter arrived over Boya County. When the plane flew low and circled over the county, Tang Zheng was overjoyed. Found it. This is the county where the Corpse King used to occupy. Now it is deserted. There is not a single zombie or mutant beast in the entire county. You know, since Tang Zheng founded the army, he has only taken 3 counties: Shuanglin, Qingchuan and Saichi. He never thought that one day he would be able to pick up an uninhabited county out of thin air. And then all the resources here would belong to him. Notify the helicopter unit of the Army Aviation Battalion to come here immediately to find funds. And at the same time notify the Combat Command Center to drive all the vehicles that can transport supplies from Zhuguang City here. There are a large number of supplies here that can be transported back. With the arrival of more than 3 million people, Tang Zheng material reserves were not enough. The county's acquisition was a pleasant surprise. Tang Zheng landed in the county by helicopter. After a while, other helicopters arrived one after another. Teams dispersed in the city and began to collect gold. Tang Zheng himself came to the city center of Boya. Beside him, De was still sniffing and gradually ran towards a tall building. Tang Zheng immediately followed and led people to follow De Kongming and entered the tall building. Going up the abandoned stairs, there are countless footprints on the ground. Through the method of identifying zombies mentioned by Guiyun, it can be determined that all the zombies who have stayed here are zombies. And the size of these footprints proves that all the zombies who have stayed here are not ordinary zombies. Am I in the old nest of zombies? Tang Zheng followed De Kongming and went up the stairs to the top floor. When Tang Zheng entered a room, he was stunned. This room was decorated just like the room of humans before the end of the world. It was a princess room, with pink gauze curtains, pink cabinets, and pink beds. More importantly, Tang Zheng also found a TV here. There is a TV here? There are no survivors in Boya County. Who pulled the TV cable here? Tang Zheng curiously turned on the TV and found that it could be used. Seeing a small bench opposite the TV, which was obviously not for adults, Tang Zheng had some understanding. This should be the residence of the Corpse King. But Tang Zheng never thought that the Corpse King would look like this. She actually watched TV. So it was Hezhou TV and Zhuguang TV. And she could see all the news. At this time, Ji Yutian made another discovery. General, these two footprints also belong to the Corpse King. I just sent them back to Guiyun. And he found out after comparison that these two footprints belong to Chen Feilong. Tang Zheng was stunned. At this moment, he finally knew why the zombies suddenly went to Hezhou. It turned out that Chen Feilong came here, and the zombie king attacked Hezhou in a big way, which should be to avenge Chen Feilong. Zhang Jixin, who killed Chen Feilong, is dead, but the Fifth Army is still there. Strictly speaking, Chen Feilong's revenge has not been avenged. So is this matter really over? Although there are no zombies in the county town and jewelry cannot be obtained from the zombies, the gold shop here still made Tang Zheng rich again. Jewelry stores were discovered one after another, and funds were continuously received. Tang Zheng stayed in the room of the Corpse King for a day and a night, and in the end, he had accumulated 22 million funds. This also made the funds accumulated in his hand soar again, and now it has reached 90 million. After deducting the cost of upgrading the brigade commander, there are still 60 million funds available. The arrival of this sum of funds really gave Tang Zheng the confidence to upgrade. You know, with so many new survivors in Zhuguang City, after exchanging and recycling jewelry, there are still about 20 to 30 million funds. It's just that this money takes time and can't be cashed in all at once. It's more satisfying and economical to take down a county at a time. Although he hasn't reached his expected goal of 100 million, it's enough to greatly improve the strength of the Zhuguang army. At this moment, Tang Zheng even wanted to thank this child Corpse King. If she hadn't attacked Hezhou, it would be basically hopeless for him to upgrade to brigade commander. And the more than 3 million people would be an unsolvable problem. It took Tang Zheng more than half a year to take down 3 county towns after he got the system. The zombie she summoned away with a shout left him with a county town out of thin air. Now everything is ready. Only the last 2 tasks are left. And then you can upgrade to brigade commander. There is no rush for the map making. It will be completed in the next few days. The only difficulty is the number of 2.7 million zombies killed. However, before Tang Zheng came out, he had already sent a large force to the manor base by rail transportation. It is close to Fengcheng, and he ordered the troops to go out and kill zombies in Fengcheng. 2.7 million zombies can be completed in a week at the fastest and 10 days at the slowest. His days, as the head of the group, are numbered. Chapter 250. Qinzhou. Military Camp Base. The military camp base covers an area of about 10 square kilometers, and the entire base has a population of more than 600,000. Since Liao Yuqing was defeated in the manor base, in order to deal with Tang Zheng threat, this base has now been built like a copper wall and iron wall. The 15-meter-high wall is more than 20 meters thick. That's not all. Liao Yuqing implemented a major project, which is to dig a moat. He diverted water from the nearby river and almost mobilized the power of the entire city to dig a moat with a depth of 30 meters and a width of 150 meters. The river water is flowing, and it will flow down around the moat. If you want to enter the city, you have to go through the 4 gates around it. Even so, Liao Yuqing still felt unsafe. Not only did he expand his army to 80,000 people, he also hired a lot of mercenaries. Some notorious mercenaries who couldn't make it in Zhuguang City were recruited by him to deal with the war that might break out at any time. And in this military camp base, there is a city within a city. In this inner city, the poor in the city are not qualified to enter. And those who live here are all people of status. In the city within the city, there is not only Liao Yuban's underground palace, but also a coliseum and a prison. Those who oppose him will be thrown into the prison and tortured constantly. Some people are thrown into the coliseum to fight with people or mutant beasts. And there is a special place in the prison. Prison Research Institute. This place is located deep in the prison, with high walls and electric fences, and is heavily guarded. Even many senior officials of the military base don't know what it does. They only know that there are often missing people in the city, and some prisoners in the prison disappear inexplicably, which may be related to this research institute. Recently, there have been constant explosions in the research institute, and no one is allowed to approach. Almost everyone in the entire military base knows that the research institute is the most terrifying place in the base. All the missing people basically go there, and no one has ever come out alive from there. Today, Liao Yuqing and the old nest heard the news that the Zhuguang army began to enter Fengcheng. You mean? Tangjing troops have entered the suburbs of Fengcheng and are clearing out zombies. Right? Yes, Commander. Tangjing has about 20,000 people on his side. They are clearing zombies at the border of Fengcheng. They are killing zombies very quickly. They can kill about 400,000 zombies a day. Liao Yuqing listened with a gloomy face. He felt something was wrong. Since the war with Tangjing broke out at the manor base, Liao Yuqing has been in a state of panic. In addition to Tangjing pressure, the main reason is that Lui Bang refused to provide him with any weapons and equipment. The most fatal weakness of his troops is that they have no heavy weapons. When facing the Zhuguang army, they are completely at a disadvantage. He had always relied on Lui Bang, but Lui Bang cut off the supply of weapons, and Liao Yuqing's life became difficult. So he was always worried that the Zhuguang army might attack. So he kept reinforcing his military base. And now this base has been built into a copper wall and iron fortress by him. But despite this, he still often couldn't sleep all night. After all, in front of modern war weapons, the so-called defense can't play a big role. If Tangjing attacks regardless of anything, he may not be able to hold on for too long. However, Liao Yuqing would not sit still and wait for death. Since Lui Bang cut off the supply of weapons, he began to think of other ways and had already contacted other people. Now that he heard that Tangjing had begun to attack Fengcheng, he felt threatened and worried that the Zhuguang army would suddenly cross Fengcheng and enter Qinzhou. So after hearing the report, Liao Yuqing was very worried. With his own strength, it might be difficult to deal with Tangjing. He hesitated for a moment and said to the communicator, "Prepare the car. I go to the institute." The car soon arrived at the gate of the underground palace. Liao Yuqing came out of his underground palace and headed straight for the institute. After entering the prison, the car turned for a while and arrived in front of a gate. The security guard saw Liao Yuqing and immediately saluted and let him go. Liao Yuqing's car entered the institute. When he arrived at the gate, he put on a big mask, opened the door, and got out of the car. When he arrived at the gate and opened the door, a strong smell of blood immediately hit him. Even with a mask on, Liao Yuqing still felt it was unpleasant and walked in with a frown. Inside the institute, there were many people wearing gas masks and white clothes walking around. Busy here. There were many tall vessels inside, and the vessels were filled with people. Their bodies were somewhat incomplete. At this moment, they were soaked in formalin, but they looked alive. There were also many test beds in the room, which were used to dismember people. The ground was covered with bloodstains. From time to time, someone took a water pipe to wash it, but it still couldn't wash away the strong smell of blood. Seeing Liao Yuqing coming in, a thin man in a white coat came over. "Ha ha! How come Master Liao is so interested today that he came to this place? Welcome, welcome." Liao Yuqing smiled bitterly. "Dr. Zhu, don't joke with me. I have no interest in this place at all. I came to see you." The man called Dr. Zhu also laughed. "Master Liao came to see me alone. It seems that something big has happened. Let's go to my office to talk." Dr. Zhu took Liao Yuqing into a sealed room. Unlike the bloody and hellish hall outside, this place looked much cleaner, and there was no bad smell. After Dr. Zhu came in, he threw his white coat and gas mask aside. He was a little old man in his 50s, inviting Liao Yuqing to sit down and handing him a cigarette. Dr. Zhu said, "Master Liao, what do you want to say?" Liao Yuqing pondered for a moment. "Dr. Zhu, how is the research on the cyborgs here going?" Dr. Zhu did not answer immediately, but looked at Liao Yuqing, You ask these questions. Is there any trouble? Liao Yuqing also did not answer this question, but asked again, when will Commander Tian announce it? Dr. Zhu shook his head. Originally, it was planned to announce it after the zombie siege in Hezhou, because everyone thought that our prince and Lui Bang were dead. But unexpectedly Tang Zheng intervened and rescued them. Now Li Wuyo has returned to Yuanjing, and is expanding the royal guards with great fanfare. In addition, there is Tang Zheng in Zhuguang City as a response. The first person to announce at this time will definitely be the first to come forward. So Commander Tian decided to wait a little longer. Liao Yuqing was a little distressed, but I was the first to announce that I would not rescue according to the order of General Tian. Now I have been targeted. Li Wuyo and Lui Bang returned to Yuanjing and announced that I was a traitor to the empire. Tang Zheng is now attacking Fengcheng. I am worried that he is coming for me. Dr. Zhu, you are the one who passed the message on this matter. You know the whole story. Since Lui Bang cut off my weapons supply, I have secretly surrendered to General Tian. Not only was I the first to announce that I would not rescue, but I also provided you with a research institute. Because of this research institute, many people now hate me very much. If I hadn't defended it tightly enough and hired a large number of mercenaries here, I would have been driven down long ago. Now you can't just leave me alone. Dr. Zhu looked at the somewhat panicked Liao Yuqing and patted his shoulder. Commander Liao, although it is not the right time for us to announce it now, there should be no problem here. You are talking about Tang Zheng starting to attack Fengcheng now, right? Yes. His troops arrived in Fengcheng yesterday. I have some bases there. Someone passed me the news that they are destroying zombies in Fengcheng, probably to open up a passage to Qinzhou. This must be coming for me. Dr. Zhu thought for a while. What you said is indeed possible. How many people came from Tang Zheng's side? About 20,000 people. You are so scared by 20,000 people. You are such a loser. Don't laugh at me. Dr. Zhu, you don't know Tang Zheng. I knew him when he was in Qinzhou. He killed people without blinking an eye. The leaders of Qinzhou were all lawless. I couldn't even be ranked among them. But he took care of them. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. And my weapons and equipment are not good enough. I'm afraid I can't beat him. Dr. Zhu smiled. Then I think it's better to teach Tang Zheng a lesson first. Let his 20,000 people lose 7,000 to 8,000 or even 10,000. Then I believe he will definitely return to Zhuguang City to heal his wounds. When General Tian is ready, you will not only become a member of our 8th Army, but you won't even have to be afraid of Li Wuyo. What do you think? Liao Yuqing's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is a good idea. How should we do it? Dr. Zhu smiled and said, didn't you just ask me how the research on human transformation is going? Now I show you some small results. Follow me. As he spoke, Dr. Zhu took Liao Yuqing out of the room and came to a playground in the institute. When Liao Yuqing arrived at the playground, he saw a young girl standing not far away. Liao Yuqing always liked beautiful women, and this girl was pretty, so he immediately had some lustful thoughts. Dr. Zhu, there are still some good stuff here? Send it to me tonight. Dr. Zhu laughed. You may not enjoy this. I don't believe there is a woman I can't handle? Then you can see. Dr. Zhu said to the girl over there. There is a truck over there. Destroy it. Remember? It is in stealth mode. The girl heard what Dr. Zhu said and walked towards an abandoned truck not far away. Liao Yuqing noticed that the girl seemed to be walking inconveniently, as if her leg was injured. He felt a little pity, but also a little weird. The girl walked to the side of the truck, and suddenly her face became ferocious, almost turning from a normal person into a zombie. The girl roared, leaned forward, and stuck to the truck. And then suddenly there was an explosion. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge fireball shot up into the sky, and the truck was instantly blown to pieces. The impact of the air wave affected Liao Yuqing, who was more than 200 meters away, and he fell down. Dr. Zhu hid in a corner early and was not affected. Seeing Liao Yuqing fall, Dr. Zhu laughed. How is it, Master Liao? How is my transformation plan?